Chapter 8. Third person P.O.V. 191, 192, 193. In the center of the Winterfell training yard stood Nathan Stark. Nathan was currently wearing a loose pair of trousers and a shirt, yet he caught the eye of a few of his guards with what else he had on. Wrapped around his arms and legs were heavy iron guards that weighed much more than normal guards. Not only that, Nathan had an iron chest plate that was in no way real armor given how bulky and heavy it was. Yet what truly grabbed people's attention was the sword that he was currently swinging. It would have been too kind to call it a longsword, it was more like a thick slab of iron that practically weighed 2 stones and was too dull to cut bread. Yet despite that, Nathan continued to swing the slab of iron as sweat dripped down his face and his arms burned with every swing. 198, 199. 200. Nathan yelled before stabbing the sword into the ground. Nathan panted for air while looking up at the sky. Fuck me. I thought this would get easier. Nathan panted as he grabbed a water skin from his waist and took a deep drink. 4 months, that's how long Nathan has been training since the Grand Meet. With war with the Ironborn on the horizon, the North was preparing, that included Nathan. He upped his training extensively, working with Sir Roderick and the other guards, and Nathan greatly improved. For one thing, Nathan had a bit of a growth spurt and now stood a proud 5'6", making him one of the tallest boys in Winterfell. He spent hours every day swinging his sword and training with Roderick and the other guard. When Nathan wasn't training, he was taking lessons on warfare, tactics, and strategies from Maester Luwin, going over past battles between the North and Ironborn. Nathan turned to see Robb and Jon, the 2 boys dressed a bit warmer as they held wooden swords. Can you explain again why you're wearing that funny armor and swinging that big sword? Nathan gave a small chuckle as he put his water skin down and turned to the brothers. It's simple, boys, Nathan said as he leaned against the sword. You know how guards and soldiers practice with armor on to get used to the weight and become stronger? Nathan asked and both boys nodded. Well, I thought, what if I train with armor that's even heavier, then when I put on real armor I'll feel as light as a feather. The same can be said with this bastard sword, Nathan said as he grabbed the sword from the ground and managed to hold it up with one hand, though both boys could see Nathan struggling. If I can swing this thing around, then imagine how fast I'll be when I swing a real sword, Nathan said as he swung the sword sideways before sticking it in the ground again. This is training to increase my strength and stamina. The boys nodded yet still looked a bit confused, making Nathan smile as he rubbed their heads, making them giggle. Lord Stark, Nathan turned to see Yin walking across the field with a clipboard in hand. Your lessons with Maester Luwin will begin soon. Yin had slowly but surely adjusted to living in the North, as the Yeti girl wore warm clothes that gracefully hugged her body perfectly. When Yin walked up to Nathan, the young Stark smirked as he saw how much shorter Yin was, standing at barely 5'2". Seeing Nathan laugh, Yin pouted as her cheeks turned slightly red. I am still a growing young woman, Lord Stark, no need to laugh, Yin said as she lightly tapped the clipboard to Nathan's chest. Now come along, Maester Luwin is waiting. Nathan smiled at Yin, treating him casually. Over the past few months, Nathan had to put most of his trading plans on hold because of the potential war with the Ironborn, though he did push for the easier ones. Yin had more than understood and worked to help Nathan and Winterfell prepare as best they could for a possible war. Yin had also started to take lessons with Maester Luwin, and the old man admitted that if Yin could have become a maester she would have gained a high rank in a few years. Nathan chuckled as he turned to Jon and Robb and he started to take off the heavy armor. Do you boys think you can drag my sword and armor to Sir Roderick? Nathan asked in a challenging tone as he dropped the armor on the floor. Both boys took to the challenge with grins as they lifted Nathan's armor and slowly started walking across the field, with Robb holding the chest piece and Jon holding the guards. With that, Nathan and Yin made their way to Maester Luwin's study. As Nathan walked, he noticed quite a few guards and servants giving Yin longing looks, which was natural since despite her height she still had a young womanly face and a growing figure. Yin herself admitted that quite a few men have tried to court her, and while some were handsome, she turned them all down. Nathan felt conflicted when he heard that other men had tried to court Yin. On one hand, Nathan wanted the girl he saved to be happy with whatever she wanted. On the other hand, Yin was a beautiful young woman, and Nathan would be lying if he said he wasn't attracted to her, and Nathan did care about her. Damn, these changes, Nathan thought as his eyes took in Yun's form before he tightened his hand and forced his eyes up. What did Maester Lewin call it? Entering manhood, like how a girl becomes a woman when she bleeds. During the last few months, Nathan had started to go through some manly changes. Changes that made Nathan look at nearly every woman in Winterfell with a pair of tits and a nice ass and his trousers always feeling tight. Maester Lewin informed Nathan that what he was going through was natural and that he would adjust with time. Maester Lewin even told Nathan he was lucky, as many young boys entering manhood often ended up with squeaky voices or pimples all over their faces. I'm going to need a cold bath to calm me down, Nathan thought with a small groan. I'm just thankful these changes started after the Grand Meet. If I started entering manhood during the Grand Meet, I may not have been able to hold myself back. Nathan thought with a sigh of relief as he remembered the many noble girls who tried to grab his attention. Soon the two found themselves in Maester Lewin's study, a somewhat large room filled to the brim with books and scrolls. Maester Lewin sat behind a large table while looking over a book. Hearing the door open, Maester Lewin looked up and smiled. Ah, Lord Stark, Yun, just in time. Maester Lewin said as he closed the book and looked from a book on the shelf behind him. I believe we last left on you explaining past Ironborn attacks by sea and how they were able to attack the Reach 100 years ago, Nathan said as he sat down from across from Lewin while Yun handed Nathan a warm jacket. If I remember right, a few Ironborn stole a merchant's ship and they stuck into the port. They lied in wait and killed the watchman at the lighthouse, allowing the Ironborn to strike. Nathan said as he poured a cup of water and gave a small sip. While the Reach drove off the attack, the Ironborn still made off with an impressive amount of loot, even if they lost half of their men. Very good, Maester Lewin said with a smile as he grabbed a book and placed it on the table. While the Ironborn is skilled in ships and fighting on them, what they lack is discipline and structure among other things. The Maester said as he sat down and opened the book. The Ironborn are like a horde, they hit unexpected ports and castles as they lack the numbers for a long war. However, whenever the Ironborn attacked an enemy that was well prepared already, they mostly lost the battle or suffered heavy casualties. Not to mention that throughout the history of the Ironborn, they have never fought in a long-term war, most of their wars have only lasted a few months to a year, Nathan said as he folded his hands. The closets that the Ironborn have fought in a long-term war was during the Dance of Dragons when House Targaryen was split between the Blacks and the Greens and Lord Dalton Greyjoy sided with Rhaenyra Targaryen. Even then all the Ironborn did during the war was raid the Reach to drain the Greens' forces, never once supporting Rhaenyra during the war. The Ironborn could have become rich for years if they stopped their raiding when the war ended, but they continued and were put down fast. Nathan said as he scoffed. I mean seriously, the Ironborn look down on farming and mining as if it is shameful, thus they barely grow any food on the islands and have poor mining conditions. If the Ironborn go to war with the North, they won't be able to feed their soldiers or maintain their weapons. And even if the Ironborn destroys the Western Fleet, we still have the Eastern Fleet with a good 70 warships in White Harbor. If necessary, we can just sail the ships around Westeros to reach the Iron Islands. We could even do a pincer attack and split the Ironborn forces by attacking from two sides. Nathan sighed as he rubbed his face. By that point, the Ironborn should lose most of their raiders and a majority of their food, while we will still have more than enough to continue to war. This is not even including the Riverlands with their ships at sea guard. Nathan had hoped things would change in the past few months. That the Iron Throne would intervene and the Ironborn would realize that a war with the North would end with their loss. Yet Nathan continued to get reports of the Ironborn still stealing wood from the North and building warships without stopping. Nathan was also informed by Lord Marndaly that Jon Arryn had convinced King Robert to call Lord Balon Greyjoy to King's Landing for peace talks. However, what was most shocking were the discussions of a betrothal between Nathan and Asha Greyjoy, the only daughter of Balon Greyjoy. When Ned Stark told Nathan of the letter from Jon Arryn that requested that Ned betroth Nathan to Asha Greyjoy, Nathan was shocked and beyond furious. From Jon Arryn's thinking, he found the best way for peace between the North and Ironborn was by forming a pact of marriage and blood between the two strongest houses in the North and Iron Islands. Ned had asked Nathan for his opinion on the matter and told the young Stark Jon Arryn's arguments on why Nathan should marry Asha, such as ending a potential war between the North and Iron Islands and possibly lessening the raiding of the Ironborn. Nathan gave his opinion, and then some. Uncle, that is the most idiotic plan I have ever fucking heard, Nathan said in a deadpan tone while narrowing his eyes, making Ned trip a bit at the blunt response. That plan would only work if one of my children inherited the Iron Islands to create a bond between the North and Iron Islands, and seeing as Lord Greyjoy has 3 sons and 3 brothers, that is very unlikely. While the Iron Islands see kinslaying as taboo, they aren't above such a thing if they can spin it to their favor. There is also no guarantee that the Ironborn will stop raiding the North just because I marry a Greyjoy. Hell, they might try to raid more in the hopes that Asher Greyjoy seduces me and makes me turn a blind eye. Nathan said while shaking his head. Not to mention the political nightmare that would happen with all the noble houses that are regularly raided by the Ironborn. They will loathe the marriage and this will damage relations with House Stark. And how will my supposed wife react when I continue to kill her people or her family? Even if they attack first, she will hate me, loathe me, and as soon as we have a child she may kill me, just to take control of House Stark. Nathan then gave a morbid laugh. I mean, women from the Iron Islands are not like southern women, uncle. From what I heard, Lord Greyjoy trains all his children in ships and swordplay, and she will one day become a raider like the Ironborn, Nathan said as he gave his uncle a serious look. If I were to marry Asher Greyjoy, nothing would change, and the North would gain nothing. Balon Greyjoy may push for the war after I marry Asher and have a child with her, since if I die in the war, Balon's grandchild will become Lord of the North and he may use that connection to turn the North in his favor. And if Balon were to start a war, what am I to do? Kill my wife and child in retaliation since she's a hostage? Giving a small breath, Nathan slumped a bit. Trust me, uncle, if marriage could prevent a war with the Iron Islands, I would agree with no hesitation. But I will not agree to a flimsy plan that may only bring peace for a few years before a war is started anyway and endanger the North politically. Ned was shocked by Nathan's argument before ultimately agreeing, as the young Stark brought up many good points on why such a betrothed be bad for the North and House Stark, and how such a union would bring little to the North and Westeros and would put House Stark in danger. So Ned wrote to Jon Arryn that he would not agree to such a betrothal. Yet Jon Arryn still sent letters asking Ned to do right by Westeros and the Iron Throne and at the very least consider the betrothed. It didn't stop until Ned gave a firm reply before explaining he would go to Moat Cailin to see the progress of his soon-to-be home. This was about a month ago. Very true, Lord Stark, Maester Luwin said, bringing Nathan out of his musing. While war with the Ironborn will be difficult given their mastery of ships, it is something the North can overcome. Nathan nodded as he let out a breath. So, has Lord Greyjoy reached King's Landing yet? Maester Luwin shook his head. Not yet, my lord. However, I reserved a message from Lord Marndaly that 5 Ironborn ships have been sailing around Westeros, last spotted near the Stormlands. It will take Lord Greyjoy another month to reach King's Landing. Balon's dragging his feet, that won't win him any favors. Still, his being there will ensure that the Ironborn don't go to war. After all, to start a war with your lord as a hostage is foolish. At best he'll send a rogue iron fleet to attack Windhelm just to stop the North from having a fleet in the west and claim he had nothing to do with it. Nathan said while rubbing his chin. How goes everything at Moat Cailin? Maester Luwin brought up a letter as he gave it a look. Quiet smoothly, lords are sending what men and resources they can spare to the moat as soon as possible. Last I heard, there were nearly 15,000 men at the moat, even a few nobles and lords. Maester Luwin said before his lip quirked. I think they wanted to see the moat themselves, which is being brought to its former glory. The older man said, making Nathan chuckle and Yin giggle. Lord Stark is keeping everyone in top shape and he goes over possible strategies with the other lords. Should the war be stopped by the Iron Throne, at the very least we will be prepared for the next war. Maester Luwin said grimly, as Westeros was no stranger to war. And how goes things in Windhelm? Nathan asked as he leaned forward. Maester Luwin paused before looking over some scrolls and pulling one out. I reserved a report just yesterday. Each lord has been able to lend their support, but because Windhelm is still small and developing, they can't hold many without it becoming overcrowded. From what Lord Glover wrote, houses have already started sending men and bolstering the defences of the port. Lord Marndaly even sent his most experienced sea captains and their crews to help train the less experienced ones. Maester Luwin said as he grabbed another paper. The only problem will be feeding all the soldiers. While some houses have started to grow the foods you have gifted them, it's not enough to feed so many soldiers for long. All the houses have started to send food to keep the growing number fed, but it's putting a strain on all houses involved. That made Nathan both worried and happy. Worried about the strain it was putting on the houses, meaning they could only stay in Windhelm for so long before they had to go or risk the other houses losing more food. However, Nathan did feel happy that practically all the great lords of the north were using the gifts he gave them and started to grow them in their lands. Some lands were growing their crops well, such as House Flint of the Widows, House Locke, House Riswell, and even House Umber had much success with growing the crops Nathan gifted them on their lands. Other houses struggled, however, such as House Dustin, Flint of the Fingers, and Hornwood, who struggled to grow their crops on their lands. The other noble houses were having mixed results but were growing something. It was slow, but Nathan felt true joy as he saw the north improve and he had a hand in it. So in the end, I should follow through with my plan? Nathan asked with a grin as he leaned back. My lord, I am against this plan, Yun stressed as Mayor Stillowin nodded. You are needed here in Winterfell and you remember what your uncle said. After increasing the number of guards and soldiers Winterfell could muster thanks to the steady supply of coin and food, House Stark could bring in a force of 10,000 on their own, with help from their vessels. As such, Nathan wanted to escort 200 soldiers and a good amount of food to Windhelm to help prepare the growing town for a possible Ironborn attack. Nathan also wanted to see the progress of Windhelm himself. He had helped make the port that had the potential to become a small city, and despite living in the north for most of his life, Nathan hadn't seen much. It should only take us 2 to 3 weeks if we use wagons and strong horses to bring the men and food to Windhelm, Nathan said with a grin. And my uncle told me not to go doing anything reckless while he's away. I think making a proper plan and taking an assortment of soldiers qualifies anything as reckless. Both Yun and Mayor Stillowin sighed as Nathan's adventurous side peeked out. While Nathan was studious, level-headed, and took his takes as future Lord of Winterfell seriously, he was sometimes playful, charming, and adventurous at one point or another. This often kept Yun and Mayor Stillowin on their toes given Nathan's mood swings. Very well, when will you be leaving? Mayor Stillowin asked as he pushed some papers aside and grabbed a blank paper. Next week most likely. It won't take much to organize everything, Nathan said with a shrug. I just need to settle some things with Yun before I can go, Nathan said as he turned to Yun. Speaking of things I need to settle, how goes the construction of the blacksmith hall? While most of Nathan's plans were put on hold, he and Yun were able to push for a few, one of them being the blacksmith hall. The blacksmith hall was to be a large building in Wintertown where all the blacksmiths, jewelers, and glassmakers Nathan acquired over the years would work to make weapons, jewelry, armor, and glass for House Stark as they owned the building. Nathan asked the best of the blacksmiths, jewelers, and glassmakers what they needed in the building to do their work, and Nathan hired an architect to design the building. Everything was being paid for out of Nathan's pocket, as such he owned everything. Because the building was so grand and would need multiple forges and workplaces, not to mention tools, construction of the building was going slowly. I spoke with the architect just a few days ago, Yun said with a smile. He is confident that in another 4 months, most of the building will be completed thanks to the large amount of workers willing to help. Nathan smiled at that, knowing that a lot of people in Wintertown struggled to find work and would jump at the chance to get a job. Most of the blacksmiths, jewelers, and glassmakers have taken residence in Wintertown in the homes you have gifted them, and they continue to help with the construction of the blacksmith hall, Yun said before she gave a small sigh. Though a number are unsatisfied with their living conditions and are struggling to adapt to the north. They knew what they signed up for when the Iron Bank approached them, Nathan said with a sigh. I am paying for their living expenses until the blacksmith hall is completed. Once it's done they will need to work to earn their keep. The young Stark said in a firm tone. How is the progress of the mines? We have already begun stocking both silver and obsidian until the blacksmith hall is completed. We have even started stocking on the quartz since mine was finished last month. We have already started stocking up on the sapphires from the mine near Moat Cailin, and your uncle has the mine highly guarded from potential bandits. Also, as it turns out, obsidian is easy for all 3 groups to work with and has shown some impressive results. Yun said as she reached into her dress and pulled something out, showing it to both Nathan and Mayor Stillowin. It was an obsidian stone, but it was smooth as a pearl and shining under the sunlight. Nathan took the stone and gave a low whistle. "Wow, it's beautiful," Nathan said before his grin turned fierce. "If we pair this with some silver jewelry, we could sell each one from 5 to 20 gold depending on the quality." While 20 gold didn't seem like a lot to a great house noble, it would keep coins flowing into the blacksmith hall and net a tight profit if enough people bought them. As time went on and the jewelry made by the Stark blacksmith hall became more famous, the price of the jewelry increased. Already Nathan was having the jewelers and blacksmiths work to make fine jewelry out of the material they were given. Nathan even gained additional materials for more extravagant works and now had an impressive number. Once the war was over, Nathan would sell all the jewelry across Westeros and Essos to gain a bit of fame and coin. Tobin had also been working on making quartz glass, which has proved very successful to the point that he started to repair the broken glass house in the Stark garden. He was still perfecting the technique, but in a few years, the blacksmith hall should be able to make glass houses for all lords of the north and even the south. "How is the next part of my plan?" Nathan asked as he gave the obsidian stone to Yin. This got a sigh out of the Yeti girl. "Unfortunately, very poorly, my lord," she said, making Nathan frown a bit. "There are very few skilled merchants in the north. Most I have found are poor in skill with little in the way of connections. The ones I have found competent belong to Lord Marndaly, and I don't think you want to poach his merchants," she said, making Nathan sigh with a nod. Nathan had a plan to strengthen House Stark and Wintertown. With the newfound Stark mines and sweet fire and spirits, Nathan planned to create a merchant guild that belonged to House Stark. In King's Landing, there were several groups and guilds known as trade cartels or merchant guilds. These groups consisted of merchants who had good connections to goods such as food, jewelry, weapons, wine, and anything that could be sold at a high price. Because of so many merchants in King's Landing, coins were always flowing into the city, making the city as a whole rich. Having a group of merchants work together would bring a steady income to the area and attract people looking for work. While Wintertown wasn't a city, it was at the very center of the north, which cut travel time by half to get to anywhere, including White Harbor and Vindhelm. Nathan's plan was for the blacksmith hall to make high-quality jewelry, glass, weapons, and armor, and for the merchant guild to sell the items in the south and Essos along with sweet fire, northern spirits, and wine. While lords of the north would buy high-quality weapons and armor for a reasonable price, and perhaps a few would buy obsidian jewelry for their wives and daughters, most would avoid paying such prices given the average lord's frugal lifestyle. Sweet fire and northern spirits I could see northern lords buying without hesitation. Essos and the south, however, would not hesitate to buy such items since most lords of the south loved to show off to other nobles and the small folks. Yet without several skilled merchants, Nathan's plan could not start. To be a merchant you needed talent, luck, intelligence, charisma, and experience to make a living. Training someone to be a merchant took years, so it was common for merchants to hand their connections and profits to their children to take over their work, such as Yun's father intended for her. Nathan considered asking the Iron Bank to send some merchants to Wintertown, but quickly found that to be a bad idea. While the Iron Bank was neutral in all conflicts and hated war, that didn't mean they didn't have ambitions. Nathan was certain that if he asked for merchants from the Iron Bank, they would be loyal only to the Iron Bank and slowly but surely try to make a foothold in the north and give the Iron Bank more favorable deals. While it wouldn't be anything dangerous for the Iron Bank to set up a branch in Wintertown, the other lords of the north wouldn't like the fact a foreign power was so close to House Stark and would make a fuss. Not to mention the Iron Bank had its laws and powers, something House Stark couldn't interfere with without making the Iron Bank an enemy. Hell, Nathan was certain that a number of the blacksmiths and jewelers were spies and informants for the Iron Bank. That was nothing to worry about since it was said the Iron Bank had much more wealth than all the North combined and had thousands of merchants, blacksmiths, jewelers, and other such people under them. Still, Nathan would keep an eye on them to make sure they didn't cause any trouble. Well, we knew it was a possibility, Nathan sighed as he looked at Mayor Stillowin. Looks like we're going to have to go with our second plan. Do you have the list? Mayor Stillowin nodded as he pulled a scroll from his robes and handed it to Nathan. Using my connections I have made a list of people you would be interested in. After working with Tobin, Yun, Henry, and even Noran Norios, Nathan realized how talented some people were and how useful they could be, even if they were not from the north or even nobles. So Nathan asked Mayor Stillowin and Lord Mondaly to list interesting people with various skills, no matter where they were from or who they were, be it noble, small folk, mercenary, or all of the above. Both found the requests strange but complied and started using their connections for anything Nathan might find interesting. Looking the list over, Nathan nodded his head slowly. So most are in Old Town and Lannisport. I have many friends and old acquaintances in both cities, spending much of my youth there. Mayor Stillowin said with a small chuckle. I could send some letters or... knock knock. Mayor Stillowin was cut off as someone knocked on the door. Enter, Nathan said as he took a sip of his water. A moment later a young servant girl entered the room. Lord Stark, Lord Smallgen Umber is here and wishes to see you. The young servant said with a bow before fidgeting slightly under Nathan's eyes. Smallgen? Nathan asked with surprise as he and Yin stood up. Wonder what he's doing here. Nathan then looked to Mayor Stillowin. Sorry Mayor Stillowin, it looks like we'll have to cut this short. I understand Lord Stark, we can continue to review another day. Mayor Stillowin said with a smile as Nathan and Yin quickly followed the servant. Nathan and Yin entered the great hall to see Smallgen talking with a servant. The young Stark hadn't seen the large Umber since the great meet, and he still looked relatively the same, only he was dressed in northern armor. When Smallgen heard the door open, he turned and smiled when he saw Nathan. Lord Stark, good to see you. Smallgen said with a smile as he walked up to Nathan. And you've practically grown a head since I last saw you. Smallgen grinned as Nathan reached up to Smallgen's chest. Been training every day since the grand meet, Nathan said with a smile as he rolled his arms, making Smallgen laugh. So, what brings you here, Lord Umber? A formality, Smallgen said as he waved his hand. I've brought a good 100 men and we plan to go to Windhelm to help in the support. That brought a surprised look on Nathan's face. I thought your father was already lending support at Moat Cailin. He brought 300 strong men and a good amount of weapons and armor. He did, and I plan to take 100 men to Windhelm as well, Smallgen said with a savage grin. House Umber rarely fights the Ironborn, it's about time we show those squids why they shouldn't fear the North. Nathan gave a small laugh as he understood what Smallgen meant. Because House Umber regularly dealt with wildlings that managed to sneak past the wall, because of that their lands were harder and more savage than most of the North. It was demanded that House Umber raise the best warriors who could thrive in a battle to handle such threats. Smallgen was heir to House Umber, as such he needed to prove his might beyond a few wildling raids. Well, your timing couldn't be more perfect, Nathan said, getting a confused look from Smallgen. I plan to take a good 200 men to Windhelm myself along with some provisions such as rice and dried meat. Ha! Smallgen laughed as he grinned at Nathan. Feeling a little battle hungry, want to stick it to the Ironborn for trying to attack your lands? Something like that. Nathan stretched and winced as he felt his sore back. Smallgen, how about we continue our discussion in the Winterfell sauna? I just finished training not long ago and I feel sore. After the great meet, Nathan had a sauna constructed out of logs in Winterfell. Only he and the Stark family were allowed to use the sauna and those who were given permission. After long days of training and studying, Nathan used the sauna the most. Catelyn herself used the sauna as she still had trouble adjusting to the cold of the north. Nathan also allowed Mayor Stillowin, Roderick Castle, Veon Poole, Tobin, and Yin Song to use the sauna since they did such important work in Winterfell and deserve a rest. Winterfell has a sauna? Smallgen asked in surprise before he smiled. I can't say no to a good steam room. Hope the ones in Winterfell are better than ours. Smallgen muttered the last part under his breath. Nathan nodded and looked at Yin. Yin, can you handle everything else? Leave it to me, Lord Stark, Yin said with a bow as she made her exit. Follow me, Smallgen, Nathan said as he led out the great hall. Fuck me, Smallgen moaned as he sat on a wooden bench. I needed this. Nathan nodded with a sigh as they sat across from each other in the wooden room, which was filled with steam. The sauna was simple with a single door and 3 long benches with a hearth in the center of the sauna and a bucket of water next to the hearth. Nathan and Smallgen currently had cloths wrapped around their waists, as Nathan didn't want to see Smallgen's cock flapping in the wind. I have to say, Lord Stark, you were impressive during the Winterfell tourney, Smallgen said as he took in Nathan's form. But compared to now, you look like a new man. Nathan's body had many strong and well-formed muscles that any lord and soldier would be jealous of. The Stark blood is strong, and Sir Roderick is a good trainer, Nathan said, looking at his arms with pride. I have my own personal training method and it's done wonders so far. And please, call me Nathan when we are alone, you deserve that much. Smalljan smiled as he gave a nod. All right Nathan, you'll have to tell me how you train, it seems to do you some good, Smalljan said while rubbing his chin before a serious look crossed his face. So, any news from King's Landing and the Iron Throne? Nathan gave a loud sigh as he poured more water on the hearth, filling the room with steam. Jon Arryn convinced King Robert to call Balon Greyjoy for peace talks. It was last reported that 5 Ironborn ships have been spotted in the Stormlands and are making their way to King's Landing. It should take them a month before they reach King's Landing, Nathan said as he leaned back on the bench. There are other political nonsense I won't bore you with, but even with Balon making his way to King's Landing, the Ironborn continue to steal our wood. So the Ironborn may still attack Windhelm with a fleet of rogue Ironborn, Smalljan said in a grim tone. If they destroy Windhelm, the western fleet the North has invested in would be a major blow to the North, as we used a lot of gold and resources to make that port, and it will take us years to build another one, Nathan said as he folded his hands. That's why the North won't take this lying down. If they destroy or attack our fleet, we'll destroy theirs and take all their gold, silver, jewels, weapons, and anything else as compensation. And make the Ironborn remember not to fuck with the North. Smalljan looked surprised by Nathan's last statement before letting out a booming laugh. Ha ha ha. I have to say, Nathan, I am glad the North is in your hands. Smalljan said as he looked into Nathan's eyes. I respect Eddard Stark greatly, as he led the North in the Targaryen War, but you are different, Smalljan said, grabbing Nathan's full attention. You have this drive to see the North become stronger, and it's already showing with you being just an heir. Now I understand why my father always tells me why we follow House Stark. Well, I haven't done everything alone, I have a great many people helping me, Nathan said with a smile as he thought of his uncle, Maester Lewin, Lord Marndale, Lord Glover, Lord Forrester, Yin, Tobin, and others who helped him achieve his goals. Without them, I doubt I could get half of my ideas off the ground. Like that Yeti girl, Yin, you called her, Smalljan gave Nathan a playful grin, making the white-haired Stark raise a brow. A lot of rumors are surrounding you too. The most common one is that she's your mistress, another is that she seduced you and you are simply following your cock. Smalljan said with a small laugh. That made an annoyed look cross his face. Nathan had been informed of a few rumors circling about his relationship with Yin, and for the most part, Nathan ignored them. While gossip of the North was rare, it was still brought up occasionally, something both the North and South had in common. Nathan didn't tell Yin, as he wanted to keep her out of any scandal just because she was close to Nathan. Nothing is going on between us, Nathan said with a sigh as he poured more water onto the hearth. She is a friend and counsel, who has helped me with quite a few plans. Yet your eyes were practically fucking her as she walked out, Smalljan said with a wide grin, making Nathan look at the large man with pure shock. I was surprised you didn't bend her over with how intently you were looking at her ass. Nathan couldn't help but feel his face go red. He had thought had better control. I can admire how beautiful Yin is without touching her. Nathan nearly shouted while Smalljan continued to give a teasing grin. I am under a lot of stress, alright. So sometimes I get worked up. Nathan tried to defend as he looked away. If you're stressed, then why don't you just go to a brothel and fuck a woman, Smalljan said simply, making Nathan look at the man with large eyes. Nothing will clear your head like a good fuck, and honestly, you think anyone will look at you differently just because you fuck a whore? Practically every nobleman has fucked a whore in their life, me included. Nathan bit his lip as he fidgeted in his chair. Trust me, Smalljan, I considered it, but I just don't feel comfortable. Nathan felt conflicted about finding relief in a brothel. His uncle always told Nathan to avoid such places, as nobles would use that knowledge to undermine a noble. Yet it was sometimes encouraged for noble boys entering manhood to find relief in a brothel and learn how to please a woman. Nathan had read a few books on how to please a woman, but he had no real experience. The way you talk, I would think you were. Smalljan started to say before his eyes widened. No, you never laid with a woman? The man asked in shock. Nathan sighed as he shook his head. No, I have never fucked a woman, Smalljan. But how? Smalljan said in disbelief. At the grand meet, practically every noble girl was throwing themselves at you, and you didn't fuck one. Because the grand meet was so important, I didn't want to cause any political problems, such as deflowering a noble daughter, Nathan said as he rubbed his face. I would be honor bound to wed her, and I don't want to deal with that. That seemed to get a snort out of Smalljan. I think you overestimate northern noble girls, Nathan, Smalljan said, making Nathan raise a brow. Some girls simply want a good fuck and don't care about politics. I remember this one time I fucked this noble girl from House Hornwood, great tits, and was a screamer. Smalljan said casually, making Nathan look at him in shock. After we were done, nothing was said, and no marriage contracts were brought up, though her father looked like he wanted to kill me, Smalljan said as he leaned forward. I bet a good number of those noble girls wanted to brag about fucking Nathan Stark, the Lord who changes the North. Now I regret holding myself back, Nathan said with a sigh as he rubbed his eyes, feeling exhausted while Smalljan laughed. There was this one girl from House Tall Heart who had a seriously nice body. Smalljan laughed as he stood up. Then it's settled, we head to the brothels. Nathan smirked but shook his head. Thanks, Smalljan, but I don't want my first time to be with a whore. Who said you need to fuck them? Smalljan said with a grin. The girls can simply suck your cock or rub it with their hands or tits. I've heard that's how a few maestas and septums stay pure. He said, making Nathan pause for a moment. Now come on, you work enough, now it's time to live. Smalljan said as he practically dragged Nathan out of the sauna. How in the hell did you drag me here? Nathan muttered as he tightened the cloak over his head to hide his white hair. Having white hair in the north is rare, much more rare than it was in the south. As such, Nathan would be easily recognized if he took his hood off. After cleaning up after the sauna, Smalljan practically dragged Nathan to a brothel in Wintertown called the Snowflower. It was a modest establishment filled with scantily clad girls serving drinks and food to everyone present. Nathan and Smalljan currently sat in the back of the brothel in a dark corner. Thanks to Nathan's striking white hair, people would easily recognize him, and the last thing Nathan wanted was to hear a lecture from his uncle about visiting a brothel. It wasn't that hard, you weigh less than my sisters, Smalljan snorted as he raised his hand, and a woman quickly came over. The woman was older with large tits that seemed to be spilling out of her tight clothes, wide hips, and a thin waist. Her brown hair was done up pretty and amazingly her skin was clean and without blemishes. Hello boys, Tilda, I'm Keena, she said in a sultry tone as she smiled at Nathan and Smalljan. What can I get you? Some chicken, and what is the best drink you have? Smalljan said as he grabbed the woman by her waist, making the woman giggle. Just recently the owner purchased 2 barrels of Northern Spirits, the woman said, grabbing Nathan's attention. It's our more popular drink with our more wealthy patrons, some people have even mixed wine with Northern Spirits to make the wine stronger. Nathan remembered that after he started making and stocking up Northern Spirits to sell later, he had Yun sell a few barrels cheap in Wintertown, just to spread the word about Northern Spirits from the locals. Last Nathan heard Yun sold about 30 barrels to various taverns, brothels, and merchants over the past few months. With the money made, Nathan had a spirits brewery made in Wintertown which was stocking up on Northern Spirits. There was even a separate warehouse to hold all the spirits being stocked. We'll take a few mugs, a large bottle of Northern Spirits, and some wine, let's see if it's tasty, Smalljan said as he slapped the woman's ass, getting a yelp and a giggle as Smalljan handed her some silver. The woman soon walked away with a skip in her step as Smalljan turned to Nathan. So Nathan, see anyone that catches your eye? Glancing around the brothel, Nathan saw many beauties walking around with little clothes on, showing off their figures and long legs. I'm not picky, Nathan said with a cough in his hand. Smalljan just snorted as a woman brought a tray with a few mugs, a large bottle of Northern Spirits, and a bottle of wine. Let's get some alcohol in you to get you some courage. I did something similar with one of my cousins. Poor boy could swing an axe through a tree but could do nothing to talk to women. Smalljan said as he poured the spirits into Nathan's cup. I can talk to women just fine, Nathan said with a small glare as he took the mug and took a big gulp before slamming it down. And I'll prove it, Nathan said as he pulled out some silver and handed it to the worker girl, who looked at Nathan in shock. Miss, will you and those 3 lovely ladies keep me and my friend company, Nathan said as he pointed to 3 women who weren't occupied with anyone. The woman quickly smiled and gave a small bow. Right away, so she said before walking away. Smalljan laughed as he took a sip of his northern spirits. Seems to call this northern spirits was appropriate, one sip and you become as brave as a northern man. Ha, that's catchy, I'll think about using that, Nathan said as the woman returned with 3 others. Hello, I'm Lila. The first girl looked to be a few years older than Nathan, with long, dark brown hair, and big light brown eyes. She had a cheerful smile on her face to match her cheerful personality. I'm Sissa, the second girl said, who had dirty blonde hair cut short and dark brown eyes. Nathan also noticed that she had quite a large set of tits that went well with her sultry smile. Call me Tina. The third girl, a pale redhead, said as she only gave eyes to Smalljan as she licked her lips. Oh, I'm glad I came to Winter Town, Smalljan said with a deep chuckle as he wrapped his hands around Tina and placed her on his lap while Tina sat at his side. Lila and Sissa sat on both of Nathan's sides, both girls playfully wrapping their arms around Nathan's shoulders and waist. Nathan felt Sissa push her breasts onto Nathan's side while Lila rubbed his legs. So what brings you boys here? Kina asked in a sultry tone as she ran her hands down Smalljan's chest. Strong men like you must be looking for a fight. Ha, you can say that, Smalljan said as he poured some wine into his mug with the spirits. Me and my friend plan to head to Vindhelm and give the port a look over. Oh, I've heard of Vindhelm. Lila said with excitement. A bunch of lords made the port to protect the north. They say it was pushed by Nathan Stark, the heir to House Stark and the north. Nathan gave a small cough while Smalljan looked amused. Yes, Nathan Stark sure is something, Smalljan said with a laugh as Nathan continued to drink, already feeling a warm feeling in his gut. And he's quite handsome, Sissa said with a sigh, making Nathan cough into his drink. I saw him once on a horse, that hair, those eyes, he could make any lady swoon. Enough girls, Kina said with a small glare at the 2 girls on Nathan's side. Men don't want to hear girls talk about other men, she said in a stern tone, making Sissa and Lila wince and bow their heads. Forgive them, sis, they are still new. It's all right, Nathan said as he drank more and leaned back, enjoying the playful hand of Lila on his leg. I enjoy their company, Nathan said, getting smiles out of the 2 girls. No, please forgive us, good sir, Lila said as she leaned into Nathan's side. We should have been giving you our full attention. Why don't you take that hood off and show us your face? Sissa asked while playfully rubbing Nathan's legs. Nathan froze at the request and looked at Smalljan, who just looked amused as his hands ran down Tina's chest. I don't think he wants to take off the hood. Hearing an unknown voice, everyone turned to see another hooded figure standing at the end of the table. Nathan couldn't see the figure's eyes, but he could see their mouth, which showed a playful grin. And who are you? Smalljan asked as both he and Nathan placed their hands gently on their swords. The girls could instantly feel the tension rising and all started to look scared. Just someone who rode into town, and when I saw you I felt I must greet you, the figure said as he lowered his hood and smiled at the 2. Greetings, Lord Smalljan Umber. Greetings, Lord Nathan Stark, the figure said as they revealed their face. I am Domeric Bolton, the young man said with a small bow. Hearing the name made Nathan's eyes widen in pure shock as he gave his full attention to the figure. It was a young man a few years older than Nathan. He had long dark brown hair that reached to the back of his neck, pale skin, and grey eyes. Nathan was surprised that this was the son of Roose Bolton, a man whose cold look could make winter come. While Domeric looked to have hard eyes, his face was quite beautiful, something he got from his mother. Domeric Bolton, Smalljan said in surprise before narrowing his eyes. Last I heard you were fostering in the Vale. Yes, at House Redfort for 3 years as a squire, Domeric said with an easy smile before looking at Nathan. May I have a seat, Lord Stark? Nathan sighed as he brought his hood down, getting gasps from the working girls. You may as well, Lord Bolton. Bolton pulled up a smile and sat at the end of the table after pulling up a stool. Nathan didn't hesitate to pour the young man a mug of spirits, making Domeric look surprised before he smiled. So this is the famous northern spirits I heard you made, my lord, Domeric said as he swirled the drink and gave it a sip. Quite strong, I can see why most northern men like it. Enjoy, and for now just call me Nathan, Nathan said as he looked at the still shocked girls and smiled at them as he lowered his hood. And forgive me for not revealing myself, my ladies, I just wanted to be away from my lordly title. Both girls turned red as they started to stammer. "And no need my lord," Lila said with a stutter as she fidgeted in her seat. "Why yes, being a lord must be quite stressful," Sissa said as she bit her lip. If there is any way to release that stress," she said as both she and Lila gave Nathan a sultry look. Nathan flattened his body to become hot from their gaze as he simply smiled at them. "Let us enjoy our drinks and see where the night takes us," Nathan said as he threw his free hand around Lila's thin waist, getting a small moan from the girl as Sissa pushed her breasts up more until they were nearly spilling out. Smalljan grinned at Nathan becoming comfortable with the girls as he took a sip of his mug and looked to Domeric Bolton, who looked at Nathan with amusement. "So, what brings you to Wintertown?" Smalljan asked while narrowing his eyes a bit at Domeric. Domeric just smiled as he put his cup down. "I was taking the King's Road and desired to stop at Wintertown for some rest. I was thinking of stopping at Vindhelm after hearing that there may be a rogue Ironborn invasion while I was at Moat Cailin," Domeric said with a shrug. "I was thinking about maybe stopping at a town known as Weeping Waters before I head off to Vindhelm. I heard I have a bastard brother there and I wanted to see him," he said with a gentle smile. Both Smalljan and Nathan looked at Domeric with surprise, never expecting the son of Roose Bolton to make such a face. "Well, if you want to come, you can come with us," Nathan said, getting a surprised look from Smalljan and Domeric. "Smalljan and I plan to take 300 soldiers to Vindhelm along with food and weapons. You are welcome to join us. But we leave in about a week." Domeric looked surprised by the gesture before smiling at Nathan. "Thank you, Nathan, I will take you up on your offer," Domeric said before he stood up. "So, how many men did you bring with you?" Smalljan asked as he looked around but saw no one. "Oh, I came to Wintertown by myself," Domeric said, getting shocked looks from both Nathan and Smalljan. "My father believes if I am to become heir to House Bolton I need to be strong and travel the harsh north by myself," Domeric said with a smile before he stood up. "Forgive me, but I must use the latrine. I will be back," Domeric said before he walked away. Once Domeric was gone, Smalljan looked to Nathan. "All right, why did you invite the heir to House Bolton with us?" Smalljan asked as he leaned forward away from the working girls. Nathan gave Smalljan a calm look as he sipped his drink and he also leaned forward. "I've heard quite a bit about Domeric," Nathan admitted in a hushed tone, getting a raised brow from Smalljan. "I know he was his aunt's, Lady Dustin's, page for about 4 years, but I also heard he was ripped away from his aunt by his father and sent to the Vale with no explanation," Nathan said before he grew a glare. "Lady Dustin claims that Roose Bolton came to her hold one day and dragged the boy to the Vale without any warning." Nathan had tried to make peace with Lady Dustin, knowing that she resented his uncle for not bringing the bones of her husband back and only a red horse. Lady Dustin was unmoving and said she would forgive Ned Stark and House Stark as soon as they brought the bones of her husband back. A hard task as Dawn was cut off from the rest of Westeros for the time being. Still, Lady Dustin was civil and treated Nathan with respect, even talking to the young boy for quite some time. One of her favorite topics was about her son and nephew. Not to mention Lord Bolton ordering his son to ride through the north alone. It could mean many things, Nathan said, getting a serious look from Smalljan. To ride alone in Westeros was beyond dangerous with bandits, wild animals, the unforgiving weather, sickness, and many other things that could kill a man. That's why it was always best to travel in a group when traveling across Westeros. Yet for Lord Bolton to make his son cross the north by himself could mean many things. One reason is that Lord Bolton wanted his son to be stronger and prove himself. Some chiefs from the mountain clans did that to their people as a rite of passage to be a warrior and to prove themselves to their clan. The second and more unsettling option was that Lord Bolton wanted his son gone, dead. "Do you truly think Lord Bolton would stoop so low?" Smalljan asked, understanding Nathan's implications. "Domeric is Lord Bolton's only son and heir after his wife died. A few years ago Lady Bethany Bolton died of a fever, not uncommon even for nobles, especially in the north. This left Roose Bolton open for marriage, but given his cold reputation, no one was lining up to give up their daughters or sisters to the man. That is exactly why I think Roose would do such a thing," Nathan said with a serious look. "If Lord Bolton cared about his son he would have protected him with at least 25 men on horseback. But to come back to the north alone, it shows how little Lord Bolton cares about his son." And as Domeric said, Roose Bolton has a bastard, and it's not unheard of for bastards to become an heir in a succession crisis. Nathan said before scoffing. You saw how Domeric was, much more different than his father, the kind of different where it can change a house. After meeting Lord Bolton, there was no doubt in Nathan's mind that should an opportunity come up where House Bolton could crush House Stark, Roose Bolton would not hesitate to strike. It was very well known that House Bolton wanted to be kings of the North and had a long, bloody history with House Stark, which Roose Bolton seemed to have inherited from his ancestors. House Bolton has rebelled against House Stark before but has always managed to survive by the skin of their teeth. Domeric Bolton, however, was different. Even just meeting the young boy once was enough to tell Nathan that Domeric was nothing like his father and seemed to have more Roosevelt blood than Bolton in him. If Domeric became Lord of House Bolton, he may turn the house around and throw away all their ill practices. That was exactly the reason Lord Bolton may want his son gone. If Domeric became Lord of House Bolton would never be the same again, and House Bolton's dream of being kings of the North would be forever gone. That was something Roose Bolton couldn't allow. Nathan then noticed the worried looks of the working girls and smacked himself in the head. To talk about politics in a brothel is beyond foolish. Sitting back down, Nathan smiled as he threw his arms around Lila and Sissa, getting yelps from the girls. Forgive me, girls, I came to release my stress and instead cause more, Nathan said with a chuckle. Smalljan also chuckled as drank his spirits and played with Tina's tit, getting a loud moan from the girl. It is quite all right, Lord Stark, you are a powerful man who builds up quite a lot of stress, Sissa said as her hand slowly ran up Nathan's leg before it cupped his cock through his pants. At the same time Lila ran her hands over Nathan's chest. Let us help relieve that stress, she whispered in Nathan's ear, making the young Stark groan. A moment later Domeric came back with his usual smile. It seems I missed quite a bit, Domeric said in a playful tone as he sat down and started drinking again. Smalljan gave a small groan as he pulled out some silver and dropped it in front of Domeric, getting a surprised look from the young man. Get yourself a girl, Bolton, cause you just sitting there makes me feel like a bad host, and I was the one who brought Nathan here, Smalljan said as Tina brought him but to Smalljan's lips, and the large man took a big gulp. The young Bolton smiled and took the silver with a nod. I thank you for your hospitality, Smalljan, Domeric said as he called over a young girl with short brown hair and pale skin. Domeric had the girl sit next to him as he gently held her side. With that, the trio started to enjoy their time. They talked and shared stories, telling all of their accomplishments and past adventures. It wasn't long before all three heirs were laughing together. The three ran out of that cave fast as you can think, their asses shining in the moonlight the whole way back to the Red Fort, Domeric said as he tried to contain his laughter. Sir Horton gave a look and just asked his sons, did you have a nice walk, or did you find Rose of Red Lake in that cave? Domeric said before he started laughing. Nathan and Smalljan laugh while throwing their heads back, even the working girls find themselves giggling at Domeric's tale. All right, I got one that can top that, Nathan said as he took another sip of his mug. A few months ago, Sir Roderick, my Uncle Ned, and I were giving a speech in the dining hall to the guards and soldiers. One poor recruit was late and came running into the dining hall in nothing but his knickers. And this, profound silence fell over the hall as 50 guards and 15 servants all turned to stare at once. The poor recruit looked beyond horrified, and I knew Sir Roderick would have the boy clean the latrines for a month if not longer. So I started clapping slowly, and before I knew it a slow round of applause began and spread until every soul was on their feet, a standing ovation. Everyone at the table laughed, Smalljan bounding the table with his fist to the point it looked to be breaking. What did the recruit do? Lila asked as she tried to control her giggles. He bowed, turned on his heel, and marched out like he was in full armor, Nathan said as he laughed, remembering the tale. Sir Roderick was beyond confused about what happened and just moved on with the speech as if nothing happened. I heard he didn't even punish the recruit, convinced that what he saw was just a dream. Fuck me, I would pay a chest full of gold to see that. Smalljan said with a laugh as he took a bit out of some chicken that had been dropped off at the table. Quiet the tale, Nathan, I think you have me beat, Domeric said as the girl on his lap giggled as she wrapped her pale arms around Domeric's neck. Domeric then glanced out a window to see the sky had turned dark. It seems night has come. Smalljan gave a massive grin as he looked at the two girls on Nathan's sides. Perhaps you two take the young lord to go lie down, he has a big day tomorrow, Smalljan said in a suggestive tone. Lila and Sissa both giggled as they grabbed Nathan's arms and lifted the young Stark. Nathan stumbled as he felt the whole room spin, but he had enough sense to see where things were going. Nathan felt his body burn and his heart pound like a drum as both girls dragged Nathan upstairs, the young Stark making sure to put his cloak over his head as he followed the two girls upstairs. Soon, Nathan found himself in a large room with a large bed covered with animal furs that looked freshly clean. There was a full wine bottle off to the side and candles lit up the room, allowing Nathan to see everything. "Let us take care of you, my lord," Lila said as she ran her hands up and down Nathan's chest while kissing his neck. "Please my lord, if you need relief you may use us however you please," Sissa said as she grabbed Nathan's hand and placed it on her breasts, moaning as Nathan started to fondle them. Nathan was engrossed with Sissa's soft breasts. They were easily as big as large apples, giving Nathan more than a handful. Nathan also took notice of her hard nipples as Nathan ran his thumb over them, making Sissa moan. "Gee girls, I must confess something," Nathan said as he took a step back, getting confused looks from both girls. "While I did come here seeking relief, I was not planning to go all the way," Nathan said with a blush as he looked away. Both girls looked confused before Sissa's eyes widened and a playful grin crossed her face. "Oh my, is my lord still a virgin?" Sissa said in a playful tone as she giggled behind her hand, making Lila's eyes widen before she too giggled. "I would have thought many fair maidens would throw themselves at you, given how handsome you are." "Many have, but I have been promiscuous," Nathan said before his eyes turned serious, making the two girls look shocked at the sudden change. "But with a war on the horizon and my journey to Windhelm, it may be some time before I find any relief," Nathan said before he turned to the two girls with a grin, making them both turn red. "All I ask is that you ladies assist me in releasing myself before I go off to war." Both Sissa and Lila fidgeted under Nathan's stare, their bodies feeling hot and bothered at the powerful look the young lord was giving them. "Why you say relief my lord, but what about taking us both?" Lila said with a blush as she started to lower her dress. "We would be most happy to take your first time." Nathan smiled and lifted Lila's chin to look Nathan in the eyes. "I am still not ready for such a thing, so I will require other services." "We understand my lord," Sissa said as she and Lila slowly took off their clothes until they stood naked before Nathan. "We are yours to command." Warning, Lime. Nathan gulped as he took in both Lila and Sissa's naked forms. Lila was thinner with small breasts the size of plums but had wide hips and long legs. Sissa was much bustier with beasts the size of a large apple and her hips were much plumper. Looking between their legs Nathan saw they both had patches of hair that matched their color. "Oh my," Sissa said with an amused expression filled with lust as she looked down. "I see you find us attractive my lord," she said as Lila also looked down and blushed red. The two had noticed an obvious erection in Nathan's pants, which the two girls easily saw. Nathan felt a little embarrassed but didn't shy away from their stares. He started to take off his cloak but was stopped by the two. "Let us take care of that, my lord," Lila said before she and Sissa started to take off Nathan's clothes for him. They started by taking off Nathan's cloak, then his jacket, and finally, his shirt, allowing him to stand topless in the dim room. Both girls looked shocked when they saw Nathan's bare body. "This is amazing," Sissa said in awe as she ran her hand over Nathan's bare chest. "I've heard of certain warriors with such physics, but never before have I ever seen one." "You are beautiful my lord," Lila said with wide eyes as she ran her hand down Nathan's stomach, which was hard as a rock and full of muscles. Nathan blushed as he felt some pride in the girl's words. Nathan had trained long and hard every day since the grand meet and the results have shown. His uncle and Sir Roderick were amazed by how strong Nathan had become in such a short time as Nathan was able to beat multiple guards at once with a shocking amount of skill. "Oh, looks like we should move along," Sissa said with a playful tone as she saw Nathan's cock twitch in his pants. Both girls sank to their knees before Nathan and looked up at him with lustful smiles. Nathan gulped again as he placed his hands on both their heads, feeling their surprisingly silky hair. Sissa and Lila both gave a surprised moan as they felt Nathan's strong hands on their heads. They didn't know why, but the feeling of such strong hands on their heads made pleasure spike through their bodies, their nipples became harder, and their cunts started to become wet with need. Without another word, both girls started to undo Nathan's pants as Nathan kept his hands on their heads. After undoing Nathan's belt, both girls yanked Nathan's pants down and the girls gasped in shock. "By the old gods," Sissa said in shock as Nathan's hardened cock dangled in front of her eyes. "It's so big," she muttered in shock as Lila wordlessly nodded her head. Is it?" Nathan asked with a small chuckle, thrown off by the gobsmacked expressions on the two girls. "I never compared, never saw the need to." When Nathan was being looked over by Maester Lewin after catching a small fever a few months ago, he had to do it naked for the master to gauge Nathan's health. While embarrassing, it was necessary as sickness can pop up out of nowhere, and Master Lewin was adamant that Nathan would grow old and have many children. One such checkup was to make sure nothing was wrong with Nathan's genitals, as impotence were possible among nobles. Luckily nothing was wrong, and Maester Lewin said Nathan was blessed and would make a lot of women happy. Now he understood the old man's words. "I've seen a few cocks, my lord," Sissa said as lust shined in her eyes. "And you put them all to shame." "It's as if it's the size of a dagger or a small sword," Lila said before she reached up and grabbed Nathan's cock. She squeaked as she felt it pulse in her hand. It's so hot." "And, why do you have no hair?" Sissa asked while gently grabbing Nathan's balls. "Most young men your age would start to grow hair down here, but you are completely bare and so smooth." Nathan started to pant as he felt both girls' soft hand play with his cock, pleasure spiking in his body with every move they made. A trait among those who have Valerian blood, sometimes they don't have hair on their bodies no matter how old they become. "It's uncommon, but possible," Nathan explained as he hissed when Sissa tightened her hand around Nathan's cock and slowly started to jerk it. "Keep that up, Sissa." Sissa smiled, seeing Nathan's pleasure. "Your wish is my command, my lord." The blonde girl took Nathan's cock in both her hands and started to jerk him off, getting a cry of outrage from Lila. The brown-haired girl pouted at Sissa hogging Nathan all to herself until she felt Nathan pull her up. Lila squeaked as she came face to face with Nathan as he ran his hand down her back before cupping her ass, making Lila moan. "Why don't you keep me company?" Nathan asked as he kissed Lila on the mouth. Lila moaned as she threw her arms over Nathan's shoulders and the two kissed deeply, their tongues swirling over one another as Nathan's hands groped both Lila's ass and tit, each movement making Lila moan in his mouth. Seeing her friend moaning like such a, well, whore, turned Sissa on greatly. Sissa then looked at the cock in her hands until she went cross-eyed, gulping at the intimidating size before she lowered her head and kissed the tip. Nathan hissed in Lila's mouth before he pulled back and looked down to see Sissa kissing the tip of his dick. She looked up at Nathan with small brown eyes that were filled with lust as she took the tip of his dick into her mouth. Sissa moaned around Nathan's cock, making Nathan moan in return. "You like the feeling of her mouth around your cock, my lord?" Lila whispered in Nathan's ear, making Nathan's breath hitch. "She's not as good as me, but I promise you that Sissa likes it rough. I once saw the girl shoving a cucumber down her throat just to feel a tingle. Look at her eyes, Lord Nathan." Nathan looked down and was blown away by the lustful look in Sissa's eyes. That wasn't the look of a fair maiden, that was the look of a woman who wanted to fuck. While looking into Nathan's eyes and pulling her mouth off with a wet pop. "Let me show you something amazing, my lord," Sissa said before she brought her tits up and wrapped them around Nathan's cock. "Oh fuck." Nathan moaned with a shocked look on his face. "This feels amazing." Sissa's tits felt incredible around Nathan's cock. They were warm and soft, and every movement brought a shock of pleasure through Nathan's body. "Wow, I have the biggest tits in the brothel and you still have a good amount poking up," Sissa said with amazement as she leaned down and kissed the tip that was poking out of her breasts. "How does it feel to fuck the best tits in Winter Town, my lord?" Lila asked as she kissed Nathan's neck, making the young Stark squeeze her ass harder. "It makes me want to come," Nathan said as he felt his balls tighten but held off, wanting to enjoy the feeling longer. "Come whenever you want, Lord Nathan, our bodies are yours to use for the whole night," Lila whispered in Nathan's ear while rubbing her naked body on Nathan's side. "I hope when you finally become a full man you'll take us both. I can think many whores would fuck such a fine man for free just to feel the pleasure." Nathan chuckled as he squeezed Lila's ass hard, getting a moan from the girl. "You are a temptress, and it seems to be working." "Good," Lila said before she started to kiss Nathan's bare chest. Feeling the two girls all over Nathan's body, Nathan started to thrust his hips, smacking them into Sissa's breasts. The girl opened her mouth and stuck her tongue out, allowing the tip of Nathan's cock to enter her mouth with every thrust. I'm coming. Nathan groaned before he felt his release. Sissa moaned as Nathan came all over her breasts, feeling his hot seed shoot with enough force to hit her face, some even landing in her mouth. Nathan felt pure bliss as he released his seed, feeling all the tension in his body leaving. After several seconds Nathan finally stopped coming and felt the strength in his legs lessen as he struggled to stand. Sissa had a dazed look about her as she looked at her breasts which were covered in Nathan's seed. "You are quite healthy, my lord," Sissa said with shock as she licked her lips and shivered when she tasted Nathan's seed. "Very, very healthy," she said in a breathless tone. "It's so thick," Lila said with amazement as she ran a finger over Sissa's breasts and looked at the white glob with amazement. "My lord, when was the last time you relieved yourself?" "Maybe a month ago," Nathan said in a dazed tone, still feeling pleasure all over his body. "So much work, not enough time to myself." That made Lila bite her lip. "My lord, you should take care of yourself better. Sometimes a full set of balls can be the greatest enemy to a man, much greater than a sword or arrow," she said in a serious tone. Nathan gave a small laugh at Lila's words, finding some truth to them. Many great men have fallen simply for thinking with their cocks instead of their heads, or are too stressed to fight with a clear mind and made mistakes. It was for that reason that during wartimes whores would be brought into camps to relieve the men. It was even somewhat common for commanders and nobles to take a mistress during wartime to have a clear head before a large battle. Though everything was done in secret. "I will be sure to remember that," Nathan said before he gave Lila a playful grin. "So, do you plan to serve me next, Lila?" Nathan asked while Sissa started to clean herself up. Lila licked her lips as she gently pushed Nathan to the bed. "Please give me the pleasure to serve you, my lord." Nathan soon found himself on his back with Lila between his legs, his cock standing proudly in the air. Lila continued to playfully giggle as she started stroking Nathan's cock with her soft hands. Lila then started to kiss Nathan's cock, starting with the tip, then the shaft, and finally kissing his balls. "Your balls are so big, I wouldn't be surprised if you could fuck every girl here," Lila said with a naughty smile before she dragged her tongue over Nathan's balls. The young Stark groaned at the new sensation, liking the feeling of Lila's tongue on his balls. As he looked down, Lila's innocent look was replaced with a look of lust, exciting nothing greatly. "She has quite the mouth on her, my lord," Sissa said as she climbed into the bed next to Nathan, her naked body pressing against the Stark's. She said, "I like a cock in my throat, but the truth is she's the one who loves it." True to Sissa's words, Lila soon took Nathan's cock into her mouth before slowly going down. Nathan watched in shock and amazement as Lila took more and more of his cock into her mouth until she took more than half. Even with her mouth stuffed, Lila barely gagged. "Despite her innocent face, she is quite the whore," Sissa said in a teasing tone as she grabbed the back of Lila's head and forced her down. Lila's eyes widened as she let out a loud gag sound from her throat, yet didn't pull off Nathan's cock. "Trust me, Lord Stark, you can fuck this whore's throat as if it was a virgin cunt." Nathan looked down and met Lila's eyes as her mouth was stuffed with his cock. Her eyes were wide and brimming with tears, yet Nathan could see lust as her face slowly turned red. Sissa then pulled Lila's head up before forcing it back down, repeating the process. "Fuck me," Nathan moaned with a shocked look on his face. While Sissa's tits were good, to Nathan it felt that Lila's throat was sucking his soul out of him. "You hear that, Lila? Lord Stark likes the feeling of your throat. Maybe you'll get a position as a noble's cocksucker," Sissa said in a teasing tone while Lila glared at the busty blonde. "You girls are something else," Nathan breathed as his hands snaked between Sissa's legs as he cupped her cunt. Nathan was amazed by how wet and hot it felt between Sissa's legs as Nathan's fingers teased her folds. "Ah!" Sissa moaned as she crossed her legs, trapping Nathan's finger between her legs. "Your fingers are so big and strong, Lord Stark," Sissa moaned as she looked at Nathan with a flushed face. "Please kiss me like you kissed Lila." And Nathan did so, taking Sissa's mouth on his own and shoving his tongue down her throat. He enjoyed the feeling of her moans as the busty blonde continued to force Lila's head down on his cock. This continued for several minutes until Nathan felt his balls tighten. Nathan pulled his mouth off Sissa's and gave a loud hiss. I'm going to come." Nathan groaned loudly. Despite Nathan's words, Lila continued to suck his cock. Nathan noticed she did it with much more vigor. "Come whenever you want, my Lord Stark," Sissa whispered into Nathan's ear before kissing his cheek. With those words, Nathan couldn't hold his release anymore and came into Lila's mouth. Nathan watched in fascination as Lila's eyes widened in shock as her cheeks filled up with his seed, feeling her tongue move around his tip as cum continued to drip from her mouth. Nathan heard Lila gag as she tried to suck on Nathan's cock, the young Stark watching in amazement as she swallowed his seed. Nathan wasn't ignorant of sex, not when he spent time with so many grown soldiers who couldn't wait to go to the brothels in Wintertown whenever they could. So Nathan knows that most girls, be they noble, peasant, and even most whores, wouldn't swallow a man's seed as it wasn't a pleasant taste. Yet Lila swallowed his seed with no hesitation, the young Stark watching everything as she pulled off his cock with a wet pop. Nathan saw his seed drip from her chin as she leaned her head back and swallowed. "Wow." Lila breathed, her face flushed as she gave Nathan a dazed look. "I have never done something like that. And it looks like Lord Stark is ready for more," Sissa said with wide eyes as she looked at Nathan's cock, which was still erect. "My lord, are you sure you don't wish to take us? It would feel much better." I'm sure," Nathan said as he panted slightly. "You two just keep up the good work," he said in a playful tone. "As you command, Lord Stark," Lila said, her voice slightly hoarse as she went back to Nathan's cock. Sissa wasn't ideal as she also went down to Nathan's legs, both girls pointing their asses at the Stark, giving Nathan a full view of their dripping cunts. Giving a savage grin, Nathan smacked both of their asses, hearing the two working girls moan as they looked back at Nathan, lustful smiles on their faces. "I promise I won't be the only one feeling pleasure, my ladies," Nathan said as he palmed their asses before fingering their cunts, making the two moan again. "Thank you, Lord Stark," both girls moaned before they got to work pleasing Nathan's cock. "Lime, end. Wah." Nathan moaned as his eyes slowly opened, a bright light blinding his eyes. Opening his eyes, the first thing Nathan noticed was two bodies pressed against his sides. Picking his head up, Nathan noticed that he and the two working girls were naked under a fur cover, both Sissa and Lila sleeping peacefully. The second thing Nathan noticed was the smell of sex in the air and how his body felt sweaty as if he had an intense workout. The last thing Nathan noticed was how relaxed his whole body felt as if all the stress was sucked out of him. "I suppose that is why I came here," Nathan said with a chuckle as he slowly pulled himself out of the bed. Nathan started to get himself dressed, first putting on his pants. "Up already?" Nathan looked back to see both Sissa and Lila awake, the two hugging one another as they smiled at Nathan. "I have to prepare to leave," Nathan said as he stretched his arms, hearing the cracks in his back. "Windhelm will need what I can bring them." Both girls looked concerned at Nathan. The young Stark was barely a man yet was already going off to war. "Lord Stark. Asterisk bang asterisk bang asterisk bang asterisk. Open up." Nathan turned to the door with a raised brow, hearing someone banging on the door of his room. "Oh no," Sissa said with an annoyed sigh while Lila looked a little scared. Nathan looked at the two girls with furrowed brows. "Is there something I should know?" "Open the fucking door." Nathan gave an annoyed sigh before he moved to the door and opened it harshly. "What?" Nathan said with a growl, seeing three figures before him. The first one was a skinny man taller than Nathan, yet he was showing a clear gut. He was dressed in fine clothes and had a head of brown hair turning grey. His face was full of wrinkles as he glared down at Nathan. The second person was a larger fat man who was bald, menacingly folding his arms as he glared at Nathan. The third person was just as fat and large with a head of short black hair. The skinny man looked past Nathan and at the two girls in the bed, making the older man scowl. "So this is where you two have been, playing with this boy?" The man sneered while looking at the girls. "I expect you two to be working for people who can afford you." Sissa gave a huff while Lila had a fearful look. Before the skinny man could step forward, Nathan blocked his way with his arm, making the man stumble back. "Excuse me," Nathan said in an aggravated tone as he ran a hand through his hair. "But I am a paying customer, and I paid the two for their time." "Ha, pay my ass," the skinny man said with a scoff as he glared at Nathan. "How much can a boy like you pay?" "A few coppers." "There is no way you can pay for them for a whole night," the man said with a wave of his hands. Remove him, and I'll talk with you two later. The bald man stepped forward but was stopped by the fierce glare in Nathan's eyes. I warn you, you try to touch me, and it won't be pretty, Nathan said in a soft tone, yet everyone in the room felt the weight. Both of the large men took in Nathan's build. While both men were taller and larger, Nathan was nothing to scoff at given his bare body showed a lot of muscles. Glancing back, the two thugs looked at their boss and saw the man's expression did not change. Enough talk, just take him out of my brothel. The skinny with the gut said while waving his hand, making the thugs shrug as they reached forward to Nathan slowly. By the old gods, Dalla, that's not just some young man, that's Sissa tried to explain, but it was too late. The moment the bald thug touched Nathan's arm, the young Stark acted. He punched the bald thug square in the face with all his strength, sending the man falling to the ground as blood erupted from his nose. Before the black-haired thug could react, Nathan pulled the man forward by his shirt and hit him square in his throat. The man coughed and fell to his knees while grabbing his throat, a shocked expression on his face as Nathan kneed him in the face, sending him to the ground. This all happened in the span of a few seconds. Both Sissa and Lila looked at Nathan in shock while the man Dalla looked at Nathana with fear. Why, you bastard, I'll call the guards. Dalla screamed as he looked at Nathan with fear while being unmoved. Why, you'll be thrown out of town. Dalla was cut off when Nathan threw something into the man's face, making him fall to the floor. What is? Dalla picked himself up and looked at the object that was thrown in his face. Gold. The man yelled in shock as he saw a gold coin lying on his chest. Hey, dumbass, Nathan said in a low tone, making Dalla look up in shock. In case you haven't figured it out, I'm a noble. Which is why I was able to bring those two without any trouble. Nathan said in a slow tone as he stepped forward and crouched before the now scared Dalla. I'm about to go to Windhelm and prepare to fight the Ironborn, so I decided to enjoy your service before I left, but I picked the wrong brothel. Wait, my lord, please. Nathan cut the man off by slamming the door in his face. Fuck, Nathan sighed as he rubbed the back of his head. And I was having such a great morning. Nathan looked at the two girls who started to dress. Is he always like that? Sissa sighed as she helped put on Lila's pants, who still looked slightly shaken. Yeah, Dalla is an ass and only cares if we can make coin. I remember one man who beat Sally so badly no one wanted to use her, Lila said in a sad tone. Dalla wanted to throw her out but we managed to keep her as a cook. Nathan sighed as he rubbed the back of his head. Is he going to cause you two problems? The young Stark knew that most brothel owners treated the girls like slaves and threatened to kick them out if they weren't good or didn't make the brothel enough money. Brothels were a dirty business, but without them most of the girls, servants, and guards working for the brothels wouldn't have any way to make coin to survive. Still, there was a right way and a wrong way to run a business, and most brothel owners ran their businesses wrong in Nathan's opinion. Sissa huffed as she slipped her clothes on. He'll complain, saying we should have told him or say we should have gotten even more coin, but he won't lay a hand on us. A bruised whore is very unsightly and doesn't sell well. The blonde said as a fact while Lila nodded. Still, Dalla can be quite scary, Lila said in a small tone as she poked her fingers together. Nathan snorted at Lila's innocent tone, wondering if that was really how she was, or if it was just an act. He then looked at the two girls who spent the night with Nathan. Both were young women older than Nathan by a few years, but still relatively young by brothel standards. Still, in a few years, or when they stop bringing in enough coins, they'll be replaced without much thought by the owner. Suddenly, Nathan had an idea and he slowly grinned. Girls, can I ask you a question? Nathan asked as he sat on the bed and looked at both girls. You may ask us anything, my lord, Lila said with a smile as Sissa nodded. If you had enough coin, would you buy the brothel? Nathan asked with a wide smile, while Sissa and Lila looked shocked. I don't like Dalla very much, so maybe it's time for the brothel to be in new hands. Both girls struggled to speak, looking at Nathan in shock. My lord, while we would love to run the Snowflower, we don't have the experience to run such a place, Sissa admitted with some hesitation. Then who here does? Nathan said, his smile never falling. Both girls looked thoughtful before Lila perked up. Oh, Kina would be perfect. Lila said with a big smile. She's been here the longest and is the one who runs the girls here, we all trust her. The only thing Dalla does is collect the money and yell at the girls. Actually, that's all he does. She said with a confused look on her face. So if anyone could run the Snowflower, it's Kina. So if I were to hand you girls over some gold, how much would you need to buy this place from Dalla? Nathan asked while folding his hands. Now both Sissa and Lila looked hesitant, looking at each other before Sissa spoke up. To buy the brothel from Dalla would take 50 gold. Sissa asked with hesitation. Things have been slow lately, we even had to let go of a few girls who weren't making enough. Dalla would jump at the chance to sell if 50 gold. Nathan nodded slowly. To him and many nobles, 50 gold was nothing but a drop in a very large bucket for most nobles. While 50 gold could last a lifetime for some small folks. Okay, now you have two options, Nathan said as he reached into his jacket and pulled out a sack of coins, making the girls' eyes widen in shock. You two can take this gold and take over the brothel and run it how you want with the other girls. Or you can turn it down and return to how things are. The choice is yours. Nathan said as he opened the sack to show off all the gold. Lila looked like she was about to faint while Sissa gulped at the sight of the gold. Why are you doing this? Sissa said, glaring at Nathan a bit. You can't be doing this just because we sucked your cock last night. You have to want something in return, my lord. Sissa said, fidgeting under Nathan's eyes. Nathan grinned at Sissa and gave a small nod. Of course, it won't come free, but I promise not to ask for much, Nathan said while waving his hand. I just ask that whenever I come over with guests we're treated to a private booth and room exclusive to me and only me, away from prying eyes. Sometimes I might need to get away from Winterfell and I need a place to relax. After spending just a night in the brothel and with the girls, Nathan felt beyond relaxed as he forgot about his troubles. Something Nathan would need again once things became hectic, once the Ironborn trouble was over. Sissa bit her lip, a hesitant look crossing her face. To take so much coin from a noble was very dangerous, but to take it from Lord Stark was even more dangerous. We'll do it. Lila said while smiling at Nathan while Sissa looked shocked. Come on Sissa, Kina already runs everything and with us in charge, things will be much better. I can lead the kitchen, and you can entertain with your lute, music would make the place much better. Sissa looked to struggle with Lila's words, conflict running through her hand. Sissa didn't want to be a whore for the rest of her life and neither did Lila. This was an opportunity to improve their lives for the other girls in the Winter Flower. Yet Sissa was still wary, one wrong move and everyone could end up on the cold streets of Winter Town. No one ever got anywhere by being craven, Sissa said while giving Lila a smile, whose smile widened. We agree Lord Stark, we'll buy the brothel and by the time you return you'll have a private booth and room that will be exclusive to you. And we promise that whenever you come by, we'll be available only for you, Lila said, her expression changing from innocent to sultry in an instant. Sissa giggled as she also gave the same look. Nathan laughed as he threw the sack of gold to Sissa, who caught it and held it close to her breasts. There's about 60 gold in there. Try to haggle the place from Dalla and use what gold is left over to improve the place before winter hits. Nathan said as he stood up. Nathan knew it might be wasteful to use so much gold on a brothel, something his uncle would no doubt have a heart attack. Yet in the end it was Nathan's gold, and he found the whole situation interesting. Sissa smiled and hugged Nathan, shoving his face between her breasts. I hope you can visit us as soon as you get back. We'll give you a return fitting of a warrior. Nathan groaned as he reluctantly pulled away. Take care girls, I hope to see someone else running the place. The young Stark said as he made his way out. Exiting the room, Nathan made his way downstairs to see Smalljan and Domeric talking to one another. Smalljan noticed Nathan and grew a big smile. And the warrior has returned, Smalljan said with a laugh as Nathan rolled his eyes and Domeric chuckled. I take it you had fun with those two. It was certainly a new experience, Nathan said while giving a small cough. The young Stark then looked to Domeric, his face turning serious. Domeric Bolton, have you decided on what you will be doing? Will you follow us to Windhelm or return home? Domeric looked thoughtful before he gave a small smile. I will follow you, Lord Stark. My father didn't give a time for me to return home, so going to Windhelm will not be a big deal. Then we will return to Winterfell and prepare our departure, Nathan said before he started to walk out of the brothel with Smalljan and Domeric in tow. It would take us until noon before we can leave. Let's try to leave sooner, the faster we reach Windhelm the better we can prepare, Smoljan said as he also gained a serious look. Are your soldiers prepared to fight the Ironborn? Domeric asked, his face finally losing its smile. Fighting on ships is a lot different than fighting on land. The soldiers are outfitted with leather armor with light chainmail. Good protection, and light enough where if they fall in the water they can swim. Nathan said while rubbing his chin. The only downside is that it's easy to get stabbed, but that also applies to the Ironborn, Nathan said as he gave a small sigh. On our way over to Windhelm we can talk more about possible strategies. The young Stark said before a grin crossed his face. Then again, the Ironborn may not attack at all with their leader heading for King's Landing. Still, better to be safe than sorry. With that, the three young nobles made their way to Winterfell to prepare for their journey to Windhelm. After returning to Winterfell, Nathan met up with Sir Roderick to ask about the situation of the soldiers. The Master of Arms had readied the men the previous day and they were ready to leave as soon as they reached Winterfell. 200 soldiers dressed in dark brown leather armor with chainmail. 100 of the soldiers were pikesmen, wielding long well-crafted spears. 50 of the soldiers were swordsmen, most wielding swords and ironwood shields, and a few wielding long swords. And the last 50 were archers, all wielding yew bows with short swords at their hips. Henry was also adamant about going along with Nathan, and wouldn't take no for an answer. It didn't help that Sir Roderick claimed that Henry's archery skills had improved greatly to the point he could beat most adult archers in a long shot. So Nathan agreed to take Henry along as his page, but was clear that Henry should avoid combat and only fight directly if there was no choice. The young boy was soon dressed in brown leather armor to fit his height. Sir Roderick would not be joining Nathan as the young Stark ordered the knight to prepare the soldiers to move should anything happen in Windhelm. Smoljan's 100 men consisted of warriors wielding swords, axes, maces, and hammers. All wore thick fur armor that would protect from a few slashes, but not much else. Nathan also wore new armor, similar to the one he wore at the White Harbor tourney, once again forged by Tobin. It was black steel armor mixed with chainmail, black leather, and a dark fur cloak thrown over his shoulders. Nathan forego his wolf helmet that usually covered his face and instead wore a wolf helmet that looked like a wolf on the top. It offered better visibility, which was crucial in long fights. Though it was necessary Nathan would throw the helmet away without much thought. The armor itself was heavier, but thanks to Nathan's training it was barely noticeable. It was also lighter than normal steel armor where if Nathan fell into the sea he should be able to swim. Once the horses, wagons, and supplies were ready, Nathan gave his last instructions to Maestlawin, Yin, and Tobin. Nathan told them all to continue their plans with the blacksmith hall and stock up on silver jewelry and minerals such as obsidian, quartz, silver, and sapphire. While Nathan was confident the North could win if a war started, he knew it would be draining on the North's resources even with the spoils won, which wasn't much as the Iron Islands are the poorest realm in all of Westeros. So while in a normal war, one side would gain spoils such as gold, treasures, grain, or other such items, the Iron Islands had little in the way of such things. So after the war came to an end, Nathan planned to sell as much jewelry as he could, using the fame of beating the Ironborn to sell the jewelry to curious nobles and merchants. Nathan may have to bring Lord Marndaly into the fold and cut him in to use his merchants and ships, but it would be worth it just to make something. After setting everything straight, Nathan said goodbye to Jon, Robb, Sansa, Arya, Catelyn, and baby Bran. He also put Catelyn in charge of Winterfell for the time being, as Catelyn was one of the few people who had experience in running a hold. He also asked Maestlawin to keep on Jon and protect the boy should Lady Catelyn turn her ire onto the boy. With that taken care of, Nathan, Smoljan, and Domeric left Winterfell on their journey to Windhelm with 300 soldiers. Thanks to Maestlawin, Nathan had picked the fastest route to reach Windhelm. Using dirt roads and known paths, the journey to Windhelm was cut short. During the journey, Nathan talked with Smoljan and Domeric and the three got to know one another. Nathan even went over what to expect when fighting the Ironborn with the two. Such as how they almost always wear only leather armor and their greatest strength is fighting on ships. The Ironborn's greatest strength was their surprise attacks, and how they usually only attacked unsuspecting villages and holds. Domeric listened to every word carefully while Smoljan said that the Ironborn were weaklings for using such petty tactics, yet knew they were dangerous since wildlings did something similar. After 2 weeks of travel, the army arrived at Sea Dragon's Point. Damn, I hope Windhelm has a tavern already. I could use a drink, Smalljan said with a huff as he rode next to Nathan and Domeric. How much longer before we reach Windhelm? Given we entered Sea Dragon Point 2 days ago, and Windhelm is built on the south side of the land, about half a day, Nathan said as he looked up at the setting sun in the west, finding where south was. If we push our men, we could reach Windhelm in half that time, but it's better to let them rest. Lord Stark, people approach. A soldier ahead of Nathan called out, grabbing anyone's attention. Nathan rode up to the front and saw a crowd of people approaching. Quickly taking out his glass eye, Nathan saw a few guards but mostly small folk, women, and children with a few elderly men. Nathan, Smalljan, Domeric, and a few soldiers rode up ahead, stopping the group in their tracks. Halt! Nathan called out, stopping the crowd from approaching. I am Nathan Stark of the North, who are you? An older guard marched forward and quickly bowed to Nathan. We are people of Windhelm, my lord. We were ordered to evacuate the women, children, and elderly to Deepwood Motte, on Lord Glover's orders. But why do that? Domeric asked with confusion in his voice, yet Nathan felt dread building in his stomach. We were told the Ironborn were on their way to attack Windhelm, so we evacuated everyone who couldn't fight. Silence blanked over the group as everyone gave the guard a shocked look. Nathan felt the most shock, however it was quickly replaced by pure anger. Balon Greyjoy, you fucking fool. Nathan thought with anger before he held it tightly. Do you need an escort to Deepwood Motte, provisions? The guard looked hesitant before he shook his head. No, my lord, most of the small folk have already left a few days ago. This is the last of them. We have enough provisions to last us until we reach Deepwood. Nathan cut not before he looked back. Make way for the small folks, then be prepared, we make haste to Windhelm. Nathan yelled to the soldiers who quickly started to move to the side of the dirt road, allowing the small folk to slowly walk through. Fuck me, so Balon is going through with it, Smalljan said with a chuckle as his eyes turned fierce. He's going to attack with rogue Ironborn fleet. How did Lord Glover find out before they attacked? Smalljan asked Nathan, who gave a frustrated sigh. We'll ask him and Lord Blackpeel once we reach Windhelm, Nathan said as he gave a low growl. But how foolish can Balon Greyjoy be? He'll reach King's Landing soon but launch an attack on the north. King Robert will hold him responsible. But what if Balon Greyjoy simply denies everything, Domeric said, grabbing Nathan and Smalljan's attention. Without hard evidence, the king may not be able to hold Lord Greyjoy completely responsible, so Balon may escape with his neck. If their goal is to simply destroy the western fleet of the north to continue raiding, then as long as Balon leaves King's Landing as a lord, that will be his victory. Damn, Nathan said as he clicked his teeth, finding weight in Domeric's words. While King Robert may yell and condemn Balon and hold him responsible, without obvious evidence of Balon's involvement he would still be Lord of the Iron Islands. That's a rather cunning plan by Lord Greyjoy. That must be why he's been dragging his feet to King's Landing, to give his people enough time to strike the north just as he reaches King's Landing. By the time he reaches King's Landing, he will claim to have nothing to do with attacking the north and will try to convince King Robert to stop the north from going to war with the Iron Islands. Jon Arryn will agree as he doesn't want any war, no matter what, Nathan said as he chuckled. It's a rather cunning plan. Who knew Balon Greyjoy had it in him, but it won't work. We'll kick the teeth of the Ironborn and take all their ships. I like to see Balon complain to King Robert for the north to give their ships back after they fail in the raid. Smalljan said, getting some chuckles from Nathan and Domeric. While Nathan laughed, he felt worry in his heart. If the Ironborn attacked and they lost the battle, all the hard work would go up in flames. I'll protect the north and what we have built, Nathan thought as he glanced back to see all the small folk had moved past the soldiers. All right, prepare to move faster. We'll reach Windhelm before sundown. Yes, Lord Stark. These were the cries of soldiers before Nathan turned his horse and led the men to Windhelm. So this is Windhelm. I like it. Smalljan said as he, Nathan, and Domeric saw Windhelm in the distance. After Nathan gave the order to rush to Windhelm, they were able to make it to the settlement in half the time, though Nathan could tell his soldiers were exhausted. Fortunately, it didn't look like Windhelm was being attacked. Vindhelm was simple with several wooden buildings littering the area and well-crafted docks. However, what grabbed everyone's eyes were the ships at the docks. Dozens of ships were anchored at the harbor and Nathan could see many men still working the ships. Vindhelm was also protected by a defensive wall of wood with 2 entrances. Looking up at a hill, Nathan saw what looked like a castle that was in the middle of construction, but was halted midway. "Let's not waste any time and find out what is going on," Nathan said as he turned his horse and rode down to the main entrance of Vindhelm. Instantly they were greeted by several guards who held their speaks up defensively. "Who goes there?" the head guard called out in a serious tone. Nathan rode ahead and quickly took off his helmet. "I am Nathan Stark, heir to House Stark. I have brought men and provisions for Vindhelm." Seeing Nathan's white hair, the guard instantly dropped their spears. "Lord Stark, please forgive us for not instantly recognizing you, but tensions are high. I was informed that there was an imminent Ironborn threat by some small folk," Nathan said as he jumped off his horse and walked up to the guards. "I and a few others wish to be taken to Lord Blackpeel and Lord Glover. I will have one of my men escort you to the main lighting where the other lords are at the moment." "Other lords?" Nathan thought in confusion before he nodded as Smoljan and Domeric walked next to Nathan. "Have a guard escort the soldiers to where you are keeping the men. I will show him the way," the guard said before he handed another guard and started to escort Nathan, Smoljan, and Domeric into Vindhelm. As Nathan walked through the streets of Vindhelm, he gave the settlement a look over. "Tensions are high," Domeric said as he pointed out a few young men with grim looks on their faces. "They can tell a battle is imminent," Smoljan answered. "Small folk may not always be educated, but they can tell when there is danger on the horizon, or the lords informed them." The guard escorted the 3 to a large wooden manor which was most likely Lord Blackpeel's temporary residence, with a few guards guarding the main doorway. The escort walked up to the guards and after a brief conversation, they opened the door for the group. Entering the manor, Nathan instantly saw a large table with several people talking around the table, people Nathan recognized. "Lord Stark!" Lord Glover called out, making several heads turn. "What are you doing here?" Nathan saw 6 people surrounding the table: Lance Blackpeel, Galbart Glover, Gregor Forrester, Mage Mormont, Roderick Riswell, and Helman Tallheart. There were other people in the room Nathan didn't recognize, but from how they dressed they weren't lords. Remembering Lord Glover's question, Nathan stepped forward. "I and Smoljan Umber came to Vindhelm to lend our support and have brought 300 men. Domeric Bolton has also decided to join us." That brought some sighs of relief and smiles among the lords. Domeric smiled at his grandfather Lord Riswell while the older lord smiled back. "Your timing is perfect, my lord," Lord Forrester said with a smile. "I know," Nathan said as he and Smoljan walked to the table. Domeric decided to hang back but keep his ears open. "We ran into some small folk and guards on the journey here. They told us that an attack on Vindhelm was imminent. That's why they are evacuating those who can't fight," Nathan said as he looked at all the lord. "Now I must ask, what the hell is going on?" Lord Glover sighed as he sat down. "Sit you two, we'll explain everything." Nathan and Smoljan sat at the round table as the other lords followed suit. To make a long story short, just before the grand meet came to an end, I talked with Lord Flint of the Fingers on a possible plan to warn us of an impending Ironborn threat. Lord Glover said as both young nobles listened carefully. He agreed and had a few watchtowers built on his lands. I even had our maesters train a raven to fly directly here to warn us of any impending Ironborn threat. We even had Lord Mondaly lend Lord Flint a few glass eyes to better our chances, though the Fat Lord had us promise to give them back once everything was taken care of, or we'll be paying for it. Lord Glover said with a grumble while Lance paled a bit. "So much gold. And I take it they did their job and warned you?" Nathan said more as a fact than a question. Lord Glover reached across the table and grabbed a paper while throwing it to Nathan. "Read this, it was flown in just a week ago." Nathan took the paper and read it over. It told of one of the watchmen spotting several Ironborn ships heading north, all warships. The ships ranged from longships to war galleys, a majority being longships. The watchman weren't able to get an exact number of the ships, however, he was confident there were more than 50 ships. 50 warships heading north. I doubt they are coming here to trade. Smoljan snorted as he read the note over Nathan's shoulder. "Let's assume they are bringing at least 60 ships," Nathan said as he placed the note down. Better to prepare for the worst when fighting a battle than hope for the best. A majority of those ships are longships, let's say about 40 are longships and 20 are war galleys. A good longship can hold at least 50 people, and a war galley can hold about 70. Given these numbers, that should bring the Ironborn army coming to Windhelm at least 3,400, perhaps more with an even 3,500. Nathan said, counting the numbers in his head swiftly as Lord Marndaly taught him. That brought grim looks to all the lords present, all coming to the same conclusion as Nathan. How many men does Windhelm hold? Lord Smallgen and I brought 300 men. House Glover has brought 600 soldiers and 300 archers thanks to Lord Forrester. Lord Glover said in a grim tone as Lord Forrester nodded. I need to have more men at Deepwood in case the Ironborn try to hold my home hostage in the chaos. Nathan nodded in understanding. While the Ironborn weren't tactical geniuses, they were cunning enough to take a castle hostage and use it as leverage. The stories of the Ironborn taking women and children hostage weren't pretty, and any lord, husband, and father would take precautions. If the Ironborn took Deepwood hostage, it would drag the fight on, and Lord Glover wasn't going to risk his family's safety. Bear Island is the same. While I have brought half of our warships, I could only bring 150 men. Lady Mormont said with a frustrated sigh. Jorah has taken 200 men to Moat Cailin along with half our ships to ask Ned Stark for steel weapons and armor. By the time he reaches the moat, the fight will have been long over. Bear Island needs all the men it has if the Ironborn desire to take the island hostage. Lady Mormont said as Nathan nodded in understanding. House Tallheart has brought 400 archers, Lord Tallheart said with a sigh. While I had promised another 100, the whelps were not up to par and will only be a hindrance. I am sorry, my lord. I have sent a raven for reinforcements, but they won't be arriving for weeks. I understand, Lord Tallheart. If you believe they will only hold us back, I trust your judgment, Nathan said as he looked to Lord Riswell. House Riswell has brought 500 soldiers. The rest are being manned by my sons and protecting our lands if the Ironborn desired to raid before they reach Windhelm. Lord Riswell said with a hard tone as he seemed to control his anger. I will not leave my lands unprotected from such a large threat. Nathan felt sympathy for Lord Riswell. Out of all the nobles in Westeros, House Riswell was possibly raided the most, given that they had little in the way of ships, a lot of land, and an abundance of wood. The Ironborn loved to raid Riswell's land to gain wood, food, and wealth, meaning Lord Riswell couldn't bring all his men without putting his lands in danger. It should also be noted that mountain clans have sent 250 of their strongest warriors and their longships here to Windhelm. Lord Glover said with a sigh. We've gained a few wonders, anyone who wanted to stay and fight, mercenaries who are looking to prove themselves or help, such as Codler Quatermain and his group, giving us another 200. Lord Marndaly has also sent 300 skilled sailors, though I don't know how useful they will be in a fight. Their skills lie more in handling ships rather than fighting. So in total, we have about 3,000 men protecting Windhelm, possibly 500 less than the Ironborn, Nathan said in a grim tone as the air in the room became somber. When are the Ironborn expected to arrive? The letter arrived about a week ago, Lance said as he pointed to the map on the table. Lord Flint wasted no time sending the Raven, so at the swift speed the Ironborn were traveling, they should reach Windhelm in a day or two, 3 if we are lucky, Lance said as he bit his lip. I have already sent ravens to houses Dustin, Sawin, and even Karstark, anyone who can send support. They agreed, but they won't be able to reach Windhelm in weeks, even if they march night and day. Nathan sighed as he felt his heart hammer in his chest. The odds were not in their favor. The Ironborn had at least 50 ships to their 55, but the Ironborn had more men, and the Ironborn could have more ships. The only advantage Windhelm had at the moment was that they knew the Ironborn was on their way. We need to plan carefully, Nathan said as he looked at a map of Sea Dragon Point. While the Ironborn have more men, they don't use tactics, or have any real discipline. They rely only on superior numbers and surprise attacks to overwhelm their enemies, but thanks to Lord Flint we can prepare and turn the tables. Nathan said to the lords as he looked at everyone. So, how do we fight the Ironborn? That brought a lot of looks from those at the tables. To tell you the truth, Lord Stark, that is what we have been discussing for the past 2 days, Lance said with some hesitation as he looked to the other lords. I say we meet the Ironborn at sea. Lord Riswell practically yelled as he slammed his fist into the table. We have the ships, and superior archers, and even several scorpions. If we can simply rain arrows down on their ships until they're nothing more than pincushions. Lord Risswell said with a growl. With this, we can prevent Windhelm from sustaining any damage. And ships we lose can be replaced by the ones claimed from the Ironborn once we've won. And I have been telling you, you are a fool, Risswell. Lady Mormont yelled at the man, getting a surprised look from Nathan while Lord Risswell looked livid. The Ironborn are strongest at sea, they have more experienced sailors in their ranks than we do. They'll be sailing circles around us as we struggle to take down one of their ships while they sink several of ours. Lady Mormont said as she shook her head. To fight them at sea will be suicide, we need to draw them in the land, into Windhelm. We'll use the ships to block them off or send a majority away to draw them in. If we fight them on land we'll have a much better chance, and once we kill them all we can claim all the ships they left behind. Are you mad? Lord Risswell yelled as he glared at Lady Mormont, who glared right back. The whole point of those ships is to protect our lands. Why would we give up Windhelm for the ships that are meant to protect it? Because we'll need those ships and more when we go to war with the Ironborn. Lady Mormont yelled as she pointed to Lord Risswell. Bear Island has been fighting the Ironborn for years. We have never beaten them at sea, few have. But we have beaten them on land, on our terms. If we fortify Windhelm and be smart, we can keep the damage to a minimum. She then gave a low growl that sounded like a mother bear. However, if we fight them at sea and lose, or if some slip past and make it to land, we'll lose Windhelm anyway. This went on for several moments, the two arguing with such heat that was common among northern lords. Looking around the table, Nathan took the other lords' reactions. Lord Blackpeel and Forrester looked at the two with some worry, Lord Glover looked annoyed, and Lord Tallheart kept his face blank. Nathan then looked to Smallgen and saw the large man with a grin on his face, looking amused by the two fighting. Glancing back, Nathan saw Domeric look at the two with a small frown, as if displeased. Seeing the conversation was not going anywhere, Nathan acted. Enough! Nathan yelled while slamming his hand on the table, grabbing everyone's attention and cutting off the argument. You are lords of the north, yet you are arguing like children when we should be planning to protect our lands. So enough. That brought a look of shame across Lady Mormont and Lord Risswell's faces as they sat back down. Forgive us, Lord Stark, Lord Risswell said in a calmer tone. Yes, that was not very noble, Lady Mormont said as she took a breath and let it out slowly. No, but it was very northern, Smallgen said with a grin, getting a chuckle out of Lord Glover and a small smile out of Lord Tallheart. Lord Blackpeel and Forrester sighed in relief. Nathan's lip quirked but he kept his face straight. Do the other lord have anything to add? Lord Forrester and Blackpeel looked at one another before Lord Forrester spoke. Out of everyone here, we have the least experience fighting the Ironborn, we leave judgment to the others. I am the same, Lord Tallheart said while folding his arms. Both plans will need House Tallheart's archers, I am fine with whatever we do. Nathan then looked to Lord Glover, who rubbed his chin. Both plans have merits and drawbacks. If we fight them at sea, we may lose some ships and may end up fighting on land anyway. If we fight them on land they will burn any ship in their path and will attack the port and try to destroy it. Both plans offer losses, yet also victories. Lord Glover then looked at Nathan. What do you think we should do, Lord Stark? In an instant all eyes were on Nathan, looking at the young Stark with some expectations. Nathan took a breath as he stood and looked at the map and papers on the wooden table. There were maps of the north and a few detailed maps of Sea Dragon Point and even Windhelm. Out of the two plans, Lady Mormont brings the strongest argument, Nathan said, a look of victory on the woman's face while Lord Risswell frowned. The Ironborn are most experienced when fighting at sea, and on land, we will have the advantage. We will also need every ship we can muster to fight the Ironborn in the coming war. Nathan said as he rubbed his chin. Still, to not use the ships would be a waste. As Lord Risswell said, with the amount of archers we have we ran rain arrows down on the ships and dwindled their numbers before they reached land. It's the best way to deal with the Ironborn. Nathan said, getting a grin from Lord Risswell now. Any chance we can do both? Smallgen asked as he looked at the map with Nathan. Draw them into the land and rain arrows down onto them from the ships. No, that won't work, Nathan said as he shook his head. The Ironborn will attack the ships first and kill the archers, and we need our archers more than anything in the coming war with the Ironborn, Nathan explained, making Smalljan click his teeth. So our only options are a fight on land or a fight at sea, Domeric said as he came over, getting a few looks from the Lord. The Ironborn don't know that we know they are on their way. Perhaps we can set a trap. Nathan nodded at Domeric's words. A trap would be ideal in their situation. With a trap, they could dwindle the Ironborn's numbers before the fight started. The question is how. We can't simply lie and wait. The Ironborn may not be educated, but they are not foolish. Perhaps a blockade. Nathan cut himself off as he looked at the map of Sea Dragon Point before his eyes widened. Wait. Nathan then reached across the table and grabbed small wooden figures. Wait, wait, wait. Nathan's sudden actions grabbed everyone's attention as they watched the young Stark move the pieces around the map. After a few moments, Nathan grew a large grin. I think I have a plan, Nathan said with a confident look on his face. Smalljan, Domeric, you were both right. We were. Smalljan said as he scratched his head with confusion, while Domeric also looked confused along with the rest of the lords. We'll attack them both at land and sea after they fall into our trap, Nathan said as he pointed to the map. As Domeric said, the Ironborn don't know that we know they are coming. As soon as the Ironborn arrive, they won't hesitate to attack Windhelm and our ships, as they need the element of surprise to win. Nathan said as he moved the wooden ships around the map. I am suggesting leaving a few of our weaker ships at the docks to draw in the Ironborn. Then when they are close enough, we surround them with the rest of our ships and rain arrows down at all sides. But where do we hide the ships? Lance asked as he looked at the map. The coves can only hide a ship or two, but ones that can be easily spotted. The young man said while Domeric's eyes widened in realization. Nathan grinned as he pointed to the map of Sea Dragon Point, making all the lords' eyes widen as they saw Nathan's plan. Windhelm is built on the south side of Sea Dragon Point, to hide our fleet. All we have to do is move it to the north side, Nathan said with a grin as he saw the shocked looks on everyone's faces. Well, make a ship blockade for the Ironborn to deal with before they reach Windhelm. While they are dealing with the blockade, we'll move our ships behind them before they can react, trapping them at all sides. Nathan moved the pieces around and showed a small group of ships surrounded by a large group. Once we surround the Ironborn, we'll rain arrows on them. We'll sink a few with scorpion bolts to make it difficult for them to escape, Nathan said before he looked up, seeing wide eyes on everyone's faces. Most may try to escape, but we won't let them. Nathan then picked up another paper. How many arrows and scorpion bolts do we have? Last. Lance looked over the stack of papers in front of him before pulling one out. Last count, we had about 120 barrels of arrows, thanks to Lord Tallheart and Ryswell, Lance said, getting nods from the two lords. As for scorpion bolts, we have just over 500. Nathan nodded at this. While 500 scorpion bolts would last through the coming battle, it might not be enough for the coming war. As for the 120 barrels of arrows, a single barrel could hold up to 200 arrows, giving Windhelm a stockpile of 24,000 arrows at the least. Again, this was more than enough, but more would be needed for the war. I say we should start moving the ships now, Nathan said as he pointed to the map of the north. We don't know when the Ironborn arrives, today, tomorrow, or next week. It's best to move our men and ships now. How do we alert our hiding ships to strike? Lady Mormont asked as she pointed to the north side of Sea Dragon Point. The ships will be too far away to hear anything, and a messenger will take too long, even by horse. Perhaps a smoke signal, Lord Ryswell said as he pointed to the center of Sea Dragon Point. If we use leaves, grass, green sticks, and branches, we should be able to create a large smoke signal that is easily visible on the north side of Sea Dragon's Point. That'll work, Nathan said while nodding to the two lords. Now we need to know who will go with the ships and who will stay behind. The archers should be split between the two, Lord Tallheart as he looked at Nathan. Half will go with the ships and the other half will stay behind, with that we can rain arrows down from all sides. And while the Ironborn are too busy hiding from our arrows, we'll around them and sink a few of these ships with our scorpion bolts. Lord Glover said with a nod. I believe my men and the mountain clans should stay on land, they fight best with solid footing. It's best to keep a majority of our forces on land for the Ironborn to see, Nathan said as he sat back down. But what if the Ironborn sense something is wrong when they see we don't have all our ships? Lord Forrester asked with a worried look on their faces. They came here to destroy our ships, but if they see most of them gone they may become suspicious. Nathan shook his head at that. The Ironborn don't have the luxury to be cautious, Nathan said while shaking his head. Remember, one of the Ironborn's greatest strengths is their ambushes on unsuspecting enemies. They know they are weak against a well-prepared enemy, so they need the element of surprise to win. They know if they hesitate and try to play it safe, they lose their one advantage. Throughout most of the Ironborn history, all of their greatest victories can be chalked up to ambushes, blitz attacks, and their superior skills with ships. However, there were a lot more failures in recent Ironborn, mostly against well-prepared enemies that were well fortified. The Ironborn knew their strengths and they knew their weaknesses. There's also the fact that the Ironborn are known for their arrogance, Domeric chimed in, grabbing a few eyes. If they see a poorly defended port they may not be able to resist hitting a weaker enemy. Ha, cravens, all of them, Smalljan said with a scowl. Even the wildlings have more honor than this lot. A wildling will charge head first at a castle, it's dumb but they have more guts than the Ironborn. All the northern lords agreed as Nathan grinned. Where will you be standing, Lord Stark? Lord Glover asked Nathan. With the ships or on land? Nathan leaned forward with a thoughtful look on his face, everyone waiting for his answer. I'll be here, in Windhelm, Nathan said as he looked at the map. I have little experience on ships. There's also the fact that the leader of the raid will be leading the largest ship in the front. If we kill him and any others who may be leading, the Ironborn will be in chaos and may be forced to retreat. Nathan said as he looked at the lords. I will be on a ship with our strongest men and attack the lead ship with a few of ours. If we kill the leader swiftly the Ironborn may retreat without much trouble. You think we'll be leading the Ironborn raid? Lance asked as he looked at the map. That made Nathan pause as he rubbed his chin. While the Iron Islands were small they had multiple experienced lords and captains who could lead such a raid. It'll have to be someone Balon trusts, Nathan said slowly as he rubbed his chin. Would Balon send his sons, or perhaps his brothers? Lord Glover asked as the other lords looked thoughtful. Because the Iron Islands were not isolated, news and information were scarce. Only big news that involved a noble captured in a raid or involving House Greyjoy ever reached the rest of Westeros, and even then it was limited. Balon is said to have 3 sons, 2 of which are of age to fight, Nathan said as he rubbed his chin. I don't think Balon would risk his sons for a raid like this. Then again, it's common for Ironborn to send their sons to raid to become a man, and I've heard that how many Iron houses met their end. His brothers, perhaps. Nathan said while thinking hard. However, it's most likely Balon will send a bannerman, someone experienced that Balon trusts. We'll never know until they show up, Nathan said as he looked up at the lords with hard eyes. Expect a hard fight. Yes, Lord Stark, everyone said from Lord Glover to Domeric. I'll be going on the ships. That's where we can fuck the Ironborn over, Smalljan said with a grin. I will join you, Domeric said with a grin. I am quite good with a bow. I am going to get some sleep, Nathan said with a sigh as he stood up. We'll ready our men in the morning and prepare for what is to come. They should rest until then. We worked them hard to get here. Nathan then looked to Lord Glover. How's morale? Rest was needed for soldiers. A tired soldier was about as useful as a broken spear. Morale was also needed, as a soldier without a will to fight would be met with a quick death. Morale is good for the most part, Lord Glover said with a hard tone. Thanks to the warning from Lord Flint, we are preparing and have a fighting chance, so everyone is raring to kill some Ironborn. Good, Nathan said with a smile as he stood up. Now I'll go rest, and get out of this damn armor. Nathan had been forced to keep his armor on for the past few days, only taking off a few pieces when they made camp as taking the whole armor off took too much time. Now all he wanted to do was strip it off and take a nice bath. You can sleep here, Lord Stark. While the manor is modest it does have several rooms, Lance said with a smile. I'll take any bed as long as I can get a bath, Nathan said as he followed Lance, but not before looking back to Domeric and Smalljan. We'll talk tomorrow and go over the soldiers. Yes, Lord Stark, the two said with grins as they exited the manor. Lance led Nathan to a modest room with a single bed, a large trunk, and a candle on the wall. I know it's not much. Nathan cut Lance off by raising his hand and giving him a grin. What do I look like, a southern lord. Give me a blanket and I can sleep anywhere. Lance laughed as Nathan threw his helmet into the trunk. I will have a servant draw a bath. Lance turned to leave but seemed to pause. Lord Stark, may I say something? Speak your mind, Lance, and when we are alone, you can call me Nathan, Nathan said as he threw his chest plate onto the bed. We're about to go to war together, you deserve that much. That made Lance ease as he smiled at Nathan. I just wanted to say, you are quite amazing, Nathan. Lance said, grabbing Nathan's attention. You're younger than me and all of the lords here, yet that didn't stop you from talking to them like a lord of the north. Nathan gave Lance a small smile. While I might make this look easy, I learned a lot from my uncle, Lord Marndale, and Maester Lewin, Nathan said as he gave Lance a somber smile. I love the North, Nathan said as he looked at his armor. I love its history, our culture, the old gods, our people, I love it all. Nathan then grew a frown, something Lance noticed. Yet I also know our weaknesses, and how the South sees us as nothing more than savage barbarians. It makes me angry. It's why I try to make the North stronger, to show Westeros that we are more than we seem. Nathan then looked to Lance with a savage grin as he stuck his hand out. So let's show the Ironborn why they shouldn't fuck with the North. Lance looked at Nathan with a stunned look before he gave his grin and took the young Stark's hand. Let's, my lord. With that Lance exited the room, leaving Nathan to his thoughts. Once alone, Nathan took a breath and looked to his hand to see it was shaking. Unbeknownst to everyone, Nathan felt fear grip his heart. War was different from a simple fight with a few thugs or slavers, war was hell. All it took was one wrong move, a stray arrow, or a sword in the back for everything to end. Not to mention the same thing could happen to Smalljon, Lance, Domeric, and anyone else. Nathan had secretly hoped that Balon wouldn't go through with attacking Windhelm, that he would see how foolish it was since the North had the backing of both King Robert and the Riverlands. And that Balon wouldn't be foolish enough to attack with a fleet of 50 ships and a couple thousand men. While everyone in the North expected 10 to 20 ships, the usual number for a rogue Ironborn raid, Balon was bringing in 50, practically one-third of his fleet. Nathan could feel the impending danger of fighting the Ironborn. Get a grip, Stark, Nathan said with a low growl as he tightened his fist to stop the shaking. Remember House Stark's words, winter is coming. Hearing his house words, Nathan felt a calmness wash over him. Many Stark lords have faced similar situations and they have all prevailed, and Nathan would not be different. Taking the last of his armor off, Nathan then left to take a hot bath. Rest now, fight tomorrow, the young Stark thought with determination. Chapter 9. Third person P.O.V. Move those arms, the Ironborn won't stand still for you to cut them down. Lord Glover yelled as Nathan stood next to the older man. Keep your shield up, you have it, so use the damn thing. Nathan stood outside Windhelm with Lord Glover and a few dozen soldiers, training with pikes, swords, and practice dummies. They were the soldiers with the least experience, mostly young men who stayed behind to fight but had little experience. It has just been a day since Nathan arrived in Windhelm and already the young Stark put himself to work. First, he wrote 3 letters, one to be flown to Winterfell to order Sir Roderick to gather the Stark forces and march them to Windhelm as fast as possible along with a good chunk of Winterfell's provisions. Sir Roderick was also charged with gaining any support from the other nobles who were willing to fight along the way. The second letter would be sent to his uncle Ned at the moat to tell him to prepare for war and to inform King Robert. The final letter was sent to Lord Marndale to send more experienced chiffons and anyone he could spare. Nathan didn't know if Jon Arryn would try to stop the North from going to war, but Nathan wouldn't listen to the man. Hell, Nathan didn't know if he would listen to King Robert even if he gave a royal order. The Ironborn wanted a war, and they would get one, no matter how much Balon may say he didn't do anything. Stay firm on your feet, Nathan yelled to the soldiers as he walked through the soldiers with Lord Glover at his side. The Ironborn will rush you, try to throw you to the ground and kill you while you are down. Plant your feet firmly and hit the fucker that tries to rush you. Yes, Lord Stark. The soldiers yelled as they started to hit harder. Despite the soldiers' enthusiasm, Lord Glover sighed. They'll never be ready for the Ironborn, Lord Glover muttered as he and Nathan walked away from the soldiers. These whelps are too green, if I had another month maybe, but I can't teach them much in a day or two. Alone, I would agree, Nathan said as he pointed to two pikesmen attacking one target. However, if two pikesmen attack a single Ironborn together, they should be able to kill him without wasting much time. It would be even better if one had a sword and shield and the other had a pike. One guards while the other attacks. Lord Glover said as he slowly nodded. A good idea, but you forget the Ironborn won't simply line up and attack one at a time. The Ironborn are a horde, they attack all at once and overwhelm the enemy. Which is why we are fortifying Windhelm and making a choke point, Nathan said as he looked back at Windhelm. During the morning meeting everyone was given takes to help prepare for the Ironborn. Lady Mormont had started to fortify Windhelm. Blockades and spike logs were placed at the end of most of the docks, while a few were left open. This was to funnel the Ironborn into tight areas, as while the Ironborn had more men they lacked skill and decent armor. Lady Mormont explained that it was something Bear Island had done many times, and it allowed House Mormont to rebel against the Ironborn repeatedly. Lady Mormont also regularly watered the houses and buildings of Windhelm, to prevent the Ironborn from setting Windhelm on fire and causing chaos. Lord Tallheart was ordering the archers and setting perches on buildings for the archers to shoot from. His job was simple: rain arrows down on the oncoming Ironborn in Windhelm to reduce their numbers. This would be a massive blow to the Ironborn and give the North time to breathe and confidence to hit back harder and faster. The plan was if land forces were able to push the Ironborn back, they would board the Ironborn ships and take them by force and, if possible, join the fight at sea. If the North was lucky and swift enough, they would surround the Ironborn at all sides. However, at the very least this would drive the Ironborn out of Windhelm. Lord Ryswell had taken his forces, half the archers, along with Smallgen and Domeric, and a majority of the ships to the north side of Sea Dragon Point. They were given enough provisions to last for a few days and were ordered only to move once they saw the column of white smoke. Lord Forrester was in charge of preparing the smoke signal, and for his best men to be on consent lookout, they were ordered only to light the signal as soon as the Ironborn reached the blockade. Lord Forrester was also in charge of making sure the Ironborn didn't try to flank Windhelm and attack from behind. Speaking of the blockade, Lance Blackpeel was in charge of that task. He and several men had several ships chained together with rope and chains, and anchored in a row just outside the port, creating a simple blockade that would make it difficult for the Ironborn to reach the port with their ships, even if they sunk the ships before them. Yet the ships were close enough to the port that the Ironborn could board the ships, and then jump onto the docks. This would play into Lady Mormont's plan, as the Ironborn would be forced down a narrow path and in the open with little cover, where they would be peppered with arrows before they meet the Windhelm forces on land. Since the ships were made of ironwood, they were much more durable and couldn't be rammed out of the way, or sink very easily. This should give Lord Ryswell enough time to move the ships and surround the Ironborn. Once the Ironborn realize they are surrounded, they will first try to fight back, but when they learn they are losing they will try to flee, but Nathan wouldn't allow it. He would take what ships he could and board the leading ship of the commander and kill him. This would send a message to the Ironborn and end the fight once they saw their leader fall, causing most to flee back to the Iron Islands. If the soldiers in Windhelm manage to push the Ironborn back, Lady Mormont is ordered to grab any available ship and chase the Ironborn with whoever is available. The fewer Ironborn escaped, the less that would fight when the war comes. The trading and fishing ships were sent to Bear Island as they could not be used in a fight against the Ironborn. Nathan also planned to use the trading ships to transport provisions and men across the sea to attack the Iron Islands. Until then, the trading ships were waiting on Bear Island. If we can pull it off, Nathan thought as he gripped his sword. While he and the lords had made a good plan, it would be tested once the Ironborn came. It was common for plans to fail or fall apart during first contact. Nathan just hoped their plan wouldn't be one of them. Lord Stark. Nathan turned to see Henry rushing up to him, a yew-bow and quiver on Henry's back and a small sword at his hip. When Nathan learned that the Ironborn would be coming, he wanted to send Herne to Deepwood, but the boy wouldn't budge. It honestly amazed Nathan that the boy had such determination or northern stubbornness. Nathan placed the boy under Lord Tallheart, to which the Lord told Nathan that Henry would be placed on one of the many ledges to rain arrows down on the Ironborn. For the moment Henry was a messenger between the Lord in Windhelm for the time being, considering how fast the boy was and his good memory. "What is it, Henry?" Lord Tallheart has finished preparations and seeing if any nearby villages have arrows to give or men willing to fight, and Lord Blackpeel should be finished with everything by noon, Henry said as he panted a little. Lady Mormont is still preparing but claims everything should be ready by dusk. She will also have men constantly keep the houses wet with water to help prevent a fire. Also, one of the mountain chiefs wishes to speak with you at a tavern, Lord Val. Nathan nodded to all of this and found it good progress. Nathan didn't think the Ironborn would attack at night, as to attack at night would be much harder, and with a fleet the size that the Ironborn were bringing they would need the sunlight to fight properly. Night raids were only good with small numbers. Lord Glover, I will be heading back to Vindhelm, Nathan said as he nodded at the older man. Yes, Lord Stark. With that, Nathan followed Henry back into Vindhelm. Nathan glanced around to see people moving about to try and prepare. A few were lollygagging, so Nathan sent them a stark glare, making the men jump and move about. Ah, Lord Stark, good to see you. Nathan turned to see Kodlak Whitermane with 3 of his people behind him, a young woman with dark red hair and green war paint, and 2 young men who looked to be brothers, both with long dark brown hair, with one having a larger build while the other being more slim. Nathan vaguely remembered seeing them during the White Harbor tourney. Kodlak Whitermane, good to see you too, Nathan said as he shook the older man's hand as the other 3 gave a respectful bow. Didn't expect you to show up in Vindhelm, the older man said as he firmly shook Nathan's hand. I didn't expect the Ironborn to be foolish enough to attack the North, Nathan said, getting snorts from everyone. So how have you and your group been since White Harbor? We've gained a few new souls. We came here thinking there would be some spoils if the North did go to war with the Ironborn, Kodlak said as he looked to the port. There might be a lot lost, but also a lot to gain. Nathan sometimes forgot that Kodlak and his people were technically mercenaries. Nathan didn't mind as Kodlak had more honor than most knights and was loyal to the North. Even knights had to make coins somehow. You might not be getting much. The Ironborn aren't known for their riches, Nathan said honestly, as the Ironborn usually had poor weapons and armor that was only fit for bandits. But I bet they have some mighty fine riches on the Iron Islands, the larger of the brothers said with a deep, gravelly voice as he gave a cocky grin. The Ironborn are no better than pirates, and everyone knows pirates have treasure or bounties on their heads. That made Nathan chuckle a bit. Let's first beat them back here. Then we can return the favor and raid their lands, Nathan said as he started to walk away. Take care, Whitermane. As you, White Wolf. Nathan followed Henry and soon stood in front of a tavern, not shocking Nathan that the mountain people would see such a place as a luxury. Entering the tavern, Nathan saw it was filled to the brim with mountain men as they drank, laughed, and had a good time. Putting his fingers into his mouth, Nathan gave a loud whistle, bringing silence to the tavern. I am Nathan Stark. I was told Chief Val wished to speak to me. Instantly a figure stood up, and Nathan recognized the person as Hugo Val, head of the Val clan. Hugo Val, also known as the Big Bucket, was a large man with a massive belly, thick black hair in a ponytail as it started to turn grey, and a thick beard tied with a string at the end. He looked to be older than Nathan's uncle, and his hardened face showed it. On his hip was a large, one-handed battle axe and an ironwood shield at his side that showed the sigil of Clan Val, which was 3 brown buckets on blue. Despite his size, Hugo Val was a well-known warrior of the mountain clans, having fought and killed many Ironborn, Wildings, and other warriors in his life, earning him the respect of everyone in the mountain clans and even the North. Hugo Val marched to Nathan and without saying a word fell to one knee before Nathan. White Wolf, I, Hugo Val, greet you, the man said before everyone in the tavern fell to their knees. Henry looked flabbergasted and Nathan could understand why. The mountain clans were hard people, and while technically nobles they were simple people but proud, yet when it came to House Stark they were as loyal as can be. Nathan also gained much respect from the mountain clans after he gifted them both gold, food, and unicorns for their home. Thus, this made Nathan a king in the mountain clan's eyes in all but name. Rise, Hugo Val, and the mountain clans, Nathan said, and everyone rose without a word. Why have you requested me? First, will you have a drink with me? Hugo said with a grin growing on his face. Nathan gave a small chuckle and grinned at the man. As long as it's something strong, Nathan said, getting some cheers from the mountain men as Nathan and Hugo sat down at a table while someone brought them 2 mugs of ale. Nathan didn't hesitate to down half the mug while Hugo followed suit. The ale wasn't half bad and was quite strong as Nathan slammed his mug down once half was gone. Hugo kept drinking until his mug was empty. Another, he said, and someone brought him another mug. Honestly, I would prefer your northern spirits at the moment. It's far stronger and I've seen a few of my strongest men fall on their asses during the grand meet. He said, getting some laughter. I've brought a few barrels of northern spirits here, we can drink once we've won the Battle of Windhelm, Nathan said, getting a huge grin out of Hugo. So, what is it that you wish to talk to me about? Hugo Val put on a serious face as he looked Nathan in the eyes. I heard you plan to take the best ship and confront the Ironborn leader, to create discord in the middle of the Ironborn attack, Hugo said, and Nathan nodded. My strongest men and I would be honored if Clan Val could fight by your side. Nathan folded his arms and understood what Hugo was requesting. The mountain clans respected strength, feats, and House Stark. If Hugo fought alongside Nathan and helped defeat the leader of the Ironborn, it would strengthen Clan Val, even though Clan Val was already the strongest clan among the mountain clans. Very well, since you requested, I will allow you to accompany me and your strongest warriors, Nathan said with a wide smile. Nathan planned to only bring 50 souls with him on the ship and whoever else he could find, enough to sail and enough room to fight. Yes, Hugo shouted with a massive grin, making the other mountain warriors cheer. Nathan smiled as he finished his ale before he stood up. I have some things to take care of, we'll talk again, Hugo Val. Safe travels, Lord Stark, Hugo said as he raised a mug before downing it. With that, Nathan exited the tavern with Henry behind him. What's next, Lord Stark? Henry asked while looking up at Nathan. Taking a breath, Nathan looked around to see everyone busy. He then looked down to the docks and made his division. Let's talk with Lord Blackpeel, Nathan said as he walked to the docks. Walking to the docks, Nathan smelled the strong smell of salt water and heard the crashing of the waves. Nathan easily spotted Lance as he held a map with several other men around him. Lord Blackpeel, Nathan called out, grabbing everyone's attention as he walked up to them. Lord Stark, Lance said with a respectful bow as the other men followed suit. What brings you here? Checking in on everything, making sure everything is ready when the battle starts, Nathan said as he saw the ship blockade. Nathan also saw men using wooden planks to board the ships and see if they were steady. So men will be on the ships to help slow down the Ironborn. Yes, mostly archers and anyone willing to hold the line, Lance said as he rolled up the paper in his hand. The ship you will be on will be hidden in a cave not far from here, Lance said as he pointed west. It's really easy to miss, so as soon as the Ironborn attack and the ships in the north surround them, you should have a clear shot for the main ship. Leading ships of large fleets usually started in the front before falling back in the middle. When the Ironborn becomes surrounded, there will be chaos, thus Nathan's ship should be able to break through and reach the ship without much trouble. Once they take out the leader, the Ironborn would be scrambling to figure out what to do, leaving them open for the Northern Fleet to pick them off. Nathan came up with this plan after realizing the Ironborn lacked discipline, seeing as their raiding parties mostly consisted of small numbers led by one man. While the force heading for Windhelm is larger, if they get the drop on them and kill the leader, the Ironborn will be helpless. Would you like to see the ship, Lord Stark? It's the best one in the fleet and a true prize. Lance asked as Nathan nodded. Walking down the docks until they reached the end, Nathan was amazed at the ship before him. It looked like a war galley, but it was bigger, with 2 scorpions at the front, 2 on the sides, and 1 at the back, all fitting on a large deck with 3 sails. While the ship didn't look elegant, it looked strong and imposing. It would also hold many more people than Nathan thought, meaning he could bring more people with him. It looked even bigger than the grand ships from Essos, meaning it could hold at least 1,000 people in the whole ship. Fucking hell, it's a beast. Nathan said in awe while Henry's jaw dropped. Glad you find the ship impressive, Lord Stark, a voice that Nathan didn't recognize called out, grabbing Nathan's attention. Turning, he saw a man walk down the docks. The man was older than Lance by a few years, with dirty blonde hair that reached the back of his neck and a beard to match. He wore black leather with a hint of blue, a fur cloak, and a sword at his hip. Lord Stark, let me introduce you to Ulfric Waterman. He's been with Windhelm since the beginning, helping with the ships and port, Lance said with a smile as Ulfric knelt before Nathan. It is an honor, Lord Stark. The man said as he bowed his head before standing up. Waterman, "That's a noble house under Lord Marndaly," Nathan said as he recognized the name, as Lord Marndaly told Nathan about a few of his vessels who helped in White Harbor. "We are a humble house, but we have experience in ships, making them and sailing them," Ulfric said as he looked at the ship before him with pride. "Normal war galleys are smaller, but I wanted to make something grand for the Western Fleet that I would be remembered for. It took 2 years and a lot of work, but it was well worth it. It can't be called a war galley, this ship is too grand for that," Nathan said as he looked at Ulfric with respect. "I've heard tales of old Valyria once having the strongest fleet in the world, with ships said to be as big as this one or bigger. They called them dreadnoughts. I have based the ship off of a few designs from Essos that have also tried to imitate the old Valyria fleet," Ulfric informed as he looked up at the ship with a shine in his eyes. "This ship is called the Black Wolf. It's in honor of both House Stark and House Blackpeel. Dreadnoughts, a fitting name as the Ironborn will feel dread once they see this ship. As for the Black Wolf, I like it," Nathan said before he frowned. "Is it fast? A ship this size must be slower than most ships. If the Ironborn tried to flee and the ship couldn't catch them, it would be a problem." Ulfric, however, just smiled. "Despite its size, this ship is just as fast as a war galley, and we can also use oars to move faster. Ironwood is lighter and stronger than normal wood, so the ship is shockingly fast despite its size," Ulfric said as his face turned serious and he looked at Nathan. "Lord Stark, I have a request," the man said, and Nathan gave a nod. "Would you give me and my men the honor of sailing this ship to confront the Ironborn?" Nathan was quiet for a moment before he nodded. "If what Lord Blackpeel said was true, I think no one better than to handle the ship than the men who made it." Ulfric smiled and gave a deep bow. "Thank you, Lord Stark, my men and I will not disappoint," Ulfric said before he stood up straight. "When will we leave?" Nathan looked at the sun and saw it would be noon soon. "By dusk, the Ironborn will need the sun to fight, and if they aren't showing up now they'll show up tomorrow or the day after," Nathan said before he looked to Lance. "Will you be joining us, Lord Blackpeel?" Lance looked tempted before shaking his head. "No, I will lead the men here," Lance said as he looked to Windhelm with pride. "I am still a young lord and Windhelm is the seat of House Blackpeel. I must defend my home here, my lord." Nathan understood what Lance meant. If someone were attacking Winterfell, Nathan would defend the seat of his home on the front lines as it was expected of him. This would also gain Lance the respect of other lords and nobles for fighting for his home and the north on the front lines. "Then I wish you luck on the battlefield, Lord Blackpeel," Nathan said as he stuck his hand out, as Lance took it. "The same to you, Lord Stark." With that, Nathan made his way back to Windhelm. As Nathan walked with Henry behind him, he gained a thoughtful look. With the size of the Black Wolf, Nathan would be able to bring a good 100 men or more and still have plenty of room to fight on the deck. "Lord Stark," Henry said, making Nathan pause as he looked at the young boy. "If you please, may I also join you on the Black Wolf?" Nathan sighed as he saw Henry's pleading look. "Henry, you are still inexperienced with war," Nathan said as he turned to the younger boy, and before Henry could speak Nathan raised his hand. "Have you ever killed anyone before?" "No," Henry said as he looked down in shame, but Nathan grabbed the boy on the shoulder, making him look up. "I have been training to fight my whole life, and I have killed before," Nathan said as he looked Henry in the eyes. "It's unpleasant and can shake you the first time, which is why I placed you under Lord Tallheart and his men. He is an excellent archer and an experienced commander. I placed you under him so you can survive and learn," Nathan said as he smiled down at Henry. "The best thing you can do for me, Henry, is survive this battle and learn, become stronger. Because in the north and west Eos, there will always be another battle." That seemed to make a spark shine in Henry's eyes as he stood up straighter. "I will not disappoint, Lord Stark." "I'm sure you won't. You bitch." Hearing the yell grabbed Nathan and Henry's attention as they saw a commotion a few houses down, already seeing a crowd of people. Without a word, Nathan started to move with Henry close behind. As they got close, Nathan saw a fight going on. "What is going on?" Nathan yelled, making everyone jump as the crowd parted to reveal two people. The first one was a young man on his knees, a few years older than Nathan, holding his balls as his face looked to be in pain. The second person took Nathan's breath away. It was a tall, strapping young woman who looked the same age as Nathan. She had coal-black hair cut short as it reached her neck, deep blue eyes that looked like sapphires, and pale, flawless skin. The young woman wore leather clothes that hugged her body well and had a short sword at her hip. Yet what grabbed Nathan's attention was the fiery look in the young woman's eyes as she glared down at the man in pain. Nathan glared at everyone, shaking his head, making the crowd look slightly frightful as they recognized Nathan as a noble given his armor. "This bitch kicked me in the balls," the man in pain said. Before the young woman could protest, Henry spoke up. "Watch how you speak, you are in the presence of Nathan Stark." Hearing Nathan's name, everyone now looked frightful, even the two that were fighting. Nathan stepped forward as the crowd parted and the two who caused everything looked at Nathan with fear. The young Stark looked at the young girl, who stiffened under Nathan's stare. "He said you kicked him in his balls," Nathan said with a small chuckle, making the girl look at Nathan with some ease. "Care to tell me why?" The girl gained a fierce look again as she glared at the fallen man. "This asshole grabbed my ass and told me the only thing I was good for was pleasing him rather than fighting." "Don't listen to her, my lord, she's lying," the man said in a desperate tone as he looked at Nathan pleadingly. "She's not even of the north. She's a bastard from the south. She doesn't belong here." This brought some muttering from among the crowd, all agreeing with the man's words. The young woman looked away, pain and shame on her face. "Enough," Nathan said, not loud but still strong enough to grab everyone's attention. He then looked at the young woman with a softer look. "My lady, do you plan to fight for the North when the Ironborn come?" That made the young woman look at Nathan with determination as she knelt before Nathan. "My lord, though I am from the South, I have made the North my home, and I plan to fight for my home." Nathan smiled at this and looked at everyone with a hard look. "Let me be clear, if you fight for the North, kill for the North, and die for the North, then you are a Northerner. I don't give a fuck where you are born or from who, all I care about is if you are willing to help the North. Is that clear?" "Yes, Lord Stark." Everyone shouted, some in fear, but most out of respect as the girl rose. Nathan then looked to the man still on the ground, who looked up at Nathan with fear as the young woman stood up. "I will look this over," Nathan said, making the man sigh in relief. "You grabbed her ass and she gave your balls a fun tap. I say you're even," Nathan said, getting some laughter from everyone, even the young woman, while the man's face turned red. "If you're looking for pleasure, perhaps you can seek comfort in some of the female mountain people, or from the women from House Mormont. They must be looking for a few strong men to take home," Nathan said in a cheeky tone. That made all the men gulp as they looked away. The thing about mountain women is that they were as strong as mountain men and took even less shit and fought with more ferocity. If you wanted to claim one, you had to be stronger than them, or they'd have you by the balls. House Mormont was the same, as most men had to beat the women in wrestling before they could claim them as husbands or lovers. Those who were said to lose gained broken noses and broken pride. "Now get moving, we have more important things than this shit," Nathan yelled, making everyone jump as they practically ran away, leaving only Nathan, Henry, and the young girl. "So, you are from the South?" Nathan said casually as he looked at the girl, who seemed to fidget from Nathan's stare. "Perhaps I can get a name." "I am Maya, Lord Stark, Maya Stone," the now named Maya said as she took a breath and looked Nathan in the eyes. Nathan raised a brow at the last name, Stone. Stone was the name given to noble bastards born in the Vale, the same as snow was given to bastards born in the north. "A long way from the Vale," Nathan said with a kind smile, not judging Maya. It was sometimes common for bastards to leave their homes and land to live somewhere else, to get away from the hate of being a noble bastard. Most even dropped their bastard name to live the life of a peasant. Some nobles didn't allow this for fear that the bastards would rise against the trueborn, or to keep the bastard as a possible spare should all the trueborn children die or marry off. There was also the fact that while being bastards, most were treated better than most peasants or even some nobility, depending on the strength of the house. I wanted to get away," Maya said as she grabbed her arm and looked away before shaking her head. "I'm not running from anything, my lord, I just—" "You don't have to explain to me," Nathan said as he waved his hand. "If you were hiding yourself, I think you would be smart enough to not come to Windhelm, which is getting a lot of attention from Westeros," Nathan said as he smiled at the girl, making Maya's cheeks go slightly red. "I'm just wondering how someone from the Vale made it all the way here." Maya brushed her hair behind her ear as she sighed. When I decided to leave the Vale, I went to Gulltown and was planning to take any ship that would have me. A ship from White Harbor came selling furs and other such items and allowed me to come without any problems. After I heard that Windhelm needed help while in White Harbor, I decided to come with a caravan from White Harbor. You good with a sword? Nathan asked as he eyed the short sword at Maya's hip. Maya gave a huff as she cocked her hip with her hand, something Nathan didn't take his eyes off of. While I lived in the Vale I took swordsmanship lessons from the old knights who took pity on me. They all said I had great talent and would have been a great knight had I not been a woman. She said with pride and a bit of lip. Bunch of horse shit. Nathan held back and snorted at that. In the South, most women were not permitted to fight, or become guards or soldiers, but it was still possible for a woman to be one. However, there has never been a woman knight in the entire history of Westeros, because the faith of the Seven said only men could become knights. The North was somewhat the same, but only because women had important jobs that were needed, such as taking care of children, making clothes to handle the harsh cold, and other such things. It was a matter of survival rather than personal wants, as someone had to do the job. That didn't stop a few women from breaking the mold to become warriors, the best examples being House Mormont, Umber, and the Mountain clans. Nathan found it amusing because he knew women could become just as good or better with a sword than men. Do you have armor? Nathan asked as he looked Maya up and down and only saw her dressed in tight leather clothes, yet had no armor, not even chain mail. While leather was light, it offered little protection against swords and hammers. I got some armor a few days ago, it's in my room, Maya said with a shrug. It fits well enough and isn't too heavy. Nathan nodded, glad Windhelm had decent armor for its soldiers after all the gold that was used. So who are you under? Nathan asked and he looked into Maya's deep blue eyes, taking in all her features. Lady Mormont, I will be fighting with her people at the front, Maya said with determination. Lady Mormont saw me train and said she liked my spirit and offered me to fight with her people. Nathan understood Lady Mormont's offer. Because House Mormont faced constant raids from the Ironborn and sometimes wildlings, everyone on the island had to fight, both men and women. From what Nathan heard, Lady Mormont's daughters were currently guarding House Mormont with a good 600 warriors, all men and women. Then I shall take my leave, Nathan said as he gently grabbed Maya's hand and kissed it, making her face turn beet red. Until we meet again. With that, Nathan started to walk with Henry in tow, leaving a stunned Maya. The people seem tense, Henry commented as he saw people moving around. When you know a battle is on the horizon but not the exact time, you are on the lookout for anything, Nathan said as he too saw the tension in the air and saw that everyone was distracting themselves with tasks or even idle talk. My lord, do you believe we can beat the Ironborn? Henry said with worry. Nathan gave a soft smile as he saw Henry was being affected by the tension, which was understandable since he was young and inexperienced with battle. Yes, Henry, I know we will win, Nathan said as he placed a hand on Henry's shoulder as they walked together. We have several lords who are experienced with war and the Ironborn, and we are becoming well prepared. We will win, Henry, I know it. Hearing the confidence in Nathan's voice made Henry feel his confidence. I am going to see Lord Tallheart prepare, Henry said as he bowed to Nathan. Until we meet again, Lord Stark. Nathan smiled as he saw Henry run away with such enthusiasm, the young Stark hoping Henry could continue to smile after the battle. I have to prepare, Nathan said as he gripped the hilt of his sword and marched off to his room. Winter is coming. Location, the Stony Shores. Anchored in a rocky cove sat 60 ships, a majority being long ships with a few war galleys. The rocky cove was tall and uneven, making it hard for anyone to come up or down without creating a lot of commotion, making it ideal for ships to hide. In the center of the fleet of ships was a particular ship. It was a large longship that had many nicks and cuts, yet still floated and stood proudly on the cold waves, showing how strong the ship truly was. The flag at the top of the ship showed an image of a white bone hand on a field of red, the sigil for House Drum of the Iron Islands, and the ship was known as the Thunderer. Damn, it's cold, a figure muttered as he stood on the ship's bow. We need to burn this fucking fleet before I freeze my balls off. The figure was an older man with a bald head and a thick brown beard. He wore chainmail over a thick red wool shirt with a brown cloak on his shoulders. On his hip rested a longsword with a blade that looked as red as blood with a silver hilt. This was Lord Dunstan Drum, Lord of Old Wyk and commander of the current fleet to attack Windhelm. Captain Dunstan turned to see one of his men behind him. The scouts have returned. The man before Dunstan was a large fellow with arms as thick as a child's head and broad shoulders. He had a head of long light brown hair and a thick brown beard. The man wore simple fur armor that showed off many of his battle scars and had a two-handed axe resting on his back. This was Andrik, also known as Andrik the Unsmiling given the man's hard face. Andrik was known as one of the Iron Islands' fiercest warriors, having gone on dozens of raids and always come back in victory. "What have our scouts reported?" Dunstan asked as he turned to Andrik. "They said that Windhelm is moving, however, there aren't as many ships as last reported," Andrik said in a gruff tone. "What warships were spotted were made into a blockade, no more than 15, 20 at most. The town is being fortified but it is nothing the Ironborn can't handle. The scouts also claim we outnumber the Northerners by a good 1,000 at the very least." That made Drum scoff. "It seems King Greyjoy has overestimated the North. I knew the North building a fleet was nothing but shit," the man said as he went to his waterskin and drank deeply, tasting wine. Dunstan was charged with taking a portion of the Iron Fleet to Windhelm and sacking the port and the Northern Fleet. It was all for the Ironborn to become independent of Westeros and rule the seas as it was their right, to return to the old ways. As such, Lord Drum was tasked with burning the Northern Fleet and Windhelm with his 5,000 men and 60 ships. "We'll burn the port, steal their riches, kill the warriors, and take the people as thralls and salt wives," Dunstan said as he looked north with a fire in his eyes and a bloodthirsty grin. "While this Windhelm may not have much in the way of goods, we'll gain glory for the Iron Islands." In truth, Lord Drum wanted to voyage to Lannisport with the Greyjoy brothers. Lannisport was said to be one of the wealthiest cities in Westeros, and Lord Drum could just dream of the spoils from the Lannisters that were said to shit gold. Not to mention that after sacking Lannisport the Iron Fleet would make way to Old Town in the Reach, another wealthy city. Instead, he was charged with attacking the Northern Fleet held in Windhelm to cripple the North and bring power to the Iron Islands. While there won't be much in the way of spoils, Dunstan Drum would bring glory to both the Iron Islands and House Drum. He would take his 5,000 men and he could sink Windhelm into the sea for the drowned god. He would then raid the northern coast and hit every town, castle, and dock before returning to Old Wyk. "Tell the men to rest, we attack Windhelm at dawn, and have them forever fear the Ironborn," Dunstan said with a bloody smile before he turned and walked away. "What is dead may never die, but rise again stronger." "Yes, Lord Drum." Location, Windhelm. Knock knock. "Lord Stark, it's dawn." Nathan's eyes fluttered open as someone knocked on the door. The first thing he noticed was the room slightly shaking before he remembered where he was. The room was somewhat grand with a large bed, a desk off to the side, and a large trunk at the foot of the bed. Other than that the room was quite bare. "I'm on the Black Wolf," Nathan thought before he sat up, remembering that yesterday he left for the Hidden Cove cave when it became dawn. "Enter." A moment later a man, one of Ulfric's men, entered Nathan's room. "Do you need assistance putting your armor on, Lord Stark?" the man humbly asked. Nathan nodded as he opened his trunk to reveal his black armor. "Please, it'll save me some time." With that, the man helped Nathan put on his armor in less time he would have to do it himself. "Thank you for the assistance," Nathan said with a nod as he checked himself to make sure everything was right as the man gave a bow. With that, Nathan exited the room and was instantly greeted by the sight of people working on the ship from below. The ship currently held a good 250 people, with Ulfric Waterman and Lord Val bringing many of their people and Nathan adding the Stark soldiers to the ship, most of them being archers. Other people had also volunteered to come, such as various mountain men and women, a few sellswords who wanted to make a name for themselves, and even a few from House Mormont who wanted vengeance on the Ironborn. "Good morning, Lord Stark." Nathan looked down to see Ulfric Waterman, the man impressively holding 2 scorpion bolts in his arms without any issue. "Ulfric, everything going good?" Nathan asked as he made his way down to the main deck. "Waters are calm, and no sight of the Ironborn," Ulfric said as he handed one of the scorpion bolts to his man. "Lord Tallheart has men on consent lookout both night and day. If the Ironborn came we would be able to hear the warning bells." Nathan remembered an impressive bell that Lance had made not long after the Grand Meet. It was loud enough that everyone in Windhelm could hear it, even from the hidden cove where the Black Wolf was resting. Once the bell rang, the battle would begin. "So, how are the Scorpions?" Nathan asked as he walked beside Ulfric. "All prime and ready for use," Ulfric said with a sharp grin. "Lord Blackpeel made sure we were getting the best when making them for our ships," Ulfric said as he placed the Scorpion bolt next to one of the Scorpions. "Damn Southerner tried to cheat us and charge double for half of what we have." Lord Blackpeel was having none of it and made sure every war galley had a Scorpion along with a few longships. "Never seen a boy so young yell so loud," he said, making Nathan chuckle. Scorpions were large crossbows that used a crank to pull the string back before firing. Usually, Scorpions needed 2 men to crank before firing by a third. Scorpions were usually placed on ships and castles, as they could skin a ship or damage an army. "You can say that again." Nathan turned to see Hugo Val walking up to the Scorpion with a big grin. "I can't wait to see these Scorpions in action. I bet the Ironborn will be pissing their pants when we kill a few with them." "We can't use them too much," Nathan said in a firm tone as he folded his arms. "A good few hits from a Scorpion will sink a ship. We're already going to lose a good number of our own. What ships we gain will be needed to use in the coming war," Nathan said as he looked at the 2 arrows will be needed to thin the numbers. "Our main objective is to hit the leader to break the Ironborn formation. With that they'll be in disorder and we'll have a much easier time surrounding them. Even if an enemy had superior skills, as long as they couldn't use it they would be useless." Nathan was going to use the Ironborn lack of discipline to his advantage. "Rushing into the heart of the enemy and killing the leader before he can even shit himself," Hugo said with a soft tone as he grew a wide smile. "They write songs about this, lads, so it's up to us to make it a damn good one." Nathan gave a small laugh, a part of him loving Lord Val's northern nature. "Well, I'm no bard, but I know a few in White Harbor," Nathan said with a grin as the others laughed. "Perhaps we can make something more cheerful than the Lannisters' Reigns of Castamaria, that song always. Asterisk ding asterisk ding asterisk ding asterisk." Hearing the sound of a loud bell made everyone on the boat freeze before Nathan, Hugo, and Val all ran to the bow of the ship. The bow was just outside the cove to give the 3 a clear line of sight to the south, and what they saw made them freeze. It was the Ironborn, a fleet of at least 50 ships or more coming from the south. Nathan had to squint as he saw the largest of the ships leading the fleet, with a red flag with a bone hand. "House drum," Nathan said as he recognized the sigil. Nathan had studied the iron houses extensively, as the Ironborn often used their house sigils as their flags. The young Stark saw other flags in the fleet, such as Maior, Harlaw, Stonehouse, Spa, and other such houses. The Ironborn were wasting no time going to Windhelm, and as they got closer Hausdrum's ship started to fall back. "They should have lit the signal fire by now," Nathan said as he gripped the hilt of his sword, his heart starting to pound in his chest. "When do we move, Lord Stark?" Hugo asked as he gripped his axe and ironwood shield. Nathan turned to see all the men on deck, looking at Nathan with expecting eyes. Taking a breath, Nathan stepped forward. "Men of the North," Nathan yelled out as he stood on the bow of the ship. "We face an enemy that would see us brought low. An enemy that will raid and reap our lands and homes for their pleasure, for their amusement," Nathan said as he grew a scowl on his face. "I say fuck them," Nathan shouted, getting cheers from the men on the ship. "They think the North is weak. We'll show them by taking this pathetic excuse for a raid and having them run away like the cravens they are. We'll show the Iron Islands, Balon Greyjoy, and all of Westeros why you don't fuck with the North." That made everyone on the ship cheer from a random chiffon to Hugo himself, who raised his battle axe high in the air. Nathan nodded and looked away while letting out a breath. The speech had been made up on the fly and a bit crude, but Nathan was glad it did the job. Turning to look out to the sea, Nathan saw the first wave of Ironborn reach the docks, most of them being longships. Nathan saw archers on top of houses and the blockade started to shoot arrows on the oncoming ships. The young Stark vaguely saw the Ironborn raise their wooden shields to block those arrows. However, the shield could only block much, thus a good amount of Ironborn had arrows in their stomach, legs, and arms by the time they reached the blockade. "They're following the plan," Nathan muttered as he saw that once the first wave of Ironborn reached the blockade, the archers on the blockade quickly abandoned ship and made haste to Windhelm. As soon as the first wave of Ironborn started to climb onto the blockade ships, the second wave was already making haste to the blockade. They're close enough, and hopefully Lord Riswell should be here. They're here. About now, Nathan said as he saw the northern fleet coming in from the north. Nathan saw that the ships wasted no time getting into position and blocking the Ironborn from escaping. All right, it's time we got moving. Nathan yelled as he grabbed the hilt of his sword. They'll surround the Ironborn soon, and it's our job to break the Ironborn formation and cause as much chaos as possible. Ulfric, get this ship moving. Yes, Lord Stark, Ulfric said before looking to his crew. All right, you whelp, it's time to show the Ironborn how the North fights at sea. With that, the crew started to move as Nathan looked at the warriors on the ship. Archers, ready your bows. Everyone else, make sure the Ironborn can't board the ship. If they do, cut them down and throw their corpse into the sea for their god to eat. Nathan said before he turned to see the northern ships surrounding the Ironborn. Then came the arrows. Nathan was amazed to see so many arrows shot into the air and falling onto the ships like rain. Some arrows missed the ships and simply hit the water, but a majority of ships were hit by the arrows, killing many Ironborn that were unlucky enough, which was a lot. The thing about wooden shields is that while they were light, they were prone to breaking if kept unchecked or in poor conditions, and the Ironborn were not known to maintain their weapons. A good number of Ironborn who blocked the arrows with their shields found themselves dead as the arrows punched through the shields. Other Ironborn tried to jump into the water to escape but were much easier to hit since they could be spotted without trouble. After a few long moments of raining arrows down on the Ironborn, it stopped. Most of the Ironborn ships were littered with arrows and dead bodies, their sails ripped to shreds, leaving them dead in the water. Nathan saw the Ironborn scramble to try and move their ships, a few even tried to run away while others made their way to Windhelm. Suddenly, Nathan felt the Black Wolf move and soon they were out at sea. So far, everything has been going according to plan, but Nathan still needed to make sure as one wrong step could lead to Windhelm's loss. Time to show the Ironborn what the North is made of. Nathan said with a savage grin as he stood on the bow of the Black Wolf as the dreadnought moved out to sea. We've been fooled. Dunstan Drum said with shock and anger as he saw another Ironborn ship sink from a scorpion bolt. Everything had been going smoothly at first. As soon as Windhelm came into view, Dunstan gave the order to attack the port and sent the first wave of Ironborn. He saw the simple blockade that would only slow down the Ironborn. He also saw that Windhelm had some petty fortifications, and some soldiers that looked ready to fight, but not nearly as many as the Ironborn. The only thing that caught Dunstan's attention was the large column of white smoke in the distance, but Drum didn't think much of it as the first wave of Ironborn reached the port, a loud bell ringing as the Ironborn came closer and closer. A few were killed by the archers, but as always the Ironborn prevailed and soon made land on Windhelm as the second wave made their way to the port and Dunstan began to order the final wave to move in. Then the true northern fleet appeared, right behind the Ironborn to fuck them in the ass. The fleet came from the north, most likely from the other side of the Sea Dragon Point. Just as Dunstan started to give orders to try and stop the northern fleet, the Ironborn was surrounded. Then came the arrows. All around the Ironborn fleet, arrows rained down, killing hundreds of Ironborn in mere moments. The Thunderer and other ships in the center of the Ironborn fleet were left unscathed, but the outer ships were not so lucky. Dozens of ships were slick with blood and bodies. Some Ironborn tried to flee into the water but were crushed as ships crashed into them or picked off by arrows. Some Ironborn ships tried to confront the northern ships, but that just made them the center target before the northerners boarded the ship and killed everyone without mercy. Sails were ripped to shreds and left dead in the water, allowing the northerns to surround the ships and board them with ease. When the north stopped raining arrows, they started to move in, sending their longships to the iron longships before they started to fight, killing more Ironborn before they took the ships. The war galleys were something else, much stronger, and had scorpions mounted on the bow. They were able to sink an Ironborn ship with just a few bolts, already sinking 8 ships. One war galley rammed into a longship at full speed and nearly split the ship in two, killing everyone in seconds. However, the Ironborn were taking everything lying down. They attacked with their own and boarded a few war galleys and longships. The Ironborn had even managed to sink 3 ships with their iron scorpions. Yet everyone on the Thunderer could see where the wind was blowing. Lord Drum, what do we do? A scared whelp whined as he looked at the northern ships with fear. Should we retreat, come back with more. Slap asterisk. Dunstan Drum backhanded the boy hard enough for blood to come out of his mouth and nose as he was thrown to the ground. I will not return to the Iron Islands in disgrace after fighting the fucking North. Dunstan growled as the boy was dragged away and thrown to the side. Failure is not an option. Then what do we do, Lord Drum? Andrik asked in a low tone as he looked to see another ship sinking from a scorpion bolt while another was on fire. In truth, Dunstan was stumped. They had lost hundreds in the first few moments and more were dying. Everything was in chaos as the North picked them off one by one. Looking at Windhelm, Drum saw more Ironborn dying from arrows, swords, and pikes to the point that the North was pushing back and throwing them into the cold sea. Dunstan had about 12 ships that were unharmed surrounding the Thunderer, but that wasn't enough to turn things around. My lord, a ship approaches, a very large one. An Ironborn called out, grabbing Dunstan's attention. Off to the north was the largest war galley Dunstan Drum had ever seen. It was massive, to say the least, with multiple scorpions all over the ship, along with a large number of men, a monster of a ship. As the ship sailed towards them, more northern longships joined the massive ship, 8 more, all heading for them. However, what grabbed Dunstan's attention was the person standing on the bow of the ship. He could barely make out the figure, but he could tell it was someone young, with black armor and white hair. Dunstan also noticed the ship flying the sigil of House Stark. Nathan Stark. Dunstan muttered as he recognized the figure, as the Ironborn made sure to keep note of certain nobles that could be used as hostages, and no one was more notable than the heir to House Stark. That's how we'll win, Dunstan said as a bloodthirsty grin crossed his lips. Nathan Stark was the golden child of House Stark, loved by everyone in the North. If Dunstan captured Nathan and held the boy hostage, they would have the North by the balls, forcing them to not go to war with the Iron Islands. There was also the possibility of holding the boy for ransom, and Dunstan had heard of House Stark's new wealth that made many in the South jealous. However, House Drum would only return Nathan Stark after receiving a ship full of gold and breaking the boy to forever fear the Iron Islands. House Drum may lose favor for not destroying the Northern Fleet, but if we bring Nathan Stark to King Balon, the king will surely reward us. Dunstan thought as he looked at his men. All right, men. We confront that ship. Dunstan yelled, getting shocked and fearful looks from everyone. Nathan Stark is on that ship. We will gain victory for the Iron Islands once we bring that whelp in chains. That brought cheers from the Ironborn as they started to move. They started shouting to the other ships as Dunstan stood on the bow with Andrik at his side. Andrik, Dunstan said in a hard tone as he glared at the large, oncoming ship. No matter what happens, you must bring Nathan Stark back to the Iron Islands at all costs, for the good of House Drum and the Iron Islands. Dunstan Drum wasn't afraid to die, he would accept the Drowner God with a smile on his face and a blade in his hands. However, the way things were going, he may meet his end soon, and should Dunstan fail, House Drum would suffer the shame of losing to the North. To maintain their favorable position with King Balon, House Drum needs to present a valuable gift to Balon Greyjoy. And what could be a better gift than Nathan Stark himself, the foolish boy who dared to challenge the power of the Iron Islands with a petty fleet? It would be made sweeter if the Stark boy also had House Stark's Valyrian steel sword. They say the boy is quite skilled and relentless, he won't come quietly, Andrik said with a dead tone. Then cripple the little wolf, Dunstan said with a bloodthirsty grin. Break his knees, his arms, make it so he can't escape, and put the fear of the Drowner God into the little fucker. With that said, Andrik the Unsmiling gave an unsettling smile that made even Dunstan look weary. As you say, Captain, Andrik said as he readied his battle axe. I wonder how the Stark boy will scream. Looks like the Ironborn is looking for a fight, Hugo said as he and Nathan stood on the bow. As planned, the Black Wolf made a straight shot for the drum ship. Even though it was surrounded by 12 other longships, Nathan felt confident given the multiple scorpions on the Black Wolf, and that the whole ship was made of ironwood. However, Nathan was surprised to see multiple northern ships join Nathan's side, most of them being a mix of Ryswell and Stark men. As they sailed to the drum ship, instead of running away, the group of ships made their way towards them. A few of the ships had scorpions, but not many compared to the Black Wolf. Lord Val, tell the other ships to be wary. While we are winning the battle, we are far from victorious. Nathan said in a cautious tone as kept his eyes on the approaching ship. The Ironborn are still known for their mastery of ships, and I'm not looking to die from the one skill they have. Yes, Lord Stark, Hugo Val said as he and a few of Alfric's men started to shout to the other ships. Nathan continued to stand on the bow of the ship while keeping his eyes locked on the drum ship. As much as Nathan wanted to take command of the ships around him, he had no experience with ship warfare. While Lord Marndale did teach him a thing or two, when it came to combat with ships Nathan had no experience. Nathan just had to trust his people and his instincts to help him through this. Once the ships were close enough, Nathan jumped back as the battle started. The first to attack was the Ironborn. They shot arrows with what archers they had, and as such the archers from the northern ships retaliated. Nathan grabbed a nearby ironwood shield and held it up to block a few falling arrows. He felt a few hit his armor, but they did nothing but bounce off. The longships engaged the Ironborn first, while the Black Wolf started to fall back and circle to attack from behind. Men on both sides started to die as the Black Wolf fired a few scorpion bolts into a few Ironborn ships, not sinking them but scaring them enough for the northern ships to move around more freely. One scorpion bolt had managed to hit the helm of a ship, stopping it dead in the water but keeping the ship intact. Alfric had shown his skills in ships as he controlled the Black Wolf and sailed the ship around the others, allowing the men to continue to shoot arrows and bolts at the ships. The Black Wolf was hit with a few scorpion bolts and a few unlucky men did die from arrows, yet not as many as the Ironborn were losing. This went on for several long moments, and Nathan could see the North was winning with their stronger ships and the Ironborn's lack of discipline. "Come and face me, Nathan Stark." A voice called out, and as Nathan looked to the right of the ship, he found the speaker. "Come face the might of House Drum." Given the man's clothing, ship, name, and the way the Ironborn cheered at his words, Nathan assumed the man was the leader of the Ironborn raid and a member of House Drum, most likely Lord Drum himself. The ship shot arrows and even threw axes at the side of the ship. Nathan and several other men raised their shields while the archers fired arrows back at the ship. Someone starts shooting at them before they board. Asterisk bawam asterisk. Asterisk crash asterisk. Without warning, the ship jerked to a stop, knocking a few people off their feet, including Nathan as he slammed into the floor. "What the fuck happened?" Hugo yelled as he looked to the side of the ship and looked up front, and what he was made his eyes widen. Fucking hell. 2 Ironborn ships had rammed into the Black Wolf, stopping the ship in its place. The first ship was broken in half while the second ship was damaged, but still floating in the water. Those that survived swam to the second ship, and Hugo could already see that the Ironborn were getting ready to board with ropes and hooks. "Ah!" A northern yelled in pain as an arrow struck him in the arm, making Hugo whip his head to see a third ship closing in. "You got to be fucking kidding me!" Nathan yelled as he saw what Hugo saw. Nathan saw that the ships that had joined them were fighting the remaining 5 Ironborn ships. The Ironborn showed their true skill as they practically sailed circles around the northern ships, picking at them like vultures. Without another word, Nathan ran to the nearest scorpion and aimed at the third, oncoming Ironborn ship. Nathan knew he didn't have enough time to sink the ship with the scorpion bolts, but he could slow it down. Taking a breath and taking careful aim at a particular part of the longship, Nathan fired at the ship's mast. Asterisk twat asterisk. Asterisk crash asterisk. Direct hit. Nathan yelled as he saw the bolt slam into the ship's mast and break the mast. The mast fell onto the ship, killing a few Ironborn under its weight. Nathan grinned like a madman but frowned as he saw the Ironborn start to use oars to move into the water. "Lord Stark, we're being boarded." Alfric yelled as he came on deck with a sword and shield in hand. Nathan turned back to see a few Ironborn had already boarded the ship with more following. The northern men that were close managed to kill a few, but quickly found themselves overwhelmed and slain before they could truly fight back. "Men, let's show the Ironborn how a northern fights." Nathan yelled as he drew his sword. "For the north! For the north!" The men cheered as everyone charged. The sounds of battle filled the ship, steel hitting iron, men crying in pain and anger as they were stabbed, gutted, and killed. Hugo Val displayed incredible strength and ferocity as he swung his axe into the skull of an Ironborn, splitting it in two as he bashed his shield into the face of another, nearly sending the man flying. Ulfric Waterman showed impressive skill as he used both his sword and shield to block and slash with the two before he cut down the Ironborn. And in the center was Nathan Stark himself. Nathan found himself squaring off against three Ironborn men, all older and slightly larger with bastard swords in hand, one with a wooden shield. "Ha ha, you are quite a pretty boy," one of the Ironborns said with a wicked laugh. "Pretty like a girl. I bet he screams like one if he's fucked," the second one said with another laugh. "Are you going to scream for us, pretty boy?" Nathan heard enough and acted. With a growl, Nathan dipped low and thrust his sword at the Ironborn in the middle. The sword hit the wooden shield but didn't stop the strike, piercing the rotting wood as the sword cut into the Ironborn's neck, spraying blood everywhere. Without missing a second, Nathan spun his body and slashed his sword down at the Ironborn on his left, cutting into the poor leather armor from his neck down to his chest. This all happened in the span of a few seconds as Nathan turned to the last Ironborn, who now looked at Nathan with a grim face and slight fear. For the man started to yell, but Nathan didn't give him the chance. Swinging his sword up with a roar, the Ironborn tried to block it, but Nathan's strength was too great for him, and the man soon found his arm was in the air, leaving himself open. Fearing for his life, the man roared and charged at Nathan, trying to knock the boy down while using his larger size. However, Nathan was wearing full-plated armor and was about the same height as the man before him, thus the young Stark did not go down. Instead, using all his strength and weight, Nathan slammed his armored boot into the Ironborn's knee. A sickening crunch was heard, the man's knee bent backwards. The Ironborn man screamed as he fell to the ground, holding his broken knee. Nathan wasted no time raising his sword and stabbing it into the man's chest, killing him instantly. Bastard! Moving on instinct, Nathan lunged to the side as an axe came down from where he stood, cutting into the chest of the dead Ironborn. Spinning around, Nathan saw 4 more Ironborns, all pointing their weapons at the young Stark. "Ha, so this is how the Ironborn has survived," Nathan said mockingly as he reached behind himself and pulled out his wolf helmet. "Hitting everyone in the back, running away when things get hard," Nathan said as he saw a few Ironborn ships escape into the distance. "Fucking cravens, the lot of you. Quiet, whelp, we'll kill you and everyone at this frozen port," one of the Ironborns shouted as the others growled. "The Ironborn will conquer the north, for we are the strongest," another shouted as he gripped his axe. Nathan just laughed mockingly as he placed his wolf helmet over his head. "Stong, Ironborn, that's not right," Nathan said as he clipped his helmet on and his sword. "The north is strong. The Ironborn are cravens who can only attack helpless small folk and can only fuck when they force a woman." Not giving the Ironborn a chance to talk, Nathan charges. Slashing his sword to the side, Nathan made the Ironborn jump back in fear as he slammed his shoulder into one, throwing the man into the ground. Another Ironborn roared as he charged Nathan from behind, yet the Ironborn didn't get far as Nathan twisted his sword and stabbed it behind himself, impaling the Ironborn with force. "Bastard!" Nathan brought his sword up just in time to take an axe swing. The Ironborn tried to hook Nathan's sword and pull it away, but Nathan kept a tight grip on his sword and instead pulled back, pulling the axe out of the Ironborn's hands. Without a weapon, the Ironborn tried to pull out a short sword from his hip, but Nathan already brought his sword down onto the Ironborn's shoulder, nearly taking it clean off as the man screamed in pain before Nathan kicked the man in the chest, sending him to the ground as he was trampled by Northern men and Ironborn alike. Clang. "Fuck!" Nathan shouted in pain as a sword slammed into his back. Spinning around, Nathan saw the final Ironborn that challenged him. A boy about the same age as him, barely entering manhood. The boy looked at Nathan with fear, practically shaking in his boots as he timidly held up his sword. "Drop your weapon, boy. I may show you mercy," the young man shouted, yet Nathan could hear the fear in his voice. Without a word, marched forward with his sword low. "I said drop the SW." Without a word, Nathan slammed his fist into the young man's face, blood and teeth flying into the air as the boy slammed into the deck and fell unconscious. Nathan looked at the young man for a long moment before turning away. It would be better to kill him now, lest he becomes a threat later or seeks vengeance. Yet the Ironborn was barely a man, most likely this being his first battle, and to kill him would leave a bad taste in Nathan's mouth. Still, Nathan wouldn't save him if he got back up and tried to kill another Northerner, or if someone else stabbed the boy while he was unconscious. Nathan would leave the boy's fate up to the gods. Ah! Nathan whipped his head to the side to see a mountain man scream bloody murder as his arm was chopped off before he found an axe in his skull. As the mountain man fell, the Ironborn looked at Nathan with a grim face. "So you are the little wolf of the north?" the man before Nathan said. The man before Nathan looked nothing like the Ironborn he had fought and killed so far. This man was taller than Nathan, yet had strong arms that wielded a thick iron axe and fur armor, which was caked in blood. "Lord Dustandrum has told me to bring you to him," he said as an amused smile crossed his face, which unsettled Nathan greatly. "Though he said I can break your arms and legs, little wolf." "You no ordinary Ironborn," Nathan said as he readied his sword. "Can I get a name?" The man's face became grim again as he shrugged. "People call me Andrik the Unsmiling." Hearing that name made Nathan wince as he gripped his sword tighter. Andrik the Unsmiling was somewhat infamous in Westeros, where both the Reach and Westerland lords had put a bounty on his head. He was ruthless, and skilled, and was known to be one of the Ironborn's strongest warriors. And he had set his sights on Nathan. "My name is Nathan Stark, some call me the White Wolf of the North," Nathan said as he glared at Andrik through his wolf helmet. "Now let's stop talking and fight." The two charged at one another, swinging their weapons at the same time. Nathan winced as his sword slammed into Andrik's axe, feeling the force through his hands and body. Too strong. Nathan thought with worry as he sidestepped a slash from Andrik, trying to be light on his feet. Nathan recognized that Andrik was far stronger than Nathan, and pure strength can make a large difference in a fight. With Andrik's experience and ruthlessness, Nathan realized this would be his hardest fight yet. "He said he needs me alive, broken, but alive," Nathan thought as he started to slash his sword, to which Andrik parried with a surprising amount of skill. "He won't go for the killing blow, but may take an arm and a leg." Nathan realized that Lord Drum knew he couldn't win the battle after falling into the northern trap. The only way for Lord Drum to come out with some form of victory is to take the heir of the North as a hostage, Nathan Stark. "I can't let them take me, or the North would be in a hard spot in the coming war," Nathan thought, knowing that his uncle would come to save him if such a thing happened, but Nathan wouldn't allow himself to be taken, no matter what. The two started exchanging blows, and Nathan landed a few cuts on Andrik's body. However, the large Ironborn man gave more than he took, as his axe slashed and hacked at Nathan's arms and chest. Had it not been for Nathan's armor, the young Stark would have been long dead. The young Stark grunted as he jumped back to dodge a wide swing from Andrik, barely missing his chest plate. However, when Nathan stepped back, he didn't go far as his back slammed into something. Looking around, Nathan saw he was on the edge of the ship. Behind him was House Drum's main ship, where both Northerns and Ironborn fought for their life. Realizing he's been pushed into a corner, Nathan quickly pushed himself up and held his sword. Andrik looked at Nathan with a blank look on his face. Even as more Ironborn died around him, Andrik did not change his face. "It's been fun, little wolf, but the game is over," Andrik said in a dead tone as he gripped his axe. Nathan scoffed as he glared at Andrik. "It's not over until one of us is dead, and it ain't going to be me." Andrik rolled his eyes before he charged at Nathan, to which the White Wolf did the same. The two swung their weapons. Despite feeling the ringing in his hands, Nathan roared as he managed to push Andrik back, much to the large man's shock. Andrik was further shocked by Nathan's sudden ferocity, finding the change strange. A cornered wolf, Andrik thought with realization as he lunged to the side, feeling the Stark's sword cut his cheek. He's like a cornered wolf, fighting for survival with his last strength. Andrik thought before he dodged a strike by leaning back and slamming his axe into the Stark's chest, making the boy stumble back before he locked blades with Andrik, the two fighting for dominance as Andrik slowly pushed Nathan to the edge of the ship. "But it's useless, the boy is weakening fast. Once I push him over the edge, he won't be able to move. We'll escape and show the boy how strong the Ironborn." ****. Without warning, Nathan slammed his helmet into Andrik's face with all his might. Thanks to Nathan's rigorous training with heavy armor and heavy swords, his back muscles were well developed, allowing Nathan to headbutt Andrik with much strength with an armored head. A sickening crunch was heard as Nathan's helmet slammed into Andrik's face, his nose exploding in blood as his face caved in from the force. Andrik's vision went white as pain erupted from his face, Yet despite that the Ironborn roared as he brought his axe down from above, aiming for Nathan's head in a blind rage. Nathan saw this and parried the axe skillfully, feeling his hands shake from the force. With Andrik open, Nathan stuck the Ironborn's left shoulder, Nathan's sword cutting into the flesh. The cut was shallow thanks to Andrik's fur armor, but deep enough to cause the man great pain, as the unsmiling man gave a bloody roar as blood dripped down his face. Before Nathan could attack, Andrik swung his axe up with his right hand, the force ripping Nathan's sword out of his hands. The young Stark could only look in shock before being kicked in the chest by the large man, sending Nathan overboard. Everything slowed down for Nathan as he fell off the boat and his life flashed before his eyes. He thought of his family, friends, his people, and his ideas for the North to truly make it thrive. And then he felt rage against the Ironborn for trying to take everything away. To take away what they have built, what Nathan had gained after losing his father and mother when he was just a baby. Fuuak. Nathan roared with fury as he fell off the Black Wolf. Andrik panted heavily as he saw the young Stark fall off the ship. He looked to his left shoulder and grimaced as he saw the wound spilling blood down his left arm. It was a bad wound, but far from the worst he's ever had. Grabbing a leather strap from his waist, Andrik tied it around his shoulder, slowing the bleeding as it throbbed in pain. Now to leave the fucking North with the brat, Andrik thought as he glanced around to see both the North and Ironborn still fighting, both sides losing men. We have already lost too many men and ships we will need for the war, and Lord Stark. Andrik's instinct took over as the man dove to the side as an axe slammed into the floor with enough force to shatter. Spinning around, Andrik saw a large man with a steel axe and wooden shield in hand. The man had pure fury in his eyes as he glared at Andrik with hatred, but the large man controlled his anger. On behalf of Clan Val, I will take your fucking head for what you did to Lord Stark. The large man shouted before he charged at Andrik. Andrik gained a broad look at the aged Northerner as he grabbed his axe with his good arm and readied himself. Let's end this, fat man, I already miss the Iron Islands. With that, the two warriors charged at one another. Breath. Hold. Fire. Ah. An Ironborn cried out in pain as he was shot in the chest, his body hitting the ground as it was trampled by more Ironborn and Northerners. Henry of White Harbor steeled his heart as he pulled out another arrow from his quiver before firing again, hitting an Ironborn in the knee. When the battle started, Henry along with other archers shot arrows after arrows at the oncoming Ironborn. Henry killed his first man with an arrow through his eye. The sight of the man falling dead made Henry freeze, before he was slapped by another archer, telling Henry to focus or else he would die. So Henry continued to fire arrow after arrow at the Ironborn, stealing his heart as he killed the men who were invading his home. Henry was told from a young age how the wars and battles of Westeros were places of glory and honor, how even a simple peasant could gain nobility and honor for themselves. However, Lord Stark told Henry what war truly was. War is hell, and it fucking sucks. Henry muttered bitterly as he fired another arrow. The only fulfillment Henry felt was knowing that he was protecting his home from invaders who would destroy everything his lord had built for their benefit. That the Ironborns are cravens that would kill the men, steal the women to be used as slaves or playthings, and burn the North while proclaiming how strong the Ironborn are. We're pushing the Ironborn back. A Northerner yelled from the ground as Henry looked to the sea. True enough, many Ironborns were fleeing onto their ships and back to sea away from Windhelm. Those unlucky enough to not reach the boat were already dead or being overwhelmed by Northerners. Seeing this, Henry sprang into action. The young archer quickly jumped off his perch and onto the ground before making his way to the docks as fast as he could. Henry ran through the blood-filled streets toward the docks with a fire in his eyes. Henry had heard from Lord Nathan that he would be leading some of the best warriors to the lead ship to break the Ironborn apart from the heart. The next part of the plan was for the Northerners in Windhelm to steal Ironborn ships and join the fight at sea. For Henry, he wanted nothing more than to fight at his lord's side. Watch out! Without warning, a wooden shield slammed into Henry's face, knocking the young archer to the ground. As soon as Henry hit the ground, he scrambled to see a bloody Ironborn standing over him with an axe in hand, raised to the air with a mad look in his eyes. Henry reached for his short sword but found it tangled in his belt, making the boy's heart freeze. The Ironborn raised his axe with a bloodthirsty smile. Ha! Without warning, a sword pierced the Ironborn's neck, blood gushing from the wound as the Ironborn went still before falling to the ground. Get up, the fight is far from over. Henry looked up and his eyes widened when he saw a familiar face holding the bloody sword. Are you going to fight, or keep gawking like a Medine? Maya Stone yielded as she held out her hand. Snapping out of his daze with a shake of his head, Herney grabbed Maya's hand as the girl lifted the young archer with a surprising amount of strength. Still right in the head? Maya asked as Henry just stood still before shaking his head. I'm good. Henry yelled over the sounds of battle before pulling an arrow and firing into the distance, the arrow hitting the back of a fleeing Ironborn. Then let's go. Maya yelled as she and Henry ran through the streets of Windhelm, the duo making a surprisingly good pair as Maya fought any Ironborn that got too close while Henry shot down any that got too close. Where's Lord Stark? Maya yelled as she managed to cut down another Ironborn with her sword, the man's blood splattering her face, yet she ignored it. In the heart of the battle. Henry yelled as he continued to shoot arrows with Maya by his side, making sure to only hit the Ironborn. He's attacking the leading ship to end the Ironborn attack as soon as possible. Henry yelled as he managed to headshot an Ironborn. We're supposed to steal any Ironborn ships and join Lord Stark in disturbing the Ironborn fleet. Then we need to move. Maya yelled as she stabbed her sword into an Ironborn knee before slicing into his neck. The two continued to kill the fleeing Ironborn with ruthless efficiencies before they reached the docks. Henry spotted a few Northerners already having stolen some Ironborn ships and joining the battle at sea. At the far end of the dock, Henry saw a particular Northerner just about ready to take an Ironborn ship. Kodlak Whitermane. Henry called out. Henry saw the aged warrior along with his band ready to take an Ironborn ship that had managed to get past the blockade. Kodlak looked back after cutting an Ironborn's head clean off. Ah, the young lad who was with Lord Stark. Kodlak said with a smile as his men finished off the rest of the Ironborn on the ship. Still alive, I see. Looking to join the battle at sea. Yes, Lord Stark has just engaged the leading Ironborn ship and I wish to fight by his side. Henry said with determination. Ha! The lad has a fire that can melt snow. One of Kodlak's men shouted as he sheathed his sword and shield. Saw you take out a few Ironborn with that bow, you can give Isla a run for her coin. The large man said before he looked at Maya. And you've got a sense of battle, killed several Ironborn with just a few swings of that shitty sword. The man said, making both blink. Young warriors killing grown men are hard to miss. Well, if Vilkas can attest to your skills, then join us. Kodlak said before a hard look crossed his face. How's the ship, is it seaworthy? Everything seems to be okay, Kodlak. A large man with a battle axe called from the Ironborn longship. We're ready when you are. Just let Isla take down that Ironborn flag. Done. A red-haired woman standing on the ship's mast called, holding an Ironborn flag in hand before she threw it into the sea. Then let's move, men. To the heart of the storm. Kodlak called out, getting cheers from the men as Henry and Maya quickly followed. With that, the Ironborn ship slowly left the Windhelm dock, heading to the battle at sea. Standing at the base of the mast, Kodlak looked at the battle at sea with a hard look. Isla, how's the battle at sea? Kodlak called up to the red-haired archer. Isla's green eyes narrowed as she managed to take in mostly everything. As the best archer under Kodlak, she had the best eyes out of everyone. We're winning, Kodlak. Isla yelled with a grin, getting cheers from the men on the ship. The Northern fleet is sinking and taking over ships one after another, while a good number of Ironborn are fleeing. So it seems we've all but won, Kodlak said with a firm nod, feeling pleased. What about Lord Stark's ship? Henry called from the deck, grabbing a few eyes. Lord Stark was to engage the leading ship to disrupt the Iron Fleet. He's on the largest ship out of the fleet. Isla nodded as she scanned the waters before pointing out. There. I see Lord Stark's ship. Everyone went to the left side of the ship to see an intense battle in the center of everything. Lord Stark's ship, the Black Wolf, was engaging several Ironborn ships with the help of Northern ships. Everyone looked at the large ship in awe, especially how it rammed into two Ironborn ships, splitting one in half and nearly breaking the second one. Does Lord Stark even need us? One Northerner joked, bringing some laughs on the ship. Maya looked out to the Black Wolf, while her eyes weren't the best she still had sharp eyes. And what she saw made them widen. "We need to go," Maya yelled out, making everyone look at her. "The Ironborn have tracked Lord Stark's ship, and they are boarding it. Move, get this ship moving." Kodlak yelled and everyone started to move the ship towards the Black Wolf. Henry stood on the deck, looking at the battle with worry as he felt his heart clench. "Old gods protect you, Lord Stark." "Fuurup," Nathan screamed before he felt his back slammed into something, not quite soft, but softer than wood, yet still gave a snapping sound. "Fuck." Nathan groaned before he jumped onto his feet. Glancing down, Nathan saw that he had landed on an Ironborn, crushing the man to the point his neck snapped with the weight of his armor. Without hesitation Nathan grabbed a sword from the ground and held it up, looking around the ship he had landed on. Both Northerners and Ironborn were fighting on the ship, yet Nathan could see that the Ironborn were winning on the ship. Most likely they were some of the best warriors in the whole fleet, not surprising as they were with the lead ship. No one had noticed Nathan, as everyone was too absorbed in their fighting to notice the warrior who fell from another ship. Well, the famous White Wolf of the North has fallen into my lap." Whirling around, Nathan held his sword to see 5 Ironborns facing Nathan, the lead man grabbing the young Stark's attention as he was dressed much fancier by Ironborn standards. "Lord Drum, I assume," Nathan said with a grim smile while looking at the older, bald man. Lord Drum snorted while resting his hand on his sword. "They said you were a clever wolf," the man said with amusement as he snapped his fingers and one of his men brought out a thick rope. "Now let's see if you understand this. You have 2 options. First, is that you surrender and become my hostage, we will leave the North immediately and the battle will end here. The second option is that you fight me and my best warriors, lose an arm and leg and still become a hostage while we kill more of your people. The choice is yours, little wolf." Nathan couldn't help but give a loud scoff, making Lord Drum narrow his eyes. "You must think me a fool," Nathan said with a small laugh, yet he glared at the Iron Lord with amusement. "The Ironborn aren't known for treating their hostages well, and you fuckers go back on your words the moment it's convenient for you. I would have to be the biggest fool in Westeros to trust the word of an Ironborn raider." Lord Drum's face turned red with anger as his fist started to shake. "Careful with your words, boy, you are outnumbered and on my ship. Don't think just because we fell for your cowardly trap that you have the upper hand." Nathan couldn't help it. As soon as those words left Lord Drum's mouth, the young Stark threw his head back and gave the loudest laugh ever in his life. It was so loud that it grabbed the attention of nearly everyone on the ship, and Lord Drum's face turned red with pure anger. "Oh, the hypocrisy," Nathan said with a booming laugh while looking at Lord Drum with a sharp smile. "You claim the North used a cowardly trap, yet it was the Ironborn that planned to use a surprise attack to destroy the Northern fleet for no reason other than your greed. You think you can flee after capturing me, yet with your ship surrounded, you have no hope of escaping," Nathan said before he glared at Lord Drum with pure hatred, something that caught the older man off guard by how cold the young boy's eyes were. "You are trying to destroy everything the North has built for no reason. You are trying to kill my people and steal from my home while turning my people into nothing more than slaves," Nathan said with pure anger while glaring at Lord Drum. "You've got balls, I'll give you that." Dunstan Drum looked as if Nathan's words slapped him before he too glared at the young Stark. "You Northerners should feel honored to serve the Ironborn. We once ruled the seas and struck fear into the heart of Westeros." Nathan snorted while shaking his head. "Delusional to the very end, it's so pathetic I almost feel sorry for you," Nathan said before looking at Lord Drum with a bored look, the man's face now turning as red as his sword. "The Ironborn's glory days have long since passed for more than 300 years, yet you still cling to such delusions it is almost pitiful. What's more pitiful is that the man you've decided to follow thinks he can take on the North with only 20,000 souls at the most while breaking the king's law," Nathan said before he raised his sword and pointed it at Lord Drum. "Now enough talking, you will die here and I will have your head for the North while sending you and your raiders to that monster you call a god." Never before in his life has Lord Drum felt such anger. Not only had this young upstart insulted him, but he also insulted the Ironborn, King Balon, their way of life, and insulted the Drowner god in just a few moments. "Fuck it," Lord Drum said as he snatched the rope from his men and threw it to the side. "I was going to let you live, perhaps as a cripple, but still live. But now I'm going to take your head as a trophy and strap your corpse to the front of my ship so everyone will know how the heir to the north died like the whelp he is. Lord Drum said with cold fury as he pulled out his sword and pointed it to Nathan. Kill him. Without a word, the four Ironborn charged at Nathan while the young Stark grew a bloodthirsty grin. True fights aren't epic long battles that last for hours or days, Nathan thought as he jumped forward, making the first Ironborn swing his sword. However, Nathan suddenly jumped back until his back slammed into the side of the ship, the Ironborn's strike missing and slamming into the deck. Giving a mad grin, Nathan suddenly thrust his sword with his one hand, the sword piercing the Ironborn's right eye, killing the man before he hit the ground. They end in seconds. As the first Ironborn slowly fell to the deck, his body blocked the other two, but not the third as he charged at Nathan with an axe and shield. Leaning against the side of the ship, Nathan jumped up and slammed both armored feet into the man's shield, sending the man to the ground. Nathan didn't hesitate to jump into the air with his sword in hand as soon as his feet touched the deck, planting the sword into the man's chest just as he hit the ground. Unfortunately, before Nathan could remove the sword, the two remaining Ironborn jumped on his back, trying to bring the young Stark to the ground. Hold the slippery fucker so I can take his head off. Lord Drum yelled as he held his red sword in the air as the two Ironborn men. Roar. Nathan roared in anger and annoyance as he used all his strength to try and throw the Ironborn off, yet the two men together were stronger than him. So ends Nathan Stark. Lord Drum said with a wicked smile as he looked Nathan in the eyes while raising his red blade. I'll send you to your mother and father, boy. Without warning, an arrow struck Lord Drum's arm, making the large man stagger back as he looked at the arrow in shock. For the north. A voice from above called out, and a moment later a figure landed the Ironborn holding Nathan's right side. When Nathan saw who had landed on the Ironborn, the young Stark felt his eyes widen. Maya. Nathan shouted as he recognized the bastard girl from the Vale who had literally jumped into the middle of the fight. As Maya brought down the Ironborn, she didn't hesitate to pull a dagger from her boot and stabbed the man in the chest. The man screamed in pain and tried to fight the young woman off, but Maya was surprisingly strong. Nathan snapped out of his daze and managed to punch the Ironborn holding his left side, but not before taking his sheathed sword and slashing at the man's chest, cutting into his leather armor and skin, but not enough to kill him. Lord Stark. Nathan turned to see Henry of all people on another ship with Codler Quatermain and other warriors from the north, all on a stolen Ironborn ship. We've come to help. Henry said as he took aim with his bow and fired an arrow, hitting an Ironborn in the leg as Codler and his men started to board Lord Drum's ship. Henry. Nathan shouted with a laugh as he quickly picked up a fallen sword from the deck and blocked a sword strike from Lord Drum, who looked at Nathan with pure rage. Am I happy to see you? Nathan said as he swiped his sword for Lord Drum's neck, yet the aged Ironborn leaned back just in time before slashing his sword. Maya, think you can watch my back while I take Lord Drum's head? Nathan asked in an almost playful tone as he ducked under Lord Drum's swipe, the young Stark seeing Maya facing off against another Ironborn. Leave it to me, Lord Stark. Maya yelled over the sounds of battle as she ducked under a sword strike before slicing into the Ironborn's knee, nearly taking the leg off as she kicked the man down and stabbed him in the chest. But don't keep me waiting. Maya said while giving Nathan a fierce smile with a wink before charging at another Ironborn. What a woman. Nathan breathed with a smile before he yelped as Lord Drum swung his sword for Nathan's neck once again. Oh, that was rude, old man. Nathan said with an annoyed tone at the Iron Lord. Do you truly think you have time to gawk at some whore? Lord Drum said as he started to swing his sword widely. All I need to do is take your head and I will have won. Killing the golden child of the north will bring glory to House Drum for years. As Lord Drum raised his sword, Nathan slashed his sword swiftly, forcing Lord Drum to hastily block while stumbling back. Do you think I can't handle one, old Ironborn raider that needs 4 other men to take on one young Northerner? Nathan said with a scoff as he and Lord Drum started to circle one another, Nathan with a grin while Lord Drum continued to glare at the white hair Stark. You will be the one to die here, Lord Drum. Nathan then glanced at the unique red blade in Lord Drum's hands. And I'll be taking that sword from your corpse. The moment Nathan saw the blade in Lord Drum's hands, the young Stark could tell it wasn't a normal blade, for no normal blade could be blood red and sharp enough to cut into a steel sword. That's when Nathan realized that the blade in Lord Drum's hands was Red Rain, the Valyrian steel sword of House Drum. "Oh, I have plans for you," Nathan thought as his smile turned a bit greedy. Lord Drum growled, yet managed to control his anger to not blindly attack the young Stark as he did before. While Lord Drum was experienced and had taken the lives of many men and women, he wasn't blinded to the young Stark's strength and skill. Yet the Iron Lord was still confident that he could win against some whelp in his first war. Neither one moved despite the sounds of battle raging on all around them. Suddenly, the first to move was Nathan. The young Stark lunged forward, japing his sword and aiming for Lord Drum's head. However, the Iron Lord parried the strike and kicked Nathan in the chest before slashing his sword down. Nathan jumped back and barely dodged the slash, feeling the tip of the sword scratch Nathan's armor, which showed. After regaining his footing, Nathan held his blade out and kept his eyes on Lord Drum. Seeing the old man's hard face not change, Nathan had to admit the Iron Lord was a seasoned warrior, one Nathan couldn't take lightly. Time to use what I've learned from those fighters from White Harbor and Essos, Nathan thought before he lunged forward once again. Nathan started with a downward strike, which Lord Drum blocked, sparks flying as their swords clashed against one another. Nathan was relentless with his strikes but didn't put his full power into them as he was just putting pressure on Lord Drum without giving the man any time to breathe. Nathan then brought a heavy strike from the right, catching Lord Drum off guard just enough for Nathan to lung his sword forward. Lord Drum tried to dodge but it was too late as the thrust sliced into the man's shoulder, drawing first blood. Gritting his teeth, Lord Drum took the blow before lunging forward and backhanding Nathan with his iron gauntlet. Nathan felt blood pool in his mouth, but the young Stark had taken harder blows during his training. Planting his feet firmly on the ground, Nathan rams his left shoulder into Lord Drum's chest, making the older man stumble back. Nathan tried to bring his blade on Lord Drum's head, but the old Ironborn locked the blade and held it down on the wooden deck. Suddenly, Lord Drum pulled a dagger from his belt and tried to stab Nathan in the neck. However, the young Stark manages to dodge the dagger at the last minute, the dagger cutting into Nathan's shoulder, drawing blood. Slapping the dagger out of Lord Drum's hand, Nathan gave a loud growl before grabbing the back of Lord Drum's head and headbutting the Iron Lord. Nathan's helmet cut into the top of Lord Drum's bald head, drawing blood. Yet despite the pain and blood, Lord Drum kicked Nathan in the chest, sending the young Stark to the floor. The white-haired Stark took the blow and rolled across the neck before landing on his feet, his sword raised without any hesitation. Once again the two circled one another, ignoring the battle going on around. Out of the corner of his eye, Nathan saw Kodlak and his men successfully board the Ironborn ship, killing Ironmen left and right. Nathan also saw Maya had kept to her promise and made sure no Ironborn interfered with the battle he had with Lord Drum, as her sword and armor were slick with Ironborn blood. Henry was on another ship skillfully shooting his bow and taking down several Ironborn, giving much needed support. Quickly looking back to the Iron Lord before him, Nathan took everything he saw. Despite the blood pouring down Lord Drum's face, the man still kept his breath steady and didn't look fazed by the cut in the least. Nathan also looked over Lord Drum's armor once more. It was a mix of leather and iron that protected his vitals, light enough that should he fall in the water, he could still swim. Despite worshipping their god of the sea, they still fear drowning, Nathan thought before he grinned. Once again Nathan charged at Lord Drum. The young Stark started with a slash from the left, making sure to put enough power into it. This caught Lord Drum slightly off guard as he could only block the heavy blow, and before he could react Nathan had struck again with the same force. Lord Drum isn't a fence fighter, Nathan thought as he stepped back. Lord Drum slashed his sword before the young Stark thrust his, hitting the shoulder plate. All of his skill with a blade is gained through experience from countless battles. While that is more useful than learning fancy moves. Lord Drum gave a frustrated growl as he made a hasty slash of Red Rain, one filled with anger and frustration. However, this has been what Nathan's been waiting for. Nathan blocked the sword strike and managed to parry the blow while stepping back. As Nathan stepped back he thrust his sword forward, not aiming for Lord Drum's chest, but the Iron Lord's wrist. Nathan had noticed that Lord Drum didn't have well-made gauntlets, as they were iron mixed with leather. Thus, Nathan's sword easily cut into the Iron Lord's wrist, as the leather was in poor condition and old, making it bleed heavily. Lord Drum growled but did not scream in pain. Instead, The Iron Lord grabbed his sword with his dominant hand before ripping his belt from his waist and tying it around his hand. Slippery fucker. Lord Drum growled before he swung his sword with much more power. Clever fucker, Nathan corrected with a cocky grin but kept his eyes sharp. Lord Drum clicked his teeth before giving another heavy blow. Nathan stepped back, causing Lord Drum to miss, but the Iron Lord quickly swung his sword again, not giving Nathan any time to breathe. Lord Drum aimed for all of Nathan's vitals, his shoulders, head, face, and knees, all with the intent to kill or maim. Lord Drum gave a vertical swing of his sword, forcing Nathan to jump back to dodge. However, the tip of the blade scratched the front of Nathan's chest plate, and to Nathan's shock, he saw a huge gash on his armor. Nathan also glanced at the blade he had picked up and grimaced slightly as he saw it was already heavily chipped. Yup. That's Valerian steel, Nathan thought before looking to Lord Drum, who looked slightly pale and was panting heavily. He's losing too much blood and is much older than me, he's slowing down. Nathan shifted his weight and winced slightly as he felt pain in his shoulder. Though I'm not in perfect shape either. Thanks to Nathan's armor he hadn't been stabbed or slashed, except for a few cuts here and there. However, Nathan still felt the force of every blow, not to mention the fall from the Black Wolf, making his body bruised and battered, and he started to feel tired from the long battle. We both can't keep this up, Nathan thought as he looked into Lord Drum's eyes and saw that Lord Drum was of a similar mindset. This fight ends now. Both warriors charged at one another before locking blades, struggling to push the other back. While Nathan was younger and in better condition, Lord Drum was larger and fighting with even more ferocity. Finally, Lord Drum managed to push Nathan back before bringing Red Rain down with a roar. Now. Nathan angled his sword and parried the downward strike, and with that everything slowed down to a crawl. Lord Drum's face twisted into shock and realization as his strike was parried, leaving him wide open. Nathan didn't waste any time as he slowly raised his blade and gave a vertical slash to Lord Drum's head. Ah! Lord Drum screamed in pure pain as Nathan's sword cut into Lord Drum's right eye, taking a chunk of his eye off his face. If the sword was in better condition, I would have cut his skull in two, Nathan thought before he let out a breath while Lord Drum continued to scream in pain while holding his eye. Still, the fight is over. Despite the pain in Lord Drum's face, the man roared and started swinging his sword wildly. Nathan easily blocked and dodged all attacks before kicking Lord Drum in the chest, nearly sending the man to the ground as he stumbled back. Wasting no time, Nathan lunged forward and stabbed his sword into Lord Drum's left shoulder, cutting the leather armor with some difficulty. Lord Drum didn't scream in pain as he gritted his teeth, yet what he did next shocked Nathan to his core. The Iron Lord threw Red Rain from his hand before charging at Nathan and grabbing the young Stark in a bear hug, the sword still on Lord Drum's shoulder as Nathan's helmet was thrown off his head. Nathan was shocked at the sudden strength of Lord Drum as the injured lord was able to lift him easily while he was in full-plated armor. As Nathan struggled to free himself, he looked into Lord Drum's eyes and couldn't help but shudder from the almost mad look in his eyes. "This ends now, White Wolf," Lord Drum said with a bloody smile as he started to move toward the edge of the ship, making Nathan's eyes widen. "All that armor will be your worst enemy once you hit the waters. The drowned god will soon claim you, boy, and the Ironborn will gain victory," Lord Drum said with a twisted smile as he tried to move faster. Nathan continued to struggle, trying to slow the Iron Lord down before he tossed him into the sea. Glancing around, Nathan clicked his teeth when he saw all the Northerners fighting the Ironborn. Even Maya herself was fighting a large Ironborn who was swinging an axe wildly. "Don't think I'll just let you drown me," Nathan growled before he headbutted Lord Drum, their foreheads clashing as Lord Drum stumbled back. Nathan used all the muscles in his back to lift Lord Drum and start to stumble back before Lord Drum slammed his feet down and tried to move again. "Fuck you and your squid god," Nathan roared as headbutted the Iron Lord again, his ears ringing from the blow, yet Nathan continued to struggle. Despite the pain and Nathan's struggle, Lord Drum continued to hold a wicked smile on his face as if he had already won. "Struggle all you want, I am stronger than some northern whelp. Nothing you do will free you. Ah ah ah. Asterisk thud asterisk thud asterisk." The loud and rough cry of pain grabbed Nathan's and even Lord Drum's attention as they both turned on reflex to see what made that noise, and what they saw was truly a sight. Andrik the Unsmiling, one of the Ironborn's most fierce warriors, and Lord Drum's right hand lay dead on Lord Drum's ship with a steel axe embedded in his chest. Standing over Andrik was none other than Hugo Val. The large man was putting a massive gash on his forehead as blood caked his face, and his right eye appeared to be damaged. His armor was nearly in ruins with blood and large rips and gashes all along the armor, and his ironwood shield was practically broken in two. Yet despite the damage, Lord Val was the one who was alive and standing with a look of victory on his face. "Don't fuck," Lord Val said slowly as he took the axe from Andrik's chest and pulled it out, blood flying all around. "With the North!" Lord Val shouted as he brought his axe down on Andrik's neck, decapitating the man, and ending Andrik the Unsmiling. "How? Andrik?" Lord Drum muttered in pure shock at seeing one of his best men die by some Northerner, as it never crossed the mind of the Iron Lord that one of his strongest men would lose to a signal Northerner. Seeing Lord Drum distracted, Nathan needed to act fast. Headbutts were useless as Lord Drum had a head as strong as iron, and Nathan didn't have the strength to pull free. "Stop thinking. Just do." A voice in the back of Nathan's head shouted as did next on pure instinct and opened his mouth. "Alright." Lord Drum screamed in pain as Nathan bit into the man's neck, blood spilling out and into Nathan's mouth. Yet despite this Nathan kept his teeth deep. Lord Drum couldn't help but slap a hand onto Nathan's face and push him away on reflex, Nathan taking a chunk of Lord Drum's neck as he was forced to the ground. Lord Drum growled like an animal as he held onto his bleeding neck, yet blood continued to pour out of the wound. Whipping his head to the fallen Stark, Lord Drum used his free hand to pull the sword that had been in his shoulder out, ignoring the pain as he held the bloody weapon with his good hand. Nathan quickly stood to his feet while spitting blood and flesh out of his mouth. Seeing the sword in Lord Drum's hand made Nathan glance around for any fallen blades, but saw none. When Nathan looked behind Lord Drum, the young Stark grinned. Lord Drum charged at Nathan and swung his sword, however, the young Stark ducked under the strike. Nathan rolled across the deck before landing on his feet and coming across his target, grabbing it in his hands. Lord Drum spun around before his eyes widened in outrage. "You fucking cunt, how dare you!" Nathan gripped Red Rain with both hands before pointing the sword at Lord Drum. "You want it, come and take it back." Blinded by rage and pain, Lord Drum charged without any fear. Nathan held his ground before letting out a breath. Once Lord Drum was close enough, Nathan acted. Swinging the sword with all his, Nathan managed to rip the sword from Lord Drum's hand. Nathan then swung his sword and sliced it into Lord Drum's knee, nearly taking the limb off with one swing. Lord Drum fell to his knees, with a shocked look as he was forced to kneel before Nathan. The man looked at his mangled leg with wide eyes, as if he couldn't see what had happened to him. Nathan panted heavily as he looked at Lord Drum, the proud and arrogant warrior who had invaded the north and was now beaten and close to death. Nathan pointed to Red Rain and Lord Drum's chest, making the Iron Lord look up at Nathan. "Any last words?" Nathan said out of minor respect. While Lord Drum had attacked the north and tried to kill Nathan, the young Stark had to acknowledge Lord Drum's skill as a warrior, as the Iron Lord had nearly taken Nathan's life multiple times. There was also the fact that despite all the pain and damage Lord Drum had taken, the Ironborn continued to fight with his very being. Lord Drum stared blankly at Nathan for a few moments before spitting at Nathan's face and giving the Stark a bloody smile. "This isn't the end, White Wolf," Lord Drum said in a raspy voice. "The Ironborn will once again conquer the seas and King Balon will bring the north to its knees." Lord Drum said as he looked up at Nathan without any fear while Nathan raised a brow. "What is dead may never die, but rise again, harder and stronger." Once Lord Drum finished speaking, Nathan swung Red Rain. With a single swing, Nathan Stark of the North killed Lord Dunstan Drum. Nathan didn't hesitate to grab Lord Drum's head by his beard and look into the dead man's eyes. "Rise from this," Nathan said with a scoff before holding Lord Drum's head in the air. "Lord Drum is dead, killed by Nathan Stark, White Wolf of the North." Nathan roared as loud as he could, grabbing everyone's attention on the ship. The Ironborn looked on in disbelief and shock, some even in fear, while the Northerners roared in victory and seemed to gain a second wind. "Those who surrender will be offered to take the black, or ransomed. Those who resist will die by Northern hands." Nathan yelled once again. Everyone seemed to freeze before the Ironborn started dropping their weapons, all reluctantly surrendering as they fell to their knees. Nathan sighed in relief as he lowered the head in his hand and felt his body relax, which made him notice all the pain his body had taken. Looking out to sea, Nathan saw that the Ironborn who could escape were already gone, those left were trapped by the Northern Fleet and were slowly being taken down. Without Lord Drum leading the Ironborn, they were scattered with no one to lead, leaving them to be overwhelmed. The North had won. Lord Stark. A voice from behind called Nathan, making the young Stark turn to see Maya, who was covered with a good amount of blood. Are you well? I'll live, Nathan said with a small groan as he rolled his shoulder. Nothing some rest and a hot bath can't fix, Nathan said before throwing Maya a kind smile, making the girl blink. But before that, I should give thanks, Nathan said while giving Maya a small bow. You and my little friend Henry saved my life. Had you not intervened, those Ironborn would have gutted me. Maya looked beyond shock as she started to wave her bloody hands. I am not worthy, Lord Stark. Maya nearly shouted with a nervous look on her face. I just did my duty and saved the heir of the North from having his head chopped off, Nathan said in a serious tone, making Maya gulp. Maybe someone else would have helped me, maybe I would have gotten free, or maybe I would have gotten stabbed and died. What matters is what you did, and I never forget those who helped me. Suddenly, with his free hand, Nathan cupped Maya's cheek and rubbed some blood off of her face, making the girl go stiff and her cheeks red. You know, I would kiss you if I did not have someone else's blood in my mouth, Nathan said in a cheeky tone, making Maya gulp with wide eyes. So please settle for me telling you that you were amazing today, and I hope to see more of you, Nathan said before walking away, leaving a stunned Maya behind. Nathan started to look around the ship and saw most of the Ironborn were captured and tied down, while the dead Ironborn were thrown overseas. Chef Val, Nathan called out to the large man as he sat on a couple of Ironborn corpses. Or should I call you the Iron Slayer for killing one of the Ironborn's strongest warriors? B.A. Lord Val scoffed as he drank deeply from his water skin before sighing. That fucker was strong and could fight dirty, but he was too damn arrogant. Frankly, he wasn't that different from a wilderling. And you managed to kill him, Nathan said as he glanced at the head that was next to the big bucket. Keep that head when we head south, Lord Val. I've heard Andrik the Unsmiling has quite a few bounties in the Westerlands and Reach thanks to his raiding. I wouldn't be surprised if you gained a few hundred gold. Lord Val looked surprised while glancing at the head. Truly, people will pay gold for this cunt. He's killed a few southern nobles and always ran away to the Iron Islands where no one can reach him, Nathan said with a shrug. If you're lucky, you may be able to collect multiple bounties and get a small fortune. Ha, looks like fortune smiles on House Val. Lord Val said with a massive smile before his eyes landed on Lord Drum's head and the red sword on Nathan's hip. And it seems you've also gained a prize. Nathan grinned as he patted the blade on his hip. Something good must come from this pointless war. Lord Stark. A voice called out, making Nathan and Hugo turn to see Henry run across the ship, making sure not to step on any corpses. Henry. Nathan said with a smile as he waved at the running boy. Henry stopped in front of Nathan while panting heavily. His eyes then landed on the head in Nathan's left hand. Is that the leader of the Ironborn raid, Lord Dunstan Drum, along with his Valyrian steel sword, Red Rain, Nathan said as he held up Lord Drum's head. Henry looked a little green from seeing the head and was forced to look away, looking close to puking. This made Nathan and Hugo laugh a bit. Still a bit of a whelp, I see, Hugo said with a small laugh. Well, that whelp saved my ass when Lord Drum was about to take my head off, Nathan said with a smile as he placed a hand on Henry's shoulder, making Henry look up. Thank you, Henry, I am thankful to have you by my side. Henry looked shocked before a look of overwhelming pride and gratitude washed over the boy. I am honored to be of service, Lord Stark, Henry said with a bow. Nathan gave a single nod before he started to walk across the ship and looked across the battle. With a heavy heart, Nathan sighed as his face turned grim. Now it's time to see how much damage the North has suffered. After returning to Vindhelm, Nathan and the other lords started to assess the damage to the town. A good number of buildings were destroyed, yet most of the town was still intact. Nathan gave an order for the lords to assess the damages and loss Vindhelm suffered in the Battle of Vindhelm, how many northern lives were lost, how many ships were damaged or sank, and how many Ironborn captives were there. The process took a few days, the first day being a celebration of the North's victory over the Ironborn, and respecting those who have fallen. Everyone sang, and drank, and some cried or cheered in victory. Nathan even had the pleasure of dancing with Maya, the young Stark, remembering the girl's cheeks being red from drinking spirits, and Nathan enjoying her company. When the celebration was over, Nathan and the other lords assessed the damages, which is what brought them all together in Lord Blackpeel's wooden keep. Nathan sat at the head of the table with all the lords sitting around. "First, let me say it does my heart good to see everyone alive and well," Nathan said with a smile as a servant poured sweet fire for everyone. "And you as well, Lord Stark," Lord Glover said as he took a deep sip of sweet fire. Though we all seemed to be sporting a few new scars. True to Lord Glover's words, everyone was showing a few scars. Domeric had a large scar on the left side of his cheek, Lord Val had an eye patch over his right eye, and even Lady Mormont had bandages over her left hand. "That just shows we've survived," Lady Mormont said as she gave a surprisingly gentle smile. "Aye, we've survived, but now we have to see how much damage the North has taken," Nathan said, getting serious looks from everyone. "How many men did we lose?" Lord Glover was the first to speak. "Counting the corpses and the amount of men we have left, we've lost about 1,000 fighters, and another 200 are too injured to fight any time soon," Lord Glover said in a grim tone. "However, there are far more dead Ironborn on land and in the sea, which we estimate to be 2,500 at the very least," Lord Glover said before looking at another paper. "We have also taken prisoner around 300 Ironborn which are being held through Windhelm separately." Lord Glover then looked at Nathan with complete respect. "All this is due to your plan and taking on Lord Drum. Without their leader and their formation destroyed just as they started the battle, the Ironborn were in chaos, making it easy for us to pick them off one by one." The aged lord then raised a cup of sweet fire to Nathan Stark, for bringing victory to the North. That brought some cheers from the room and even Nathan nodded with a smile. "Thank you, my lords, though I could not do this without everyone here and the people who fought for the North. Though for the injured I would ask Lord Glover and Forrester to take them in and see if they can be healed," Nathan said, getting nods from the two. "Moving on, how are our ships?" Lord Blackpeel and Ulfric stood up together. "The North has lost 15 ships with another 10 being severely damaged, though if given enough time, I can have my men repair them in about a month at most," Ulfric said, leaving Nathan deep in thought. 15 ships were lost and another 10 damaged, which left the North with 30 warships. Not quite what Nathan hoped, but far better than he feared. "What about the Ironborn ships?" Nathan asked. Lord Blackpeel was the one to speak up. "We count 21 Ironborn ships sunk in the sea or 2 damaged to sail, and we've managed to capture 17 ships, so we can assume about 22 ships managed to escape." That brought louder cheers from everyone. For the Ironborn to lose so many ships in a single raid was a massive blow, not to mention the North gained 17 good ships, replacing the 15 lost. "Ulfric, is it possible to repair any of the Ironborn ships that are still floating?" Nathan asked the blonde man. Ulfric looked thoughtful before he shrugged. "My men and I will have to give the ships a good look over to see if it's possible. At best, I can say about, maybe 8 can be repaired in about a month, another 4 in 2. If not, we can scavenge the ships to use as materials to repair our ships." "Good, I want you and everyone to start repairs, have the soldiers help if you need more hands, or perhaps House Mormont will be able to send some small folk who can help," Nathan suggested, getting a nod from Lady Mormont. Bear Island was not attacked by the Ironborn. "Most likely Bear Island was to be the next target after Windhelm," Lady Mormont said before she looked to Lord Blackpeel with a nod. "I will send for all the woodworkers we have on Bear Island." Nathan was very pleased by this. If Lord Blackpeel's men could repair all the ships in a little more than a month, then the North would gain over 8 additional ships, perhaps more. In total, the North would have little more than 70 ships in the Northern Fleet. "Start repairs now, if we're lucky you should be finished by the time reinforcements arrive. The Ironborn shouldn't be back any time soon after suffering such a loss," Nathan said before he gained a thoughtful look. "Something on your mind?" Lord Stark Smallgen said as he noticed Nathan's face, making all the lords turn to him at once. "It's something," Nathan said as he rubbed his chin. "Before I killed Lord Drum, he said the Ironborn would conquer the seas once again and that King Balon would bring the North to its knees." Lord Ryswell scoffed at this. That's nothing but hot air, my lord. The Ironborn are known for their baseless boasting. Even now, the Ironborn we have captive are claiming their brothers and lords will free them and they will bring us low. But it's how Lord Drum referred to Balon, king, not Lord Nathan said with a serious look. To refer to oneself as king could be considered treason against the crown. Slips such as that were rare in Westeros. The only ones gaining the title of king were outlaws, wildlings, or mountain men of the Vale. The only time I can think of a lord calling themselves as a king, is if they are rebelling against the crown, Nathan said seriously. Silence fell in the room as everyone looked shocked and confused by Nathan's words. Now it is perhaps nothing, Nathan said with a wave of his hand. It could be nothing more than a dying lord's zealous words. The Ironborn rebelling against Westeros would be the most foolish thing ever. Nathan said with a scoff. The Iron Islands were said to have a population of about 1.5 million and could raise 20,000 warriors for war. While the Ironborn were the best when it came to ships and fighting at sea, they could never match the might of all the realms in a war on land. If all the realms raised arms against the Ironborn, they could easily gather 100,000 in just a month, and another 100,000 in the second month. Not to mention that most of Westeros had a steady supply of food supplies that could keep armies fed and stocked, while the Ironborn had very limited. Enough of Iron Kings and other such nonsense, Nathan said with a sigh as he shifted in his seat. How are the prisoners? Nathan said while looking at Domeric, who was in charge of the prisoners. Well, keeping 300 prisoners isn't an easy task, my lord, Domeric said with a small sigh. We've been keeping them separated and chained as best we could. A few tried to escape but were stopped swiftly. I say we just kill the fuckers, Lord Ryswell said in a cold tone. They would have no problem killing our people, turning them into thralls or those damned salt wives. Why should we show them mercy? Lady Mormont sighed as she gently folded her hands. I am in agreement with Lord Ryswell, Lady Mormont said, getting a nod from the aged lord. The Ironborn will try to escape the first chance they have, and having 300 Ironborn lose will cause chaos and death in Windhelm. Better to end them now before they kill one of our own. But there are certain rules in warfare, Lord Forrester said in a firm tone. To simply execute those that surrendered, it leaves a bad taste in my mouth. Lord Forrester said before raising his hand. I understand that we must do whatever is necessary for the North. But how will all of Westeros see us if simply kill those that have surrendered to us? Nathan looked around and saw most of the lords looked unhappy with Lord Forrester's words, so Nathan spoke up. Lord Forrester's words hold weight, the young Stark said, grabbing everyone's attention and allowing Lord Forrester to sigh in relief. If we simply kill the captive Ironborn, Balon Greyjoy may use this to slip out of punishment, saying we killed them unjustly, as they were simply following a rogue lord's orders. There is also the fact that Jon Arryn is considered to be a very honorable man, and honorable men don't execute prisoners who surrender. Nathan said before giving a tired sigh. Whether we like it or not, the North is a part of the South, and Jon Arryn is the hand of the king. If the North simply executed the prisoners, Nathan could see Jon Arryn using this to bring sanctions on the North's development. While Nathan was sure Jon Arryn couldn't do anything serious, it would still cause tension between the North and the Crown. Nathan could even see Hoster Tully interfering, saying that since Nathan ordered the execution of prisoners who surrendered, he was unfit to be Lord of the North. Perhaps Jon Arryn could even gain the support of lords from the Reach. Granted, Nathan could go through and ignore how everyone saw him, yet for his plans Nathan needed the respect of the South, not fear and contempt. Southern cunts, Lord Val scoffed, making everyone chuckle, and even Nathan snorted in agreement. So what will we do with them? Domeric asked. Do you plan to send them to the wall? No, that would be a bad idea, Nathan said while waving his hand. The wall is said to currently have less than 1,000 men, and suddenly adding 300 men, Ironborn no less, will cause more problems for the Watch. He said before rubbing his chin. Lord Glover, how many men can you hold in your dungeons? At most, I say. 150, and that's pushing the limits. Lord Glover said as he stroked his beard. And you, Lord Forrester, Lady Mormont? I believe my keep can hold a good 100 men at most. Lord Forrester said with confidence. House Mormont's keep isn't grand, we could hold 25 men at most. Lady Mormont offered. Then we slowly start sending the Ironborn to those 3 keeps instead of keeping them all in one place. Once the war is at an end we will random the prisoners to their respective lords, or send them to the wall, Nathan said before he looked to Domeric. Anyone noteworthy among the prisoners? Domeric brought up a piece of paper and looked it over. A few nobles from various houses, cousins, uncles, and nephews mostly. However, the most noticeable among the prisons are 2 sons from House Harlaw, an heir and a second son. That brought a surprised look from Nathan. House Harlaw was one of the strongest houses on the Iron Islands, and it was said to be one of the richest, as the current lord saw value in farming and trading. To have 2 sons of House Harlaw was truly a prize that may help in the coming war. Good, they will make useful hostages that may help in the war, Nathan said before he sighed. I believe that is enough for today. We need to start the preparation for the support we are getting. I also need to send a letter to my uncle to tell him of our victory and what we have lost and gained. Nathan was thankful to Lord Blackpeel for investing in so many ravens. Thanks to that, Nathan didn't have to wait for the king or his uncle's reply, and could instead just tell them both that he had won. With that, everyone at the table stood up and walked away, with Nathan walking to his room. Nathan entered his dimly lit room and sat down on his bed with a sigh. Politics and preparing for war were always tiresome. Long day. A voice from behind Nathan asked as 2 arms wrapped around his chest. Yeah, but that's what lords do, have long days almost every day, Nathan said as he grabbed the hand and smiled at the person behind him. So, do anything interesting today, Maya? Maya Stone, the bastard girl from the Vale, lay on Nathan's bed with nothing but one of his large shirts and small clothes. After the celebration and dance with Maya, the 2 found each other in a deep, hungry kiss away from prying eyes. The kiss might have led to something more had Maya not gotten sick from drinking too much wine and spirits. Since then, Nathan invited Maya to his bed to keep him company, to the point that she now slept in Nathan's room with him, bringing all of her belongings into the room. The 2 hadn't gone past heavy kissing and letting their hands roam, as Maya wasn't ready to lose her virginity. Nathan didn't mind, as he liked having Maya close and in bed. Here, let me hold you, Maya said in a bashful tone as she laid her head on Nathan's shoulder. Nathan smiled as he turned his head and kissed Maya on the cheek. He then kissed her on the lips before slowly falling into the bed with her. Nathan appreciated the distraction Maya gave him as he pushed his tongue into her mouth while his hands caressed her hips. With the coming war that would bring much death and strain the coffers of many lords of the north, this would stall many of Nathan's plans for a few years. Still, with the new Valyrian steel sword now in Nathan's hands, this opened many opportunities and new plans Nathan had in mind. Artilda, Maya moaned in a husky tone as Nathan grabbed her ass. Your quiet adventures tonight, she said before nibbling on Nathan's neck. You make my mind wander, Nathan said with a soft groan as he got on top of Maya and looked down at her with a grin, the young Madin panting breathlessly. But now I just want to focus on you. True to his words, Nathan kissed Maya once again and stopped thinking, letting his body's instincts take over. The war will continue tomorrow. For now, let's focus on more pleasant things. Nathan thought as he felt Maya's hands move under his shirt and her nails drag against his muscles. Very pleasant things. With that, Nathan's mind focused on one thing, the beautiful girl who caught his eye in the Battle of Windhelm. 1 month later. In the weeks to follow, Winterfell was busy, to say the least. The first thing Nathan had done was send the captive Ironborn to the keeps of House Forrester, Glover, and Mormont. Nathan sent all the valuable hostages to Deepwood Motte as it was the most secure keep out of the 3. Nathan tried to get information out of most of the Ironborn, but that proved fruitless. Those who knew nothing spouted nonsense and those who did know something kept their lips tight. While Nathan wasn't above torturing some Ironborn for information, the young Stark knew he couldn't torture nobles for information, even if they were Ironborn. While the Ironborn were being sent away from Windhelm, Lord Blackpeel and Ulfric Waterman focused on repairing ships. Soldiers were used for labor such as pulling damaged ships into the shipyard or moving supplies, while the woodworkers and Schiffendelers worked to repair the ships as best they could. Ulfric was truly a master at his craft as he was able to order everyone with efficiency and repair multiple ships every week. Lord Blackpeel provided Ulfric with everything he needed and used the woodworkers from Bear Island to repair the docks and buildings in Windhelm. Ulfric did stress that some of the repaired ships were seaworthy but were vulnerable in battle. Still, a ship was better than no ship. As the weeks followed, Windhelm was flooded by more and more soldiers from various noble houses such as Dustin, Sewin, Carstark, and Marndale, along with a few minor houses such as Whitehill, Molyn, Ironsmith, and other various houses that were looking for glory. Nathan was even presently surprised to see Sir Wendell leading the Marndale soldiers. The last to arrive was Sir Roderick with 1,500 soldiers along with a good chunk of provisions from Winterfell. Nathan was also able to convince Lords Glover and Ryswell to bring more soldiers to Windhelm, as he was certain that the Ironborn wouldn't be attacking after facing such a heavy loss, and that the best course of action was to counter-attack before the Ironborn could regroup and attack again. Both lords agreed and called for more men in Windhelm. In just a few weeks Windhelm had over 9,500 soldiers. Had there been more time there would be many more soldiers. As the month came to an end the soldiers and lords became restless. Despite the letters he sent to his uncle and the king, Nathan had not gotten a reply, not even a reply for the first letters before the Battle of Windhelm. Despite wanting to take his army and sack the Iron Islands, Nathan needed his uncle's support and an answer from the king. Fortunately, a letter from the king came just a few weeks later, along with a letter from his uncle. Nathan sat in Lord Blackpeel's wooden keep with all the lords and nobles who had come to Windhelm and answered Nathan's call. A raven had flown in with the crest of the crown, thus everyone was called to find an answer from the King of Westeros. Nathan sat at the head table while reading the letter silently, making everyone shift with anticipation. The letter from his uncle was much simpler and Nathan planned to read it after reading the king's letter. Nathan wore simple black clothes, yet red rain hung on his hip. Nathan always had the blade close at hand for 3 reasons. For one, it was a symbol, to show that Nathan was the one to defeat Lord Drum, the leader of the Ironborn raid that attacked Windhelm, and that Nathan took his Valyrian sword soon after. The second reason was that it was a damn useful blade, lighter meaning Nathan could swing it faster and many more times, and could scratch steel, sometimes cut into it. The last reason was that Nathan wanted to keep it safe, as the last thing Nathan needed was the blade to be stolen and sold in Essos. So the blade was always by Nathan's side. Nathan continued to read the letter and by the end, Nathan's eyes were wide and his mouth hung open. "You have got to be fucking kidding!" Nathan shouted, making everyone in the room nearly jump. "What is it, Lord Stark?" Lord Glover asked, concern in his voice. "Is it grave news?" the man asked while everyone looked at Nathan with worry. Nathan's response was a laugh, though it was a mocking laugh that left many nobles in the room unsettled. "Oh, the news is quite shocking, to say the least," Nathan said before he reached for a much of spirits and took a big swig, downing the mug in one go before slamming it down. I'm fucking stunned." "Lord Stark, with all due respect," Smalljan said as he folded his arms and gave Nathan an annoyed look. "Just tell us what the fucking letter says before we lose our heads." Nathan snorted before he sat up straight and gave a serious look. "To put it bluntly, Balon Greyjoy has rebelled against Westeros and declares himself king of the Iron Islands." Stunned silence filled the room before everyone started shouting, erupting in chatter and talk. How can that be?" Domeric said with a shocked look on his face. "Balon is supposed to be in King's Landing, the escort." "Was fake," Nathan said with a sigh as he folded his hands. "The ships were old and simply a distraction for Balon to prepare to rebel against the crown. From what I'm told, the ships managed to sink a few ships of the royal fleet before they were taken down." This is madness," Lord Ryswell said with a stunned look on his face. "Do the Ironborn truly believe they can fight the crown and all of Westeros?" "Well, they've managed one major victory already," Nathan said as he looked at the letter grimly. "The Ironborn attacked Lannisport while Tywin was away and completely sacked the city, destroying the Lannister fleet without losing a single ship of theirs with a majority of the Ironborn army and fleet. That brought more shock among the Northerners. While the Lannister fleet consisted of only 20 to 30 ships, the fleet was attacked at their home, which should have given them the advantage. Not to mention all the trading ships the Lannisters are said to own. However, the Ironborn lost when they attacked the Riverlands at Seaguard, though they kept a majority of their numbers before fleeing," Nathan said as he rubbed his face. "King Robert has declared Balon a traitor for breaking the king's peace and for declaring Ironborn independence. He calls for anyone to support him in the coming war, including the North." Nathan said before wordlessly opening the letter he gained from his uncle and quickly reading it over. My uncle has congratulated us on our victory over the Ironborn and asks that we take the ships to Seaguard to prepare for the coming war, Nathan said with a sigh. There was more to the letter, but Nathan left that out as his uncle was simply saying how thankful he was that Nathan was alive and unharmed, though he was angry that Nathan had stayed and fought when he should have retreated, not to mention how Nathan went to Windhelm in the first place. Ned also wanted Nathan to stay behind and head back to Winterfell, but Ned knew that Nathan wouldn't listen, so instead the man ordered his nephew to come to Seaguard and they would talk face to face. I must be honest, my lords, Nathan said as he sighed, getting looks from everyone. I am still in disbelief, Nathan said with a small laugh. We laughed when we thought that Balon simply wanted to war with the North with only 20,000 soldiers, but instead he wants to take on all of Westeros in an all-out war. This is simple, so fucking dumb, Nathan said bluntly, making a few men in the room laugh. Aren't the Ironborn known for having more iron than brains? Sir Wendell said while stroking his beard. They've rebelled in the past many times. But those so-called rebellions were simply the Ironborn raiding too much, to the point that Lord Paramount wanted to declare war on the Iron Islands, forcing the Crown to step in and save the Iron Islands by putting down the so-called rebellions. Even then, the Ironborn only picked a fight with one realm at a time. There has never been a time when the Ironborn have declared war on all of Westeros. Nathan said with an exasperated tone as he rubbed his forehead. The reason we never thought the Ironborn would rebel like this is because there is no outcome where the Ironborn win. He said before scoffing. If by some miracle the Ironborn kill King Robert and destroy every fleet in Westeros, they could not fight forever as they don't have any allies in the world. With every battle, they would lose more and more fighters and would not have enough time to train more, not to mention an army needs food to keep fighting. There is also the fact that the Ironborn will not simply die just to give Balon a crown if they cannot reap their rewards. There is no outcome where Balon wins, and even if he does win he will lose in the long run. Nathan then grew an angry face as he threw his mug across the room. All this could have been avoided if Balon wasn't such a cocky, arrogant piece of shit. You can't expect reason from men that have shit for brains, Smalljan said with a snort as he folded his arms. Even wildlings fight to the last man and hardly ever surrender. It's foolish and even dumb as fuck, but they still do it because of how fucking arrogant they are, same with the Ironborn. My advice, my lord, don't go looking for reason when there is none to be found. Nathan gave a tired sigh as he rubbed his forehead. Smalljan's words held weight. The Ironborn were beyond reason and were acting on feelings and pride rather than logic. Survival wasn't the Ironborn's biggest concern, only victory and glory. Then we must show Balon Greyjoy, the dumb fuck, the error of his way, Nathan said, getting some laughter in the room along with cheers. Lord Blackpeel, how go the ship repairs? The ships are almost finished, we just need another day or two. Lord Blackpeel said with confidence. You have 3 days. Then we set sail for Seaguard, Nathan said, getting a nod from the young lord. Lady Mormont, all the trading ships at Bear Island will be needed here to help transport food and supplies, Nathan said, getting a nod from Lady Mormont. While Nathan also considered taking the fishing ships, he decided to leave them behind as they may be too much of a hindrance. Also, if the fishing ships were lost, that would be a blow to Windhelm and Nathan's plans. Silence filled the room as Nathan slowly glanced around. I will not give you some grand speech, but tell you how it is, Nathan said, getting some nods from the nobles. The worst of this war has passed. The only chance the Ironborn had to deal a blow to the north was the Battle of Windhelm, which they utterly lost. Nathan said, getting some cheers and laughter from the northern nobles. We will sail to Seaguard and answer the call of the king before kicking the teeth of the Ironborn for thinking the north would simply lie low while they attack our home. With that everyone cheered, some even chanting Nathan's name. After going over a few more things, everyone started to exit the room, leaving only Nathan, Smalljan, and Domeric. Fucking hell, Nathan said with a loud groan. All this just because of one idiot. Don't worry, my lord, we'll go to the Iron Islands so you can kick Balon's teeth in. I'll personally hold the fucker down. Smalljan said, getting laughter from the three. From what I've heard of the Lord Hand, I doubt he will allow Nathan to do so, Domeric said with a smile. Though I can imagine the king might do it himself personally. Here's hoping, Nathan said before he stood up with a serious look on his face. Now we have a lot to do for the next 3 days. Domeric, how long will it take for the Northern Fleet to reach Seaguard? Nathan asked Domeric as he was the most knowledgeable of the three. Domeric looked thoughtful before he spoke. With a fleet this size, I'd say no more than a month, give or take a week. Nathan nodded slowly at this as he picked up the king's letter. Lord Stannis is leading the royal fleet to stop the Ironborn before they attack Old Town. Most likely the Ironborn will take their time raiding the Westerlands as they no longer have a fleet before making their way to the Reach. Nathan said as he glanced at a map of Westeros. If Stannis is lucky and destroys the majority of the Iron Fleet with the help of the ships in the Reach, the war will be nothing but cleaning up worthless trash, Nathan said before he started to walk away. I need some rest, all this talk is making my head spin. And not to sleep with that bastard girl from the Vale? Smalljan asked with a smug grin, making Nathan flip Smalljan off, as he and Domeric laughed. A few days ago Smalljan walked in on Nathan and Maya as the girl had straddled Nathan while he was shirtless. The whole day Smalljan had a smug grin while poking fun at Nathan. Of course, the only person he told was Domeric, and now even the quiet boy from House Bolton was poking fun at the future Lord of the North. My subjects now poke fun at me before we're off to war, how low I have fallen, Nathan said while rolling his eyes. And as much as I want to do that, there is too much to do. I need a quiet room to plan and think of anything useful before we reach Seaguard. Nathan, all that thinking is going to make your head pop, Smalljan said as he took a swig of sweet fire. Take that girl of yours and give her a good fuck, that'll take all those pesky thoughts out of your head. Nathan simply sighed as he started to walk away. Always a well of knowledge, Smalljan, Nathan said in a sarcastic tone as Smalljan and Domeric laughed as Nathan exited the room. Entering his room, Nathan was greeted with the sight of Maya sharpening her new blade. It was a fine blade that no normal peasant could ever hope to wield, much less own. The blade was a gift from Nathan, for saving his life and fighting by his side. Nathan also gifted the girl a new set of fighting clothes, as the last thing Nathan wanted was to see Maya hurt or dead. Was he spoiling her a bit? Yes. Did he care? Fuck no. I think it's sharp enough, Nathan said with a smirk, making Maya jump and look at Nathan with a pout. Don't scare me, Lord Stark, Maya said as she sheathed the blade. And it is a good blade. I have only seen blades this fine on knights from the Vale, and this is the first time I am touching one, Maya said as she smiled at the blade. If those knights saw this blade was owned by a young woman, they would probably fake like maidens. That made both Nathan and Maya laugh as he sat next to her. Then they have never seen the ladies of House Mormont and Umber, those maidens could swing swords through trees. Oh, I know, I saw Lady Mormont take an Ironborn's head clean off with one swing. Maya said with excitement and admiration, her eyes practically sparkling. I even heard she is known as the She-Bear and has 5 children, all daughters who can also fight, Maya said before she took a breath and looked out the window with a smile. The North is so different from the Vale, it's quite shocking. What's the Vale like? Nathan asked with curiosity as Maya looked at him. My uncle told me a bit, but that's from a noble perspective while living with the Lord of the Vale. So what's the Vale like from someone who's not a noble? Maya looked thoughtful before she spoke. Well, the Vale is different for nobles and small folk. For nobles, honor is everything in the Vale, to the point that honor is more valuable than gold or even one's life. Knights are practically seen as gods by most small folk, and thus knights who commit crimes are much more harshly punished. As for small folks, almost the same thing applies, with men trying all their lives to gain honor while women can be nothing more than mothers, servants, and other such things. Maya said while blowing a breath of air. I love the Vale, but hearing about how important honor is, more important than lives, gets very tiring, not to mention that women can't gain honor like men can, and the only honor women have is to be a mother or watch over children. Well, here in the North, you can do whatever you want as long as you are good at it and you don't break any laws, Nathan said, making Maya smile. Women are needed to do certain jobs, but it's more of a need for survival than want. However, that hasn't stopped any northern women from breaking the mold and saying fuck you to the status quo. Then let me say it now, Maya said as she looked up and stuck out her middle finger. Fuck you. Nathan laughed while Maya giggled, the two falling back with Maya falling into Nathan's arms. Once the two finished laughing, they both panted heavily while looking into each other's eyes. Honestly, I never thought my life would turn this way, Maya said while blushing a bit, and Nathan noticed a hint of shame on her face. Back in the Vale, I was a bastard, but I never even knew who my father was, much less what house. Whenever I asked, nobody would even know, or say it wasn't important. After a while, I gave up, convinced my father simply abandoned me in an allied house to make sure I never caused any trouble. All I knew was that my mother was a peasant who died not long after giving birth to me, a big farmer. Nathan heard the heartache in Maya's voice, making the young Stark hold her tight without saying a word. Maya sighed as she continued. I'll be honest, Lord. Nathan, just call me Nathan while we are alone, Nathan said in a firm tone, making Maya give him a small smile before she took a breath. Nathan, she said slowly, fidgeting at calling a Lord of the North by his name and not his title. I lived at the Gates of the Moon under House Royce of the Gates of the Moon. I wasn't a handmaiden or even a servant under House Royce, all I was a mule guide for the rocky climb to the Eyrie in the Vale. Maya said as she dropped her head in shame. I led mules to transport foodstuffs and people to the Eyrie before I came to the north. Nathan was silent for a moment before he gently picked Maya's head up, seeing tears in the corner of her eyes. That only makes you more impressive, Nathan said, making Maya's eyes go wide. You had a simple but grilling job before deciding to leave your home and come north, then come to a developing port that was to see a fierce battle. How many people in Westeros can you say did the same thing? Nathan asked with a cheeky grin as he gently laid his hand on Maya's cheek. I have always been the type of lord who judges people on their actions and abilities, not their past or blood. Maya continued to look at Nathan in shock before she laughed and sniffed. Most nobles would turn their noses up at a girl like me, saying something like I am nothing more than a passing pleasure at best, Maya said, a bitterness in her voice, which Nathan noticed, yet Maya took a breath and continued. I'll be honest. Nathan, I don't expect much front, this. This made Nathan sigh as he kissed the top of Maya's head and held her to his chest. Nathan understood what Maya meant with her words, as Nathan was a noble, and not just any noble but a noble that would rule all of the north while Maya was a bastard girl from the Vale. To have a relationship with a young woman like Maya would make many nobles frown, as everyone wanted Nathan to marry someone of noble blood at the very least who wasn't a bastard. Nathan was certain that rumors were already going around about him and Maya, which would only cause him problems in the end. I am of the same mindset, Nathan said with a tired sigh. You are amazing, Maya, someone who will no doubt have many trying to court you, he said, making Maya blush with a small smile. All I can say is this, let us enjoy each other's company for now, and see what the future holds. This made Maya smile as she pushed her face into Nathan's chest. Nathan gave a content sigh as he focused solely on Maya, feeling her breath and her heart pound in her chest. Maya's presence alone were able to distract Nathan from all the troubles plaguing the north, such as the war, Dumbfuck Balon, all of Nathan's plans that the young Stark was still trying to implement, and the Valyrian sword Red Rain that Nathan needed to figure out what to do with. Maya moaned before she gave a cheeky grin to Nathan. I see someone's feeling playful. Nathan gave a roguish grin as his hands firmly held Maya's ass. Well, there's just so much to play with, Nathan said as he squeezed Maya's ass. This made Maya glare at Nathan. Are you calling my ass fat? No, Nathan said in a playful tone as he groped Maya's ass hard, making the girl moan. It's just pleasantly fit. Maya clicked her teeth before kissing Nathan hard, the two moaning as their tongues wrestled before Maya pulled back roughly. I may be from the south, Nathan, but I am no southern flower, Maya said with a surprising air of confidence before kissing Nathan again. Nathan's mind drifted once again as he and Maya continued to kiss one another as they fell onto Nathan's bed. Hopefully winter will come anotother day. Nathan thought as a breeze entered the room and blew out the single candle, covering the two in darkness. Chapter 10. Third person P.O.V. There she is, Seaguard, my lord. Ulfric Waterman called from the ship's helm. Nathan Stark had a big smile while breathing in the salty air at the Black Wolf's bow. Glancing back, Nathan felt pure pride in seeing the Northern Fleet, around 80 ships, most of which were warships with a few trading cogs Nathan managed to scrounge up. It had been just over a month since Nathan and the Northern Fleet left for sea. The trip was mostly calm with a few storms, but no ships or lives were lost. Most of the nobles came with Nathan to the south. However, Lady Mormont agreed to stay behind as Lord Jorah Mormont would be with Nathan's uncle. So that's Seaguard. Nathan muttered as he gazed off into the distance. Seaguard was the greatest defense against the Ironborn in the Riverlands, as many Ironborn had tried to take Seaguard to conquer the Riverlands, but failed. Seagard was the largest settlement in the Riverlands that could be considered a city had it not faced the consent threat of the Ironborn, which always scared people away. Seagard was ruled by House Mallister, an old house that had fought the Ironborn for most of their existence, and seeing how House Mallister beat the Ironborn raid, they were holding up to tradition. Looking into the waters around Seagard, Nathan saw remnants of ships that had sunk into the bay, though they weren't Ironborn ships. "Looks like Seagard's seen better days," Smalljan said as he walked up from behind and stood beside Nathan with Domeric. "How bad do you think it is?" "From the looks of it, not too bad," Domeric said as he glanced at the city. The ships and docks looked to have taken most of the damage, but the castle and town seem perfectly intact. Seagard didn't have a vast fleet. "I think they only had 10 or so warships, with most being trading cogs and fishing ships," Nathan said as he folded his arms. "I guess they did the same thing House Mormont does, draw in the Ironborn and fight them on land. Seagard was built to repel attacks by sea, and it seems to hold up to its name." "Good, then maybe we can get off this fucking ship and finally touch the ground," Smalljan said with a small groan as the ship shook from a big wave. Umbers were not meant to sail the seas. Nathan and Domeric laughed. Out of the three, Smalljan had taken seafaring the worst, which brought much enjoyment to the other two. "Don't worry, we're likely to stay here for a few weeks," Nathan said as he narrowed his eyes at the open docks. "It looks like the Royal Fleet or the Reach Fleet haven't made it yet. Must be held up by the Ironborn," Smalljan said before he gave a serious look. "Do you think the Royal Fleet can beat the Ironborn?" Nathan snorted and gave both Smalljan and Domeric a grin. "The Royal Fleet is said to be broken into 2 parts in King's Landing and Dragonstone, and it makes about 200 warships. The Reach Fleet is owned mostly by House Redwyne, who are said to have another 200 warships and over 1,000 trading ships alone. Even if the Ironborn attacked Lannisport with 100 ships, they do not have the power to attack 2 fleets with such a difference in numbers," Nathan said before he looked back to Seagard. "There is also the fact that the Master of Ships is leading the Royal Fleet, Stannis Baratheon." Nathan didn't know much about Stannis Baratheon, only what his uncle had told him and what he had heard in rumors. Stannis was the younger brother to King Robert, but the two couldn't be more different. While Robert was lively and someone you would want to share a drink with, Stannis was always serious to the point that it was hard to breathe while being around him, and a man who held duty above all else. There was also a famous saying attached to Stannis: "He will break before he bends." From what Nathan's uncle told him, Stannis was one of the hardest men he had ever met and also had a talent for warfare. If his uncle had praised the man, Stannis would have most likely lived up to his title of Master of Ships. "Here's hoping this war ends before we set foot on solid land," Nathan said before sighing. "Though knowing the luck of Westeros, that won't happen." With that, the three stood in silence as they made their way, ready to face the Lords of the South in whatever political nonsense they may bring up. Location: Seagard. "Throw anchor!" Ulfric yelled as the Black Wolf docked in Seagard. Nathan watched as the deckhands grabbed a long wooden plank before throwing it down onto the deck and then fastening it. Once the plank was secured, Nathan wordlessly walked down, followed by Smalljan, Domeric, Chief Val, Ulfric, Lord Lawrence Blackpeel, and 50 guards. Nathan looked around to see the other ships holding various lords and nobles at the open docks while most of the fleet weighed anchor in the bay. At the end of the docks was an assortment of guards led by a man who looked like a knight. Nathan took in the leading knight. It was an aged man, though tall and lean, with a clean-shaved face and an aged face. He had amber hair that was turning grey, yet Nathan could tell this man was a true warrior despite his age. As for the knight's armor, he wore heavy grey plate armor and a helm with the sigil of House Tully on his chest, telling Nathan this was a knight of House Tully. Without a word, Nathan walked forward in full armor, his hand casually resting on Red Rain before he stood a few feet away from the knight. The knight looked at Nathan, and the young Stark could see the man was looking at Nathan seriously. "I am Nathan Stark. I bring the Northern Fleet of the West, along with various lords and an army of 9,500, Nathan said while looking the man in the eyes. Without hesitation, the knight bowed to Nathan, and the other soldiers followed. "Well met, Stark. I'm Sir Brynden Tully," he said before he rose. That made Nathan look at the man with slight surprise. Sir Brynden Tully was a famous knight in the Riverlands known as Blackfish. Sir Brynden was the younger brother of Lord Hoster Tully, making the man the uncle to Nathan's aunt. Despite being the brother to Lord Tully, Sir Bryndon never married and thus had no heirs. From how Caitlin described the man, he was a true knight as he fought for his house and home, leaving the politics to his brother. "It's good to finally meet you," Sir Nathan said as he stuck his hand out and the two shook. "Aunt Caitlin told me good things about you. One of the greatest living knights in the Riverlands who fought in 100 battles if not more. Well, we'll have this Ironborn shit to another of my many battles," the knight said with a dry snort as he pulled away. "I am to escort you and the Northern Lords to King Robert and his war council. Lord Eddard Stark and the forces of the North arrived a week ago." With that, Nathan and Sir Bryndon waited for the other Northern Lords to leave their ships before they made their way to Seaguard Castle. As Nathan walked with Sir Bryndon, he glanced around to see that the town was very busy. Nathan also noticed that various guards and soldiers had taken residence in the town taverns and brothels. Nathan had a few questions, but he would save them until he met King Robert. After some walking, Nathan and the Northern Lords and nobles were soon taken inside the castle while Sir Bryndon escorted them to the war council. "Everyone is in here," Stark, Sir Bryndon said before opening the large wooden doors. Nathan entered the room and was greeted by quite the sight. The room was somewhat large and filled with over 100 nobles from various houses, both big and small. Instantly, Nathan found his uncle Ned standing at the war table, with various Northern Lords standing not far behind. Behind Ned stood Benjen, making Nathan smile as it had been a year since he'd seen his second uncle, as the man only visited Winterfell to report on Moat Cailin and the area around. The next person Nathan saw was a familiar face, King Robert Baratheon, who stood next to Nathan's uncle. Nathan remembered King Robert being a massive man, and he was still one of the largest men in the room, with thick black hair and a full beard. Nathan also noticed Robert seemed to have put on some weight, no doubt from sitting on a throne for so long. The next familiar face Nathan saw was Jon Arryn, standing on King Robert's right. Despite the man's age, Jon Arryn was a tall man with broad shoulders and a strong build thanks to his younger years of training. The man's blonde hair had long since turned grey with wrinkles all over his face. When Nathan remembered Jon Arryn, the man still had some youth to him. Now the man looked to have aged 30 years rather than 9. This showed how much of a toll serving as the hand of the king took on the man. Nathan would have felt pity had Nathan not known all the shit Jon Arryn tried to pull over the past 2 years. The next person Nathan noticed at the war table made the young Stark grip his fist. It was an aged lord with his hair and beard grey, and his figure portly, who wore light armor that was for more decoration than actual combat. While Nathan had only briefly met the man when he was younger, he could guess who the man was. Lord of House Tully and ruler of the Riverlands, Hoster Tully. The man who has been trying to get Nathan disinherited for years, but has utterly failed. Somehow, Nathan held back in giving the man a fierce glare. This man had tried to hinder Nathan's work and place his blood to rule House Stark and the North for his house's benefit. While Nathan loved all his cousins and his aunt, he had no love for Lord Tully. There were other lords at the war table, yet Nathan didn't recognize them for the most part. Finally, everyone in the room turned to Nathan and the other Northern Lords. Walking into the room with the other Northern Lords, Nathan wordlessly knelt on the ground at the end of the war table, followed by the other Northern Lords. "King Robert Baratheon, I, Nathan Stark of House Stark and heir of the North, greet the King of Westeros," Nathan said while keeping his head down, as it was customary to kneel before the king and would only rise when Robert asked. "Ha! About time you showed up," Nathan Robert said with a booming laugh and a large smile as he and Ned walked around the war table. "Stand up and let me get a good look at you." Nathan stood up and found himself standing before the King of Westeros, who was smiling down at him. "Fucking hell, you look more and more like your father every year," Robert said with a laugh as Nathan smiled up at him. "I remember you were this little tyke that was barely up to my knees, now you're leading wars and kicking the Ironborn in their balls. A full-fledged man now," Robert said with a booming laugh as he patted Nathan's shoulder with his large hand. Had Nathan not been wearing his armor, he felt his shoulder might have been bruised. "The North is good at turning boys into men," Nathan said with a smile before he looked at his uncles. "Good to see you, uncles," Nathan said as he hugged Ned. Nathan then looked to Benjen and smiled at the man, one he easily returned. "And you as well," Ned said with a sigh of relief before he pulled away. "Though if I'm being honest, I wish you were back in Winterfell," Ned said with a small glare, making Nathan chuckle a bit nervously. "Oh come off it, Ned, the boy is becoming a man, Let him live before he has to spend the rest of his life ruling his home, Robert said with a snort, making Ned give the king a light glare. Come, Robert said as he gestured to the seat next to his with a wide smile. Tell everyone how you and the Northern Fleet repelled the Ironborn. Your letter didn't tell us much. Nathan sat down next to King Robert and his uncle Ned, and instantly Nathan saw some jealousy from the Southern Lords, but the young Stark ignored them. Before I speak, I would like to hear how Seaguard defended against the Ironborn attack, Nathan said as he was truly curious about the matter. That would be thanks to Lord Jason Mallister, Jon Arryn said as he pointed to one of the men at the war table, who stood up. Jason Mallister was a tall and lean man, with brown hair that starting to turn white, and fierce blue-grey eyes. His armor was a beautiful indigo that stood out among most of the armor Nathan had seen. After House Stark informed Lord Tully of a potential war between the North and Ironborn, Lord Tully informed House Mallister of the possible threat. Lord Mallister said with a deep voice as he leaned against the table. I then started to prepare for a potential Ironborn attack and lend aid to the North should they need it. However, I wasn't expecting the Ironborn to attack Seaguard with 20 ships. Lord Mallister said with a tired sigh. They managed to destroy what warships we had before making their way to Seaguard, but my men were more than prepared. We rained arrows down and killed most at the docks before they could even set foot on the ground, thus the town suffered no damage. I managed to kill the leader of the Ironborn raid before throwing the body into the sea, Roderick Greyjoy. That made Nathan look at Lord Mallister in shock. Roderick Greyjoy was said to be the eldest son of Balon Greyjoy, who the man held with great pride. Nathan could only guess that Balon thought Seaguard would be an easy target for his son given the small Riverland fleet, and that the Ironborn haven't attacked Seaguard in over 300 years. After Roderick Greyjoy's death, the Ironborn fled with their ships, giving us victory. Lord Mallister said before he sat down. That's what that cunt squid deserves, Robert said with a scoff as he took a deep sip of wine before looking at Nathan. Now tell us, future Lord of the North, what was the Battle of Windhelm like? Robert asked with some excitement, and even Ned looked curious. Nathan ignored all the judgmental eyes on him before he started to speak. Before the Battle of Windhelm, I had planned to lead 200 soldiers to Windhelm along with provisions to see if Windhelm was preparing well. Surprisingly, Small Janumber thought the same thing and was leading 100 men to Windhelm to offer his support. Something about showing the Ironborn how Umbers fight, Nathan said with a smirk, getting a laugh of pride from Great Jon Umber. We had also encountered Domeric Bolton and all of us decided to travel together with our forces. Nathan took a sip of some strong wine before he continued to speak. Upon arrival to Windhelm, we were quickly told of an impending Ironborn attack of 60 ships heading to Windhelm, Nathan said as he glared at the map on the table. I guess that Balon Greyjoy wanted no chance of the North gaining a Western fleet, thus he wanted to thoroughly destroy Windhelm and everything we've built before raiding the North. We guess the Ironborn had sent somewhere between 4,000 to 5,000 Ironborn to Windhelm, given the amount of ships and dead. How were you informed of such an attack? Jon Arryn asked while many muttered about the 60 ships that were sent to Windhelm. You can thank Lord Glover and Lord Flint of the Fingers for that, Nathan said, making the two lords Nathan mentioned stand straighter. Lord Glover had a brilliant plan to have Lord Flint build watchtowers at the Northern Fingers to keep an eye out for any Ironborn raid. Lord Glover even had Lord Marndaly lend a few Fire Eyes to Lord Flint to help while also gaining a raven to send a message as swiftly as possible. Had it not been for these two lords and Lord Marndaly lending the Fire Eye, the Battle of Windhelm may have changed drastically. Lord Glover kept his composure yet looked at Nathan with more respect, as it wasn't uncommon for lords to gloss over the contribution their bannermen offered while taking most of the glory. Lord Flint of the Fingers looked to be radiating pride, yet still tried to keep himself in check. After we were told of the impending Ironborn raid of 60 ships, Lords Glover, Blackpeel, Ryswell, Tallheart, Forrester, Lady Mormont, and I started to prepare for the battle. Nathan then pointed to Sea Dragon Point with a sharp grin on his face. During our talk, I realized the Iron Fleet would be coming in from the south, thus I thought it would be best to hide the Northern Fleet on the north side of Sea Dragon Point, as the Ironborn wouldn't hesitate to attack a defenseless port. So the plan was to attack the Ironborn on both sides from land and sea, Nathan said as he took another sip of wine as everyone was engrossed with Nathan's tale. I was proven right as the Ironborn didn't hesitate to attack and thus fell into our trap, with the Northern Fleet coming up from behind the Ironborn fleet just as they attacked. We then rained arrows and scorpion bolts on all the ships from all sides, killing a majority of the Ironborn just as the battle started. Ha, damn fine work Nathan, your father and grandfather would be proud. Robert laughed with pure enjoyment at Nathan's tale. And where were you as your men were fucking the Ironborn over? Nathan looked to his uncle before sighing, knowing Ned Stark wouldn't like this next part. I was leading the largest ship in the Northern Fleet, the Black Wolf, into the heart of the battle, Nathan said, making Robert smile wider as he leaned forward, while Ned looked shocked by Nathan's words. I figure the quickest way to end the battle was to attack the leader of the Ironborn fleet, as without the leader the Ironborn would start to panic and quickly fall apart. Who led the Iron Fleet that attacked the north? Lord Malister asked while looking at Nathan seriously and respectfully. Dunstan Drum, Lord of House Drum, Nathan said, bringing much chatter among all the lords. It was no surprise that everyone was talking, as Lord Drum was an infamous raider of Westeros and one of the strongest lords on the Iron Islands. We confronted Lord Drum's ships and we battled, Nathan said as he rubbed his neck. I will admit, I nearly lost my life a good few times, but in the end, we won. And what happened to Lord Drum? Jon Arryn said with a small sigh as he already knew the answer. Giving a small grin, Nathan looked to Chief Val and gave a nod, making the Mountain Lord grin as he stepped forward with 2 sacks around his belt. Without a word, Chief Val opened the first sack and pulled out Lord Drum's rotting head. Everyone in the room reeled back in shock at seeing Lord Drum's rotting head placed on the war table, the smell making a few lords turn green. Both Robert and Ned looked shocked before Robert let out a laugh while Ned looked stoic. Jon Arryn looked upset at seeing the dead Lord of the Iron Islands, as the man could have been used as a valuable hostage. Fucking hell Nathan, I see that northern blood is strong in you, Robert said with an almost mad grin. So, who's the one who killed the fucker? Nathan grinned as did a small bow. You're looking at him, my king, he said, getting some shocked looks in the room. I fought and killed Lord Drum myself, beheading him with his own house's sword, Red Rain, Nathan said as he unsheathed the Valyrian steel sword, getting more shocked looks from everyone in the room. You expect us to believe a boy like you killed a seasoned Ironborn raider who has killed many knights older than you? A noble from the south said in a skeptical tone, getting a lot of glares from the northern lords and even King Robert, making the man cower a bit. Lord Drum wasn't exactly an honorable fighter, Nathan said with a shrug, not caring about the southern lord's words as he sheathed his sword. The man first attacked me with 4 other Ironborn and nearly took my head. He would have had I not gotten support from Codler Quatermain and those who were brought by ship. That had allowed me to fight Lord Drum alone. It was a grueling fight with many close calls, but in the end, I was able to take Lord Drum's head. It truly was a glorious fight, worthy of House Stark and the North, Chief Val said with a wide smile as he picked the head up and placed it in the sack. Nathan nodded before he continued to speak. After the battle was over, we assessed the damage. The North had lost more than 1,000 fighters and another 202 wounded to continue fighting. We had also lost 15 ships with 10 being severely damaged. Nathan said before a large grin crossed his face. However, from the dead Ironborn counted, we assume that around 2,500 Ironborn were slain and 300 were captured. We have managed to sink 21 Ironborn ships and captured 17 ships, which we've added to the Northern Fleet. With the ships that we were able to repair, the Northern Fleet now holds around 80 warships. Nathan looked around and smiled as he saw many of the Southern Lords now look at Nathan with jealousy and envy, and Nathan could understand why. So far in the war, everyone had not gained much and would most likely not gain anything other than glory and lose more when fighting the Ironborn, as the Iron Islands were the poorest realm in Westeros. Yet in a single battle, Nathan had gained many ships, killed an infamous Ironborn lord and raider, and gained a Valyrian steel sword all in one battle. Lord Tully had the deepest glare out of everyone, no doubt not liking the fact Nathan was gaining such fame and wealth, further securing his position as the heir of the North. Fucking brilliant, Nathan, Robert said while looking at Nathan with pure pride. You have done your ancestors proud, my boy. Ned gave Nathan a small smile, but also a small sigh. On one hand, Ned was beyond proud that Nathan had done his duty and protected the North, not to mention gained many ships and a Valyrian steel sword. On the other hand, Ned would be feeling much better had Nathan said in Winterfell where it's safe. I cannot treat him like a child anymore, Ned thought with a small sigh as he smiled at Nathan. He is growing, and is becoming a true Lord of the North. Robert downed a mug of wine before letting out a booming laugh while looking at Nathan. Thanks to you fucking over the Ironborn, Lord Malister killing that cunt Balon's son, and my brother bringing the royal fleet along with Reach Fleet, we'll show the Ironborn not to underestimate Westeros, and show those iron cunts why they only rule 5 small islands and not the world. Robert shouted, getting cheers and shouts from everyone in the room. Nathan sipped his wine and looked at Robert with a smile. While the man may not have ruled the 7 kingdoms, he was a natural leader with great charisma. My king, Nathan said, grabbing Robert's attention. If I may ask, what is our plan to attack the Iron Islands? Robert took another sip from his cup before he stood up and looked at the map. For now, we wait for my brother to bring the royal fleet and Reach Fleet. Your ships aren't enough for all the forces that were brought, but they will help. We will attack each of the Iron Islands at the same time, splitting their forces. However, we will save Pike for last. Robert said with a wide grin before he sat back down. Nathan nodded slowly to this. The Ironborn didn't have many soldiers, especially thanks to the Battle of Windhelm and the potential battle of the Royal Fleet and the Ironborn fleet. By attacking each island at the same time, the Ironborn forces would be stretched thin, not to mention they would be overwhelmed by the superior numbers of Westeros. There was also the fact that the Iron Islands were rarely invaded in all their history, thus they would not be prepared for such forces. Truly, dumbfuck Balon has overestimated himself and the Ironborn, Nathan said with a snort as he leaned back in his chair. As soon as Nathan said those words, Robert's eyes widened as he coughed up some wine that he just happened to be drinking. Everyone looked slightly concerned as Robert coughed and spat on the floor before looking at Nathan with slightly teary eyes. What did you say, Nathan? Robert asked in a slightly raspy tone. Nathan blinked with a slight look of bewilderment. I said that dumbfuck Balon has overestimated himself, Nathan said slowly while looking Robert in the eyes. Balon thinks he can take on all of Westeros with only 20,000 soldiers. Even if they have superior skills at sea, the only way the Ironborn comes out in victory is if every lord was a sniveling cunt that couldn't swing a sword and let the Ironborn raid and reap their lands. Balon is an idiot if he thinks all of Westeros will allow him to do as he pleases, thus, dumbfuck Balon. The room was silent for a long moment before Robert started laughing. It started small, a simple chuck before the king gave a booming laugh that nearly shook the room. Dumbfuck Balon, brilliant. Robert laughed as he patted Nathan on the back, nearly sending the young Stark to the floor. We'll show those iron dumbfucks not to underestimate Westeros. This brought laughter and cheers in the room, and even Nathan found himself laughing. King Robert had an air around him that just drew people in, natural charisma his uncle called it. After the laughter started to die down, everyone took a breath. Stannis should be arriving in Seaguard in a few weeks. Once he arrives we can invade the Iron Islands and finally put dumbfuck Balon down, Robert said with a snort, making Jon Arryn sigh. For now everyone is dismissed, rest, and do whatever you want. You will be called once the royal fleet arrives. After the king's words, everyone started to exit the war room while a few stayed behind. Nathan and his uncle Ned stood together while looking at Robert. Robert, I'm going to speak with Nathan, but I'll find you later, Ned said while giving his old friend a small smile. Robert snorted and waved his hand. Spend time with your nephew, I imagine you have much to talk about, Robert said before giving Nathan a grin. When you're done talking, I hope you join me in the training yard. I would love to see how much you improved since you were a boy. Nathan smiled and nodded to Robert. I'll be sure to show you how much I've improved. With that Nathan and Ned exited the room together, walking in silence. Nathan could tell his uncle was in deep thought, and he could guess why. Ned has always been protective of Nathan. The man had given his brother, Nathan's father, his word that he would protect Nathan and make him Lord of House Stark. However, Nathan was making it hard for Ned to keep him safe as he was running headfirst into a war. Would he order me to stay here in Seaguard, to go back north, to stay by his side and not fight in the coming war? Nathan thought with a small sigh. If the young Stark was being honest, if his uncle asked he may listen. The man had done much for Nathan, more than anyone in Nathan's life, more than most uncles would do for their nephews. The least Nathan could do was listen to the man and not worry him. Soon Nathan and Ned found themselves in a long hall, alone. Ned Stark suddenly came to a stop and gave a tired sigh. You are so much like your father, it gets fucking annoying sometimes, Ned said, making Nathan look at his uncle in shock as the older Stark gave a ruthful smile. I'm serious, everything you did was something Brandon would do. And I'm sure if Brandon was alive he would be singing your praises. Ned said before he gave Nathan a very serious look, that took Nathan's smile away. But he's not alive, he died because he and my father acted rashly and confronted the Mad King, losing their lives. Ned placed his hands on Nathan's shoulders and looked the young man in the eyes. When I heard you were in Windhelm and had fought the Ironborn, my heart stopped. I feared the worst and prayed to the old gods. Now Nathan felt guilt at his uncle's words, but before he could speak his uncle spoke. I know. I know I simply can't lock you away in Winterfell and spare you from danger. You are to become the Lord of the North one day after all, Ned said with a sigh as he rubbed his face. All I ask is that you don't put yourself needlessly in danger, to think about your life and cherish it, for you are the best thing to happen to the North in the last 100 years. Ned saw firsthand the changes that were happening in the North, and all these changes were thanks to Nathan himself. Ned knew he was not fit to be Lord of the North. While he could rule the lands and protect his people, he did not have the drive to make the North strong like his father and Nathan. Ned's loyalty to Nathan wasn't just because Nathan was his nephew and heir to House Stark, but because Ned knew deep in his heart that Nathan would change the North for the better. He has done so much and is barely a man, I can't imagine what he'll do when he's my age. Ned thought while looking at Nathan with pride and slight frustration. Nathan was quiet for a long moment before looking into his uncle's eyes. I promise not to put myself recklessly in danger, but I will fight for the North, Uncle Nathan said with a hard look on his face. These are my people who are fighting for their home. If I were to simply sit on my ass while they die for the North, I could not call myself Lord of the North. Ned sighed as he could see Nathan got his loyalty from Brandon. But, I promise to no longer put myself recklessly in danger, Nathan said before he grew a sharp grin. I have a plan that could put the North in a favorable position for victory during the war. Ned gave a small laugh and rubbed the top of Nathan's head, making the young Stark pout. How you come up with such ideas is truly shocking, clearly you got your smarts from your mother since Brandon could barely read at times. Nathan smiled before a conflicted look crossed his face, something Ned noticed. While I am brilliant, even I don't have all the answers, Nathan said as he took Red Rain from his hip and held it in his hands. Such as what to do with this? What do you mean? Ned said with a confused look. Nathan gave his uncle a small smile. House Stark already has a Valyrian sword, Ice. House Stark doesn't need another one, Nathan said as he gave a small sigh. It's no secret how valuable Valyrian steel is and that many are willing to pay a king's ransom for such a treasure, people like the Lannisters. It was no secret that Tywin Lannister was searching for a Valyrian steel sword for House Lannister, to replace the Valyrian sword Brytraw that was lost 300 years ago. The Lannister lord had offered much gold to numerous noble houses, both great and minor, for their Valyrian swords, but none accepted such an offer out of pride. Nathan wouldn't sell Ice even if he could become king of Westeros. However, to sell a sword that was gained through victory was something Nathan was more than happy to do. Especially if Lord Tywin would pay a king's ransom if not more. Ned rubbed his chin and slowly nodded his head. It's a good idea. The Lannisters are the wealthiest house in Westeros and Tywin has been searching for a Valyrian sword for years, Ned said before he saw the look on Nathan's face hadn't changed. So what's the problem? If I'm being honest, I think you deserve this more, Nathan said, making Ned's eyes widen. Uncle, you say I am the one changing the North, but you were one of the first to help me, Nathan said as he looked at Ned with pride. Most people would call my plans foolish because of my age, or say it was a risk not worth taking, but you still helped me regardless. You have given so much to me, taught me how to be a man, a lord. You're not just my uncle, you're also my father. There were a few times in Ned's life when he teared up, the passing of his family, the birth of his children, and now the words of his nephew, his son. Nathan sniffed before holding out the sword to his uncle. So, I think you deserve Red Rain for all that you have done. Nathan, Ned said with a fatherly smile as he gently pushed the sword back to Nathan's chest. I am honored, truly, but I agree with selling the sword to the Lannisters, Ned said, getting a shocked look from Nathan. While a Valyrian sword does hold much value, it is just a sword in the end. I would have given Ice up if it meant it could help the North. Ned said as rested his hand on Nathan's shoulder. Everything I've done, I have done with love for the North, for House Stark, and for you. Nathan looked at his uncle in shock before he gave a small laugh. Honorable Wolf indeed, you are truly one of a kind, Uncle Nathan said as he took the sword and placed it on his hip. Very well, I will look into selling the sword to House Lannister in the future, Nathan said before his smile turned sharp. I imagine I'll get 1,000,000 gold at the very least, but I'll be aiming for a couple million if not more. Hearing those numbers made Ned stagger and look at Nathan in shock as Nathan only laughed at his uncle's reaction. With that, the two continued to talk as they walked next to each other. After finishing his talk with his uncle made his way to the castle's training grounds as King Robert had asked. It took some asking around before Nathan found himself in a large open area with various men fighting. The training yard was filled with dozens of men, most were young knights from various noble houses, no doubt trying to impress the king of Westeros. Nathan saw a few men from the north in the training yard such as Smalljan and Chief Val. Speaking of the king, Nathan found Robert in the center of the training yard squaring off against some poor knight from the Riverlands. Robert was in training armor while wielding a warhammer. The knight that was squaring off against the king looked to only be a few years older than Nathan, wielding a sword and shield. The king of Westeros roared as his hammer slammed into the shield, sending the poor knight flying to the ground while growling in pain. Not bad, boy, but if you think you're not strong enough, take a blow with your shield, deflect or dodge, or you may get a broken arm, Robert said as he rested the warhammer on his shoulder before he noticed Nathan. Ah, Nathan, glad you can finally join us. Nathan smiled as he walked up to the king, the young Stark feeling many eyes on him. I've been stuck at sea for about a month. I could use a good spar to sharpen my skills, Nathan said while glancing around at the fighter. The sail to Seaguard was boring for Nathan with only light spars on the ship with Domeric and Smalljan to keep him occupied, then spending time with Maya. I wonder how Maya's doing. Nathan asked himself with a bit of worry and longing. Before landing in Seaguard, Nathan and Maya had a serious talk. With so many nobles having their eyes on Nathan after the Battle of Windhelm, Nathan couldn't be open with his relationship with Maya. If it was found out that Nathan had a bastard lover, his reputation would take a hit and stall many of his plans. A part of Nathan wanted to tell any noble who judged him to go fuck themselves and mind their own business, but as heir to the north, Nathan couldn't be as free as he wanted. So Nathan asked Maya to stay under Codler Quatermain while they were in Seaguard, to which the older warrior agreed. Surprisingly, Maya quickly agreed to Nathan's suggestion. The girl explained that she wanted to avoid the nobles of the Vale, lest someone recognize her and try to drag her back to the Vale against her will. Maya knew Nathan would defend her from returning to the Vale, but she also knew it would cause problems between Nathan and the Vale, so Maya agreed to stay under Codler Quatermain for the time being. Ha, good to hear, Robert said as he slapped Nathan's back, nearly sending the poor Stark to the ground. I would love to see that Valyrian sword in action. Perhaps during the war with the Ironborn, Nathan said as he grabbed a dull blade from a rack. Sparing with a Valyrian sword seems excessive. The last thing I want is to cut someone's hand off, Nathan said, making Robert pout. So, anyone wants to fight the White Wolf of the North? Nathan called out while walking to the center of the yard. I'll have a go. A young knight as he marched onto the field. The man was decked out in full armor with a sword and shield in hand. His shield showed the coat of arms of a red stallion upon a golden escutcheon on brown. House Bracken, Nathan said as he recognized the sigil, but not much else. They had a rich history in Westeros, having blood of the first man, and were loyal to House Targaryen, but Nathan hadn't heard much in recent years. Nathan took in the young knight before him. He was a few years older than the Stark, possibly 18 or 20, yet they were nearly the same height. However, Nathan noticed the knight while fairly thin, while Nathan himself had more muscle. So, who will I be fighting? Nathan said with a smile on his face. Squire Kroll Bracken, under Sir Athen Bracken, the young squire said in a firm tone while keeping his eyes hard on Nathan. Nathan grinned as he realized the look Kroll was giving him. He's looking down on me. While Nathan was explaining the Battle of Windhelm, he noticed that many of the nobles from the south, such as the nobles from the Riverlands, were looking down on him. Nathan guessed they thought Nathan was exaggerating or outright lying about his deeds during the battle. Nathan could understand why most of the Riverland lords didn't like Nathan, as it was his actions that the North started to buy less and less grain every month thanks to the foods he had found that could grow in the North. There was also the fact that Lord Tully himself had tried to disinherit Nathan with the support of the lords from the Riverlands. Well, who gives a fuck? Nathan thought with a wicked grin as he took a stance, as did the knight. Nathan didn't care what the Riverlands thought of him, let them hate his actions as he made the North stronger. If all they can do is complain and whine like children, let them complain while the noble houses of the North grow in power while the lords of the Riverlands waste what gifts they have. An older man in armor stepped between the two and gave them both a look. The first to fall, lose their sword, or gain a fatal injury will lose the bout. If I feel you are being excessive and trying to fatally injure, I will pull you apart. Nathan nodded in understanding, as he could guess the lords didn't want slights to be made before the war. The older man looked between the two before he gave a sharp nod. Begin. Without a word, the squire charged at Nathan like a bull, shield up and sword drawn back. Nathan struck with his sword while dodging to the side and the squire tried to follow, but Nathan continued to attack. When facing an opponent in heavy armor with a shield, don't stop attacking. Nathan thought as he remembered Sir Roderick's lessons. Most knights in high-quality armor were often too arrogant in thinking swords wouldn't hurt them, and most were right as maces and warhammers were best against full-plate armor, but swords could still get through. As Nathan continued to attack he suddenly stopped, prompting the squire to attack with his sword, which is what Nathan wanted. Deflecting the sword and kicking the shield with all his strength, the squire stumbled back and tried to attack again. Nathan didn't give the young man a chance as he slammed the blunt sword onto the young man's helmet, getting a cry of pain as the young squire grabbed his head. With the squire distracted, Nathan slammed his heavy boot into the squire's chest, sending the young man to the ground before putting the tip of the dull blade to his neck. I believe it's my victory, Nathan said with a grin as he pulled his blade back and offered the squire a hand. However, the squire from House Bracken slapped Nathan's hand away, making the young Stark frown. Do all Northerners fight with no honor? The squire said while glaring at Nathan. Instantly the training yard went quiet as tensions rose. Nathan noticed Smalljan and Chief Val stand up, looking to throttle the young squire and anyone who stood in their way along with others from the north. King Robert had a frown on his face as he glared at the squire, yet he didn't do anything yet. Nathan smiled at the squire as he stood up. Well, that came out of nowhere, and how do I have no honor? The squire scoffed and stared at Nathan. It's the way you fight, like a savage, he said, making Smalljan growl and Chief Val grip his axe, yet Nathan continued to smile as he held up a hand, stopping them. What kind of lord kicks a knight down? It's barbaric. The kind of lord who wants to live, Nathan said while rolling his eyes. Tell me, Squire Kroll, Nathan said, emphasizing the squire part, making the young man bristle. Have you ever fought the Ironborn? Nathan asked, and seeing Kroll's hesitation gave the young Stark his answer. Well, let me tell you about the Ironborn. They will do whatever it takes to put you down, Nathan said in a serious tone, making the older squire suddenly straighten up. They will bite, spit, grab, pull you to the ground, use numbers, stab you in the back, or throw dirt in your eyes. They will do anything to kill you, and they will not feel a hint of remorse or shame, Nathan said as he rested the dull blade on his shoulder. Is it dishonorable? Yes. Will they give a fuck? No, Nathan said as he stepped forward and looked the squire in the eyes, making him squirm. Now I don't know about you, but my life is more important than worrying if I am killing the Ironborn with honor or not. I have a realm to one day rule, a house to run, a family to return to, and people to protect. Why should I give two shits if I am killing an Ironborn with honor during a war? Nathan said as he saw Kroll gulp and take a step back. What Lord Nathan says holds weight, King Robert said, grabbing everyone's attention. The Ironborn are the kind of cunts that won't hesitate to stab you in the back or throw dirt in your eyes. Say what you will about them, but they know how to fight dirty. It's how so many raiders run away with their lives. Robert said before he glared at the squire, who seemed to shake under Robert's eyes. If I were you, I would listen to Lord Nathan's words. You've got heart, lad, but you've never been in a true battle before. I've fought bandits and poachers, and I've been in a few tourneys. Skirmishes at best, and tourneys are only good for entertainment or training, Robert said, cutting the squire off as he slammed his mouth shut. Listen to what Lord Nathan has to say, and you may come out of this war alive and a bit wiser. Yes, my king, the squire said before slinking off and out of the courtyard. Green fucker, Robert snorted as he took a sip from his wineskin. Knows more about honor than actual fighting. The king said before he grinned at Nathan. Though I must say, I was impressed. You were half a decade younger than him and you sourly handed his ass to him while giving him a lecture. I trained practically every day since my name day, Tony, Nathan said with a prideful grin. I even started training Rob and John whenever I have free time, and the results speak for themselves, Nathan said while flexing his arm, showing off the muscles. So, who's next? Nathan called out as he stood in the center once again. The young Stark soon found himself facing off against various fighters from the south and even a few from the north. While Nathan won all his bouts, they were mostly against the younger fighters with only minor experience. Nathan understood why none of the more experienced fighters stepped forward, for if they were to lose they would be humiliated, but if they won they gain little, as Nathan was young himself, hence it wasn't worth the risk. However, Nathan promised to show King Robert his skills, thus, Nathan challenged Smalljan, to which the older man readily agreed while grabbing a dull greatsword. When the two fought it grabbed everyone's attention. The raw strength and ferocity stirred something in the men as both Nathan and Smalljan fought their hardest. King Robert himself loved the bout given the shouts and looks of glee on his face. In the end, Nathan managed to win after slamming the crossguard of his sword into Smalljan's neck before holding the blade to his head. With that, the two friends shook hands while King Robert was singing their praises. Fucking hell, if only you two were born a few decades ago, I could have crushed the Targaryens without breaking a sweat. King Robert shouted with glee as he looked at Smalljan. And you, fucking hell, in a few years you may make the mountain look like a dwarf. Nathan snorted as his smile turned sharp. The only reason Gregor Clegane gained the title of the mountain is because the South has never seen the Umbers, Nathan said while Smalljan laughed, and Robert soon followed. I'm serious, most of the members of House Umber are as large as Smalljan here, even the women, Nathan said before he threw the dull blade to the side. I think that's enough fighting for today. I say we feast until tomorrow. To celebrate the victory over the Ironborn at the Battle of Windhelm. Robert said, getting some cheers from the other nobles as Robert started to lead them out, with Nathan quickly following. Fuck me. Nathan groaned lightly as the sun shined in his eyes, his head pounding lightly while his mouth felt dry. After having a feast to welcome Nathan and celebrate the victory of the Battle of Windhelm, Nathan drank and ate much with his bannerman and the king. Nathan remembered trying to start a conversation with a few lords from the Riverlands, but Nathan could instantly tell they were putting up a wall between him and them, thus Nathan mostly drank with Robert, which annoyed the Riverland nobles even more. So Nathan mostly enjoyed his time at the feast and planned to sleep the day away. I will say this, Robert knows how to party. Nathan thought with a snort as he closed his eyes, trying to sleep off the hangover he was feeling. Not to mention the bonus of staying in the room all day. Asterisk bang asterisk bang asterisk bang asterisk. Hearing the sudden knock on the door nearly made Nathan jump from his bed. Looking at the door slightly frantic, Nathan quickly climbed to his feet while throwing on some pants. Opening the door, Nathan saw an older knight in full armor. What's wrong, is there trouble? Nathan asked in a serious tone, yet Nathan noticed the knight didn't have any urgency. Stark, Lord Tully wishes to speak with you. The knight said in a pompous tone, making Nathan's eyes widen. He will be waiting for you. Are you fucking kidding me right now? Nathan groaned as he rubbed his head, making the older knight blink. Lord Tully is pulling this shit now, in the morning. Even with his head pounding, Nathan could see what the old Riverland Lord was trying to pull. No doubt Lord Tully wanted to talk to Nathan about the changes in the north, and the old man was going to use the marriage his uncle had with his daughter to his advantage. Nathan could even tell that the sudden request to see him was a power move, to show that Lord Tully was serious, given the knight referred to him as Stark, rather than Lord. The knight seemed to bristle under Nathan's words and gained a hard look on his face. Stark, you cannot keep Lord Tully waiting. I will escort you to Lord Tully. Stop! That single word was able to shut the knight's mouth on reflex as Nathan gave the man an annoyed glare. Lord Tully is not my lord, Lord Tully rules the Riverlands and I will one day rule the north. The old man may ask for my presence, but he will not order it. Nathan said in a hard tone, making the older knight stiffen, yet the man kept his composure. I will rest and be available to talk with Lord Tully, as equals, around noon. If Lord Tully is dissatisfied, he can come to me himself and complain. He's old but not that old. Nathan placed a finger on the man's chest and, to the knight's surprise, pushed him back ever so slightly. Now go, I've got a massive headache. H.S. Stark, please. Asterisk bang asterisk. Nathan slammed the door on the knight's face before turning back to his bed and lying down. Is he gone? Peeking from under the covers was Maya Stone, looking a little flustered. During the feast, King Robert invited Kodlak and his band to the feast to hear their tales, thus inviting Maya as well. The bastard girl mostly avoided the nobles, and once the feast was coming to an end, Nathan took her back to his room. They had spent the night together but had not gotten farther than rubbing and kissing. When Maya saw Nathan nod, the girl sighed in relief as she sat up, showing her naked breast to the young Stark. I thought my heart was going to leap out of my chest, Maya said with a sigh before she looked at Nathan. So, what was that about? Old man Tully trying to have a dick measuring contest with me, Nathan said while rolling his eyes as he turned and took in Maya's form while the girl snorted, giggling at Nathan's crude joke. He wants to talk politics and tried to put himself in a dominant position, but I'm not going to let that happen. Maya bit her lip and started to sit up. Perhaps I should leave before someone catar. Nathan cut Maya off as he grabbed her slim waist and dragged her back into the bed. The young Stark grinned as he took in Maya's natural scent as she squirmed in his arms. As I told the knight, I will be available around noon, so we have some time, Nathan said as he kissed Maya's neck, making the girl moan as she continued to fidget. Perhaps we can take a bath together before eating. That made Maya blush before she slapped Nathan's bare shoulder. You rogue, she said with a cute pout, making Nathan laugh. I will stay for a bit, but a bath and meal will be too much. Then just a bath, Nathan said as he snaked his hand up and cupped Maya's breast, getting a small gasp from her. Seeing you naked, your body coated in water will surely make my day, Nathan whispered into Maya's ear while squeezing her breast harder. Maya groaned erotically, making Nathan grin. Suddenly, Maya pushed Nathan to the bed with a surprising amount of strength. Nathan then found Maya on top of him, straddling his waist with nothing on but a simple pair of breeches. Maya looked down at Nathan while panting heavily with her face flushed, yet there was a seductive grin on her face. Always so eager to see my body bare, Lord Stark, Maya said in a seductive tone as she dragged her nails across Nathan's bare chest, making the young Stark gasp quietly. Should I feel honored that the future Lord of the North lusts after my body so much? Nathan's hands instantly grabbed Maya's ass and gave her a hard squeeze, getting a surprise squeak from the girl as Nathan grinned up. I'll show you how much I want you, Maya Stone, Nathan said with a lustful growl while bucking his hips, pressing his hard member against her leg. Maya bit her lip as she leaned down and looked Nathan in the eyes. Keep growling like that, it turns me on so much. Nathan growled before pulling Maya into a deep kiss, the two lovers kissing one another hungrily without worry. Nathan sighed as he walked briskly down a hallway, wearing elegant black northern clothes. After spending time with Maya and grabbing something to eat after washing himself, another knight had found Nathan and told the young Stark that Lord Tully was requesting to see him, to which Nathan agreed. Entering a room, Nathan was greeted by Lord Tully sitting at a table with food and wine, the old man dressed in elegant clothes. Standing behind Lord Tully was Sir Brynden, decked out in his black armor. There was also a servant who stood with a pitcher in her hands. Stark, Lord Tully said in an even tone, trying not to let his contempt show. Lord Hoster Tully, Nathan said with a smile before it turned sharp. It's good to officially meet you. Lord Tully gave a small grunt at Nathan's words. Have a seat, the old man said with a gesture. Nathan sat down without a word and grabbed an empty cup. The servant grabbed a wine bottle and poured Nathan a cup, to which the young Stark took a sip. Good wine, Nathan said while licking his lips as he placed his cup down. So, why have you called me here? Lord Tully grabbed his cup of wine and gave a gentle sip. They say you are intelligent, so I think you know why I called you. Well, they call me the clever wolf for a reason, so I have an idea, Nathan said with a playful grin while he leaned back in his chair. But why don't you tell me to save us both some time? Hoster narrowed his eyes at Nathan before he spoke. Years ago during Robert's rebellion, the Riverlands were asked to support the crown by King Aerys Targaryen. We were honor-bound to do so, but instead, the Riverlands chose to support King Robert, for a price. The old lord said before he leaned forward. I refused the call of the king and sided with Robert Baratheon, giving my people to make him king. The price for my support is that Jon Arryn and your uncle, Eddard Stark, the heirs to their houses, marry my daughters. Jon Arryn kept his promise and my daughter is now Lady of House Arryn of the Vale. And married to an old man old enough to be her father, Nathan thought with disgust while rolling his eyes. Nathan more than understood that nobles sometimes had to sacrifice themselves for their house, such as marrying someone much older or younger to secure power and alliances. Yet Nathan found Lord Tully's action of marrying off his second daughter to a man as old as him brash at best, or disgusting at worst. It wasn't that different from what Lord Free was said to do. The only difference is that Jon Arryn is the Lord of the Vale and rules the Vale like a king, which most houses would be willing to give their daughters to gain connection to such power. Still, for a young maiden to marry an old man long past his prime was something beyond duty, it was just greed. Catelyn was supposed to be Lady of House Stark, until you came alone, Hoster said while looking at Nathan with contempt while Nathan continued to give a carefree smile. Your grandfather, Rickard Stark, and I had already worked on a betrothed to Brandon Stark and my daughter, and with Brandon's death that responsibility fell onto your uncle. Instead of doing his duty and taking lordship of House Stark, he planned to leave it to a child who has not yet proved himself. Hoster then gained an aggravated look as he looked at Nathan's smiling face. If that wasn't bad enough, your actions in recent years have caused discord in the Riverlands and there will be more to come. So I ask you, Nathan Stark, how do you plan to make this right? As soon as Lord Tully was done talking, Nathan grabbed his wine cup and drank slowly, very slowly while making exaggerated gulping noises. After taking the last gulp, Nathan gave a loud sigh before sticking his cup out for more, to which the servant quickly did. The whole time Lord Tully was very annoyed. As for Sir Brynden, he looked between annoyed and amused. You say I should make things right, Nathan said as the servant stepped back and the young Stark smirked at Lord Tully. But I ask, what would you have me do? Nathan said before his eyes turned sharp. From what I've heard, the betrothal agreement you had between my grandfather and yourself was that your daughter would become Lady of the North. In exchange, the Riverlands would have a set price for grain the North purchased during winter and the North would be offered first rights to buy said grain. Nathan said before he folded his hands. However, this agreement was thrown out the moment I came north. While Catelyn did fight for some of the agreements to be fulfilled, such as first rights to buy grain in winter, you do not need to fulfill your end of the agreement, and from what I have heard, you haven't. Nathan then placed his cup down and crossed his legs. So I ask again, Lord Tully, what would you have me do to make things right? Hoster was quiet for a long moment as he glared at Nathan. While the Riverland Lord had heard a bit about the young Stark, Lord Tully was expecting a brash and arrogant northern brat, drunk on his glories from a single battle. However, Nathan Stark was very different. It's as if I'm talking with Rickard Stark, Hoster thought, as Rickard may not have been a master of the Game of Thrones, but he was the best among the Northern Lords and could be surprisingly cunning when it was needed. Catelyn convinced me to agree to the right to purchase grain first in winter. However, I was under the impression that the North would always continue to buy grain throughout the year. Instead, I have lords both great and minor complain to me that the North is slowly buying less and less grain every turn of the moon. Do you see the problem? Yes, your lords have too much time on their hands, such a tragedy, Nathan said while rolling his eyes with a bored look. Asterisk bang asterisk. Suddenly Lord Tully slammed his fist into the table with a surprising amount of force for his age, nearly tipping it over. While the servant squeaked like a mouse, Nathan's face did not change. Do you think this is a game? Hoster said with an air of hostility. Because of you, my lords are in discord, wondering who to sell their excess grain to if not the North, and you are making jokes. I gave my daughter up for the Riverlands and yet I've gained nothing. Oh, don't act like the fucking victim, Hoster. Nathan suddenly cut the man off with a glare. You held my uncle at the Twins, made him and Jon Arryn marry your daughters so you could expand your power and influence, knowing my uncle was desperate to save his sister and avenge my father and grandfather while also trying to save me. I know for a damn fact that you've been making deals in the Vale and King's Landing. It's how I know you've been making appeals to Jon Arryn to get me removed as the heir to House Stark. Nathan shouted at the old man, tired of Lord Tully playing the victim. Hoster Tuel reeled back before his face turned hard. The king's hand, and I believe it's for the best of Westeros if you step down from your position as heir. Nathan snorted at the older lord. You mean best for you, since with me gone Robb, Bran, or another of my cousins will take my place as heir, Nathan said before giving Lord Tully a harsh glare. As for your lords, do you know how fucking annoying it is to hear them complain that they have too much food and don't know what to do with it? It's like if the Lannisters complain that they have too much gold. In the north, we constantly fight not only winter but also hunger, where whole families or villages can starve to death. It's why in the past any northern lord worth their salt would do whatever it took to feed their people, because if we were like the lords here, hundreds could die, maybe even thousands. Nathan said in a hard tone while looking Lord Tully in the eyes. But you don't care about that, no one in the south cares, and that's fine as it is my duty to care. It's why I've invested so much time and coin into finding foods that can last through winter, for my people. And no one is going to stop me, not you, not the hand of the king, and not even the king himself. Nathan suddenly sighed while rubbing his forehead. I don't want you as an enemy, Lord Tully, Nathan said with a surprising amount of scenery, making both Hoster and Sir Brynden blink. Despite everything, my uncle loves Caitlin, I love my aunt, and I love all my cousins as if they were my brothers and sisters, Nathan said as he folded his hands and leaned against the table. I am willing to make a deal, Lord Tully. This grabbed Lord Tully's attention, making the old man sit up. What kind of deal? Despite my best efforts, it may be decades before the North is ever close to being self-sufficient, and even then winter is always a problem for the North, Nathan said as he tapped on the wooden table. There's also the fact that the North can't grow everything in our cold lands, such as most grains, fruits, other such foods, and lemons which Sansa loves with her little cakes, Nathan said with a fond smile before he turned serious. When I return north, I will advise the lords in the north to purchase most grains and other foods exclusively from the riverlands. I imagine that the new port in the north will prove useful for a lot of lords. Perhaps you should invest in some trading ships for House Tully in Seaguard. Nathan said before he gave a small sigh. I also plan to sell quite a lot of items in the future, items that will grab the attention of many nobles and merchants. I am willing to sell a portion of said items exclusively to House Tully at a set price. This made Lord Tully pause and ponder Nathan's words. Hoster had heard of the mines discovered on Stark lands, and his informants in White Harbor had heard rumors of a new northern creation that the northern lords were loving. If Lord Tully got a jump on the new northern items that were to be sold by House Stark, House Tully could make quite a bit of coin. That is agreeable, for now, Lord Tully said, making Nathan snort. I warn you, Tully, this is all you're getting from House Stark, Nathan said in a hard down as he stood up. When you supported Robert to become king, he gave the Riverlands a big tax cut, which you are still reaping the benefits. So stop acting like you got fucked over when you sided with Robert. Nathan said before he glared fearlessly at the old man. Let's be honest, siding with the Mad King would have been a very bad move. The mad fucker would have had you die for him without gaining a single thing in return, and you would have had to face the North and the Vale on both sides. House Targaryen had all but fallen when my father and grandfather were killed and my aunt was kidnapped. So you and your lords should stop complaining about what you don't have and focus on what you do. With that, Nathan walked out of the room while leaving a very angry Lord Tully behind. Once Nathan was gone, Hoster grabbed his wine cup and downed half the cup in seconds before slamming it down. I fucking hate that brat, Hoster said in a crud tone, dropping his honorifics. Sir Brynden snorted as he sat down on the chair next to his brother, grabbing the bottle of wine and pouring himself a cup. I told you the boy wasn't a simple boy. On his brother's orders, Brynden had gathered some information on Nathan Stark over the past few days. Normally Brynden would see this as beneath a knight, but the man had wanted to know more about the young warrior who repelled an Ironborn raid at barely 14, so Brynden asked around, and it was both Ned and Benjen Stark who described Nathan the best. Nathan Stark has the balls of Brandon Stark, the love of the North like Rickard Stark, and the smarts of Rena Valerian. Sir Brynden said with a nod. Well, he certainly wasn't going to play any games with you, brother, Brynden said with a snort, making Hoster give his brother a flat look. I told you should have given up on such plans involving the White Wolf, Brynden said with a surprising amount of respect for Nathan Stark. Sir Brynden respected the heir to the North greatly, as the young man took his duties seriously and fought for his people. Any knight worth their salt would respect such a person, and if Brynden was being honest, he was getting tired of his brother complaining about Nathan Stark. You truly don't understand, brother, Hoster said with a sigh as he gave his brother a serious look. The reason I married my daughter off to House Stark was so that we would both have a beneficial relationship. While the North lacks food, they have an abundance of wood, ores, and animal pelts. We would have given the North food to survive and the Riverlands would have been enriched, not to mention that House Tully would have had the support of House Stark, which brought the power of the North, securing House Tully's position in the Riverlands for generations. Hoster wasn't a fool, he had been ruling the Riverlands for most of his life, and he knew his lords. Many nobles in the Riverlands had their alliances and pacts, and though they swore allegiance to House Tully, their allegiance could change in an instant. For instance, the biggest problem for Hoster was Walder Free, Lord of House Free. The man has spent his whole life using every trick and underhand method to raise the power of House Free, such as Walder Free sowing a small army of children with over half a dozen wives and marrying off said children to any noble or wealthy merchant willing to take them. This is not even including the number of bastards Lord Free was said to have. While everyone looked down on Lord Free's actions, Hoster could see the late Lord Free expanding his power with each child, marriage, and trick. If Hoster wasn't careful, House Free may rise to a higher power than House Tully. Then maybe you should grab that boy of yours and make him take his duties as heir to the Riverlands seriously, Sir Brynden said with an annoyed look before drinking his wine. Hoster sighed at the mention of his youngest child and only living son, Edmure Tully. Edmure, while being the heir to House Tully, did not take his duties seriously, to say the least. Oh, the young man trained with swords and was charismatic, but Edmure spent more time gallivanting across the Riverlands and Westeros or chasing girls' skirts than learning to be a lord. While Edmure was brave, he was also hot-headed and prone to acting first without thinking. Edmure is still young, while he does have flaws. I can see potential in him, Hoster said as he remembered his youth and how he traveled across the Riverlands, not too different from Edmure. Young my ass, he's a man now and should be doing his duty as heir, Sir Brynden said with an annoyed look. Look at the young Stark. Practically half of Edmure's age, yet he's done more for the North than most lords do for their home their whole lives, not to mention he's fighting in this war while you have your son squirreled away. True to Brynden's words, when news of the Ironborn rebellion reached House Tully, Edmure was fully prepared to attack the islands himself if he could. However, Hoster had ordered his son to stay at Riverrun and rule to gain some experience. In truth, Edmure was Hoster's only living son and the only one who could rule the Riverlands once Hoster finally passed. Edmure was quite mad at being forced to stay behind, but in the end, he did as Hoster ordered, though he acted like a child the whole time. If Hoster was honest with himself, he was a little jealous of House Stark, specifically of Nathan Stark. The young boy had a sharp mind and an undying love for his house and lands. He was skilled with a blade and handsome enough to grab any maiden's heart. Nathan Stark was the ideal heir for whom any house would pay their life to have. Let's forget about the politics for now, Brother Brynden said with a sigh as he drank his wine. I have been informed that Stannis Baratheon should be arriving in Seaguard with the royal fleet in no less than a week. Good, then maybe we can put this whole thing to rest, Hoster said as the two brothers sat in silence. Hoster's mind started to wander, specifically about Nathan Stark. Hoster could tell Nathan Stark was not going to stop anytime soon. The young Stark had a strong ambition to raise the North to power, and Hoster could tell nothing was going to stop him. This was both good and bad for Westeros. Good for the North and the Crown, as with the North rising in power, the Crown would gain stronger support. However, this was bad for Westeros as most of the realms were used to the North being weak, meaning Nathan Stark was going to make many lords unhappy, specifically in the Riverlands and the Reach. Now I feel older than I already am, Hoster snorted as he drank his wine deeply. Hoster could tell Nathan Stark was going to shake Westeros, and if the old lord was honest with himself, after meeting the young man he'd rather have the Stark on his side rather than go against him. Nathan sighed as he walked down the hallway. That went smoother than I feared, Nathan said, yet still gave a sigh as he thought about his talk with Lord Tully. In truth, Nathan wanted House Tully as an ally, as it was the ruling house of the Riverlands and could provide food that the North couldn't grow or needed in harsh times. Not to mention that with Nathan's plan to create a merchant guild, he would need the Riverlands to trade by land, as the Riverlands were connected to all kingdoms in Westeros except Dorne. Thus, the merchant guild would need to travel through the Riverlands without problem, and only House Tully could provide such support. Yet even if Nathan needed Lord Tully's support, the young Stark wasn't willing to bend over for the man's every whim, especially the stunt he tried to pull by getting Nathan removed as heir of House Stark. As Nathan walked through the hall, he happened to glance out a window to see his uncle Benjen. "Benjen!" Nathan called to his second uncle, making the man look up before smiling. "Where are you heading?" "Nathan, I'm just heading into town to meet some of the men," Benjen said while pointing to the town in the distance. Nathan gained a thoughtful look before he grinned. "Then let me join you," he said, getting a surprised look from Benjen. "I could use an outing. Give me a few moments." Before Benjen could say anything, Nathan had already left, making Benjen give a small chuckle as he felt he saw a young Brandon just now. After a few moments, Benjen saw Nathan come up wearing comfortable clothes with light armor and a short sword at his hip. "Thanks for waiting for me, Uncle," Nathan said with a grin. "Well, you gave me little choice," Benjen said with a shrug. "But are you sure you want to come? I'm just talking with some of the men from Moat Cailin to see how our forces are doing camping on the outskirts of Seaguard." "Well, I am the future Lord of the North, and I should hear any problems that my people may be suffering with," Nathan said before he grinned. "And I figure we can hit a tavern and catch up. It's been months since we've sat down and talked." Benjen simply laughed before he started to lead Nathan into Seaguard. While the two walked together, Nathan looked around with slight wonder. Seaguard was the closest thing to a city the Riverlands had, and it was similar yet vastly different when compared to White Harbor or even Winterfell. "The city seems to be in a buzz," Nathan said as he saw many people moving about in the streets. "The people are preparing for battle, some are even worried that Seaguard will be attacked again," Benjen said as his face turned serious. "Lord Mallister did his duty and protected his home well. I've seen Ironborn raids that have left entire villages nothing but smoldering piles of ash. They have a right to be afraid, as most know nothing." "Shame, I was hoping to explore Seaguard without worry," Nathan said as he saw merchants and traders arguing, and some men looked ready to start a fight. "Perhaps once the war is over," Benjen said before he stopped in front of a brothel given the sign, sighing. "I was told some of the captains were here." Nathan laughed as he patted his uncle on his back. "Let them live a little, uncle, it's not every day a northern man beds southern women." The two entered the brothel and it was quite the sight. The brothel was filled with various northern men all drinking and cheering while the whores catered to their every need. "Hello goods," a woman in scantily clad clothes said as she walked in front of Nathan and Benjen. The woman seemed to be Benjen's age with long black hair, big tits, and a pretty face. "I'm Naira, how can I help you at the lovely port?" she said while giving Benjen a seductive smile while pushing her breasts up. Benjen seemed to go a bit red as he cleared his throat, making Nathan hold back a laugh. I am here to see the captains of the northern forces, I must speak with them," Benjen said while keeping his eyes on the women's face. "Ah, a soldier of the north, and someone in power," Naira said with a soft hum as she traced a finger across Benjen's chest, making the man give a small gulp. "Your men are having a good time, perhaps you should wait for them and speak to them later." "No," Benjen said in a serious voice, making Naira stagger back at his serious face. "I will speak to them now, not later." The women looked a little stunned at the blunt remark, so Nathan stepped in. "My lady," Nathan said as he gently grabbed her hand, making the woman look at Nathan. "We have an important task, but perhaps you may keep my uncle company at a later time." This seemed to allow Naira to come back to her senses and smile at Nathan. "Then I will lead you to the northern men," she said before leaning forward and showing off her breasts. "Perhaps you will stay as well, I know a few girls who would love to show a young man like you a good time." Naira then turned around and started to lead Nathan and Benjen deeper into the brothel. It wasn't long before they saw a group of northern men who seemed to be having a good time with some working girls. One of the men seemed to notice Benjen and went a little pale. "See Commander Benjen!" the captain nearly shouted, and the other men quickly shot up and stood at attention. We didn't know you would be coming." "At ease, I'm not here to scold you," Benjen said in an easy tone yet still had a serious look on his face. "You're grown men, so you can take care of yourself. I just need an update on the conditions of the temporary camps outside Seaguard," Benjen said before he blinked and glanced at Nathan. "Oh, let me introduce my nephew Nathan Stark, heir to the North." That made all the men and even the girls look at Nathan Stark before they all fell to their knees. "Lord Stark, I cannot express how much of an honor it is to meet you in person. I wish we would have known so we could present ourselves better." Nathan waved his hand with a smile. I just came to spend time with my uncle, and as he said you're allowed to have a good time, Nathan said with an easy tone before he gave Benjen a nod. So about my uncle's question on the state of the temporary camps. The head captain quickly stood up. Right, he said as he looked thoughtful before he spoke up. So far, everything seems to be going smoothly. Lord Eddard and Lord Arryn gave each army enough land outside of Seaguard to set up their camps without anyone stepping on the other toes. The captain explained as Benjen and Nathan listened to every word. For the most part, everything is going smoothly, even with the sudden reinforcements Lord Nathan brought from Windhelm. We have told the men they must ask for permission before leaving the camp to prevent Seaguard from overflowing and to make sure they don't blow all their coin or pass out drunk. Is there anything the men need, food, weapons? Nathan suddenly asked, knowing how suddenly the war started the men might not be fully prepared, and food was a must to have an army. To Nathan's relief, the captain shook his head. No need, my lord, Lord Eddard already took care of everything. We had food and weapons prepared in advance at Moat Cailin, and Lord Eddard was able to gain more food from Lord Tully. He said, making Nathan nod. Benjen and the captains continued to talk while Nathan listened for the most part, chiming in with a few questions here and there. Once Benjen looked satisfied he gave a firm nod to the captains. All right, continue as you were, just be sure to be ready for anything. The royal fleet is said to arrive any day now. Benjen said in a light but firm tone. Yes, Commander. All the captains called out before Nathan and Benjen walked away. So? Commander Benjen, Nathan said slowly, making Benjen chuckle. Has a nice ring to it. Well, I have been the one helping Ned with the soldiers at Moat Cailin, making me above a captain, and I don't like being called Lord Benjen, so we settled on Commander, Benjen explained. So where should we go? I heard of this good tavern by the docks. Why go somewhere far? Nathan said as he cut Benjen off, dragging his uncle to two comfortable chairs in the corner. When we can talk right here. Before Benjen could say anything, Nathan gently grabbed Nyra's hand. My lady, may we have a somewhat private area for me and my uncle to talk and a bottle of your strongest wine? Nathan said while slipping Nyra a few pieces of silver. Nyra gave a beautiful smile and gracefully took the silver. Of course, my lords, please follow me. With that, Nyra led Nathan and a confused Benjen to a secluded spot in the brothel with two large chairs with elegant pillows. Nathan sat down first before dragging his uncle down next to him. I will return shortly, my lords, the woman said before winking at Benjen and walking away with a sway in her hips. I think she likes you, Nathan said with a cheeky grin as he leaned back in the chair. She probably likes the coin in my pocket more, Benjen said with a flat tone. If that was the case, she would have been looking at me since I was the one who gave her the silver, Nathan said in a cheeky tone before seeing Nyra come back with a large wine bottle and two glass cups. Excuse the wait, my lords, Nyra said as she placed the glasses down and poured Nathan and Benjen a cup before placing the cup down. Is there anything else you need, perhaps company? She asked while fluttering her eyes. For now, my uncle and I just wish to talk, Nathan said before slipping her a gold coin, making her eyes widen. But later we would like some company. The woman gave a dazzling smile before bowing, making sure to show off her large breasts. I will return later, my lords, with some company. With that, she walked away again while shaking her hips, glancing back at Benjen with a lusty smile. Yeah, she wants you. Nathan snickered while Benjen rolled his eyes and sipped the wine with Nathan. So, how have you been, uncle, before this whole mess with the Ironborn? Benjen looked thoughtful before he spoke. If I'm being honest, not much. I ruled Moat Cailin in my brother's name, rebuilding the fort to its former glory and training the soldiers. Right now the Maester Brandt, is looking over Moat Cailin and its people, making sure none of the Ironborn use the river for a surprise attack and take the fort hostage. So no special women in your life to tie you down? Nathan asked with a pout. A shame, I was looking forward to some more cousins. Benjen snorted while sipping his wine. No, nephew, I have not found such a woman. Nathan noticed the solemn look on Benjen's face before he spoke up. Tell me, uncle, what do you plan to do once my uncle takes lordship of Moat Cailin? Do you wish to continue to be commander of the soldiers of the moat, or perhaps you wish to be a lord yourself? If I am being honest, Nathan, after this war, I am thinking of taking the black. Asterisk ouch asterisk ouch asterisk ouch asterisk. Nathan, surprised by the sudden declaration, coughed up the wine he was sipping and looked at his uncle with pure shock. What? Nathan nearly screamed in shock while Benjen still had a solemn look on his face. Why in the fucking hell would you look to take the black? Nathan asked as he struggled to understand his uncle. You're a Stark, you could have anything if you ask. You could be a lord of enough land to rival a southern lord, the leader of the forces at Moat Cain, or grow forces of your own, marry a beautiful noble lady. Hell, if you wait a few years I have a plan that can give you all four. I don't want that, Benjen said in a clear tone as he looked Nathan in the eyes. I don't want to be a lord, or command an army, I just... Benjen's words died on his lips as he looked away with a pained expression. The memories of his sister's secret wedding, and how he could have prevented such a thing had he acted not out of love but duty. If Benjen had stopped his sister she would have lived, his father would have lived, Nathan's father would have lived, and Robert's rebellion may have never happened. Yet because of Benjen's inaction, most of his family died and the North had suffered. Benjen felt the guilt weighing on his soul, and the man felt the only way to lift the guilt was to punish himself, thus taking the black as a form of self-punishment and helping the North. You know, I am the third son, a spare of a spare, Benjen said with a small smile as he looked down at his wine cup. I never expected to be Lord of the North, or in a position of power. My father loved me, but he never pushed me for more, perhaps that's why I've made so many mistakes. Taking the black will allow me to help the North. Bullshit, Nathan cut his uncle off while downing his cup of wine. Nothing you could have done would warrant you to take the black. Nathan noticed the pained look on his uncle's face and could tell something in Benjen's past weighed on him. I won't ask what weighs on you, but let me ask you this, Nathan said as he looked his uncle in the eyes. For what weighed on you, did you want it to happen? No, God's no, Benjen said in a serious tone, making Nathan smile a little. Yet you blame yourself still, Nathan said with a small chuckle. You and Ned are truly brothers. Putting so much weight on your shoulders when it isn't your responsibility. Nathan said before he gave his uncle a serious look. I have little family left, uncle, everyone in House Stark needs to stick together, and you are a member of House Stark no matter what happens. Benjen felt touched by Nathan's words, yet he still felt guilt for allowing Lyanna to marry Roger, which led to the death of his father and brother, which then led to Robert's rebellion. A part of Benjen wanted to tell Nathan everything, to confess that he was the reason Nathan's father went to the Mad King, which led to his death. Yet Benjen didn't, as it would leave Nathan with a heavy secret that could shake Westeros. I have been and always will be a member of House Stark, but this is something I have to do, Benjen said before smiling. Don't worry, it's not as if you will never see me again. When I am recruiting or bringing messages, I will visit Winterfell. Nathan sighed as he leaned back. He could tell his uncle would not budge from this choice, and while Nathan was sad, it was Benjen's choice in the end. Then let us make some memories before we finish this fucking war, Nathan said before he threw his hand up. Nyra, bring 3 more girls and make sure they are pretty. Nathan said, getting a shocked look from Benjen. Come now, uncle, we're in a brothel, you must have known this would happen. Benjen looked at Nathan with wide eyes before sighing. You truly are Brandon's son, Benjen said before finding a beautiful woman on his arm and another in his lap. You say that as if it's a bad thing, Nathan said with a wide grin as he found 2 girls hanging off his arms. Life can be too short, uncle, so let's live a little. Before either of them knew it, the brothel was in full swing with dancing, drinking, and music. While Benjen was set to join the night's watch, Nathan would send his uncle away with a great party. 1 week later. King Robert Baratheon, Stannis Baratheon, greet the King of Westeros. Nathan sat at the war council table next to his uncle as Stannis Baratheon entered the war room. Glancing out the window, Nathan saw a glimpse of the royal fleet, and it looked to have all 200 ships. As soon as Nathan laid eyes on Lord Stannis, Nathan could understand why people thought Stannis was a stiff man. Stannis was a tall man, about the same height as King Robert, with wide shoulders and a strong build. He had dark blue eyes and heavy brows that were furrowed. He had a fringe of black hair with a neatly cut beard on his square jaw. You could tell Stannis was a member of House Baratheon, yet when looking between Stannis and Robert, you could not tell the two were brothers. The second person Nathan noticed was Barristan Selmy, the commander of the King's Guard. The man was decked out in white armor and held himself with the great dignity that any knight should strive to achieve. Get up, Stannis, and tell us about the Ironborn, Robert said swiftly, making Nathan raise a brow. Ned had told Nathan that the relationship between Robert and Stannis was strained, but just from a glance, Nathan could tell it was a lot worse. Despite Robert's tone, Stannis stood up before walking to the opponent's end of the table, looking over the map. After making swift haste from King's Landing around Westeros, I made contact with Lord Redwyne and the ships in Old Town before confronting the main Ironborn fleet in the Straits of Fair Isle, where we smashed the Ironborn fleet with our superior numbers and skills while catching them off guard, Stannis said while pointing to the map on the table. We managed to capture a few Ironborn, including Aeron Greyjoy, the youngest brother to Balon Greyjoy, who is held captive at Casterly Rock. This brought much talk among the nobles, thinking the capture of a Greyjoy was a major victory. Nathan thought differently, however, as the Ironborn rarely cared about hostages unless they were heirs, so Aeron was all but useless for the moment. I left the Reach fleet at Lannisport as the Westerlands do not have a fleet at the moment. They wait for your orders, my king, Stannis said before he sat down. Thank you, Lord Stannis, for going above and beyond in your duty, Jon Arryn said with gratitude while Robert simply nodded. Now, it's time we discuss how to end the Ironborn rebellion, Robert said as he looked at the map. We will be using our superior numbers and resources to attack each of the Iron Islands at the same time. This will split the power of the Ironborn as they have lost many soldiers thanks to Lord Nathan and my brother. The question is who will attack who? My king, I am a knight of House Tyrell, a knight said as he stepped forward. My lord has expressed a great desire to lead the campaign against Pike, to show our loyalty to the crown. Before King Robert could speak, another noble stepped forward. My king, I am a member of House Farman and the Ironborn have destroyed all of our ships before attacking Lannisport. My house demands blood for what has happened. One by one, nearly everyone in the war room was making various demands, pleads, or bargaining to have their house lead a campaign against one of the various islands as it would bring much prestige and glory to the house. Nathan and Ned said nothing along with the other lords of the North. While the North loved to fight and gain glory, they didn't truly care who led as long as they were competent and one of their own. Nathan also noticed the Storm Lords and the Vale Lords also kept their composure, though some of the younger ones looked like they wanted to lead a campaign of their own, not that Nathan blamed them. King Robert seemed to have enough and slammed his hand on the table. Enough. I don't want to hear any bitching or whining on who wants revenge or glory, or whatever. I will decide who attacks which island. That is the end of this. That seemed to calm everyone down as Lord Arryn stood up and pointed to the map. At the moment, I believe the strongest islands are Great Wyk and Old Wyk, as they hold the second largest populations and strongest ships in the Iron Islands. I believe in securing a swift victory we must secure these two islands. I suggest Lord Stannis and Sir Selmy lead the campaign against the two islands. Nathan nodded in understanding as everything Jon Arryn said was true and given Stannis' talent for warfare and Sir Selmy's experience, it was a reasonable suggestion. King Robert was silent for a moment before he nodded his head. All right, Stannis will take the Stormland forces along with the forces of the Vale to Great Wyk while Sir Selmy leads the campaign against Old Wyk. He said, getting nods and cheers. Now this leaves Orkmont, Harlaw, Saltcliffe, and Black Tide. We will save Pike for last as all the Iron Lords will flee with their forces to Pike, thinking their Squid King can protect them. Robert said with a vicious grin before looking up from the map. Now the question is who will attack who? Before anyone could speak, Nathan quickly stood up. My king, I would request the North be in charge of attacking Harlaw, Nathan said in a confident tone, while Ned looked a little surprised. Some of the nobles in the room started to protest, but Robert quickly raised his hand and looked at Nathan with a grin. Any reason why, Lord Nathan? Nathan nodded and handed a paper to his uncle, who passed it down to Lord Arryn. During the Battle of Winterfell, we have managed to capture many Ironborn nobles as hostages, including the two sons of Lord Roderick Harlaw. That made many nobles talk as House Harlaw ruled the island Harlaw, the largest island among the Iron Islands, and to have the Lord's two sons was a huge advantage. You plan to use the two sons as hostages as leverage to make House Harlaw surrender? Jon Arryn with a thoughtful look. Over the past few months, I have been gathering as much information on the Ironborn as I could, and I found some interesting information regarding Lord Harlaw, Nathan said smoothly as he took a sip of his wine. For one thing, he's one of the few Ironborn lords who regularly trades with Westeros and Essos, and encourages both mining and farming, something that both Ironborn look down on. The man also has a great love of reading to the point of being called the reader as an insult by his fellow bannerman, Nathan said before his grin turned sharp. Why would a man who is insulted by his bannerman and king sacrifice his children and heirs to a losing battle? The answer is he wouldn't. The Ironborn may not fear death, but they won't foolishly sacrifice their bloodline, especially in a losing battle. Nathan Stark had a plan the moment he heard that the Ironborn were rebelling against Westeros, and if King Robert agreed, the North would come on top with the most while losing the least. The island of Harlaw was the most populated island of the Iron Islands, with just as large forces but more trading ships. Nathan planned to secure Harlaw to weaken the Ironborn forces and lessen the coming hatred the Iron Islands would have for the North while gaining glory in the south. Nathan had killed Lord Drum and taken Red Rain as a prize. This would make House Drum hate the North for a long while, with other Iron Lords following. Nathan didn't want that, as the Ironborn would constantly attack the Western Fleet in so-called raids, chipping away at the Western Fleet until they destroyed what the North had built. So Nathan planned to secure Harlaw without losing any northern lives by using Lord Harlaw's 2 sons as hostages. While the other nobles of the south killed and raided the Iron Islands, Nathan would peacefully secure Harlaw. The Ironborn would see it as weak and look down on the North, deluding themselves into thinking the North won against Lord Drum by pure luck, while hating the rest of Westeros for killing their people on their lands, which hasn't been done in almost 300 years. With this plan, the Ironborn would direct their hatred to most of Westeros while the North could continue to build their Western Fleet until they could match the might of the Iron Islands by sea. The South, however, would look at Nathan with respect, as the North would secure the most populated island of the Iron Islands with only the northern forces, further cementing his rule over the North and gaining a name for himself in the South. Was it sly and underhand? Perhaps to an extent, but Nathan was the heir of the North and he would give his people the best possible option for victory. And do you plan to lead the campaign against Harlaw? Jon Arryn said while raising a brow. I feel this would be a good chance to test my skills in warfare and diplomacy, Nathan said smoothly while looking at Jon Arryn. If I succeed, Harlaw will be secure, unable to send reinforcements to Pike. If I have judged Lord Harlaw wrong, I imagine the North is more than enough to handle one island without 25,000, hell, 10,000 should be more than enough. Nathan said with complete confidence, making Robert grin as the northern nobles voiced their agreement. Either way, the North is more than enough to secure Harlaw. The nobles in the room began to chatter, some voicing their disagreement with Nathan leading the campaign against Harlaw, some saying he was too young or inexperienced, while others just said the North had gained enough glory. Some agreed with Nathan's words as they were sound, but they were drowned out by those who were against him. While Nathan Stark is talented, he is inexperienced, as this is his first war, a noble said in an arrogant tone as he stood up with a wide smile. My king, please allow House Free to assist in leading the North in their campaign. I have fought during the last rebellion, and thus have more experience. This brought much outrage from the northern lords and most even threw some curses, while other lords of the south looked at the Free with disgust at the underhand tactic. Even Ned couldn't hide the glare on his face. Yet despite the arrogant words of the noble of House Free, some southern lords voiced their agreement, no doubt wanting someone to curve Nathan's growing fame in the war out of spite. Robert looked at the Free with disgust and was about to start shouting until he was cut off by Nathan laughing. Nathan gave a mocking laugh, making the member of House Free go red with anger and embarrassment. After a few moments, Nathan whipped a tear and gave the members of House Free an amused look. You have experience. I seem to recall House Free being quite late to a battle to the point it was long since finished. From that point on, House Free only guarded supply lines as they could not be trusted to show up to the next battle on time, Nathan said with a snort, making all the members of House Free look at Nathan with anger and embarrassment as the room was filled with laughter. And does House Free know the first thing about how Northerners fight in wars? I doubt it. I and my lords are the only ones who know how we fight, and no one will lead a Northerner other than a Northerner. This brought cheers of agreement from the northern nobles, and Ned gave a cut nod, showing his support. As for my inexperience, I believe I have shown more than enough of my current skill with the Battle of Windhelm, not to mention all the preparation I had done when I believed the North would be the only ones fighting the Iron Islands, Nathan said before his face turned fierce and he gave the Free a glare that made many flinch at the sudden change. Yet even if I wasn't worthy, Do you think I would trust my people's lives to someone not from the north who I do not trust? The only ones I trust with the lives of the north, not from the north, are King Robert, Stannis Baratheon, and Sir Barristan Selmy, as they have all proven themselves. Other than those three, the only lords I trust with the forces of the north are the lords of the north themselves. Before anyone could say anything, Nathan stood up and looked to the nobles of the north. I don't need to ask anyone to lead my people, but the people themselves. So I ask the lords of the north, will you allow me to lead you into battle? Speak your mind, for you will be putting your lives in my hands. Nathan said while looking his lords in the eyes. There was no hesitation as all the lords and nobles of the north stepped forward. We would follow you to the end of the world and back, Lord Stark. Lord Umber said with complete confidence. I've seen your skill firsthand in the Battle of Windhelm, and I have complete confidence we can take a single island from the Ironborn. Lord Glover said with the same confidence. One by one every lord and noble agreed to follow Nathan to Harlaw, with Nathan leading them. Nathan then looked to the southern lords with a confident grin before looking to King Robert, who had a wide smile on his face. I think that should be enough for me to lead my army, Nathan said before he sat back down. So I ask again, King Robert, please allow the north to take Harlaw. Granted, the north will be charged with securing Harlaw, Robert said with no hesitation, getting some cheers from the northerns while the southern lords grumbled. Though it is a shame, I had wished to fight with Ned like in the old days, Robert said with a down tone. I don't see why my uncle can't go with you, Nathan said, getting a surprised look from Ned and Robert. With the forces the north have, we have more than enough to secure Harlaw. A few thousand won't make much of a difference, Nathan said as he grinned at his uncle. Uncle, why don't you take 5,000 souls and a few lords and combine them with the storm forces, give you a chance to show the south why you were one of the reasons Robert Baratheon became king. These words left many in the room shocked, thinking Nathan was undermining King Robert. However, the king himself laughed and wrapped his arm around Ned's shoulder. That sounds like a damn good plan, Ned, you and me fighting battles, just like the old days. Robert shouted with a grin, something that made Ned also grin. Ned looked between Robert and Nathan, and seeing Nathan's nod made Ned sigh before he smiled at his king. Just like the old days, Robert, Ned said as he threw his arm over Robert's shoulder, while Robert gave a booming laugh. Then let's attack Blacktide together, it should be a good warm-up before taking Pike. Robert said with a cheer, making the other Storm Lords and Northern Lords also cheer. Jon Arryn suddenly cleared his throat, grabbing everyone's attention. With our current plans, that only leaves Saltcliffe and Orkmont as the only islands left. Seeing as the Reach fleet is at Lannisport, I think it would be best to leave the remaining islands to them, as the fleet will have a clear shot for Saltcliffe before reaching Orkmont, Nathan suggested, getting surprised looks from the southern lords. I also believe the Riverland forces should help with Great Wyk and Old Wyk, as they are the most important islands and need all the support they can get, as one wrong mistake can lead to more trouble than they are worth, Nathan said before being brought up his hands. Also, all the forces will need a steady supply of food and weapons, and seeing as the Reach has the largest fleet, they will be needed to keep our forces well armed and fed. This brought a surprised look from Hoster as Nathan looked the man in the eyes and gave a subtle nod. Nathan knew Lord Tully wanted the Riverlands to gain glory, but without ships, they would have to rely on others. While under Stannis and Sir Selmy, they would gain glory and connections, while being under competent leaders. It was the best outcome for the Riverlands to gain anything in this war. If Lord Stannis is willing to take the Riverland forces, we are willing to follow, Hoster said with a nod. I will not say no to more forces as long as they can listen to orders, Stannis said while keeping his arms crossed. I can agree to this plan, what say you, Jon? Robert asked while looking at his hand. Jon Arryn had a thoughtful look before he nodded. Everything Nathan Stark said is sound, I see no problem with them. Then send a raven to the Lannisters and explain everything, Robert said with a wave of his hand. We prepare for war now. The rest of the talks consisted of who would go with who, with Nathan only half listening. Ned could take Lord Reed, Bolton, Tallheart, Locke, and the forces of Moat Cailin, giving Ned about 5,000 men, more than enough to take Blacktide. Nathan didn't pay much attention to the other lords arguing as he tried to think of possible plans and strategies that may help take Harlaw. In truth, Nathan was counting on Lord Harlaw to surrender when Nathan revealed the North had his 2 sons. When the sun started to set, King Robert rose along with the other lords at the war table. We have mostly everything down, the rest will be up to the campaign leaders, Robert said as he looked at everyone. They shall all leave a week from now to attack the Iron Islands at the same time. Everyone, prepare your men and show the Ironborns why they shouldn't underestimate Westeros or the Iron Throne. Everyone cheered and praised Robert before everyone started to exit. Nathan himself stayed behind to talk with his uncle. I'm impressed, Nathan, you handled yourself well, Ned said with a smile. Nathan gave a playful bow, making Ned roll his eyes. I have been talking in great length with Maester Lewin, sharpening my skills with words for just the occasion. The last thing we need is the Frizz trying to command the North, Nathan said with a look of disgust and spat on the floor. Ned gave a deep frown and shook his head. It was a petty attempt by House Free to gain some glory and connections. Robert wouldn't have allowed such a thing. But there were several lords who would be more than happy to see House Free command the North, mostly likely wanting them to kill us with their incompetence, Nathan said, making Ned press his lips together before Nathan sighed. Let's move on and tell me who you are considering taking with you and King Robert. Ned looked thoughtful as he tapped his fingers against the wooden table. I am considering Lord Mormont and his forces. He has a big help in organizing the soldiers, Ned said before a serious look crossed his face. I will be also taking Lord Bolton. I do not trust him with you. Nathan nodded with understanding given the long and bloody rivalry between House Bolton and House Stark. Given Lord Bolton's cold and ruthless personality, Nathan wouldn't put it past the Lord to create an accident, resulting in Nathan's injury or death. Still, thanks to our strong backing, Lord Bolton shouldn't be foolish enough to try something like that. Nathan thought with a dismissive wave. Thanks to the bounds with King Robert, the Riverlands, the Vale, thanks to Jon Arryn, and everyone gaining so much thanks to Nathan, for Lord Bolton to kill Nathan and cause a rebellion would be suicide. The only alliance Lord Bolton has at the moment is with House Ryswell, yet House Ryswell won't rebel with House Bolton, so weak when compared to House Stark. Also, I wasn't going to say anything, but now I believe I must, Ned said as he looked Nathan in the eyes. Are you sure it is wise to be so close to Domeric Bolton? Ned asked, making Nathan's eyes widen. I have noticed you and Smalljon together with the heir to House Bolton. I wasn't going to say anything, but I feel I must. Nathan let out a breath and looked down a bit. When I first met Lord Bolton, something in my gut told me the man wouldn't hesitate to see me dead if he could gain the North, Nathan said with a hard face before it softened a bit. But with Domeric, he felt lonely, Nathan said before he gave a small laugh. You know, he told me he was going to see his bastard brother, he heard. Many nobles would hate a bastard brother for fear they would steal their position, or at the very least avoid them, yet Domeric wanted to meet his brother more than anything. Nathan said before he gave his uncle a grin. Domeric may hold the Bolton name, but he is much more a Ryswell, and a friend. Ned kept his stoic face for a long moment before he gave a soft smile. Very well, I will trust you. Before the two could continue talking there was a knock on the door. Enter. A moment later, a knight entered the room, who looked to be from the Vale. Lord Nathan Stark, Lord Eddard Stark, greeting, the knight said with a quick bow before he stood straight. The Hand of the King wishes to speak with Lord Nathan, in private. Ned looked surprised at the sudden request, while Nathan raised a brow. I thought Jon Arryn would call for me far sooner, not last second. Nathan thought with some amusement as he stood up. Very well, please lead me to Lord Arryn. I will come with you, Ned started to say before Nathan raised his hand. No need, uncle, I will just clear a few things up, Nathan said with a kind smile while Ned still looked slightly concerned. I can handle myself, uncle. Ned was silent before he let out a sigh and sat back down. He then gave Nathan a nod while the young Stark smiled and followed the knight out of the room. Lord Hand, it has been too long, Nathan said with a respectful bow. Jon Arryn currently wore modest noble clothes, standing next to a small table. The room was elegant, with a large balcony facing the sea, and a constant breeze entering the room. Thank you for meeting me, Lord Nathan. I am sorry I wasn't able to meet you sooner, Jon Arryn said with a kind smile. Please have a seat. Without a word, Nathan sat down and took a deep breath, smelling the sea. Jon Arryn sat down next to Nathan and looked out the window, a soft smile on his face. This view is not too different from the Red Keep, though the smell is much more pleasant. Lord Arryn said with a small laugh. White Harbor is better, the cold makes the smell of the sea more alive, Nathan commented before he leaned back in his chair. Tell me, Lord Hand, why have you summoned me? It must be for something important and not talking like a couple of old men. Nathan said with a serious look on his face. Despite Nathan's tone, John Arryn gave a smile. Well, I am an old man, but let us move on, he said before his face became more serious. I feel we should clear the air before you embark. I feel the hostility you have for me. It's not hostility, it's an annoyance I feel, Nathan said with a scoff as he fully faced John Arryn. I do not agree with some of the things you have done recently, Lord Arryn. Such as trying to set up a betrothal between me and House Greyjoy. John Arryn gave a small sigh. I understand your dislike of a marriage, but it is better to have a marriage rather than a war. I agree, Nathan said with complete conviction, making John Arryn blink. If a war could be prevented, I would marry anyone, be it a Greyjoy, Free, or even a peasant girl, Nathan said before his face became hard. But the Ironborn are different, nothing is above them, torture, rape, underhand tricks. The Ironborn haven't just done all of these, they worship the act as if it's the greatest form of honor. Hell, the Ironborn are not so above kinslaying, as their history is littered with brothers, uncles, and nephews killing each other to become head of their house. Nathan said as he looked at John Arryn with anger. If I were to marry a Greyjoy, what's to stop her from killing me, unless that is what you wanted it? Now John Arryn looked shocked before an angry look crossed his face. Lord Stark, I am shocked that you think I would wish such a thing. You are Ned's nephew, his son in all but blood, I would never want you to come to harm. From the tone in John's voice and the look on his face, Nathan could tell the Lord's Hand meant every word. Perhaps, but that hasn't stopped talks about removing me as heir of the North, Nathan said with the same hard tone. John Arryn sighed at this and rubbed his forehead. There have been requests from various lords that have voiced their concerns over the North. They can bitch and whine all they want, but they will not mess with the politics of the North, Nathan said with a glare. I know, but as a leader, the king and I must listen to the blight of our subjects, John said before giving Nathan a tired smile. You are truly amazing, Nathan, and you will be an amazing lord, but you are moving too fast and it's causing ripples all over Westeros. Lords in the south see you as a threat, afraid that once the north becomes self-sufficient it will cut into their wealth, and some will not be able to adjust. Nathan was quiet for a moment, and as much as he hated to admit, he understood John Arryn a bit. John Arryn was a leader of Westeros and couldn't dismiss the nobles of Westeros, not without causing some backlash. Nathan knew his actions would strain a good number of lords in the south as the north bought less and less food, but they would survive. Everything I do for my home, Lord Hand, Nathan said in a soft tone. The north may survive winter like no other, but we still suffer greatly, and the south bleeds the north dry with no remorse. Southern lords would demand ridiculous amounts of gold, silver, ores, lumber, or anything else we could muster, and the north would be forced to give in, for we needed to live. If we didn't, the south would give the food to someone else just for gold, and many would die because of this. Nathan said as he looked John Arryn in the eyes. I don't want that, anyone. I don't want my people to starve or freeze when winter comes, I want us to thrive. Nathan then gave John Arryn a smirk before he stood up. I'm not going to stop, John Arryn, I'll do everything I can to make the north stronger, strong enough to laugh when winter comes. Suddenly, Nathan snapped his fingers and gave the king's hand an annoyed look. Oh, and forget the whole me marrying Asha Greyjoy, the last thing I need is to put my child in her and find a dagger in my balls and neck. With that Nathan walked out, leaving a stunned John Arryn. The Lord of the Vale sat still for several moments before he let out a small chuckle. Yet despite the laugh, John Arryn looked more tired. The old Lord of the Vale could tell nothing was going to stop Nathan, no matter what anyone said. Robert and Ned were the only ones who could calm Nathan's drive, and given the king's love for House Stark and the North, and that Ned fully supported Nathan's ideas, that was impossible. John sighed as he looked up at the sky, seeing seagulls flying south. When John was simply Lord of the Vale, everything was perfect, he only had to worry about the Vale and his people, to make sure they were happy and safe. But ever since he became the king's hand, had to keep everyone in Westeros safe, which was impossible. 10 years ago, John Arryn would be congratulating the North and working to help them become stronger if it would benefit the Vale. However, 10 years later, as Hand of the King, John Arryn needed to help the most people, not just those he was close with. Sighing, John closed his eyes and focused on nothing but the wind, not worrying about the fate of Westeros, if only for a moment. "My lords, thank you for coming," Nathan said as he sat at a large table, all the lords of the north in the room except for Lord Mormont, Bolton, and Sewin, who were with Nathan's uncle. "For now, we plan our attack on Harlaw." After leaving the company of Jon Arryn, Nathan sent word to his lords and nobles to meet with him to discuss strategy. The sun had just set, forcing the lords to fill the room with torches and candles. "First, I like to thank Lord Flint of the Fingers for acquiring such a detailed map of Harlaw," Nathan said while looking at the map of Harlaw that was on the table. The map had a surprising amount of detail, which was shocking given that maps of the Iron Islands were rare, and from what Lord Flint said, he had 3 maps, one of Great Wyk and another of Pike, which he sold to King Robert for a fair amount of gold. "It took some work from a merchant friend, but it is well worth it," Lord Flint said with a modest bow. "Still, with this and what we know, we can make a solid plan," Nathan said as he started to point to the map. "There are about 5 keeps on the island, with Lord Roderick Harlaw being seated in the 10 towers," Nathan said while pointing to the map. "There is also Harridan Hill, the Tower of Glimmering, Grey Garden, and Harlaw Hall," Nathan said before pointing to other parts of the map. "These are the largest and most fortified keeps, with houses Kennings, Myors, Stuntrees, Vomarks, and Vomark each having their own, smaller keeps." "How many soldiers do you suspect to be at Harlaw?" Lord Ryswell asked while glaring at the map, having recognized a few of these names who attacked his lords to raid for wood. Nathan rubbed his chin with a thoughtful look. "Hard to say. Harlaw is said to have the largest population out of all the islands, so they should have a great many forces. But thanks to the Battle of Windhelm and the Royal Fleet sacking the Iron Fleet, they must have no more than a few thousand. I am suspecting somewhere around 5,000 at the very most and 2,000 at the least. While Harlaw could start arming their small folk, we all know it won't amount to much in the long run." This made many lords cheer slightly as the North was bringing around 20,000 souls to Harlaw, giving the North a much greater advantage. "The numbers won't be the problem," Sir Wylis said while putting his hands on the table. "It'll be the keeps. They'll rain arrows and hide behind their walls while we tire ourselves out, and we don't have the luxury of waiting them out, not if we don't want to look like a fool in front of King Robert. The longer we drag this out, the longer we waste time, food, resources, and lives." Nathan sighed as he saw that Sir Wylis was right. A long siege would waste time and resources, not to mention it would make the North look weak in front of the South. While Nathan didn't care what they said, it would make them arrogant in the long run, interfering with Nathan's plans for the future. "I remember Benjen mentioning my uncle had brought siege weapons with them." "Yes, Lord Stark, your uncle acquired several siege weapons over the last few months from House Marndale and House Tully," Lord Umber said while crossing his arms. "From what I last counted, the northern forces have 10 scorpions, 10 catapults, and 3 trebuchets. We also have several battering rams for any pesky wooden gates." Nathan gained a thoughtful look and nodded his head slowly. While the number of mobile siege weapons was limited, it would have to do. "We don't have enough siege weapons to split our forces into no more than 2 groups, at the very most 3 if necessary," Nathan said as he looked at the map. "I believe we should first attack the 10 towers and force Lord Harlaw to surrender. This may prompt the other lords to surrender as well." "But my lord, didn't you state that Lord Harlaw is looked down upon by his fellow bannermen?" Lord Blackpeel said, making the other nobles nod in agreement. "Yes, but even then they are nobles and most are bound to follow, especially with a losing war," Nathan said while keeping his eyes on the map. "Once word reaches Harlaw of Lord Stannis sacking the Iron Fleet, and King Robert gathering his forces, morale will begin to drop," Nathan said as he looked up with a hard look on his face. "Also, while others may look down on Lord Harlaw for his love of books, he has ruled his lands well, so his fellow bannermen are more inclined to follow his rule. While Lord Harlaw may be different from all other Ironborn lords, from what Nathan had heard Harlaw was the wealthiest island of the Iron Islands, all thanks to Lord Harlaw. While other Iron Lords may look down on Lord Harlaw and his methods, those under his rule would see his results. Thus, if Lord Harlaw surrenders, the other lords of Harlaw may also surrender, especially if word spreads of the other islands being attacked at the same time. I expect a few stubborn lords to fight and try to dwindle our numbers before surrendering, but a majority will surrender to save their forces after losing too much, not to mention to follow Lord Harlaw and tell the other Iron Lords they were forced to surrender by Lord Harlaw's orders, Nathan said with a snort as he rubbed his eyes. The Ironborn are stubborn, it's one of their greatest strength right before ships. Some will fight to the bitter end and only surrender once they know there is no hope. Nathan said as he looked down with a small grin on his face. It's honestly, Admiral, not too different from how the North fights. If the Iron Islands didn't have a fucked up culture that worships raiding and rape, I may respect them. So all we have to do is prepare to fight and beat the shit out of anyone that stands in our way, Smalljan said with a wide grin. Rolling his eyes playfully, Nathan let out a snort. As usual, Smalljan, your mastery of words makes me think you should have become a mummer. Laughter filled the room as Smalljan flipped Nathan off, to which the young Stark returned the gesture in kind. Once the laughter died down, Nathan spoke up once more. We have our current plan. We will use our overwhelming forces and force Lord Harlaw to surrender, Nathan said in a confident tone as he looked to the other lords in the room. Once we hold the 10 towers and send Lord Harlaw's surrender, we will force any resistance down. Simple but effective, Lord Glover said with a strong nod. The Ironborn aren't known for their complex strategies, I believe this is enough. Nathan gave a slow nod as he looked at the map. We don't expect a long battle, so securing supply lines may not be needed, still, perhaps we should enforce a few supply lines just in case. It would be a waste of time, my lord, Lord Riswell said, making the room go quiet as Nathan looked to the older lord with a calm look, and to Lord Riswell's credit, the man did not back down. If it was just the North and the Iron Islands in this war, supply lines would be needed, but with the Crown also involved and focusing on the other islands, to secure supplies would only waste time, men, and resources. Lord Riswell said in a firm tone as he looked Nathan in the eyes. You said in yourself this war would be short. If at most we should secure more provisions, and should we need any more we can take from the keeps, we concur. Your words ring true, Lord Riswell, Nathan said, allowing a few nobles to take a breath of air. The war will be short, and while being cautious is useful, to be overly cautious would be pointless, Nathan said with a nod as looked at the map. We will prepare provisions and weapons. Once we take the 10 towers and word spreads of Lord Harlaw's surrender or defeat, we will see who is willing to surrender and who we will have to crush. Nathan said, getting some cheers from the nobles. Lord Harlaw may also have some maps of the Iron Islands that may prove useful, given his title of the Reader. Nathan then stood straight and looked around the room. We leave in a week, prepare your men and be ready to board the ships, Nathan said as he looked to the right. Lord Umber and Glover, I leave securing the men onto the ships to you, Nathan said, getting nods from the two Lord. Sir Wylis and Lord Riswell, you will secure the supplies and provisions needed. I will also give you funds to secure more if needed. He said, getting a nod from the two. Lord Blackpeel and Ulfric Waterman, I will need to speak to you two tomorrow to prepare the Northern Fleet, bring all who you think will be needed. Nathan then took a breath and gave a hard look. Everyone is dismissed, should you need anything, come find me. With that, the nobles of the North stood up and started to make their way out while Nathan stayed behind. Blinking, Nathan noticed Smalljan had stayed behind, giving Nathan a slightly concerned look. So, how are you feeling? The large man asked with a surprisingly soft voice, making Nathan raise a brow. Stressed, but that's nothing new. Why do you ask? Nathan asked as Smalljan sat next to Nathan and grabbed a bottle of wine from the table, pouring himself and Nathan a cup of wine. Well, you are the youngest one here, yet you are leading men 3 times your age if not older, Smalljan said as he gulped wine before looking at Nathan. Just seeing if you are alright. Nathan smiled at his friend as he sipped his wine. I'm stressed as fuck right now, Nathan admitted with a snort as Smalljan looked to him, but said nothing. I worry that one wrong move may needlessly kill dozens if not hundreds of my people. I can feel all the eyes of Westeros on me, all with high expectations or hope for my failure. Nathan then gave a frustrated groan as he downed half the cup in one gulp. Then there are the Southern Lords trying to get in both my and the North's way because they have nothing better going on in their fucking lives. Nathan said with a growl, making Smalljan raise a brow. Honestly, the sooner this war ends, the better. Because then no one will question if I am worthy of ruling the North. Seems like a lot, Smalljan said with a shrug, making Nathan give a small laugh. Still, from how I see things, "You're doing a damn good job," Smalljan said in a serious tone, making Nathan look at him. "If you decided to stay in Winterfell, who knows how the Battle of Windhelm would have turned out. Fuck, I may not be here if you hadn't decided to go yourself," Smalljan said before he snorted. "And the way you deal with those southern nobles, I nearly laughed my ass off when you put those fuckers in their place. If it were me, I would have bashed their heads in through a stone wall." "Oh, I wanted to do the same, but I know my uncle and Jon would have been on my ass if I did so," Nathan said as the two shared a laugh. Once the laughter died down, there was a somber air between the two. "Nathan," Smalljan said, making the young Stark look at his friend. "I may not be the smartest noble in the north, but let me give you some advice." Seeing Nathan give a subtle nod, Smalljan continued. "Be ready for your men to die." Hearing this made Nathan press his lips, yet Smalljan continued. "I know you care deeply for your people, but you can't care too much," Smalljan said in a serious tone. "Everyone here is ready to die for their home, myself included, and it's okay to be cautious but not to the point it puts everyone in danger," Smalljan said as he looked down at his cup of wine. "I've led men before, lost friends under my watch. I live with this, but know they died for their home." Smalljan let out a sigh as he ran his hand through his red hair. "The reason I'm telling you this is to be ready. Maybe I'm just spouting nonsense, but I said my piece." Nathan thought deeply about Smalljan's words and lowered his head. Through all of Nathan's teachings from his uncle and Maester Luwin, the two taught Nathan that sacrifice was sometimes needed to obtain victory. Nathan understood this deeply, yet the thought of his people dying because Nathan wasn't enough made the young Stark feel nothing but dread. "I don't think I can ever stop caring deeply," Nathan said with a small smile. "If I fail I will hold it with me, and hope I learn from my mistakes." Smalljan gave a small sigh as he stood up and placed a hand on Nathan's shoulder. "If I can give one last piece of advice, will you stop acting like a southern cunt and fuck that Vale girl already?" Smalljan said in a blunt tone, making Nathan look at Smalljan with a shocked look. "I mean seriously, you both want to fuck, so get over with it already." Nathan was somewhat used to Smalljan's blunt responses, but this was very blunt, even for Smalljan. "Smalljan, I can't just. Don't use that excuse of nobles looking down on you for taking a lover. Practically every noble here is fucking someone, myself included," Smalljan said with a prideful smile. "You never know what may happen tomorrow, better to regret doing something than regret not doing something," the large man said before he started to walk away. "Take care and rest, Nathan." Once Smalljan was gone, Nathan was left to his thoughts, pondering his friend's words. Nathan still felt the fear of failure in his heart, but it was less as he knew his people were behind him. Nathan would fight tooth and nail to protect as many northern lives as possible, as Nathan knew in the coming years and for the North's future, every person was needed. Giving a small breath, Nathan stood up and slowly walked out of the room and made his way back to his chambers. Entering his chambers, Nathan was greeted with the lovely sight of Maya in her small clothes. "Welcome back, Nathan," Maya said with a lovely smile that put Nathan at ease. Without a word Nathan walked up to Maya and hugged her, catching the young woman off guard slightly, yet still hugged Nathan back. "Sorry, it's been a long day," Nathan said, making Maya smile in sympathy. "I've heard some things. It seems we're heading for Harlaw, one of the biggest islands among the Ironborn," Maya said as Nathan sighed while sitting down. "Yes, however, the North has the two sons of Lord Harlaw as hostages in the North. And there is politics at play that may prove useful to use," Nathan said with a confident smile. "There will be a lot of work in the coming days before we set sail, so we may not see each other until then." Maya nodded before giving a small sigh. "I guess there is no choice." Maya took a few steps away from Nathan, making the young Stark raise a brow. Then without a word, Maya started to shed her clothes, making Nathan's eyes widen in shock. Each piece of clothing came off slowly before falling to the floor. It wasn't long before Maya stood naked in front of Nathan, who gulped loudly at her bare body. Maya's hips were wide, birth-giving hips Smalljan would say, and she had great tits the size of an apple. Nathan's eyes then glanced down and saw a patch of black hair between Maya's legs, only to be quickly covered by a hand, along with her breasts. Nathan's eyes went back to Maya's face, only to see the young woman blushing red as she stood naked before Nathan. "I contacted some servants not long before you got here, and they prepared a hot bath," Maya said in a surprisingly smooth tone, yet she could barely look Nathan in the eyes. She then turned around and started to walk to a tub filled with steaming water, giving Nathan a perfect view of Maya's ass. "You once said you wanted to see my bare body soaked in water, now's your chance," Maya said as she looked over Nathan's shoulder and gave the young lord a challenging smile. That seemed to snap Nathan out of his shock as he gave Maya a wide grin. Without a word, he throws off all of his clothes, barely giving Maya a moment to take in Nathan's nude body before the young Stark throws her over his shoulder, making Maya give a small shriek. "And Nathan, put me down," Maya nearly shouted as she tried to control her voice. Maya's eyes landed on Nathan's muscular back as she felt his strong arms hold her waist with little effort, making her gulp loudly as she quite liked what she saw and felt. "All right, if you insist," Nathan said as he stepped into the wooden tub before gently placing her down into the warm water. After some moving, the two let out a sigh of relief as they took in the feeling of the warm water, with Nathan's back against the edge and Maya sitting between his legs, the young woman pressing her back against his chest. "Thank you for doing this, Maya," Nathan said as he took a handful of water and splashed it against his face before wetting his hair. "I needed this. Well, to tell the truth, if you didn't show up I would have used the hot water for myself," Maya admitted with a cheeky tone as she glanced back with a smirk. Gently grabbing her chin, Nathan gave the girl a playful growl. "You cheeky girl," he said before kissing her on the lips. The kiss was a hungry one between the two as Maya moved her body to full face Nathan, her legs hooking around his waist. I can feel him pressing against my stomach," Maya thought with a moan as she felt Nathan's member press against her stomach. All the while Nathan's hands traced down her back before cupping her ass in his strong hands. The two pulled away from the kiss while panting heavily, looking into each other's eyes. Suddenly, Maya gave a guilty look as she pulled away slightly, making Nathan give her a worried. I'm not ready yet, Nathan, I'm sorry," Maya said in a guilty tone, while Nathan just gave the young woman a kind smile. "It's alright if you are not ready then." "It's not alright," Maya said with a frustrated tone as she turned around and once again placed her back against Nathan's chest, the young Stark quickly throwing his arms around her waist. "You have been so kind to me, and you care for me, truly care, not just thinking with your cock," she said with a frustrated look on her face as she leaned back. "I told you I left the Vale for a reason. The reason was because of a boy," Maya said, making Nathan look slightly shocked at her words, but didn't say anything. "He was about the same age as me, a noble. I thought he cared about me, but it turned out to be a lie," she said while looking down into the water with a sad smile. Without a word, Nathan brought Maya into a hug. "I'm sorry you had to go through that." Maya gave a dry laugh as she shook her head. "Nathan, my problem is petty compared to the responsibility you carry. You are leading an army, ruling the North, the least I can do is comfort." "Stop," Nathan said in a serious tone as he made Maya look him in the eyes. "Thank you for trying to comfort me, but the last thing I want is for you to force yourself," Nathan said before he gave an easy grin. "Besides, I can say this is quite relaxing and good for the soul." Biting her lip, Maya's face once again turned red. "Perhaps I can make you relax, in a different way." Nathan raised a brow as Maya once again turned around. Before Nathan could speak he froze as he felt a pair of hands around his cock. Maya Nathan tried to speak but could only groan as Maya's hands started to move. Forgive me if I am clumsy, I only know as far as the whores I've escorted were willing to tell me," Maya said with a blush but slowly grew a grin on her face. "Though I seem to be doing a good job." "Yes, keep going," Maya Nathan groaned as a smile grew on his face. Perhaps Smalljan was onto something, Nathan thought as his mind focused on nothing else in the world other than Maya. Chapter 11. Third Person P.O.V. Nathan Stark stood on the Black Wolf, dressed in light armor and red rain resting on his hip. The Northern Fleet had left Seaguard a week prior, with 20,000 soldiers ready to war against Harlaw. Lord Stark, Nathan heard from behind, making Nathan turn to see Lord Glover, dressed in steel armor. "I have come to inform you we will reach the 10 Towers in a day." "Which means Lord Umber and the other lords would have reached land by now," Nathan said as he looked back to the sea, seeing the island of Harlaw in the distance. Before the North left Seaguard, they planned the 10 Towers attack. It was simple, the North would split its forces into two. The first group, led by Nathan, would surround the 10 Towers by sea, while the second group would surround the castle by land. With such overwhelming forces, Lord Harlaw would have to be a fool to take on so many with so few numbers. Granted, they could close their walls and try to wait out the northern forces, yet given the harsh backpedaling of the Westeos defeating the Ironborn, Nathan guessed they didn't have much stocked in the way of food. Send word to the other ships. Have the men rest, but be ready to wake up at dawn, Nathan said as he made his way to his quarters. As you wish, Lord Stark, Lord Glover said before he started to move. When Nathan entered his quarters, he looked at the table in the center that showed the map of Harlaw. At the moment, Nathan knew nothing of Harlaw's current state. If Lord Harlaw were smart, he would recall most of his men, send the bare minimum to Lord Greyjoy, and surrender. This would ensure Lord Harlaw and his people would survive without losing too much. However, if Lord Harlaw were to do the opposite and fight back in the losing war, the North may suffer some loss but would gain much. If Lord Harlaw fights back, I'll plunder his castle and any lord who resists until it's nothing but a fancy rock house. It is said that House Harlaw also has a Valyrian steel sword, Nathan thought before he heard a knock at the door. Enter. The door reveals Henry, dressed in northern leather armor with chainmail, something Nathan gifted the boy for helping save Nathan's life. Lord Stark, I came to see if you need anything, Henry said with a light bow. Nothing at the moment, Nathan said as he sat down. Sit with me, Henry. Henry looked surprised but did as he was told and sat across from Nathan. Reaching to his waist, Nathan pulled a leather skin and 2 cups. Have you ever heard of northern spirits? Nathan asked as he poured 2 cups. Henry gave a hasty nod as he took the cup. Why yes, in the camp, Sir Codlek acquired a barrel of northern spirits, and I drank with the group, Henry said as he took a sip. I am embarrassed to admit I could only drink 2 cups before I fell drunk, he said with a small blush on his cheeks. Nathan laughed lightly as he took a sip of his cup. Don't worry, northern spirits put even the strongest wines and beers to shame, Nathan said before sighing as he felt the drink burn. So, how are you holding up? Henry was quiet for a moment before he spoke. Nerves, I have no experience attacking a castle. Sir Roderick tried to explain it to me, but I still don't know much. Well, I too have no experience attacking a castle, Nathan said with a shrug. If Lord Harlaw chooses to resist, I will allow the more experienced lords to take command. The young Stark then took a breath as he looked up. The war is almost over. If we work fast, the war will end within a month, perhaps close to 2. Thank the old gods, Henry sighed as he downed the cup, holding back a cough. We may not have been gone long, but I miss Winterfell. I too miss my home, Nathan said as he thought about his cousins, his aunt, Yin, Tobin, and everyone else in his home. But this will not take long, for the so-called King Balon has underestimated his enemy, and that enemy is all of Westeros. Lord Stark, why is Balon Greyjoy going to war with Westeros? Henry asked while furrowing his brows. The soldiers at the camp said Balon has gone mad, others say Balon is simply foolish as he attacks without thinking. Nathan understood Henry's questioning, as only the nobles of Westeros had a good idea of what led up to the war, while the soldiers heard rumors. Balon is foolish, but it stems from arrogance and greed, Nathan said with a hard look, making Henry gulp at seeing his face. The Ironborn once ruled the western seas of Westeros, making every kingdom fear their flags as they plundered Westeros of their riches, resources, women, and anything they could grab. Nathan then spat on the floor with a look of disgust. However, this was a long time ago, and the Ironborn are a shell of their former self. Balon believes the crown and King Robert are weak, and thus the Ironborn can reclaim their lost power and glory, while Balon becomes king of the Iron Islands. Henry pressed his lips as he started to think about Nathan's words. So Balon started a war he has no chance of winning just to steal and rape while calling himself king, Henry said as a frustrated look crossed his face. The soldiers were right, he is mad. Nathan chuckled as he poured himself another cup of spirits. We all have something we want in the world, the only question is what, and at what lengths we are willing to go to gain it, Nathan said as he looked down at the spirits in the cup. Balon wants a crown and is willing to risk his people, his house, and his life to get it. That not only makes him foolish but also dangerous. Nathan then looked at Henry and smiled at the young boy. Tell me, Henry, is there anything you want once the war ends? Henry looked thoughtful while pressing his lips. I don't know, perhaps some better armor. I may want a horse once I grow. Henry said before a grin grew on his face. I hope to one day learn how to ride a horse and shoot a bow at the same time. A difficult skill to learn, but very deadly, Nathan admitted while nodding. I can't do such a thing myself, I was never good with bows. That's why you have me, my lord, Henry said with a bow while Nathan chuckled. The two continued to talk before there was a knock at the door. Enter, Nathan said as Henry quickly stood up. Maya entered the room and flinched when she saw Henry. Ah, Lord Stark, there is something I need to tell you, Maya said nervously while trying not to look at Henry. Please leave us, Henry, Nathan said while Henry gave a bow. Lord Stark, Henry said before looking to Maya. Lady Maya. With that, Henry exited the room, leaving Nathan and Maya. Sorry, I thought you might be alone, Maya said as she made her way over. Just as Maya was going to sit on a chair next to Nathan, the young Stark grabbed her hips and placed her on his lap, getting a small laugh from the girl. So, any of the men give you trouble? Nathan asked in a protective tone as he poured the last of his spirits into his cup and gave it to Maya. Hardly, Maya snorted as she took the cup and sipped while leaning into Nathan's chest. Everyone on the ship treats me well. They've heard of my feat of fighting along your side during the Battle of Windhelm, giving me much respect. Good, Nathan said as he wrapped his arms around Maya's waist while resting his head on her shoulder. It's getting late, perhaps we should go to bed, Maya said as she placed the cup down. Smiling, Nathan stood up with Maya in his arms, the girl simply smiling as Nathan took her to bed with him. Gently placing her down, the two lay together as they felt the ship rock beneath them. Feeling nervous? Maya asked as she lay together with Nathan while she looked into his eyes. Yes, the young Stark said while taking a breath. I want things to go perfectly, where no one on my side has to die. Maya gave Nathan a gentle smile as she wrapped her arms around his head and pushed him to her chest. Whatever happens tomorrow, I know you will do your best, Maya said gently while caressing Nathan's head. Normally, Nathan would feel nothing but worry, yet feeling Maya's gentle touch and her beating heart gave Nathan a feeling of calm. While the two continued to talk, Nathan slowly felt sleep take him before he closed his eyes in Maya's arms. Prepare the scorpions. Lord Blackpeel yelled while Nathan kept his eyes forward. Nathan stood on the ship's bow decked out in wolf armor. In the distance, Nathan saw the 10 Towers, the seat of House Harlaw. Looking through his far eye, Nathan saw 20 Ironborn ships docked at the castle and movement on the castle walls. The castle was well fortified and it would take a considerable force to take the 10 Towers. Nathan had to respect the craftsmanship, as the 10 Towers were imposing and well fortified. Looks like they are preparing for battle, Lord Glover said while standing beside Nathan. Nathan took a breath while lowering his far eye. They are preparing to fight if we attack, send out a messenger and demand. Lord Stark, a ship approaches, with a white flag that made Nathan blink in shock as he looked to see a longship leave the castle docks and make their way straight for Nathan's ship. A white flag was the symbol of surrender for those who wished to talk rather than fight. It seems they wish to parley, Nathan said as he lowered his far eye once again and looked thoughtful. Lord Blackpeel, throw anchor and order the fleet to hold, Nathan said as the young lord nodded before he started to throw orders. Are you sure that is wise, my lord? Lord Glover said while tightening his grip on his sword. The Ironborn are known for their tricks, this could be one to delay the North to allow them time to prepare. If this was to give them time it would only give them a few moments at most, Nathan said as the ship slowly came closer. Yet if it's Raoul, the fight will be over before it starts. Nathan, along with Lord Glover and Chief Val, all stood on the main deck as the Ironborn ship slowly came to a stop. The soldiers on board the vessel stood ready for anything, though they kept their weapons sheathed for the moment. Ulfric throws a rope leader down to the ship as everyone waits patiently. Soon, several men climb onto the Black Wolf, all dressed in Ironborn leather armor. Nathan's eyes draw to the man who seems to be leading the group. He was an average-looking man with brown hair and eyes and a short, surprisingly neat grey beard. The man stepped forward with a determined look on his face. I am Lord Roderick Harlaw and I have come to parley, who is in charge of this fleet. Nathan stepped forward while his hand gently rested on Red Rain. I am Nathan Stark, heir to House Stark and the North, I speak for the North, Nathan said as Lord Glover and Chief Val stood behind Nathan. This gained a surprised look from the men, and some even looked at Nathan with glares. Ah, the clever wolf, of course, Lord Roderick said with a small sigh. Why have you come, Lord Harlaw? Nathan asked in a firm tone while looking the man in the eyes. The man took a breath before he spoke. I am here to offer my terms of surrender. Hearing these words filled Nathan's heart with ease, yet the young Stark kept his face hard. If you are here to talk, let us move somewhere more private, my quarters should be enough. Nathan offered before everyone started to move. The air was thick with tension as Nathan led the Ironborn through the ships, the northern men giving the Ironborn hateful glares. Yet despite the tension, the Ironborn did not falter from the glares. Just as everyone was to enter Nathan's quarters, Lord Rodrik looked back to his people. You stay out here, I wish to speak to Lord Stark privately. Lord Rodrik said, getting a surprised look from Nathan. To talk to a potential enemy alone without support would put anyone at a disadvantage, yet Lord Rodrik didn't seem to blink. The Ironborn men nodded as they stepped back, allowing Rodrik to enter Nathan's chambers by himself. Soon, everyone stood in Nathan's chambers on the Black Wolf, Nathan and his people on one side while Lord Rodrik stood by himself on the other. You say you are here to surrender, so what are your terms? Nathan said while leaning against the table and gave a hard look at Lord Rodrik. My terms are simple, for my surrender, you will not harm me, my family, or my people, and you will not try to remove House Harlaw from power, Lord Rodrik said in a firm tone as he looked solely at Nathan. For this House Harlaw will submit to your forces. I will also give orders for my vessels to surrender, though I imagine some will be reluctant. Nathan couldn't help but look at Lord Rodrik with slight shock. Everything Nathan wanted the man was willing to give just for the safety of his people. Even Lord Glover and Val were shocked by Rodrik's willingness to surrender. Seeing the shocked looks, Lord Rodrik gave a small chuckle. I see where the wind is blowing, Lord Stark. I knew this so-called war was doomed to fail the moment Balon Greyjoy called all the lords to pike. That made Nathan look at the Lord of Harlaw in a slightly new light. What led up to this poor excuse of a war? Nathan couldn't help but ask, wanting to make sense of all the madness Balon brought to Westeros. Nathan knew Balon was greedy and foolish, but to what extent Nathan didn't know. Nathan hoped to gain some details that he could later in the war. Lord Rodrik sighed, looking older than he already was. Balon has always been ambitious, and his reverence of the old ways has gained him much support among the Ironborn. His brothers and vassals fund his ambitions, but ultimately, Balon simply wanted to be king and saw an opportunity when House Baratheon took the Iron Throne, thinking King Robert's rule was weak over Westeros, Lord Rodrik said as he shook his head. He gained much support when he overturned many of his own father's laws. That made Nathan press his lips as he recalled the previous Lord of the Iron Islands, Querion Greyjoy. Querion Greyjoy had gained some respect in Westeros as he fought slavers in the Summer Sea, commanded a fleet in the War of the Nine Penny Kings and even sided with Robert Baratheon during Robert's rebellion after staying neutral for most of the war. Nathan had even heard rumors that Querion Greyjoy was trying to change the Ironborn by freeing thralls, forbidding revving, and discouraging salt wives. It was said that Querion Greyjoy died during Robert's rebellion, after a single fight with the Reach before the Ironborn fled back to the Iron Islands. Not long after raiding had returned to Westeros in full force, when Balon took the lordship. While Querion wanted to limit the Ironborn's power, Balon wanted to expand it. Nathan could see why so many Ironborn sided with Balon, as they were given the power to do whatever they wanted by making Balon king. Nathan had respect for Querion, as the man was trying to change his people for the better. Had he started his change sooner and lived longer, perhaps the Ironborn would be something respectable. With Balon's supporters whispering in his ear, and the Baratheon dynasty still new, Balon felt this was the perfect moment to claim independence for the Iron Islands. Lord Rodrik said while shaking his head. I tried to sway Lord Balon and those who supported him, saying his plan would only fail. I was laughed out and called craven. The man said while closing his eyes. Nathan looked at the man as he thought about his words. If what Lord Harlaw said was true, he was the only voice of reason among the lords of the Iron Islands. However, Lord Harlaw could also be lying to save himself from the north, yet Nathan doubted that. No lying man would willingly enter an enemy's stronghold with so few men, risking his life for fake words that could be confirmed later. Even if what you say is true, Nathan said as he took a breath and his face turned hard once more. You still sent support to Balon. I remember seeing Harlaw Ironborn attack Windhelm. Even if I disagree with my League Lord, he is still my lord, or king for the moment, Lord Roderick said with a sad smile. I was forced to send 500 men to Windhelm, along with my sons to show my loyalty to House Greyjoy, yet I lost my sons in the battle, Lord Roderick said before his face turned hard. If you wish to war, Lord Stark, know that House Harlaw will not make it easy. Our walls are strong, our men are willing to die for their home, and I have stocked up enough provisions to last us for months. We do not know when the next storm is to hit Harlaw, but when it does come it will cost you many lives. You may win in the end, Lord Stark, but it will cost you, dearly. The man said with a strong tone, the first Nathan had heard. Even if you were to take me hostage, my people will not yield. Nathan had to hide his smirk after listening to Lord Harlaw's words. Despite being mocked with the title of the Reader, Lord Harlaw was showing much more conviction than Nathan anticipated, making Nathan respect the man. It seems fortune smiles on House Harlaw, Nathan said, getting a confused look from Lord Roderick. During the Battle of Windhelm, many Ironborn surrendered from nobles to soldiers. Among those, 2 claimed to be the sons of you, Lord Roderick Harlaw, Agren, and Reben Harlaw. This brought shock and slight hope in Lord Roderick's eyes. My sons live? Lord Roderick asked as he tried to keep his composure, yet Nathan could tell the man was struggling. After defeating the Ironborn, we allowed those who still live to surrender. This includes your sons, several Ironborns, and various nobles from houses on the Iron Islands, around 300 in total. Nathan said as he gave a sharp smirk. I am willing to return anyone you want if you are willing to pay the ransom, Nathan said, leaning back in his chair. I am sure many Ironborn will be thankful to House Harlaw who rescued them, and be indebted to you for negotiating their release at your own expense, Nathan said in a sly tone. Lord Roderick couldn't help but gawk at Nathan's words before a thoughtful look crossed his face, as the man started to think. This made Nathan grin, which he tried to hide while he thought of a plan. After talking with Lord Harlaw briefly, Nathan could tell he was different from the Ironborn the young Stark had met and heard about. The man was intelligent and could see past the old ways and the Ironborn's past, making him have the same mindset as Querion Greyjoy. At the moment, Lord Roderick and House Harlaw lacked political power, especially after Lord Roderick spoke out against Bolon's plans to claim independence and have the title of the Reader. However, after the war ended, House Harlaw would have the most resources and men, as most Iron Lords threw everything they had, thinking they would win. If Lord Harlaw managed to save many Ironborns and Iron Nobles, the man was sure to gain much support in the future. With such support, Lord Harlaw was sure to cause some discord on the Iron Islands, further taking any ire the North might gain. Not to mention this could help with another plan I have. Nathan thought as his mind started to race before he looked up. I am willing to return your sons, the nobles, and the Ironborn held in the North into your custody for 10,000 gold. A fair price considering the number of men. That made Lord Roderick pause before he pressed his lips. While I thank you, Lord Stark, for your mercy, I cannot pay such a price, as Bolon has demanded much of House Harlaw's gold as compensation for providing fewer men. At most, I can secure 4,000 gold. Nathan scoffed and shook his head. Even in the worst times, a noble should always save gold for emergencies. 8,000 gold. Yet again Lord Harlaw shook his head. That may be for most of the lords of Westeros, but on the Iron Islands, it is different. With 8,000 gold, one could rise to nobility on the Iron Islands, if they gained the gold in a raid. 6,500. 7,500, and the North will escort everyone to Harlaw ourselves, Nathan said in a firm tone. Lord Harlaw hesitated before he spoke again. 7,000, and you have a deal. What I have left over from this war will be needed to feed my people and rebuild what I have lost. That will do, Nathan said as he glanced back to Lord Glover. Lord Glover, take the forces to the 10 Towers and confirm if Lord Roderick's words are true, Nathan said as he looked at Lord Roderick. If everything you say is true, the North will not lay a finger on anyone who does not attack us. You have my word as heir to both House Stark and the North. However, Nathan's voice suddenly became hard, making Lord Harlaw tighten his fist slightly. If this is a trap of some kind, I can promise you we will show no mercy to House Harlaw and the people of this island. You have my word on that as well. Lord Roderick kept his face calm as he nodded his head. I will stay behind while your people secure with those that have followed me. Nathan nodded at this. Once the 10 towers are secure, you will send messages to your vessels, ordering them to surrender, the young Stark said before his eyes narrowed. Are there any lords you see ignoring your orders? Lord Rodrik was silent for a moment before he sighed. My kin will listen to me, as they already agreed to follow me here on this ship. Lord Harlaw said, making Nathan realize the men who followed Lord Roderick were some of the lords of Harlaw. Most of my vessels will listen, as they also see this as a losing war, yet I feel that House Myra will be the most resistant. That made Nathan narrow his eyes. Explain. Lord Rodrik gave an annoyed sigh. House Myra has always been a bitter rival to House Harlaw even though we rule them, and I have seen them making deals with both Balon Greyjoy and Euron Greyjoy. Most likely to try and bring me low as Lord of Harlaw and cause them to rise. I know Lord Myra had only sent a token force to Windhelm while lending most of his support to Euron Greyjoy. If anyone is to resist and ignore my surrender, it is House Myra, no doubt hoping you will kill me and those supporting me, allowing House Myra to rule. Lord Harlaw said while rubbing his chin. I know some in House Myra will listen to my words and try to sway Lord Myra, but their voices will be drowned out. Nathan tried to recall any details of House Myra. They were a relatively minor house, with no major achievements in Westeros' history. Send the terms of surrender to all Ironborn, Nathan said as he crossed his arms. If they surrender, the North will not touch a single person under their rule or take any of their wealth. If they want to fight, the North will not show mercy and hold any who survive as hostages. Nathan said before his face turned cocky. Also, please inform your vessels that the North has brought a force of 20,000 souls to the island of Harlaw, while King Robert and the rest of Westeros attack the other islands. That made Lord Rodrik stiffen at the number of men before he managed to calm himself down as he turned to the door. I will be sure to inform everyone, Lord Stark, Lord Rodrik said before he exited the room. Chef Val, keep an eye on them, Nathan said, not wanting to take any chances. Lord Glover, take 2,000 men and see if Lord Rodrik's words are true. However, I will inform the other lords to be ready to attack should this be a trap. I don't think it will come to that, my lord, Lord Glover said as he looked at the door. This Lord Rodrik seems reasonable, much more than some of the other lords I've met in the past. Damn shame, I was hoping to test my axe against some Ironborn skulls, Chef Val said with a snort as he rolled his eyes. Remember, Harlaw is just a brief stop, the real goal is Pike, Nathan said as he grew a grin. If we finish securing Harlaw first, we can attack Pike, and secure the island to allow the king to bring his forces to land. After briefly glancing at the map Lord Flint had of Pike before giving it to King Robert, Nathan saw several ports on the island. Taking one of the ports would show the power of the North to Westeros, and give the lords of the North some glory to gain. The only question was which port to hit. Let's move, and have someone send word to Lord Greyjon not to attack Harlaw, Nathan said as he exited the room with his lords. After Lord Rodrik Harlaw gave his terms of surrender, Lord Glover took 2,000 men to the castle at the docks before entering the castle. Nathan waited with anticipation and worry for his people, hoping Lord Rodrik wasn't planning a suicidal trap just to reduce the numbers of the North. Nathan sighed in relief as Lord Glover waved the flag of House Stark for everyone to see. The northern forces docked around the 10 towers and swiftly secured the castle. Not long after Lord Greyjon arrived with the second half of the northern army. Before the large lord could attack, Nathan had the gates to the castle opened, halting the siege before it could start. Once the 10 towers were secured, Nathan called the lords of the North to the largest tower of the castle. Have to say, I was hoping they would put up more of a fight, Greyjon said as he gulped down a tankard of ale. No, you don't, Lord Karstark said as he folded his arms. This castle is strong, the walls are thick and could stand against our siege weapons. And I checked their provisions. They have enough to last 4 months, long enough to last until this war ends. The old lord said, making many of the nobles start to talk. It was the right call to make peace, my lord. Had we fought it would quickly become a battle of attrition. Then we should be thankful Lord Rodrik has less iron in his head than most Ironborn, Nathan said as he looked down at the table, which showed a detailed map of Harlaw. Lord Rodrik has kept his word and sent messengers to all castles and keeps in Harlaw. It will be a matter of days before replies are given, then we can continue securing Harlaw. I would not hold your breath, Lord Stark, Lord Ryswell said in a bitter tone as he glared at the map before him. The Ironborn are stubborn and pig-headed to a fault, some are bound to fight back. I doubt anyone is foolish enough to fight against a force of 20,000 men with only a few hundred, especially when there is no hope for reinforcements, Nathan said as he recalled Lord Roderick telling Nathan that Harlaw had around 4,000 Ironborn through the island, along with a couple hundred guards and those who could fight spread about. Some may think their walls can protect them, but with our siege weapons we tear those walls down and leave them bare. Nathan then glanced at the map of Harlaw while a second map of Pike was next to it. It should only take the North a few days to secure Harlaw if most of the lords surrender. We will finish and be the first to arrive on Pike. King Robert explained to the leaders attacking the Iron Islands that once they secured the island, they were to head to the island of Pike and secure a port before waiting, as Robert wanted to overwhelm Bologne's castle with the forces of Westeros. There was no clear instruction on where to land, but Nathan saw through Robert's words. First come, first serve. And the first one would gain the most spoils of war. The first to reach the island of Pike could attack any port, and claim what is won for themselves. And Nathan wanted ships, as many as he could take, after all, half of them were made with wood from the north. Looking at the map of Pike, there were two large ports on the island, Lord Sport, ruled by House Botley, and Ironholt, ruled by House Wynch. Both ports showed promise to gain something, but for different reasons. Lord Sport was the largest port of Pike, meaning there would be several ships, both for trading and war. To hit Lord Sport would cripple House Greyjoy financially as House Botley was the richest house directly under House Greyjoy. However, while Ironholt was smaller and did little to no trading, it was said to be more heavily fortified, and their port was filled with many longships. It was also said that House Wynch was much more battle-hardened and would possibly never surrender without a fight. To hit Ironholt would cripple the forces of House Greyjoy, while the North could gain many longships to add to the Northern fleet. Both options had promise and would leave House Greyjoy crippled for years, yet the North could only attack one. Increasing the Northern fleet could be used to protect the North from Ironborn raids, perhaps even regularly patrol the western shores to reduce the number of raids. However, attacking Lord Sport may give us a good number of trading vessels, which can be put to good use for my plans. Nathan thought as he tried to make a choice. The young Stark considered asking his lords their opinion, yet Nathan could tell most of them would want to his Ironholt, just to have a fierce battle and cripple the Iron Fleet. Northern lords cared little for wealth and more for fighting. Oh, they loved the spoils of war, but only after a hard fight. After thinking long and hard, Nathan came to a decision. Lord Sport. The Ironborn knew how to make strong longships. Even if half of the Iron Fleet was destroyed, it would be rebuilt in a matter of years by the thralls who would be worked like slaves. However, the Ironborn rarely used trading vessels, focusing more on warships as it was the Ironborn way. What made trading vessels so valuable was that they could hold much cargo and protect it from the elements. Longships couldn't hold much cargo, as any space was needed to hold provisions for long voyages. War galleys could hold some cargo, but not nearly enough compared to a trading vessel. If Nathan took all the trading vessels in Pike, House Greyjoy would have to spend years rebuilding the trading ships when they could build warships. Nathan could also use the ships for his plans to trade with the west of Westeros, such as Lannisport, Old Town, Sunspear, and other large settlements. We can continue to craft warships as we expand the port of Windhelm, but too many would force us to leave them anchored at sea, and they could be lost in a storm. Best to increase the northern fleet of the west as we increase Windhelm's port, Nathan said as he looked up. That will be all for today. We will wait for the messengers to return in the next few days. Those who submit we will peacefully secure, those who ignore the message will be met with hostility, and those who want to fight will be taken down swiftly and without mercy. This brought nods of approval from the northern lords. Lord Umber, Lord Karstark, I leave you two in charge of the men. Securing the camps and making sure no one starts any trouble. The last thing we need is for the small folk and Ironborn to riot, Nathan said in a serious tone as he looked around the table. That goes for everyone else. I understand we all have a just reason to hate the Ironborn, but this is a direct order from the future Lord of the North. Do not cause trouble or provoke anyone. To do so will waste time and keep us from being the first to reach Pike. A good number of lords nodded, while a good few frowned and glared at the table, yet did not speak up. With that, Nathan and the lords of the north exited the room. Lord Stark, Sir Wendell said as he stood with Henry and a few Winterfell guards. Shall we return to the Black Wolf? Several lords voiced their concern for Nathan's safety, thinking one of the Ironborn would be bold and try to assassinate Nathan to cripple the north. Nathan agreed and had Sir Wendell, some Winterfell guards, and Henry escort Nathan at all times. No, Nathan said as he had a grin on his face. I hear Lord Harlaw has a massive collection of books, I would like to take a look at his collection. Sir Wendell chuckled as he, Henry, and the guards followed Nathan through the castle. I should have guessed, you practically read every book in my family's library in the 2 years you stayed at White Harbor. Hearing of White Harbor made Nathan smile, as he remembered the good times he had while living with House Marndale. Nathan then thought of a particular blonde girl with a playful personality. Speaking of White Harbor, how are Wyler and Winifred? Nathan asked with a smile. Sir Wendell gave a small laugh. Well, last I saw the girls were well, though Wyler's mother nearly pulled her hair out after the girl dyed her hair green. So she finally went through with it. Nathan said with a wide smile as he laughed, remembering how Wyler always told Nathan how she wanted to dye her hair a different color, either blue or green. Personally, I think her hair would have looked better blue, but it's a hard color to gain for dye, Nathan said as he turned a corner. How is Lord Marndale? Very good. The expansion of the port was completed some time ago, and we have already added several ships to the Eastern Fleet of the North, with trading vessels owned by House Stark of course. Sir Wendell said as he shrugged. Father has been making sweet fire non-stop ever since you left, and already has a few thousand barrels last I heard. That made Nathan nod as every turn of the moon merchants would gift House Stark with dozens of barrels to the point some cellars were overflowing with sweet fire, telling Nathan that Lord Marndale was following Nathan's plan with stocking up on sweet fire. Once Nathan gave the order to sell sweet fire across Westeros and Essos, Lord Marndale would be making thousands in gold every turn of the moon. Before long, Nathan and his guard found themselves in the book tower that was said to house Lord Harlaw's book collection. Climbing up the stairs of the fourth largest tower, Nathan soon reached the top and opened the door. Inside, the first thing Nathan noticed were the hundreds of books that were kept in esteemed condition on several shelves. Several well-kept chairs were in the room, chairs that fit more of the Southern Lord's taste than an iron noble. The last thing Nathan noticed was the large table in the center, but with someone sitting at said table. Lord Harlaw. Nathan said with a surprised look, as he saw Roderick Harlaw sitting at the table with a stack of books on the table. The Lord looked up with a startled look from this book. Lord Stark, this is a surprise, Lord Harlaw said as Sir Wendell quickly looked around the room, but found no one but the Iron Lord. I wasn't expecting anyone here. Admittedly, I thought the same, Nathan said as he entered the tower while looking around. I figure that after I gave you free rein to roam your castle, you would be with your vessels. Normally, hostages would be locked in the dungeon or various rooms after taking a castle, and Nathan did so for most of those in the castle. However, Nathan allowed Lord Roderick to roam freely as he cooperated with the North and made sure no one on his side caused trouble. While normally, such a thing would be foolish, however, Nathan ordered everyone to keep an eye on Lord Harlaw to see if he did anything suspicious. I did earlier, Lord Roderick said with a sigh. They are feeling rage at being held in their castle. I have quelled their anger and needed some time to myself. Nathan nodded in understanding, as nothing felt worse than your castle being held by your enemy while you were helpless. To quell such anger, spoke of Lord Roderick's skill and the sway he had over his people. While Winterfell has never been taken by an enemy force, if such a thing were to happen, it would cause Nathan no end of rage. Well, I had a similar idea, Nathan said as he walked through Roderick's library, admiring the vast collection of books. I have to say, this is an impressive collection. That seemed to bring a smile out of Lord Roderick. Thank you, Lord Stark, it took me years, but I am proud to say it is the largest collection of books on the Iron Island. Nathan saw the pride in Lord Roderick as he talked about books, something that was not usual for the dreary lord. If you don't mind, I was hoping to read a few books. Nathan asked the Lord for permission, trying to be polite. Lord Harlaw looked surprised before nodding. Of course, all I ask is that you be gentle, some of these books are old and fragile. Nathan nodded and looked to Sir Wendell. You can stay if you feel I still need a guard, but send the others away for now, the room is too cramped with so many people. Sir Wendell looked hesitant before he nodded. Very well, Lord Stark, I will be right outside the door should you need anything. With that, Sir Wendell and the others left the room, leaving Nathan and Lord Roderick. Nathan glanced over the various books in the room before grabbing 3 and sitting across from Lord Roderick, who looked at Nathan with wide eyes. "I am surprised you are allowing yourself to be alone with a potential enemy," Lord Roderick said as he looked at Nathan strangely. Nathan opened the first book he grabbed and smiled. "I have an idea of your character, Lord Roderick, and I believe you are smart enough to know the consequences of trying to attack me." Nathan then looked up from the book and gave the Iron Lord a knowing smirk. "Also, I am confident I could take you in a fight," Nathan said as he gently patted his sword. Lord Harlaw kept his composure but could feel the air thicken around Nathan Stark. While Lord Stark had been kind to Lord Harlaw and his people, Lord Harlaw had to remember that this was the young man who rebelled against the Ironborn that had attacked Windhelm. Glancing at the sword at Lord Stark's hip, Roderick recognized Red Rain, the Valyrian sword of House Drum. From what Roderick was able to gather from the men that returned to Harlaw, Nathan Stark had faced Lord Dustin Drum in single combat before the White Wolf took the Iron Lord's sword before taking his head. While the young Stark might be docile at the moment, he could change in a second. "Damn you, Balon, for putting me in this position," Lord Harlaw thought as he started to read his book, hoping it would calm his nerves. The two sat in silence as they continued to read their books, flipping through the various pages. Nathan read the book before him and gained a thoughtful look on his face. "Ha, now this is a surprise," Nathan said, making Roderick look up. "Ah, the old ways made true," Lord Roderick said as he smiled at the book. "An enlightening book, as it tells the deeper reason for many of the traditions of the old ways." "I can see," Nathan said as he flipped a page and continued to read. "The book explains the importance of most old ways traditions and how they were needed for the Iron Islands to survive. Such as the need for a salt wife, as the mortality rate was high in the Iron Islands, especially with young children and pregnant women. Thus, there is a need for a salt wife to secure a lord's bloodline, if the rock wife's children died young. As for thralls, this played into the high death toll on the people of the Iron Islands, thus the Ironborn needed thralls to replenish the population of the island, not die out. For obvious reasons, thralls were not to become Ironborn as they were taken from their home and forced to work on a different land, a slave in all but name. However, a child born on the Iron Islands would be considered an Ironborn as they were born on the Iron Islands and see it as their home. Raiding was needed as the Ironborn were warriors and thus not skilled in the trade, thus they needed to raid for the sake of gaining wealth, food, and resources for the people of their islands. "This is surprisingly enlightening," Nathan said as he turned a page. "Yet I can tell this book is very old." "It is just a copy," Roderick said as he gave a small sigh. "The original book was said to have been written hundreds of years ago but was long destroyed. Copies have been made, but most are altered to fit the likes and pleasures of the current Ironborn." Nathan nodded in understanding, as the book in the young Stark's hands told the responsibilities and need for the old ways and not to abuse them. Yet Nathan imagined that the popular books that explained the old ways filled the Ironborn with lies and pride, basically telling the Ironborn they were the greatest in the world and it was their right to do whatever they wanted. "A shame this book wasn't widespread," Nathan said with a sigh as he closed the book and opened the next one. "Perhaps then the Ironborn wouldn't be foolishly starting a war that there is no hope of winning," Nathan said as he gained a thoughtful look on his face. "Tell me, Lord Roderick, how was Quarian Greyjoy's rule of the Iron Islands?" That made Lord Harlaw sigh with a look of longing. The man was beyond brilliant, he understood the Ironborn and knew best how to sway them. At first, they were resistant to Lord Quarian's changes, but as time passed, I could see Quarian's changes taking root in the Ironborn. Lord Quarian even discussed with me the potential of trading with the Iron Bank and perhaps protecting their ships for coin and trade. That surprised Nathan a bit before understanding Quarian Greyjoy's thinking. The eastern seas of Westeros were rife with slavers and pirates, making them just if not more dangerous than the western sea of Westeros. Thus, trade ships needed a constant escort of various warships and guards to protect the cargo and people from attacks. If the Ironborn made a deal with the Iron Bank, the Ironborn would gain gold and opportunity while filling their need for battle by attacking pirates and slavers. This would also help with their image in Westeros as nobody liked pirates or slavers. "Then it is a true shame for Quarian Greyjoy's untimely death, unless it wasn't an accident," Nathan said as he looked to Lord Harlaw, as the room went quiet. "It is said that Quarian Greyjoy died as soon as he sided with King Robert, and not long after his sons quickly returned to the Iron Islands without any hesitation, despite the death of their Lord Father." Lord Harlaw was quiet for a moment before he sighed and closed his book as he gave Nathan his full attention. "What are you asking me, Lord Stark? Do you think Balon Greyjoy killed his father to become Lord of the Iron Islands?" Nathan asked bluntly, yet Roderick's face did not change. "I remember my uncle once telling me that Querion Greyjoy sent a letter to Robert Baratheon in the middle of the war and that 3 of his sons, Balon, Euron, and Victarion, had convinced him to side with Robert. Robert then ordered the Ironborn to attack the Reach, but Querion Greyjoy soon died and the Ironborn returned to the Iron Islands without a word. Not long after his father's death, Balon Greyjoy overturned many of his father's laws to quickly gain the support of the Iron Lords without any issue, and Ironborn raids returned in full force to Westeros," Nathan said as he folded his hands. "It is not hard to see the logic in my words, and given the Ironborn's ruthless nature." Nathan trailed off, letting his words hang in the air. Lord Roderick's face was blank, not showing any emotion at Nathan's words. "While the Ironborn aren't known for their honor and chivalry, we still hold some laws sacred, such as kinslaying," Lord Harlaw said slowly as he folded his hands. "While Balon is ruthless and ambushes, I cannot see the man killing his father. Victarion also holds the old ways sacred and would never resort to kinslaying unless he did not have a choice. Euron Greyjoy, however." A look of disgust and slight fear crossed Roderick's face, making Nathan blink in surprise. "Tell me of Euron Greyjoy," Nathan said as he leaned forward. Lord Roderick went quiet for a moment before he slowly spoke. "Euron Greyjoy? I don't know where to start," Roderick said as he shook his head. "The man is vile, to say the least, and takes great pleasure in causing pain and misery to anyone no matter who they are as long as he can get away with it. His ship, the Silence, is infamous in the Iron Islands for its crew of mutes and mongrels from various places in the world, and for Euron cutting out the tongues of everyone in the crew, thus the name," Lord Harlaw said as he took a breath to steady his heart. "There are other rumors surrounding the man, such as rape, magic, slavery, torture, and many more vile acts I believe to be true." Nathan couldn't help but look at Lord Harlaw with shock and disgust as he described Euron Greyjoy. To Nathan, the man sounded like a monster who was touched in the head, reveling in the misery of others as if it were the greatest form of pleasure in the world. Nathan has read of such men, such as the Mad King, Aegon the Unworthy, Maegor the Cruel, and the Lords of House Bolton. All were men who had done cruel things and reveled in the misery of such acts, yet to Nathan, Euron Greyjoy had a special madness from how Lord Harlaw described the man. A madness like King Aerys Targaryen, the Mad King, where he did not care for anyone but himself, even if his actions caused the death of thousands or hundreds of thousands. If anyone would kill their father, it is Euron Greyjoy, though the man is surprisingly cunning," Lord Roderick said as he looked older than he already was. "I suspect Euron may have put his father in a position where he was killed without Euron having to lift a finger. If Balon did have a hand in his father's death, it was most likely to make sure no one saw anything, or to let Euron act on his impulses." The more Nathan heard of Euron, the more the young Stark felt that Euron may become a threat in the future. To be both cunning and cruel made Euron a dangerous enemy to both Nathan and the North. After all, the man was said to be leading the Iron Fleet and sacked Lannisport before attacking the Reach. If Euron was the one to lead the attack against Windhelm, things may not have turned in the North's favor. Balon only has 2 sons left as his heir and a daughter. If something were to happen to Balon and his children, Euron would become Lord of the Iron Islands. Nathan thought with worry as he started to tap his foot. If Euron Greyjoy became the Iron Lord, Nathan could only imagine the vile acts Euron would cause with the Ironborn behind him. Killing, torturing, and raping to his heart's content while protected by the King's peace, raiding not only the North but most of Westeros until the man was caught in the act. Perhaps Euron should have an accident of his own, while Balon is sent to the wall for his act of treason, Nathan said as he thought of how to get rid of Euron. That made Lord Roderick nod his head. That would leave Vicarion as regent until one of Balon's sons is old enough to gain lordship of the Iron Islands. While Vicarion is dull, he can inspire men and possibly hold the Iron Islands for a time. But what if House Greyjoy didn't have to rule the Iron Islands, Nathan said, making Roderick look up with a raised brow. What if another house took lordship of Pike and the Iron Islands? It took a second for Roderick to process Nathan's word, yet when he did the Iron Lord's eyes widened in shock. "Are you saying you want to place House Harlaw as the ruling house of the Iron Islands and me Lord Paramount?" Lord Harlaw asked with wide eyes. You have proven to be much more sound of mind than anyone else on the Iron Islands and would be open to changing the Ironborn for the better. You come from an ancient and noble house that has been around for centuries, Nathan said as he gave the man a grin. Perhaps Westeros should reward you by making you Lord of the Iron Islands. I would talk to the king himself and present this idea. Lord Harlaw was silent for a long moment while staring at Nathan, while the young Stark stared back. Finally, Lord Rodrik spoke up. While I am flattered by such an offer, I do not think that will work. The Iron Lord said, making Nathan frown. I favor peace over violence, something most Ironborn look down on me for. If House Harlaw were to become the paramount house of the Iron Islands, a civil war may soon follow. Rodrik said with a sigh. The Ironborn will always favor the strong over everything else, and while the Iron Islands are technically under the Crown's rule, we are left to ourselves with very little care of the rest of Westeros. Nathan paused as he nodded his head slowly in understanding. Like the North and Dorne, the Iron Islands mostly ruled themselves and had no say in Westeros politics. If the Crown tries to place Harlaw as the ruling house of the Iron Islands, it would be like the Crown trying to place House Bolton over House Stark. The Iron Lords would ignore House Harlaw and do whatever they wanted, causing chaos not only on the Iron Islands but also in Westeros. I understand, Nathan said as he opened another book. It is a shame. I believe the Iron Islands could prosper if they were under your rule. You are too kind, Lord Stark, though I am much more content to spend my final days reading, rather than seeking power, Lord Rodrik said before returning to reading. As Nathan read his book, he glanced up at Lord Harlaw and got a sharp grin across his face. While Lord Rodrik might not be the ideal Lord Paramount, Nathan had another idea that may prove more useful for the North and the Iron Islands. Going back to his book, Nathan continued to read silently, enjoying the peace for however long it lasted. Several days later. And that's the last house to surrender, Lord Stark. Lord Reed said as he placed a letter down on the table. Nathan once again sat in a large room with the Lords of the North in one of the 10 towers of the large castle. Over the last few days, Iron Lords have arrived at the 10 towers to offer their surrender. Some lords even sent their sons to be hostages while their fathers stayed at their keeps and castles. All were reluctant to surrender, most calling Lord Harlaw a coward and craven for surrendering to the North without giving a fight. Nathan hushed all their complaints by saying that if any house wished to fight, he was more than ready to send his 20,000 soldiers to whatever keep that wished for a war. That shut almost everyone up, as they knew they did not have the men and there was no hope of support from the other islands. That didn't stop a few of the younger lords from challenging Nathan, calling him a coward for hiding behind his large army. Nathan quickly put them in their place by facing them in one-on-one combat, showing everyone that while Nathan was young, he was leading the North for a reason. After the final messenger had arrived, Nathan called the Lords of the North to decide what to do next. It seems the only house to give us trouble is House Myra, Lord Karstark said, making Nathan sigh and rub his head. True to Lord Harlaw's words, House Myra has declared their support for King Balon and that Rodrik Harlaw was a craven lord and would be brought low. However, House Myra knew they could not stay and face the might of the North, so House Myra grabbed all their ships, men, and family members before making their way to Pike to support Balon in their last stand. When Nathan sent scouts to Myra's lands, it was reported that the keep was practically abandoned and looters seemed to already be going through the castle. House Myra was said to have about 100 Ironborn left after sending most of their forces to Euron Greyjoy, Nathan said as he waved his hand. They have abandoned their home in favor of a king that has no hope of winning. To abandon one's home was seen as ruthless at best or craven at worst. A castle was a noble's proof of their power and their home, and to throw it away even in wartime for no hope of victory made all the nobles of the North shake their head. Lord Rodrik truly came through, Nathan said as he drummed his fingers against the table. What should have taken weeks with hundreds of lives lost has taken only days for the North. We have Harlaw, now all that's left is to secure the island to prevent reinforcements from reaching Pike, and then the North with King Robert's forces will end this pointless war, Nathan said as he looked around the room. The question is, who will stay behind and ensure the island of Harlaw stays secure? This made the nobles in the room start to fidget, some even avoiding Nathan's eyes, making the young Stark sigh. Since the beginning, Nathan knew an experienced lord had to stay behind and secure Harlaw, to prevent the island from sending reinforcements and attacking the royal army from behind. It was a necessary task, however, it was not a task anyone wanted to do, as it would prevent them from fighting on Pike and gaining honor and glory. Nathan could easily order anyone to do the task. Any lord of the north would follow Nathan's words, however, this would leave them unhappy. Nathan would rather a lord volunteered to stay behind and handle Harlaw. After several moments and no one volunteered, Nathan sighed. Very well, I will have Lord Stark, if I may offer an alternative, Lord Ryswell said as he stood up. I would offer my two younger sons, Ricard and Roose, and I to stay behind and secure Harlaw, the older man said as he placed a hand behind a young man who stood behind him. All I ask is that you allow my eldest son, Roger, to fight by your side to avenge House Ryswell for all the damage the Ironborn have done to our lands. Roger Ryswell was a young man with short brown hair, stubble on his face, and deep brown eyes. He wore well-made steel armor with a sword on his hip and a shield on his back with the Ryswell sigil. Nathan had to hide a grin as he easily saw past Lord Ryswell's cunningness. It seemed that Lord Ryswell knew there wouldn't be much glory to gain at Pike, as dozens of lords of Westeros were set to attack Pike together with an overwhelming force. Lord Ryswell allowed his house to play both sides, for his son and heir to fight by Nathan's side to gain glory and possible connection for House Ryswell, while he and his other sons showed Nathan their willingness to sacrifice the chance of glory to follow Nathan's command. Nathan also knew that Lord Ryswell would subtly ask for a reward for holding Harlaw, and Nathan would be honor bound to give the Lord something. Very well, Lord Ryswell, I will allow Roger Ryswell to accompany me personally to Pike while you, your sons, and 8,000 soldiers stay behind to hold Harlaw, Nathan said as he pointed to the map of Harlaw. With House Meyer all but gone, I recommend using Castle Meyer as a temporary fort. You may be lucky and find some useful treasures from the fleeing house, or perhaps ships that have been left behind. This made Lord Ryswell grin as he bowed to Nathan. Thank you, Lord Stark, the old lord said before he sat down. With that out of the way, we will start making our way to Pike, Nathan said, getting cheers from everyone. Our first target will be Lord Sport, ruled by House Botley. It is a large port with many ships and is said to be quite a wealthy port by the Iron Islands standards. Nathan said before he narrowed his eyes. I will be honest, I want all the ships in Lord Sport to be added to the Northern Fleet. After all, most Ironborn ships were to have been made with the wood of the North, so it is only right they are taken back to the North. Nathan said with a sharp grin, getting more cheers from the Northern Lords. Lords Umber, Karstark, and Glover, I want you to land first and attack Lord Sport by land, rush them, and give them no chances to build a defense, Nathan said, getting firm nods from the three. Lord Tallheart, Black Peel, Ulfric Waterman, and Sir Willis Marndaly, we will be attacking the port by sea. We will prevent any ships from escaping before adding them to the Northern Fleet and rain arrows down from afar. With such an overwhelming force, House Botley may retreat to Pike under Lord Greyjoy's care, Lord Karstark said as he rubbed his chin. If they retreat, let them, Nathan said with a wave of his hand. Our goal is to gain a foothold on Pike and then to wait for King Robert and the rest of the forces of Westeros. Also, the less fighting there is, the more ships we gain and the more rested we will be for the final battle. Nathan said before a serious look crossed his face. However, let me stress that while I want ships for the Northern Fleet in the east, no one should die over a ship. If you feel a particular ship is causing too much trouble, sink it and move on. Nathan said before he stood up. We leave for Lord Sport in 3 days and should arrive in less than 2. Everyone be prepared. With that, everyone slowly started to exit, leaving Nathan by himself. Once alone, Nathan sighed with a content smile on his face. Everything had been going perfectly for the North as they were able to secure Harlaw without losing a single life. Now all that was left was for the North to take Lord Sport and wait for King Robert and his uncle. The question is what to do after the war ends, Nathan said as he started to think. Nathan was confident King Robert would celebrate once the war was over, as it was well known that King Robert loved lavish parties and tourneys. With such a grand celebration after the war, nobles, lords, and merchants from all over Westeros would attend, and Nathan saw an opportunity. An opportunity to introduce all the products Nathan has created over the years, such as sweet fire, spirits, and the jewelry made by the blacksmiths and jewelers under House Stark. With so many nobles and lords at one event, Nathan had a grand chance to spread the word of his items to all of Westeros in one swoop instead of waiting for months or even years for Nathan's items to gain fame. Yet will Robert celebrate in King's Landing or somewhere closer, such as Lannisport? Nathan thought to himself as he started to contemplate. Robert's queen was the daughter of the Lord of House Lannister. While Lannisport was attacked by the Ironborn, Nathan had heard that the docks and ships had suffered the most damage before the Ironborn left to attack the shores of the Westerlands. This left the city itself mostly intact. It is said that Tywin Lannister is a very prideful man. Perhaps he would want to show everyone that despite the Ironborn attack, House Lannister did not suffer much. Nathan thought as he started to think of where King Robert would hold his celebration, King's Landing or Lannisport. After thinking about it for a long while, Nathan was convinced that King Robert would celebrate in Lannisport, as Nathan was confident Tywin Lannister would flaunt the Lannister wealth and show that despite everything, House Lannister was still strong. Yet even if Robert decided to celebrate in King's Landing, Nathan would just have his ship follow the royal fleet back to King's Landing. If necessary, I may have to bring up Red Rain to set things in motion. Nathan thought with a grin. Grabbing a piece of paper and quill, Nathan started to draft a letter for Yin, instructing both her, Tobin, several skilled merchants, and many guards to gather all the sweet fire, northern spirits, and jewelry and head for Windhelm, where they will wait for ships before sailing to Lannisport with everything. Sir Wendell, Nathan called out, and the door opened to reveal the large knight. Bring me Ulfric Waterman and Lord Blackpeel. Yes, Lord Stark, Wendell said as he left while Nathan continued to draft his letter. After Nathan finished his letter, both Ulfric and Lance entered and gave a quick bow. You wanted to see us, Lord Stark? Lord Blackpeel asked as Nathan folded the letter and poured wax on it. Yes, have a seat, Nathan said as he took his necklace and pressed it into the wax, sealing the letter. I needed to ask how many trading vessels we currently have. Both Lance and Ulfric looked thoughtful before Lance spoke up. 20 trading cogs and 4 heavy transport ships. Nathan nodded his head as he looked at Lord Blackpeel. If I wanted to send a few trading ships back to Windhelm, how many do you think I could send back without causing us any trouble? That made the two blink before Ulfric spoke up. For the most, I say about 8 trading cogs and perhaps 1 heavy transport ship, Ulfric said as he looked Nathan in the eyes. We use the transport ships mostly for provisions and transporting men, so we can lose a few if we move some things around. Perhaps even leave some provisions behind for Lord Ryswell and the men here. 9 ships in total, which should be more than enough. I need 5 trading ships and 2 heavy transport ships to be sent back to Windhelm, along with 5 longships, Nathan said while looking at the two. Once there, I need this letter sent to Winterfell by Raven and for those ships to wait until a Yin Song arrives, Nathan said before looking at Ulfric. How long do you think it will take for the ships to reach Windhelm? A few weeks at most, Ulfric said in a confident tone. Large fleets always take a long time to move, but 11 ships should only take a few weeks to reach from here to Windhelm. It all comes down to how the seas fare. Good, Nathan said as he handed the letter to Lord Blackpeel. I want you to gather strong men you trust and send them to Windhelm. They are to wait for Yin Song and once she arrives they are to head straight for Lannisport. Yes, Lord Stark, Lord Blackpeel said before he gained a hesitant look. Lord Stark, might I ask why you are sending ships back to the north before the war ends? Nathan nodded with a smile, allowing Lance to breathe. I predict there will be a grand tourney or celebration in Lannisport after the war ends. With such a grand celebration, many lords and merchants from all over Westeros will gather. As you know, I have created both northern spirits and sweet fire, and while they are well known in the north, they are not in the south. This aims to change that. I see, Lord Lance said as he held the letter close. I will send 100 of my best men back to Windhelm to escort this Lady Song. With the Ironborn occupied with the war, the seas should be relatively safe. This made Nathan smile, as pirates in the eastern seas were rare in Westeros, with the occasional slaver ship that wanted to test their luck. This meant that all the trading ships should have relative ease for quite some time. With that, both Lance and Ulfric exited the room, allowing Nathan to sigh as he glanced at the map of the Iron Islands. It would take a little over a day to reach Pike. Nathan considered attacking Lord Sport in the day or at night, but decided in the day as it would have been easier to maneuver and the north would not fall for any obvious traps easily. Standing up from the war table, Nathan left to prepare the north to depart. Several days later. So that's Lord Sport, Nathan said as he looked through his far eye while standing on the edge of the Black Wolf. It looks like a shithole, Nathan said, getting a snort out of Smallgen. Lord Sport looked to be a somewhat large port, only slightly bigger than Vindhelm but more populated. Yet what Nate focused on were the ships, at least 3 to 4 dozen ships anchored around the port. From what Nathan counted, there were at least 20 warships and 30 trading ships spread through. Some of the ships were forced to be anchored side by side as the port was too small to house so many ships. After leaving Harlaw, the North made their way straight to Pike, wanting to be the first to arrive on the island. Thanks to the calm waters and strong wind, the Northern fleet was able to reach Pike at the crack of dawn in just over a day. "Ah, the little squids have noticed us," Smallgen said as he squinted his eyes and saw men at the port start to move and heard the faint sound of a horn going off. "Too late, they don't have enough time to take the ships out to sea," Nathan said as he lowered his far eye. "They put too many ships in their port, most likely from the fleet that Stannis sacked. By the time they managed to pull them out into the bay, we would have already rained arrows down on the port." That made Smallgen throw his head back with a laugh. "So much for being masters of the seas," Smallgen said in a mocking tone as several ships started to make headway to Lord Sport. "That castle looks like it might be a problem though, it's small but strong. May take us all day to sack the castle while they rain arrows down on us." Castle Botley was a modest castle that stood on a hill overlooking Lord Sport, just in arrow distance from the port. Attacking the castle would be a pain, given that anyone getting close would be subjected to arrows, and setting up siege weapons would be hard in the small town of Lord Sport. This meant that the North could only use the battering ram to take the castle. "Let's have the Black Wolf and the Wargallis use their scorpion bolts to attack from the port," Nathan suggested as the Ironborn tried to get their ships out into the water, but they were crashing into one another. "The bolts might not be able to damage the castle walls all that much, but they should give us enough time to set up battering rams." Looking back out to sea, Nathan saw the first wave of Northerns reach the port. Arrows started to fly from both the docks and ships. Fortunately, this didn't slow down the Northern men as they rushed into the port, stopping the Ironborn from firing at their people. Nathan gave the order to have the scorpion bolts fire at Castle Botley. As the young Stark predicted, the bolts shattered on the impact of the castle walls, with a few getting lucky and hitting over the castle walls, killing a few Ironborn and scaring more. "Lord Stark, ships approach," Ulfric called out, making Nathan look to the docks to see several ships that finally managed to escape the port. "About time," Smallgen said as he grabbed his sword with a grip. "I thought the Ironborn lost their fight after losing to the North so many times." "I think they did," Nathan said as he pointed to the sea. "They seem to be running." True to Nathan's words, the few Ironborn ships that managed to escape the port didn't head for the Northern fleet but seemed to be sailing out to sea. Using his far eye, Nathan horses riding off into the distance. "Now this is just sad," Smallgen said with a sigh as he rested his sword on his shoulder while the Northern ships quickly caught the boat. "I expected a much harder fight than this pathetic display." "The Ironborn are not known for their tactics," Nathan said as the Northern fleet surrounded the port, preventing all ships from escaping. "If Balon was smart, he should have heavily fortified Lord Sport as it's a large port close to Castle Pike. Fortifying Lord Sport would have slowed the enemy down and dwindled their numbers, allowing Balon more time to prepare. Instead, Balon practically abandoned Lord Sport, allowing us to take the port and secure a foothold on Pike. Remember, Nathan, these squids have more iron in their heads than brains. I doubt any of these fuckers are as clever as you," Smallgen said before he sighed. "Damn, I was looking forward to a fight in this war, but this feels more like cleaning up." "Don't worry, Balon is sure to resist and make a last stand at Pike. There is sure to be a good fight, even if it is swift," Nathan said to his friend as the Northern forces landed at the port, causing many Ironborns to run away. "Let's just end this battle swiftly and take the port." Nathan understood that most Northerners loved battles, as Nathan himself loved a good fight, especially his fight against Lord Drum. However, Nathan finds the Ironborn rebellion annoying and wants the pointless war to end. "Soon, Nathan, soon you can return home and leave these shitty islands before returning to the North," Nathan thought as more Northerners started to take Lord Sport. "Then you can make Balon pay for attacking the North." The young Stark thought with a large glare as the Black Wolf fired a scorpion bolt, killing 3 Ironborns on the top of Castle Botley. "Lord Stark, Lord Sport is yours," Roger Riswell said with a bow. Nathan walked down Lord Sport docks while glancing around with a hard face. The sacking of Lord Sport went smoothly for the North, as they were easily able to overwhelm the Ironborn with their numbers. From what Nathan saw at sea, House Botley abandoned their castle once the northern forces reached the walls. Not long after, many Ironborn on horses ran south towards Castle Pike, some even ran away on foot. Lord Umber and Smallgen wanted to give chase to the fleeing Ironborn, but Nathan ordered everyone to stand down and secure Lord Sport given the port was in chaos. Henry, Nathan said to the young archer, getting the young boy to stand at attention. Inform the lords and nobles of the north to gather at Castle Botley. We have much to discuss over the recent victory of the north. Yes, Lord Stark, Henry said with a deep bow before rushing into the city. Nathan started to make his way to Lord Sport with Sir Wendell, Chef Val, and Roger Riswell at his sides. Nathan glanced around Lord Sport with a hard look on his face. The northern forces were marching around, searching homes and buildings for any Ironborn in hiding. Nathan ordered any Ironborn found who surrendered to be held captive. Those who resisted were to be cut down, as Nathan didn't want to waste time or lives on the foolish. Reaching Castle Botley, Nathan saw that the castle had seen better days. The front gates were broken down, the courtyard was littered with bodies and the ground was slick with blood. Some northern men were already piling the bodies into carts, most likely planning to dump the bodies into the sea rather than burn them. Nathan almost wanted to order the men to burn the corpses as an insult to the Ironborn, yet the young Stark didn't want the stink of burning flesh to fill the air. Entering the castle, Nathan saw it was surprisingly well kept, at least by Ironborn standards. There were no dead bodies, which Nathan found a good thing as he didn't want to smell any corpses. Lord Stark, it will take some time to gather the northern forces, Sir Wendell said from Nathan's right. Then I will prepare for a lengthy meeting, Nathan said as he continued to walk forward. I will need papers, ink, quills, and some good ale, Nathan said, getting a chuckle from the northern men. Let's go. After briefly searching the castle, Nathan found a large room with a lengthy table. Nathan waited as various lords entered the room, the last to show being Lord Glover just as the sun started to set. Lords of the North, I would like to be the first to thank you all for your service. Lord Sport was taken swiftly and without mercy. Ha, those iron cunts went running the moment things got hard. A knight from House Dustin said with a scoff. So much for never fearing death. This brought some chuckles from the northern lords. Nathan himself couldn't hide his smirk. First, how goes securing Lord Sport? Nathan asked while glancing around the room. Lords Karstark, Umber, and Glover all stood up together. Taking the port was relatively easy. We outnumbered the Ironborn here 10-1 in the first wave alone, Lord Karstark said while folding his arms. I say we killed a good 200 men before the rest ran away. We lost somewhere around 100 men with a few dozen with somewhat serious injuries, mostly due to arrows. Nathan sighed at that. While it may be an acceptable loss on paper, Nathan wouldn't take the loss lightly. We managed to capture a few dozen Ironborn and guards, most of whom fled south, most likely to Castle Pike, Lord Umber said as he gulped down a tankard before giving a loud burp. The small folk are scared, but most aren't giving us any trouble. Probably don't want to give us an excuse to raid their homes and take their valuables. They probably think we're like the Ironborn, Nathan said with a frown. I know I don't have to say it, but I will anyway. Make sure no Northerner lays no hands on any of the small folk. I don't want to give the South any reason to undermine the North. BA, those fuckers always bitch with their words, yet hide behind their laws when someone wants to bash their face in, Smallgen said while downing a tanker of ale, making many Northerners nod. We'll play their games, but if I hear any Southern cunt bitching, I'm throwing them out to sea. Nathan laughed along with the rest of the Northern lords. Once the laughter died down, Nathan's face became serious. We hold Lord Sport, but I doubt Balon will simply sit in his castle and let us hold such a spot so close to home, Nathan said as he sipped his wine and looked around the room. He may send raiding parties to wear our men out or to retake Lord Sport. I want our soldiers to camp outside Lord Sport and protect the perimeter. The last thing we need is Balon setting fires in our camps. We're already setting up camps as we speak, Lord Stark, Roger Riswell said in a confident tone. I have even ordered the men to start digging small pits. This will prevent the Ironborn from using horses to rush into camp before running away. Good, then I charge you, Roger Riswell, to protect the outer camps from any potential Ironborn raid. I wouldn't put it past Balon from burning Lord Sport just to prevent us from using it, even if he has to burn his people. Nathan said with a hard look while Roger nodded before Nathan looked around the room. The next order of business is the ships. How many ships were lost during the attack of Lord Sport? Not a single ship of the Northern Fleet was lost, Lord Stark Lord Blackpeel said as he stood up. However, 10 Ironborn warships were lost, yet the rest were left unharmed. This made Nathan give a wide grin. So the North is adding another 40 ships to our fleet, giving the North around 130 ships in the West, Nathan said as he stood up and grinned like a madman. After so many years, I am proud to say the North now officially has a fleet in the West. This will make the Ironborn think twice before attacking the North. Hearing this made the Northern Lords cheer while several raised their tankers. Nathan took a tanker and gulped it down in one go. Once everyone managed to quiet down, the young Stark cleared his throat. However, having too many ships will be a problem, Nathan said, grabbing everyone's attention. Soon several fleets will land in Lord Sport, such as the Royal Fleet and the Reach Fleet. Too many ships will only cause trouble, so I am considering sending some ships back to Windhelm, at least 30. We will also send our dead back to the north, to honor their sacrifice. To lead 30 ships will take a few hundred men, Sir Willis said, rubbing his chin. And it will take an experienced leader. A few of my captains should be more than enough, Lord Stark Ulfric Waterman said confidently. I bet on my life and the honor of House Waterman that they can safely escort the ships back to Windhelm. Good, Nathan said with a nod before he looked around the room. The coming days will be hectic. Rest, drink, be ready for anything. You are all dismissed. With that, the Lords of the North exited, leaving Nathan to his thoughts. With the sudden addition of 40 ships to the Northern Fleet, Windhelm would not be large enough to handle so many ships. Nathan would have to send several ships to Bear Islands, or another port in the north. House Ryswell also had a few strong ports, they could be used as well. We were the first to reach the Iron Islands, Nathan muttered as he drummed his fingers. The Royal Fleet and Reach Fleet should have reached their targets at least a week ago. Given the skilled commanders such as Robert and Stannis, they should be finishing soon. As for the Reach and Westerlands, they have the superior numbers and ships to attack the islands on all sides. If everyone is swift, the two fleets should reach Pike in a week or two, hopefully less. While the time seemed short, it left a bad taste in Nathan's mouth, as the North would have to hold Lord Sport until King Robert arrived. This meant that the North would be subjected to raids by Balon if he was smart, most likely night raids on horseback, the riders with torches and arrows to try and weaken the North. It would be impossible for Balon to push the North out of Lord Sport unless Balon gathered what forces he had to attack the North. While such a plan would be the smartest and most beneficial to Balon in the long run, Nathan doubted the Iron Lord would do such a thing. Nathan suspected that Balon thought that with the fortification of Castle Pike, and his overconfidence in the Ironborn, Balon may have believed that if he killed King Robert and other High Lords of Westeros in a single battle, it would gain the Ironborn victory and push the forces of Westeros back. If that's true, Balon has to be the most foolish lord in the history of Westeros, Nathan said with a snort as he downed a mug of ale. There had to be at least 100 lords and nobles following King Robert, not to mention the thousands of soldiers that followed said nobles. If Balon managed to kill Robert, nothing would stop the wrath of Westeros from ending House Greyjoy and any who had a hand in Robert's death. If the worst happens, the Iron Islands may be destroyed and left in ruins. Nathan sighed as he stood up and walked the halls with his guards. The North will hold Lord Sport, then once King Robert arrives we will end the Ironborn rebellion. 2 weeks later. Damn! A deep voice shouted as his room shook. That was the last of the wine. Ned Stark sighed yet gave his longtime friend Robert a ruthless smile as the king looked at the spilled wine with disappointment. The two were traveling by sea after they campaigned against Black Tide. There was some resistance from the various houses, yet thanks to Robert's command and Ned's swift actions, the two along with their forces were able to secure the island in a matter of days. Ned was reluctant to admit it, but Lord Bolton played a crucial role in securing Black Tide, and young Domeric had shown skill and talent that impressed Ned greatly. Just as Robert and his forces finished securing Black Tide, a ship was sent that claimed that the Lannisters and Tyrells had secured the other islands. With that, the two fleets merged before all made their way to Pikes. Ned suspected that while the Lannisters secured their island, The Tyrells rushed things using their numbers to try and speed things up, most likely wanting to curry favor with the king. After Black Tide was secured, Robert wasted no time making his way to Pike, specifically a port called Lordsport. Robert claimed it was a strategic location that allowed a straight shot to Castle Pike and would be a good spot to hold. However, Ned could tell Robert was most likely going to raid a few taverns to replenish the wine and drink that had been spent over the campaign against Black Tide. "So, how do you think Nathan is doing?" Robert asked as he took out a wineskin from his emergency reserves. Ned sighed as he looked at his cup of water. The older Stark tried to keep his thoughts from worrying about his nephew, yet that didn't stop Ned from thinking about his nephew. After all, Harlaw was one of the largest Iron Islands and was said to be the most populated. Letting out a breath, Ned spoke. "Worried, but I believe he is well." "Ah, you have nothing to worry about, his northern blood is strong, not to mention how talented he is." "You've got a good nephew," Ned Roberts said before he sighed. "Honestly, I'm a little envious, if only my brat was half the heir Nathan is." This made Ned press his lips and didn't say anything. The older Stark knew that Robert currently had 2 children, Joffrey Baratheon and Myrcella Baratheon, both around the same age as Ned's children. Ned had heard both children had inherited their mothers, Cersei Lannister's, looks with golden hair and green eyes. If that wasn't bad enough, Robert seemed to hate his marriage with his queen, calling his wife a vindictive bitch while he drank with any woman that the king could grab. While Ned loved Robert like a brother, he hated how he acted, yet Ned kept his mouth shut for the moment as they were at war, but later Ned would express his displeasure. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, grabbing the two's attention. "Enter," Robert said as he sat up a bit. A moment later a soldier entered the room. The soldier fell to one knee while looking at the ground. "My king, we see Lordsport, we should reach the port by the time the sun reaches its peak." This made Robert grin as he stood up. "About fucking time, send someone to help get our armor ready." "At once, my king," the soldier said before he quickly exited. "Finally, I was afraid we'd be on the waters for another day," Robert said as he walked to the side and picked up his warhammer from his bed. "Time to have some fun, Ned." Ned sighed as he also got this armor ready. While he didn't have Robert's love for battle, he couldn't help but give a small grin at Robert's excitement. It wasn't long before the two were in armor and both stood at the head of the ship, seeing Pike in the far distance. "Once we land and take Lordsport, we'll wait for your nephew and my brother before taking Pike," Robert said as he rested his warhammer on his shoulder. "How long should we wait for Nathan and the rest of the northern forces?" Ned asked while also looking at Pike. I say about a week, maybe 2," Robert said while rubbing his chin. "That's the worst case, most likely they will arrive in a few days." "Wait," Robert cut himself off as he stepped to the very edge of his ship and squinted his eyes. "Lordsport looks off." Ned looked confused and squinted at the island of Pike as best he could, a part of him wishing he had a far eye like Nathan. Yet Ned's eyes were able to pick up what Robert himself had seen. There were dozens of ships docked at Lordsport, yet what grabbed the two's eyes were the flags of the north, with the Stark flag flying over the main castle of Lordsport. "Ha ha ha." Robert laughed with a look of glee. "Looks like your nephew beat us to Pike," Robert said with a look of glee, not even upset that he couldn't sack Lordsport himself. Ned couldn't help but sigh in relief and look forward with pride in the north and his nephew. From the look of Lordsport, the port was mostly intact, with a good number of Ironborn ships now flying northern flags. "All right, let's make our way to Lordsport," Robert yelled as he glanced back. "Call for the leading ships to land first while the rest hang back." The soldiers nodded and started to call for the leading ships that held the lords from the Westerlands and the Reach. It took some time until Robert's ship reached the port. At first, Ned saw movement and heard a horn go off, yet Ned could tell that once they saw the flags of the south on the ships, the commotion died down. As Robert's ship entered the port, a large crowd had formed, most being northerners with a few curious small folk. Standing at the largest dock was Nathan Stark himself, dressed in light leather armor. Robert marched forward with a wide smile as Nathan and the northern lords behind him knelt. "King Robert, Lordsport is yours," Nathan said before he stood up. "Ha ha ha, damn Nathan, didn't even give me a chance to take this place," Robert said, not even upset that he missed the battle. Ned stepped forward and gave Nathan a brief hug before he looked Nathan over, relieved to see the young man in perfect health. Nathan looked at his uncle and king, relieved to see they were also well. "The castle is secured. I imagine we will have a gathering with all the lords," Nathan said as he saw that while most of the ships were staying out at sea, a few were making their way to the docks. "Yes, please escort us to Lord Sport's castle," Lord Stark Robert said as he handed his warhammer to a soldier, seeing he didn't need it at the moment. "Right away, my king," Nathan said as he led King Robert and his uncle to Botley's castle. When Nathan saw the royal fleet and the Reach fleet, the young Stark sighed in relief. For the past 2 weeks, Balon had been attacking Lord Sport non-stop, sending raiding parties every day, sometimes multiple times a day. The North was always able to repel the attacks and killed a good number of Ironborn, and surprisingly, Roger Riswell has been very useful in protecting Lord Sport from various attacks. With each attack, the Northerners became restless. Some voiced that they should attack Pike themselves rather than allow Balon to continue attacking the Northerners. Nathan gave the order to hold Lord Sport, for it was King Robert's order, even though Nathan wanted nothing more than to attack Pike and end the rebellion. Fortunately, the king and Westeros forces finally arrived, putting Nathan's heart at ease. It took some time, but soon all the lords following King Robert docked at the port before entering Castle Botley. Nathan soon found himself in the dining hall of Castle Botley with the rest of the lords of Westeros, as it was the only room big enough to hold so many people at once. King Robert sat at the head of the room with Jon Arryn on Robert's right and Ned Stark on his left, with Nathan sitting beside his uncle. The other lords sat at the various tables, all grouping together with what realm they were from, such as the Westerlands, Reach, Stormlands, and so on. As Nathan looked around the room, a few people caught Nathan's attention. The first was an older man sitting at the head of the Westerland lords. It was an old man around the same age as Jon Arryn, tall and slender, with surprisingly broad shoulders for a man his age. The man's head was shaved with a faint crown of blonde hair turning grey, with a thin grey beard to match. His eyes, while an aged pale green, were by far the sharpest Nathan had ever seen. Yet what grabbed Nathan's attention was the armor, red and gold steel plate, with what looked like real gold lining the armor, an obvious show of wealth. This was Tywin Lannister, the Old Lion Lord of House Lannister and ruler of the Westerlands. Standing next to the Old Lion was a handsome man in golden armor. He had long golden hair, sharp green eyes, and an arrogant smile on his lips. Nathan recognized the man as Jaime Lannister, the son of Tywin Lannister and known to Westeros as the Kingslayer, for killing the Mad King while a member of the Kingsguard. Jaime Lannister had a notorious reputation, being known as a dishonorable knight and arrogant, a warrior with no honor according to Ned's words. Nathan looked at Tywin, holding back a smile and gently gripping Red Rain. Nathan didn't doubt that Tywin had heard of House Stark gaining Red Rain, and Nathan expected the Old Lion to make an offer for the Valyrian steel sword. "By the old gods, let this stupid rebellion end so I can get a fortune," Nathan thought with some youthful impatience. Abruptly, Tywin looked up and locked eyes with Nathan, catching the young Stark slightly off guard, yet the clever wolf didn't look away. The two stared each other down, Tywin with a calm, almost curious look while Nathan gave the Old Lion a grin. Neither hesitated nor looked away, as to look away would be a sign of weakness, however small it might be. Without warning, a loud laughter caught the two's attention, making both turn to the source at the same time. Nathan saw some laughter with the Reach lords, the loudest coming from a rather fat man at the head of the table. The man was easily one of the fattest lords in the room, with curly brown hair and a cut beard with white and grey specks. He wore green armor that was more ornamental than for actual combat. Nathan could tell easily that the man laughing was Mace Tyrell, Lord of House Tyrell and the Reach. Ned had told a bit of Lord Tyrell to Nathan, and from what Nathan heard about the man from whispers and rumors, the young Stark had an idea of the Fat Flower's character. It was said that Mace Tyrell was a boisterous man, often praising his past accomplishments as if they happened days ago, even if some of his accomplishments weren't his own. Nathan had heard a rumor of Mace Tyrell bragging that he was the sole lord in Westeros to ever hold a victory over King Robert during Robert's rebellion in the Battle of Ashford. However, the truth was that Mace Tyrell had no hand in the Battle of Ashford and the victory over Robert rested solely on Randil Tarly, a bannerman under Mace Tyrell. This told Nathan that Lord Tyrell wasn't a brilliant lord, as to openly take credit from a bannerman that most lords knew the truth was foolish, to say the least. All right, it seems everyone is here, King Robert said, grabbing everyone's attention as the noise slowly died down. First, I like to thank Nathan Stark and the North for securing Lord Sport, giving us a base to hold on Pike. Nathan stood while giving a modest bow, while the Northerns cheered loudly. The Storm Lords and Vale Lords also cheered, while the lords from the other realms reluctantly clapped. Thank you, my king, though I must admit securing Harlaw was hardly challenging, Nathan said in a smooth tone as he looked to the king. Lord Harlaw was surprisingly reasonable and easily surrendered after we agreed to not attack anyone at Harlaw unless provoked. After securing Harlaw and leaving a portion of the northern forces with Lord Riswell, we came straight to Lord Sport. Nathan said as he took a sip of wine, noticing several lords paying close attention to Nathan's words. Despite the current war, we somehow caught Lord Sport off guard and managed to drive House Botley out and flee to Pike. Nathan then sighed. Unfortunately, Boulogne has been sending raiding parties daily for the past 2 weeks. Earlier today we were forced to stop a raiding party of 25 horses, all with torches. Fortunately, Roger Riswell has proven invaluable in protecting Lord Sport from such raids, keeping the damage to a minimum. The Northerners all cheered for Roger Riswell, making the young man look around with pride. Seems Boulogne still thinks he can win, Robert said as he sipped at his tankard of ale. So, how was the campaign against Saltcliffe and Orkmont? Tywine stood up, causing everyone in the room to grow quiet. House Lannister and the Westerlands have secured Saltcliffe, all lords have submitted and any who resisted were cut down swiftly. The old lion said before he sat back down. As soon as Tywine sat down, Mace Tyrell practically jumped to his feet. I am proud to say that House Tyrell has easily secured Orkmont in a matter of days, Mace Tyrell said in a boisterous tone. Luckily, thanks to my skills in warfare, I was able to lead my people to victory before we joined you, Your Grace. Mace Tyrell said as he took a bow. Lords from the Reach cheered for Mace, and the large lord soaked up the praise. Nathan noticed not all lords of the Reach cheered for Mace Tyrell, some looked at the Lord Paramount contemptuously. The most noticeable lord looked at Mace Tyrell with contempt and rage, not even trying to hide his expression. The man looking at Lord Tyrell with such contempt was lean and bald, with a short beard that was turning grey. Nathan had to assume this was Lord Randall Tarley, and given the man's angry expression, the young Stark assumed that Mace Tyrell was once again taking credit that wasn't his. Glancing at the king, Nathan noticed that King Robert looked at Mace Tyrell with an unimpressed look, most likely knowing of the Fat Flower's empty boasting. Once Mace Tyrell sat down, Jon Arryn cleared his throat. With most Iron Islands secured, all that is left is Great Wyk and Old Wyk, Jon said as he glanced at a map before him. With the death of Lord Drum, the leadership of the 2 islands is most likely in chaos, meaning Stannis is just cleaning up any resistance, which will take time. Damn it all, King Robert groaned as he slammed his mug down, spilling ale while looking annoyed. Do we need Stannis? Our numbers easily outnumber Boulogne's forces already. This sparked some debate among the lords. Some lords voiced that they should wait for Stannis Baratheon since it was known he was an experienced commander, while others voiced that they should attack Pike to end the war sooner. Jon Arryn was on the side to wait for Stannis, voicing that with Stannis and his forces, there would be a swift victory. Ned Stark had a similar mindset as Jon Arryn, valuing Stannis Baratheon's experience and forces. Robert himself wanted to attack Pike today, but with both the hand of the king and his best friend voicing their disagreements, Robert felt uncertain. However, Nathan was of a different mindset. We need to attack Castle Pike now. Nathan suddenly shouted, bringing all eyes to the young Stark. King Robert raised his hand and looked at Nathan with a grin. Speak up, Lord Nathan. Nathan smiled and opened his mouth to speak, yet was cut off by a loud cough. Nathan turned to see Mace Tyrell stand, a confident look on his face as he stood before all the lords of Westeros. My king, perhaps we shouldn't ask a child such a weighted question. Instantly, silence fell upon the room at Mace Tyrell's words. The Northerners looked insulted at Lord Tyrell's words, before looking to want to strangle the Fat Flower. Jon Arryn sighed while rubbing his forehead, seeing Lord Tyrell's blunder a mile away. Ned Stark himself showed a surprising amount of anger as he slammed his fist hard into his table, which brought a grin to King Robert's face before he glared at Mace Tyrell. Lord Mace Tyrell, you. Before Robert could finish, Nathan gave a carefree laugh as he raised his hand. My king, if you would allow me to speak up, Nathan said in a carefree tone, making Robert pause before he nodded, leaning back in his chair. Nathan then looked to Mace Tyrell, who simply gave Nathan a cocky smile. Lord Tyrell, while I am the youngest noble in this room, my actions in recent years are a testament to my skill and maturity. Thus, my words would hold weight and reason in such discussions. That may be true, Nathan Stark, Mace Tyrell said, his tone arrogant. Yet I doubt you did such things all on your own, you relied on the help of more experienced lords to aid you in your victory. Of course I did, Nathan said with a raised brow, making Lord Tyrell stagger at the blunt response. It may sound arrogant, but I am talented. However, I am not so arrogant to think I know everything. Older lords and nobles with years of experience have given their opinions on such matters, and I would have to be the biggest fool in Westeros to not listen. Nathan said with a scoff, before he glared down at Lord Tyrell, making the fat flower flinch at the sudden hard face. Yet in the end, it was I who decided what plan to use, how to act, and how to prepare. While the Lords of the North were a vital part in all of our victories, I played no small part myself, since it was I who chose what plan to follow and how to act. Hearing Nathan's words, Mace Tyrell couldn't help but look at Nathan in shock. To hear such confidence in a boy around the same age as his children was shocking, to say the least. Looking to the Lords of the North, Mace expected to see some reaction from them, Lords of the North, on Nathan's words: contempt, anger, and amusement at the very least. Mace Tyrell saw none of this. What the Lord of the Reach saw was complete devotion to Nathan's words, every lord of all ages agreeing with a young noble who was barely a man, which seemed to baffle Mace's mind to no end. Seeing Lord Tyrell's flustered state made Robert grin before he waved his hand. "Sit down, Lord Mace, Lord Nathan has proven himself to speak." Hearing the king's words, Mace sat down, his eyes not meeting Nathan's or Robert's as he sipped a goblet of wine. With that, King Robert looked to Nathan. "Now, Lord Nathan, please continue," he said as he sipped his wine. Nathan nodded before looking ahead. "As I said, we need to attack Castle Pike as soon as possible," Nathan said in a confident tone, not flinching at the judgmental looks he was receiving. "Balon has had weeks to prepare to resist a large attack. Once he learns of the main army landing, he will only prepare more, perhaps even sending a large raiding party to burn Lord Sport with use. No lord worth their salt would needlessly kill their people," a lord shouted, getting a few agreements. "The Ironborn aren't like the lords of Westeros," Nathan said in an ominous tone while glaring at the lord. "Most of Lord Sport is currently filled with thralls, which the Ironborn see little more than cattle. And like cattle, they will slaughter what they see as theirs if it can gain them victory, however small it might be," Nathan said in a dark tone before he looked at King Robert. "My king, we have more than enough people to siege Castle Pike, as with the losses at the Battle of Windhelm, and your brother, Balon Greyjoy, should have no more than 10,000, and at the very least a few thousand." This caused all the lords to start talking and whispering, and a few started to come to Nathan's side, as their current numbers were well over 50,000. "With our numbers, we can end the war in a day, not to mention we have several seasoned lords who can take command if necessary," Nathan said before he sat back down. "Why wait and give our enemy time to prepare or attack? We have more than enough men to end this war today." Robert gave a wide grin and slammed his hand into the table. "Well, I'm convinced, we will attack Castle Pike tomorrow." This brought cheers throughout the room, and Nathan smirked, glad his words got through to the king. "We march for Castle Pike at dawn tomorrow. Everyone rest, drink, and be ready to win this war." With that, the king and the nobles of Westeros started to celebrate. Nathan noticed a few lords leave as soon as the king gave permission. Turning to his uncle, Nathan smiled as he was poured some wine. "Uncle, let us catch up and tell of our campaigns against the Ironborn," Nathan said as he had a servant bring Ned some wine. Ned gave a small sigh before he smiled and took the wine. "Well, we fortunately didn't suffer much loss," Ned started to explain while Nathan paid close attention. As Ned started to talk, Nathan's eyes caught a glimpse of Lord Tywine exiting the room. The old lion glanced back before leaving the room with his people. Nathan didn't hold back his smile as he sipped his wine. Nathan knew Tywine saw red rain on his hip, and Nathan knew the old lion wanted the sword. Tywine, seeing the sword, if at only a glimpse, would spark the soon bargaining with the North, gaining a mountain of gold. "Your move," Tywin Lannister, Nathan thought before resting his hand on Red Rain. So that was Nathan Stark, Jaime Lannister said while rubbing his chin. Have to say, I thought he would be taller. The young man said with some amusement. Tywin sighed at his son's cocky attitude. You underestimate others too much, Jaime, as always, Tywin said as he sat down in a luxury chair aboard his ship, one he purchased from the Reach to replace the ship he lost. Especially that boy. The old lion of House Lannister has been keeping an ear open ever since the Ironborn attacked Lannisport, and what he heard most of was about the North, more specifically, Nathan Stark. First, Tywin heard of the Battle of Windhelm, where the North repelled the Ironborn from a surprise attack, gaining a collection of ships. The young Stark showed a surprising amount of cunning and wisdom when he used both his lands and his lords, and even Tywin himself was impressed, given the boy's age. Tywin also heard that the young Stark boy had a sharp tongue, able to sway the king and other nobles to his ideas, and from what Tywin just saw it wasn't a one-time act. How so? Jaime asked with a raised brow. The boy looked like he could barely swing a sword. Hell, he barely reaches my shoulders. Tywin sighed at his son's bravado. While Jaime was one of the greatest swordsmen in Westeros, thanks to his talent and skill, that was his only great skill, as he was lacking in many areas, despite years of Tywin's teachings, unfortunately. You should keep your ears open, Jaime Kevin Lannister, Tywin's younger brother, said as he poured Tywin and himself some water. While most nobles are known for their empty boasting, all of Nathan Stark's claims seem to be true, especially with not a single Northern Lord voicing their disagreements. Tywin nodded in agreement. Not a single Lord of the North disagreed with Nathan Stark's claims, not for a second. They all seemed to support all claims. This said a lot, as the Northern Lords weren't known for hiding their emotions very well. This meant that Nathan Stark's claims were true, or at the very least the Northern Lords believed it to be true. Before Jaime could open his mouth, Tywin raised his hand, cutting his son off. If you had been paying attention, you would realize that the North is winning this foolish war, Tywin said with a glare, making his son tense up. After a few long moments, Jaime finally spoke up. How is the North winning? The knight asked with some hesitation. Isn't all of Westeros winning against the Ironborn? Tywin sighed and rubbed his forehead at his son, who, as always, missed the details and only saw the big picture. Jaime, I always told you that war is pointless in the grand scheme, Tywin said as he folded his hands. War wastes time, gold, and useful people when all three can be used for anything more productive. The old lion said with a sharp glare in his eyes. I will not hesitate to end a war by any means, but I see war as nothing but throwing gold away and gaining very little in return. Most nobles will simply go to war for the so-called glory and honor, or perhaps to build connections, yet besides that, almost every war in Westeros had gained little for either side with a few exceptions. From what I saw, the North has gained many ships from the Ironborn, giving them a fleet. They have also lost little to no men in this conflict, while every other lord has lost dozens if not hundreds of men. Tywin said while sipping his water. Yet that pales compared to what the North gained during the Battle of Windhelm, the Valyrian steel sword of House Drum. Tywin heard of House Stark gaining a Valyrian sword, as it was on the lips of many. Tywin saw this as a chance to gain that sword for House Lannister, to replace the lost sword Brightraw that was lost almost 300 years ago. House Stark already has a Valyrian sword, they do not need another, Tywin said, his voice serious as his brother and son both looked at him. Most likely the young Stark will sell the sword, and House Lannister will be the one to buy. Kevin pressed his lips before he spoke up, with some hesitation. Brother, no doubt the young Stark knows this and will demand a great deal of gold we will need to rebuild the Lannister fleet. We are far from poor, Kevin, Tywin said in a firm tone, causing Kevin to clamp his mouth shut. Even with the destruction of our fleet, we can easily rebuild in a matter of years. As for gold, we'll just need to increase the production of the mines to compensate. Yet despite his words, Tywin knew Kevin's words held weight. If House Lannisters ended up spending more gold than they could mine, it could potentially make the Lannisters look weak, and that was the last thing Tywin needed. Whatever is to come, House Lannister will gain that sword, even if we have to enter an agreement with House Stark to pay the cost over a set of time. Tywin thought as he drummed his finger. I will invite Lord Nathan to Casterly Rock for the grand tourney. Tywin had decided to host a tourney once the Ironborn had been defeated. This would show that despite the damage from the surprise attack, House Lannister was still strong and would rebuild. It would also showcase the wealth and prosperity of both House Lannister and Lannisport compared to the rest of Westeros. While Tywin did think the Ironborn rebellion was pointless and a waste of time, the war brought an opportunity for House Lannister to rise higher and finally gain a Valyrian sword. This can also be a chance to judge the young Stark and see his talent. To know if he will one day become a worthy ally, or a dangerous enemy. Tywin thought as he slowly sipped his water, his thoughts running in his head as his brother and son stood silently. Nathan sighed as he walked back to his room, trying to shake the drunkenness off as his head buzzed a little. Nathan had drunk his fill and caught up with his uncle, the king, and Domeric before the young Stark left. He wanted to be well rested for the final battle tomorrow. The final battle, Nathan thought as his mind drifted, remembering the past year since he returned to White Harbor. So much happened over the past year, battles fought, victories won, new friends, and riches gained. Despite Nathan's hate of the war, he saw the gains and opportunities, such as the fleet gained for the north, and the bounty of gold and treasures gained from House Botley in their castle. After counting everything worth something from jewels and gold, to armor and tools, Nathan estimated the total wealth of House Botley to be somewhere around 20,000 gold, which was nothing to scoff at. What was the one saying Domeric told me? There is always something to gain even in the worst of times, Nathan thought as he opened the door to his room, and what he saw made him pause. Maya Stone panted softly as she swung her sword with both hands. She wore simple small clothes as sweat dripped down her body, something that Nathan took notice of. Now this is something I can get used to, Nathan said as he walked into the room and closed the door behind him. Maya smiled as she lowered her sword, used to Nathan popping in without a sound by now, as she looked at the young Stark. Me covered in sweat gets you excited. And why shouldn't it, Nathan said as he stepped forward and wrapped his arms around Maya, her hands grabbing her ass in a firm grip, causing her to gasp and moan. Your scent would drive any man wild. He whispered into her ear before kissing her neck. Maya moaned at Nathan's action, her body heating up to an uncomfortable level given she was just training. Maya suddenly felt Nathan suck on a spot that made her moan loudly, as her body shook. Wait, Nathan, I'm all sweaty. Maya said as she realized how sweaty her body was and didn't want Nathan to find her disgusting. Yet despite her words, Maya ran her fingers through Nathan's hair, loving the feeling of the young Stark's hair in her hands as he never pulled back. That just makes me want you more. Nathan breathed into her ear before giving it a lick. Maya shuddered before she acted. Grabbing Nathan's hair in a rough grip, Maya pulled Stark's head back before smashing her lips to Nathan's, kissing him deeply. Nathan returned the kiss without hesitation as his hands started to caress Maya's body, the two moaning with need. Suddenly, before Nathan could react, Maya pushed Nathan to the bed, getting a startled cry from the Stark. Looking up, Nathan was surprised to see a sharp smile on Maya's face as she slowly started to take her clothes off until the Veil Girl was naked, and Nathan noticed something different. Before, Maya would blush like a maiden and try to cover herself with her hands. Now, the young woman stood proudly before Nathan, yet the young Stark could still see the faint redness of her cheeks. Maya then climbed onto Nathan before straddling his hips. The young Stark looked up at Maya with pure amazement as he gently rested his hands on her legs. Tomorrow is the final battle, Maya said seriously, something Nathan noticed as he looked up. I've heard we march tomorrow and end the Ironborn rebellion. I don't know much of war, but I know anything could happen to either of us. She said with a shaky sigh, making Nathan give a somber look. Nathan more than understood what Maya meant. Anything could happen in a battle. Nathan knew that perfectly well since the Battle of Windhelm, where he nearly lost his life multiple times. History is riddled with lords, nobles, and knights who lost their lives to stray arrows, falling from their horses, being trampled on, or some random foot soldier who managed to get a lucky hit. Such things could happen to either of them, and that was a reality they both accepted. Which is why, Maya said as she grabbed Nathan's right hand and placed it on her breast while looking down at Nathan with a sultry look on her face. If something were to happen tomorrow, I wish to have no regrets. Nathan couldn't help but gulp loudly at Maya's words. The young Stark would be lying if he said Maya's words didn't excite him, yet the young Stark couldn't stop his noble mouth. Maya, if you are not ready yet. Maya pressed a finger to Nathan's lips while looking at him amusedly. Nathan, I love that noble spirit of yours, but sometimes you need to stop thinking with your head and think with your cock. To emphasize her point, Maya rocked her hips hard, grinning as she felt Nathan's member grow hard, and for good reason. To see Maya grow so bold took Nathan's breath away. Who was Nathan to deny a woman her wants when he wanted the same thing? Lemon start. Pulling his shirt off, Maya leaned down and smashed her lips to Nathan as the two kissed each other. It was a hungry, primal kiss as the two moaned and groaned together, Maya running her hands through Nathan's hair and chest, her nails digging into his skin as she slowly dragged them down. This made Nathan groan loudly as he felt a mix of slight pain and pleasure. Suddenly, Maya grabbed the hem of Nathan's pants and started to pull them down. Pulling back, Maya looked down at Nate with a grin. I can feel how much you want me, Nathan. Maya yanked Nathan's pants down, his cock springing free and smacking against her belly. Nathan groaned at the feeling of Maya's skin on his cock as he grabbed her ass hard while jerking his hips up, Maya gasping as she felt Nathan rub against her. Maya, Nathan said with a low growl as he suddenly stood up, making Maya yelp as she wrapped her legs around Nathan's waist as he held her by her ass. I've wanted you the moment I saw you. Nathan then gently threw Maya onto the edge of the bed before he loomed over her with a playful grin. The young woman blushed yet continued to smile as she ran her hands over Nathan's chest. I thought you were the most handsome man I have ever laid eyes on, and my only wish was to see you naked, Maya said with her eyes fluttering. Nathan smirked at Maya's playful words as he kicked off his pants, the two lovers both naked as the day they were born. Nathan then leaned forward and ran his hands up Maya's sides before cupping her breasts. He slowly ran his thumbs over her nipples, marveling at how hard they were. Nathan also enjoyed the small gasps and moans coming from Maya as she tried not to squirm. Licking his lips, Nathan suddenly brought his mouth to Maya's left breast and took the pink nub in his mouth. This made Maya gasp loudly as her back arched, making Nathan smile. I once read women will like this, Nathan thought as he pulled off Maya's tit with a wet pop before giving the nub a playful bite, not too hard to hurt, but hard enough to feel. Nathan then slowly ran his hand down Maya's stomach before he reached his target, and what he felt made him grin. You're wet, Nathan said as he felt a dampness on Maya's cunt while also marveling at the heat he felt. Are you wet for me, Maya? Nathan asked in a playful tone as he dragged his fingers over Maya's cunt slowly. You know I fucking am, Maya said with a hiss as she squeezed her eyes shut, making Nathan grin grow. I've never felt anything like this. Maya had little to no experience in making love, her previous lover kissed her and played with her breasts with lust but little affection. Nathan was the only man who had ever seen her naked, who made her feel as if she was on fire, who made her want to rip his clothes off and have him mount her and make her his woman. What Nathan was doing to her was sending her mind into a pleasant haze, and Maya felt as if something was coiling in her stomach. Nathan continued to move his hand while sucking her breasts, feeling the dampness grow with every second. Nathan never wanted to admit it to anyone, but he was doing such a thing to Maya because he read about it in a book. The book was from Dawn and it went into great detail on lovemaking and sex, on how to please a woman and how they could please a man. One thing the book stressed was that for a woman's first time, the man must be gentle at first and the woman must be wet with arousal. Looking up at Maya's flushed face as she writhed in pleasure made Nathan grin, loving the look on Maya's face as she struggled to control her hips. Then, without warning, Nathan drew his hand away. How Maya blinked as she looked at Nathan with confusion and slight disappointment. Why did you stop? Maya asked while panting heavily. I believe you are wet enough, Nathan said as he held up his hand, which was covered in Maya's nectar. Also, I don't think I can hold back much longer, Nathan said as he glanced down, making Maya do the same. Maya blushed and bit her lower lip as she saw Nathan's cock. It was an intimidating size before, but now, it looked as hard as a stone and was twitching every second. By the gods, Maya said as her jaw dropped slightly. That's going inside me. Maya asked with some disbelief. It is if you want to feel better, Nathan said as he stroked his cock with the hand that was covered in Maya's nectar. We can do this however you want, Maya. Maya smiled at Nathan's caring tone, knowing that most men would simply throw their women over a barrel and fuck them from behind. But not Nathan, never Nathan, as he truly cared for Maya, and she cared for him. Well, it's my first time, Maya said as she tried to think of a position that would bring her the most pleasure, but was drawing a blank. It's my first time too, Nathan said, getting a surprised look from Maya. I have read a book from Dawn that explained a position that would be suitable for girls for their first time. Maya couldn't help but snicker softly, knowing Nathan had a love for books surprisingly enough, given how skillful the young man was at swords and warfare. Then I will leave it to you, Maya said as Nathan smiled and kissed her, making the young woman moan. Soon the two were full only of the bed, with Nathan above Maya. The two young lovers gazed at each other, with Maya gently running her hands over Nathan's chest. Secretly, Maya loved looking at Nathan's chest and arms, always marveling at his muscles and physique. Some of her favorite moments were seeing Nathan train, or the way he carried her in his arms. They say a man with a strong physique makes for a strong lover, Maya thought as she licked her lips. Nathan moved between Maya's legs and rested the tip of his cock against Maya's cunt, the two shuddering with anticipation. Nathan looked into Maya's eyes as the young woman gave a shaky nod, as the young woman spread her legs wider. Without a word, Nathan pushed himself forward. Nathan and Maya didn't hold back their moans as Nathan slowly entered the Veil Girl. Both felt intense heat and pleasure as Nathan made sure to move slowly. Suddenly, Nathan felt something, a barrier, and stopped. Nathan and Maya looked at one another, knowing what it was that Nathan felt. Her maidenhood. Leaning up and kissing Nathan on the lips, Maya pulled back with a smile. Take me, Nathan. That was all that needed to be said before Nathan pushed deeper, slowly turning Maya into a woman. Ah! Maya winced in pain as she clawed at Nathan's back. Fuck, that hurts. Nathan shuddered as he struggled not to move. While Nathan felt bad at causing Maya pain, he marveled at the amazing feeling of the two being joined. I'm sorry, he whispered into her ear before he started to kiss her neck, hoping to ease the pain away. Maya took a deep breath and nodded. It's okay, just go slow. Nathan kissed her forehead gently and pushed in further, feeling her tighten around him. He held still for a moment, giving her time to adjust to the new sensation. Her walls clamped down around him, and he felt a slight warmth as he broke through her maidenhead. She gasped again, but this time, the pain was quickly replaced by a deeper, more primal feeling. Her eyes searched his, looking for reassurance. Keep going, she whispered, her voice filled with urgency. Nathan took a deep breath and began to move, his hips rolling into hers with a gentle rhythm. Maya's initial gasp of pain soon turned into one of pleasure as her body began to acclimate to his size. He felt her muscles relax around him, allowing him to glide in and out more easily. Her moans grew louder, her nails digging into his back as she matched his pace, her hips rising to meet each of his thrusts. The feeling of her warm, wet embrace was unlike anything he had ever felt before, and he knew he would want more of the amazing women beneath him even after they were finished. Nathan leaned down, kissing her softly as he picked up the pace, his strokes growing stronger and more confident. Her legs wrapped around his waist, her heels digging into his backside as she urged him to go deeper, to fill her completely. Their bodies moved in perfect harmony, their moans and gasps melding into one symphony of passion. The candles flickered on the nightstand, casting shadows across the room as the lovers lost themselves in each other's embrace. Fucking hell, Maya moaned as she looked up at Nathan, a grin growing on her face. We should have done this weeks ago. Nathan chuckled as he kissed her nose. Better late than never, he murmured before kissing her again, this time more passionately as he continued to move in and out of her. Her legs tightened around him, pulling him closer as she started to rock her hips in sync with his movements. The pain was gone, replaced with a delicious ache that grew stronger with each stroke. Maya felt as though she was being claimed, owned by the young man she came to care for, and she reveled in the sensation. Nathan watched her intently, his eyes never leaving hers as he pushed deeper. He felt the beginnings of his climax building, a tightness in his balls that grew with every thrust. He wanted to make sure she was ready, to ensure that her first time was as pleasurable as it could be. Leaning down, Nathan took her left breast into his mouth, biting and pulling on her hard nipple softly before moving to the right. Maya's eyes glazed over, and she moaned louder, her breath hitching as she felt something new, something building deep within her. Her legs quivered as she felt the beginnings of her release. Nathan noticed the change in her and knew she was close. Pulling off her nipple with a wet pop, he picked up his pace, driving into her with more force. He could feel her walls tightening around him, and he knew she was about to come apart. Nathan. I think I'm going to. She panted out, unable to form coherent sentences. Come for me, Maya, he encouraged, his voice strained with his need. Let go. Her eyes widened, and she did just that, her body arching as she screamed. Nathan. Maya's inner muscles clamped down on him, and the sensation was too much for him to hold back. With a final roar, he emptied himself into her, feeling a mind-numbing pleasure as his balls tightened before filling Maya with his seed. The two of them lay there, panting and sweaty, their bodies tangled together. Maya's legs slowly fell away from his waist, and she pulled him closer, nestling into his chest. That was. She began, but her voice trailed off as she searched for the right words. Something we definitely should have done weeks ago. She said with a small laugh. Nathan chuckled, his heart swelling with affection for her. But it was worth the wait, he said, stroking her hair gently. Nathan then pulled out of Maya before he laid next to her. The afterglow of what they just did together was still showing as Nathan grabbed Maya's hand. I'm sorry if I hurt you, Nathan said, a bit of regret in his voice as he remembered the pain Maya was in earlier. Maya gave a light chuckle and kissed Nathan's cheek. Nathan, from what I've heard, every woman's first time is painful. Honestly, I'm probably one of the lucky ones, she said as she gave her lover a sultry look. My lover knew what he was doing and made me feel amazing. Nathan couldn't help but blush at her words, feeling a sense of pride that he had managed to give her pleasure even through the pain. I'm glad I wasn't the only one who felt good, Nathan said as his eyes trailed Maya's naked body, loving how it was both flushed and covered in a shine of sweat from the sex. Maya blinked as she saw Nathan's cock quickly harden back to life right before her eyes. Again, so soon? Maya couldn't help but ask with some shock. From what she heard from other women, it would have taken a lot longer before a man was hard again. I have quite the appetite tonight, Nathan said with a grin before he leaned in and kissed her again. Maya couldn't resist returning the kiss, her desires flaring up once more as she felt the heat from his body. The taste of him was still on her tongue, and she realized that she didn't want this night to end. With a grin, Maya rolled on top of Nathan and straddled his waist while putting her hands on his chest. If you want to go again, I'd be more than happy to help, Maya said with a lustful giggle as she grabbed Nathan's cock in her hands and gently squeezed it. Nathan groaned as Maya started to stroke him, her hands feeling like paradise against his sensitive member. He watched as her breasts swayed with every stroke she gave him, her eyes filled with desire as she watched his reaction. Maya would be lying if she said she didn't love Nathan's reaction. To get such a reaction from Nathan filled Maya with a sense of power she never felt before. You're going to wear me out, woman, Nathan said with a chuckle, his breath still heavy from their previous love-making. Placing his hands on her shapely hips, Nathan stubbed his cock against her wet folds. But don't act like you don't want me to, Nathan said in a challenging tone. Maya's eyes lit up at his words as she leaned down and whispered into his ear, you know I do. She said before her hips rose before bringing herself down slowly on Nathan's cock. The two young lovers moaned in pleasure, neither feeling any pain or discomfort as they started another round of sex. Maya felt a bit sore from the first time, but the pain was gone now, replaced with a delicious feeling of fullness as she sat on top of Nathan. The young Stark looked up at her, his eyes filled with affection and desire as he watched her move above him. Fuck. Maya moaned as she bit her lip. How are you deeper than before? Maya breathed as she slowly started to move her hips up and down, her tits jiggling with every move. Nathan watched her with pure fascination, feeling his cock twitch as he watched her body move. I guess I was holding back a bit earlier, he said with a grin, his eyes never leaving her. Maya's cheeks grew hot with both arousal and embarrassment at her boldness, but she didn't stop. She felt in control, powerful, and it was a feeling she never knew she could experience. Nathan's hands slid from her hips to her ass, gripping her firmly as he pushed up to meet her. His thrusts grew stronger, filling her completely. Maya threw her head back with a moan, her hair cascading over her shoulders, and her eyes closed as she rode him. The sound of flesh slapping against flesh filled the room as the two lovers moaned. They both felt pleasure building up as their bodies started to heat up. Their movements became more energetic with every second, showing their growing arousal. Yes, like that, Maya panted as she leaned down and kissed him, her breasts bouncing as she rode him. You fuck me so good, Nathan. Those words shocked Nathan, yet they also aroused him greatly. Thrusting up extra hard, Nathan loved the look of shock on Maya's face as she squealed in the sudden spike of pleasure. Do you know how long I've wanted to fuck you, Maya? Nathan asked with an almost animalistic growl as he threw his hips up again, making Maya moan as she pushed her hands on his chest for support. Since the Battle of Windhelm, when you jumped in to save me. You were amazing, beautiful, you took my breath away. It took everything I had not to take you that very night. Hearing the blatant desire of Nathan filled Maya with a sense of power and purpose. To think that she, a bastard girl from the Vale, would have this effect on the heir of House Stark and the North was both shocking and flattering to say the least. With a fierce look on her face, she leaned down and whispered into his ear. Then why don't you fuck me like you've wanted to all this time? Maya said with a smirk, her voice filled with both passion and challenge. Nathan took her words to heart and acted. Slapping his hands down on Maya's ass, Nathan gave an animalistic growl before he thrust his hips up and didn't stop. Maya screamed at Nathan's actions, but didn't back down as she met Nathan's thrusts by slamming her hips down. Their movements grew erratic, their moans and gasps mixing as they lost themselves in the moment. The bed beneath them groaned and squeaked in protest as they pushed it to its limits while the sounds of flesh clapping filled the room. The candlelight danced across their skin, highlighting the sweat that glistened as they moved together. Maya leaned back, placing her hands on Nathan's legs for leverage, allowing her to grind down harder on Nathan's cock. She watched his face, the way his eyes squeezed shut and his jaw clenched with every thrust. Her face was flushed red as sweat dripped down her body giving her a pleasant ache with every movement. Her breathing grew ragged as the sensations grew more intense. Harder, she whispered, her voice a mix of need and demand. Nathan responded by gripping her hips tightly and pounding into her with all the pent-up desire he had held back since they first met. Each thrust sent waves of pleasure crashing through her body, making her walls quiver around him. She threw her head back, feeling her eyes start to roll into the back of her head. Harder. She demanded again, this time louder than before, not caring if anyone heard her. Nathan didn't need any more encouragement as he started to fuck her with more vigor, his hips moving like an animal in heat. Nathan's balls slapped against her legs and ass with every thrust, reminding Maya they were filled with Nathan's seed. The bed was creaking with every thrust, but the lovers paid no mind to the noise. All that mattered was the pleasure they were giving each other. Maya's moans grew louder, filling the room as she felt herself getting closer and closer to the edge. Yes, 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 she chanted, her breaths coming in short gasps as she felt an orgasm building inside her. Nathan's eyes were glued to her bouncing breasts as he watched her ride him. The sight of her in ecstasy was more than he could handle. He knew he was close as well, his body tensing as he felt his climax approaching. I'm going to come, he warned through gritted teeth, his voice strained with passion. Come inside me. Nathan. Maya's words were cut off as she was overwhelmed by a powerful orgasm that made her entire body spasm around him. Oh fuck. Her cunt squeezed down on his cock, and he could feel her juices flooding around him as she came. It was the most erotic sight he had ever seen, and it was all he could take. With a roar, he buried himself deep inside her, releasing his hot seed into her womb. Maya's eyes shot open as she felt the warmth of his cum fill her up, and she moaned in satisfaction. She had never felt so alive, so connected to another person. The two were locked in place before she collapsed onto him, her body limp and exhausted from the intense orgasm. Nathan's arms wrapped around her, holding her tight as they both rode out the aftershocks of their passion. His heart was pounding in his chest, and he could feel hers against his ribs. He kissed her forehead, feeling her breath against his neck as she tried to catch her breath. That was incredible, Maya murmured, her voice still shaky from the intensity of their love-making. Nathan's chuckle was low and warm against her skin. Indeed it was, he agreed, stroking her back as they both lay there, catching their breath. Their bodies remained joined for several moments, neither one of them willing to break the intimate connection. The candles had burned low, casting a soft glow across the rumpled sheets and their sweat-drenched forms and fluids. Finally, with a gentle groan, Nathan pulled out of her, and they both lay back, panting and exhausted. Maya felt a sense of contentment wash over her that was unlike anything she had ever experienced. The pain from earlier was now a distant memory, replaced by the warmth of pleasure that still lingered in her body. They lay in silence for a few moments, their hearts racing and their chests heaving. Then, with a soft sigh, Maya looked over at him, her eyes filled with affection and a hint of mischief. "So, you read a Dornish book, did you?" Nathan couldn't help but blush. It had some useful information," he said, trying to sound nonchalant. "I did not want to seem too inexperienced for my first time." Maya giggled, her eyes sparkling with amusement. "You? Inexperienced?" She leaned over and kissed him gently. "You were perfect, Nathan. Far better than I could have ever imagined." Nathan's face grew even redder at her praise, but he felt a surge of pride knowing he had pleasured her. "I'm glad it was good for you," he said, his voice low and gruff. Maya rolled onto her side and propped herself up on an elbow, looking at him with affection and curiosity. "What else did you learn from that book?" she asked playfully. Nathan grinned, feeling more relaxed than he had in a long time. "Well," he began, "it spoke of various ways to pleasure a woman, different positions, and how to use one's tongue." Maya's cheeks turned a delightful shade of pink at the latter's mention. "Tell me more," she urged, her voice filled with curiosity. Nathan leaned in closer, his eyes twinkling with mischief. "It said that a man's tongue can be as mighty as a sword in the right hands," he whispered, tracing the curve of her ear with the tip of his nose. "The book also said a woman could bring a man to his knees with her mouth alone, if she knew how to use it." Maya's eyes went wide with intrigue, her breath catching in her throat. "Is that so?" she replied, a sly smile playing on her lips. "Well, the Dronish are known for their ways of flesh." Nathan nodded, his eyes never leaving hers. "They certainly know a thing or two," he said, his hand trailing down her spine to the curve of her ass. "But I think we have plenty to learn from each other, as well." Maya blinked as she felt Nathan's cock re-harden and she looked down with a shocked expression. "Again? But you just came." Nathan chuckled and leaned in to kiss her neck. "It seems I can't get enough of you, Maya." Maya couldn't help but be thrilled at his words, feeling a surge of desire once more. "Well, I suppose we should make the most of the night," she said, her voice a mix of breathlessness and excitement. "But fuck me, I am going to be sore tomorrow." Nathan chuckled and kissed her. "We'll go slow, I promise," he murmured, gently caressing her cheek. "But if you're up for it, I'd love to explore some of those other things the book mentioned," Nathan said, his smile wide with mischief. Maya's eyes sparkled with excitement as she leaned in closer, her breath hot against his skin. "Show me," she whispered, her hand sliding down his chest and grasping his erection again. Nathan growled in arousal at Maya's forwardness. Gone was the shy girl who blushed at the smallest touch, now here was a woman who knew what she wanted. "You better prepare, Maya Stone, I'm going to release everything I saved up since the Battle of Windhelm," Nathan growled in a playful and challenging tone. Maya's heart raced at his words, a thrill of excitement shooting through her as she felt his cock twitch against her leg. "Bring it on, Nathan Stark." Lemon ended. Nathan panted slowly but heavily. His body was covered in sweat and other fluids, a pleasant ache pulsing through his body. Looking down, Nathan saw a sleeping Maya as she used his chest as a pillow, bringing a smile to his face. They had spent a good portion of the night in passion, and once Maya was done she drank some moon tea before she fell asleep. "To think this war would bring you into my life," Nathan said softly as he kissed Maya's head. Nathan knew he had a duty to House Stark, he would have to fulfill, but for now, he simply wanted to enjoy his time with Maya. However short it may be. "Looks like Smalljan was right," Nathan said before he snorted. "There's something I don't see myself saying often." Looking out a window, Nathan saw the moon high in the sky. Nathan knew he needed rest for the final battle tomorrow, yet his mind started to race. Over the last few months so much has happened. With lives lost, glory and riches gained, relationships made, and so much more. "The end of a long road is near," Nathan said as he closed his eyes and willed his body to sleep.